Chapter 402. Once the Great Slicer art was used, the result was already decided. There was no need to think about it. Mu Wuyu had unleashed the Great Slicer art, and Lin Fei had sensed a dangerous aura. Furthermore, this 3,000 immortal art had come from Lin Fei. The system had even issued a bounty for the 3,000 immortal arts. One could imagine how precious they were. Mu family eagle died to the Great Slicer art. If it was someone else, just the defensive treasure alone would be enough to give them a headache. They wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Unfortunately, the eagle was unlucky to have encountered Lin Fei, who just so happened to have mastered the Great Slicer art. This was one of the 3,000 immortal arts, also known to be unstoppable and capable of slicing through the void. When used by a true expert, its power would be hundreds of times greater than Lin Fei's. This was the true Great Slicer art. The eagle's defensive treasure was indeed useless in front of it. 3,000 immortal arts, one immortal. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. What a waste of so many treasures. Lin Fei shook his head. Great Slicer technique. This 3,000 immortal technique is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, its destructive power is simply too great. Even true treasures are not spared. With just one 3,000 immortal technique, all true treasures are destroyed. Lin Fei coveted the defensive treasures from before. Since he couldn't enter the Grand Emperor's immortal abode, all the good stuff in the immortal abode outside had been plundered. Lin Fei didn't have many true treasures in his hands. Almost all of them were obtained from killing people. Destroying so many true treasures in one go was truly painful. True treasures that came from the Mu clan were stronger than ordinary ones, and were even more precious. Collect. The remnant killing intent was collected by Lin Fei with the art. The remaining treasures were collected as well, cleaning up the battlefield. As for the warriors around Surging Waves City, they were all dumbfounded. The Mu family had brought so many experts, but almost all of them had been wiped out. This was beyond their imagination. Naturally, no one wanted to fight for the corpses and spoils of war on the ground. Lin Fei had left an indelible impression in their hearts. Unless they could overcome it, no matter how strong they became in the future, once they encountered Lin Fei, their combat power would be reduced by a few percent, and a few percent of their strength would be enough to determine their life and death. Junior brother Lin Fei, this is? Monday and the others rushed out and looked at the bloody scene outside, feeling quite shocked. What kind of battle had happened? There were ruins everywhere, and it was impossible to tell that this was a city. Lin Fei chuckled. It's fine. They're just a bunch of brats. I've already taken care of them. Monday and the others gasped. If he was a little brat, then what were they? He couldn't even be counted as an ant, right? They didn't ask any more questions as they already had their own guesses. Lin Fei glanced at them and smiled. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. It seems like we can set off now. In a short time, with the true essence crystals provided by Lin Fei, Monday and the others broke through again. The Mystic King realm wasn't a difficult realm to cross. The three of them didn't have bad aptitudes. With the help of the true essence crystals, their cultivation naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Monday and the other two had already reached the Mystic King intermediate stage. In a few more days, they might be able to break through to the Mystic King late stage. With the true essence treasures in their hands, they wouldn't have to fear anyone in the same realm. They could even fight against an early profound emperor. With cultivation resources like true essence crystals, the realm wouldn't be a problem. Mu family. Mu family's Chang Tian was reading a book leisurely. If one were to look carefully, one could see that his brows were slightly furrowed. He seemed to be troubled and couldn't concentrate on reading. Patriarch, they failed. The person pushed open the door. In the ancestral hall, their life tablets were shattered. After the incident with Mu family's Chang Tian arranged for people to pay special attention and report anything. Mu family's Chang Tian was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with disappointment. They still failed. It seems like Lin Fei is very powerful. If it wasn't for the protector that even Mystic the Arch didn't dare to enter the dynasty battlefield, there wouldn't be such trouble. Unfortunately, they are too disappointing. They couldn't even complete a small matter for the family. Mu family's Chang Tian didn't care about the dead Mu family disciples. The Mu family was such a big family. It didn't matter if some clansmen died. As long as a big family had Mystic the Arch-Patriarch, the glory of the family would be passed down for 10,000 years. No one would care about a few Mu family disciples. If they died, then they died. They were useless. Mu family's Chang Tian rubbed his forehead and knocked on the table. His voice echoed in the room. This matter is a little difficult. Even Flower the Arch-Patriarch doesn't dare to attack the protector. Previously, I used my projection to arrange for the assassination. They already have their eyes on me. I shouldn't be able to attack Lin Fei for a while. Mu family's Chang Tian had to complete the mission of killing Lin Fei. If we can't kill Lin Fei now, we can only wait for the dynasty war to end. Mu family's Chang Tian stopped. Once the dynasty war ends, Lin Fei will definitely die. I will let you live for a few more days. Unless one was a heaven immortal expert, no one would dare to head to the dynasty war. There was once Mystic the Arch-Patriarch who fell in the dynasty war. From then on, no one dared to underestimate the dynasty war. That was why Flower the Arch-Patriarch left. Make the arrangements. Keep a close eye on Lin Fei. Mu family's Chang Tian stood up. He was prepared to make a trip to Flower the Arch-Patriarch to report the situation. He didn't want to leave a bad impression. Lin Fei wiped out all the Mu family disciples in exchange for a short period of leisure. This was something that he didn't expect. As one went deeper into the dynasty war, the number of cities decreased. Demonic beasts gathered, increasing the difficulty. White skeletons could be seen from time to time. No one knew how long they had been dead for. They were once geniuses, but they couldn't escape the fate of death. Just like what was said before, the danger of the dynasty war exceeded one's imagination. If it was just for training, the dynasty war was a good place. But if one wanted to force their way in, their lives would be in danger. In a short 10 days, it went from being filled with people to becoming sparse. Demonic beasts gathered, forming many barriers that prevented them from reaching the true dynasty war. The dynasty war was huge and the demonic beasts formed barriers. The dynasty disciples attacked from all directions, so naturally, there weren't many of them. This trial was the most challenging one. Only by passing this stage would one have the right to enter the dynasty war. Their current performance would attract the attention of everyone. If they were lucky, they might be chosen. As for which sect, it would depend on their luck. Follow behind me. Don't leave 1,000 feet radius from me. Lin Fei looked at the demonic energy in front of him. He turned around and said to them. Within 1,000 feet radius, he could protect them. Before they met the demonic beast barrier, the demonic energy surged into the sky and gathered together. The sky turned black and one could see it clearly from afar. If one's heart wasn't stable, demonic energy would affect one's combat strength. We got it. Monday, Yunxiang and Autumn Moon Fairy said at the same time. If they hadn't been training along the way, they wouldn't have been so calm after sensing the demonic energy. I didn't expect the true test of the dynasty war to be so terrifying. Monday looked at the demonic energy and sighed. The demonic beasts ahead are even stronger than before. I can already feel how strong they are. I'm afraid that this stage will eliminate a lot of people. How many of them will be able to leave this place alive? Who knows, they might end up dying in the mouths of the Yao beasts or become fertilizer for the dynasty's battlefield, Yun Xiang said. This selection method removes the rough and leaves the good. Only those who can pass are the true experts. Autumn Moon Fairy's face was filled with shock. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, they would have been suppressed by the demonic energy. They knew that even if they passed, they might not be able to become disciples. They weren't strong, and if they met a true expert, they would be the ones to die. To be able to witness such a grand scene, they had no regrets in their lives. At the same time, At the end of the 10,000-kilometer demonic beast barrier was a boundary. A huge city appeared within the boundary. It was larger than all the cities outside and had a majestic aura. This was the true core of the dynasty war. At this moment, in the center of the huge city, black platforms floated in the air. These platforms were thousands of feet tall and looked like mountains at first glance. Above this high platform sat many powerhouses who were exuding powerful auras. Each of them was extremely powerful. At a glance, almost all of them were at the profound sage level, which meant that they were all martial saints. On the Xiantian continent, martial saints were the true powerhouses. They were almost at the peak of the continent. After all, the mystic emperor was one of the few who could break through. The Xiantian continent had the most powerhouses at the profound sage level. Those who could appear here today were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Aside from their own extraordinary strength, they all had a large sect behind them. They were super sects that could shake the continent with a stomp of their feet. These profound sages and mystique venerable rank powerhouses chatted with the people nearby. From time to time, their gazes would fall on the highest seat on the high platform, which was the seat of the mystic emperor. The mystic emperor was the top powerhouse of this continent. Everyone who could break through to the mystic emperor realm was a person with great luck, so they were the center of attention. The mystic emperor constantly emitted an emperor-level aura. Sometimes, a word or a pointer could benefit them immensely, even allowing them to break through the barrier and become a mystic emperor ancestor. When the three figures landed, everyone, regardless of whether they were profound sages or mystique venerables, stood up and greeted the three mystic emperors. After the three mystic thearchs came down, they exchanged greetings with the crowd. One of the white-robed mystic thearchs flicked his finger, and a huge light screen appeared in the sky above the plaza. The movement outside the demonic beast barrier was reflected on the screen, and everything could be seen clearly. This was to allow the various sects to unearth disciples belonging to their own sections. Attacking the demonic beast barrier had become the first stage of the assessment. Those who succeeded would successfully pass the preliminary round. Those who failed would become food for the demonic beasts. It was that simple. Chapter 403. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs. Fei Yang, Divine Emperor Hao Tian. I wonder how many geniuses will be born in the dynasty this year. In the last dynasty war, there were no less than 20 to 30 geniuses. Now, all of them have improved by leaps and bounds. We have to pick one this year no matter what. That goes without saying. Genius disciples are the core strength of the sect. If they have the potential to become celestial immortals, they will definitely bring glory to the sect. Celestial immortals? How many genius disciples can become geniuses? Celestial immortals are hard, but itinerant immortals are easy. In the last 100 years, countless genius disciples became itinerant immortals, but not a single celestial immortal. The discussions on the high platform continued as they searched for genius disciples or dynasty disciples with the potential to become sections. The number of genius disciples was limited, and with the gathering of super sects, it was as difficult as Mystic Emperor becoming a celestial immortal. They could only lower their requirements and focus on the genius disciples. They were the main targets. On the plaza, the light screen moved, projecting the battle scene in front of everyone. This kid is not bad. He is a body cultivator. A profound Emperor Realm demon killed a vine demon with an iron fist. He is worth nurturing. Body cultivator is nothing. See this young man? He has already cultivated the Earth Tao and is undefeatable against demonic beasts. What's so great about one Tao? The Earth Tao is too weak. This young man is powerful. The Thunder Tao is much more powerful than the Earth Tao. Following the appearance of the demonic beast barrier, young experts emerged one after another from all four directions, revealing their own talents. They were like resplendent stars. On the east side of the demonic beast barrier, one could see dynasty disciples fighting against demonic beasts from time to time. Behind them were demonic beast corpses. Die. Lin Fei swept out with his sword, cutting the three-eyed demonic beast in front of him in half at the waist, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Once the demonic beast died, people rushed up and dug out the demon core. These three were naturally Monday and the others. If we have enough time, these demonic beast fur can be used to make armors. Monday shook his head regretfully. The demon core is enough. Yunxiang smiled. This demonic beast barrier is really powerful. The demonic beasts come wave after wave. It's really terrifying. In the end, junior brother Lin Fei is the best. These demonic beasts look powerful, but they can't even withstand a single sword attack. Autumn Moon Fairy was no longer cold, and her tone was filled with admiration. Be careful, another group of demonic beasts is coming. Lin Fei's ears twitched. The aura of demonic beasts filled the air. It was a group of powerful demonic beasts. Lin Fei was already used to the attacks of demonic beasts ever since he charged into the demonic beast barrier. It had to be said that this demonic beast barrier was filled with countless demonic beasts. Each wave of demonic beasts was stronger than the last. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a demonic beast barrier, they would definitely be in grave danger. The dynasty battlefield was a very cruel and bloody test. However, the benefits were obvious. Lin Fei constantly killed and absorbed the baneful auras. He gained new insights into the Tao of Sword Immortals. Of course, Lin Fei would not miss the opportunity to hunt demonic beasts without fear. However, he controlled his strength to be above average, which was enough to deal with demonic beasts. This time, my Tao of Sword Immortals will definitely have a huge improvement. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The more demonic beasts, the better. They are all experience points and essence force. Lin Fei was having a great time killing. Monday and the rest were also having a great time collecting the demon cores. No one would be unhappy with such a good thing. A total of 10 days passed. Lin Fei and the dynasty disciples were fighting hard in the demonic beast barrier. When the sun rose again, everyone was exhausted. The demonic beast army in front of them had disappeared, and they were all in a huge plaza. There were many floating platforms around the plaza, and it was majestic and grand. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the test. You have officially obtained the right to participate. The white-robed mystic the Arch stood up, and his loud voice sounded in everyone's heart. The crowd, who were originally at a loss, all quietened down when the voice sounded. The plaza was completely silent. Mystic the Arch, this person must be the Mystic the Arch. Lin Fei was truly shocked. He secretly sent out a scout, and his mouth opened slightly. A big boss. This is the real big boss. With a scout, the white-robed mystic Thearcha's body was floating with gold. This was the first time Lin Fei saw gold. Lin Fei immediately thought of the big boss in the game. Apart from the big boss, there was no other reason. I wonder what kind of rewards I will get from killing such a big boss. Lin Fei guessed. I'm afraid there will be a large amount of experience points, top-notch treasures, points, and essence force. In the entire plaza, perhaps only Lin Fei dared to think like this. The white-robed mystic the Arch waved his hand again, and green raindrops fell under the sun. The fatigued dynasty disciples were swept away, and they became energetic and full of vitality. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. Lin Fei found that when the green raindrops fell on his body, his essence, qi, and spirit were restored to their peak. The veritable essence that he had lost was also restored at this moment. He was shocked again. As expected of a big boss. Just one move and it restored the strength of tens of thousands of people in the plaza. This kind of great power and method could only be achieved by someone at the mystic Thearcha's level. The mystic venerables and profound sages on the high platform were also savoring it. In 2 hours, the dynasty war will officially begin. The white-robed mystic the Arch waved his hand again, and pieces of jade appeared and fell into everyone's hands. The rules of the dynasty war are recorded in detail in the jade. You can take a look. 2 hours was not long, but it was not short either. Lin Fei found that everyone around him was looking at the jade, injecting their veritable essence into it to see the contents. With one look, Lin Fei's mouth curled into an arc. It was clearly a smile. I didn't think that the dynasty war would choose this method. Using points to decide who to join the sect. I like this method. It turned out that the dynasty war was not carried out in the plaza, but in a small world called the Sanguine Hell. Points were used to measure the proof of joining a sect. Points were obtained from the blood demons in the Sanguine Hell. Killing a blood demon would earn 1 crystal stone, and 1 crystal stone counted as 1 point. In addition to killing blood demons, the second method was to obtain points from the dynasty disciples. They would kill each other and snatch points. This was the real competition. Killing blood demons would not reveal one's strength, but snatching points would definitely be a frenzied massacre. It was even more dangerous than the demonic beast barrier. The more points one accumulated, the higher the chance of being selected by a super sect. If one had fewer points, they would naturally not be able to get in. Snatching points would be the most intense part. It was unknown how many of the dynasty disciples would survive in the end. No one could tell. Chapter 404. Other than introducing the dynasty wars, the Jade Stone also introduced the corresponding sects in detail. This was the most important part, and it was clear at a glance. The competition for points and the dynasty wars were all for the sake of setting off the sects behind them. The purpose of fighting to the death was to join a good sect. Everyone was here for this dream. Who didn't want to join a powerful sect and become a member to bring honor to their ancestors? Lin Fei attached great importance to the sect as it concerned his life during this period of time. Mu Clan, Mystic the Arch-Patriarch, at least 3 or 4 patriarchs, and an itinerant immortal expert. Lin Fei had no choice but to reconsider the matter of the sect. There were rumors in the outside world that other than Mystic the Arch-Patriarch, the Mu Clan had another super expert itinerant immortal. If the Mystic the Arch didn't pass the tribulation successfully, he would be an itinerant immortal and would still be an expert on the continent. No one knew whether the Mu Clan had an itinerant immortal or not. There were all kinds of rumors in the outside world. If you believed it, there would be. If you didn't believe it, there wouldn't be. Lin Fei chose to believe it. There were a few mystic thearchs, and there might even be an itinerant immortal. Knowing the sect in advance was a good thing for Lin Fei. There was no need to worry about which sect to join. Only Lin Fei could think of such an idea. Before the dynasty wars started, he had already decided which sect to join. This kind of person was either arrogant and ignorant, or he was confident and determined. Lin Fei naturally belonged to the latter. He was confident and determined, and no one could stop him. Lin Fei had to find a big sect for himself, a sect that the Mu Clan feared. This was the most important thing at the moment. Knowing some sects in advance undoubtedly gave Lin Fei a good choice. He didn't need to be in a hurry and worry about this and that. I didn't expect the sects on the continent to be divided like this. Looking at the information, Lin Fei was stunned by the division of sections. It turned out that sects could be divided like this. The information in the Jade Stone introduced the sects in detail, and those who didn't understand would understand at a glance. The sects on the continent were divided into a total of 9 grades. Among them, the 9th-rank sects were the weakest, while the 1st-rank sects were the strongest. The 9 ranks of sects were divided according to their strength. Lin Fei was surprised to see that the lowest rank was a 9th-rank sect. A 9th-grade sect needs a mysterious king to oversee it. The Divine Martial sect should be a small 9th-grade sect. Lin Fei, who had always been unclear about the classification of the Divine Martial sect, finally knew the grade of the Divine Martial sect. A 9th-grade sect, a low-ranked sect. 1st-rank sects needed loose immortals to oversee them, and they needed to have at least 10 loose immortals. Only then could they be considered as truly great sects on the continent. They were the giants that could stomp their feet on the continent. Only 10 loose immortals and above can be considered a rank 1 sect. Impressive. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Starting from a 5th-grade sect, there must be a profound sage and a mystic emperor overseeing it. It's truly terrifying. For the first time, Lin Fei witnessed the true power of a great sect. A sect with a mystic emperor and a profound sage overseeing it would have several top experts. As for the sects above the 5th grade, they were the truly great sections. They had the power to speak in the Shantian continent. As for the others, they could only show off their might within the dynasty. If I join a rank 1 sect, I'm afraid the Mu clan can only stare at me helplessly. They won't dare to do anything to me. Lin Fei thought, second and third grade sects are not bad. These sects all have loose immortals overseeing them. Unfortunately, in terms of influence, they are not as great as a rank 1 sect. They are not what I need. Lin Fei already had his eyes on a rank 1 sect. Only such a great sect would allow him to not be affected by the outside world for the next period of time. He would be able to peacefully level up and break through. No matter how strong the Mu clan was, they wouldn't dare to attack a rank 1 sect. At most, they would secretly send assassins. By that time, he would be able to deal with them. There was no need to worry about assassins. A sect would buy him enough time to train. My goal is a rank 1 sect. Lin Fei continued looking and found the sect that corresponded to the points. In the Jade Stone, not only did it clearly introduce the sect, but it also linked the points and the sect. It was clear at a glance. Sects with points started from rank 5. As for the later ones, it was not shown. In the battlefield of the Empire Dynasty, the sect that could choose its disciples would not be too low. It was reasonable for a rank 5 sect to start from rank 5. As expected of a rank 5 sect. The requirement for points is so high. It actually requires 3000 to 6000 points. Bloody Hell was rich in blood demons. Their strength was unknown. A rank 5 sect required 3000 points and above. Lin Fei did not think it would be so easy. It would definitely be difficult. Lin Fei continued looking. 6000 to 9000 points, a 4th grade sect. 9000 to 12,000 points, 3rd grade sect. 12,000 to 15,000 points, rank 2 sect, 15,000 points and above, rank 1 sect. Lin Fei furrowed his brows when he saw the points for a grade 1 sect. Then, he let out a bitter smile. A grade 1 sect really isn't easy to enter. 15,000 points. It's really not easy. Lin Fei understood that it was destined to be a massacre, a crazy massacre. Especially for those genius disciples, they would definitely aim to enter a rank 1 sect. If they did not have enough points, they could only keep robbing and killing. Only then would they have the chance to enter a rank 1 sect. Lin Fei did not pay attention to what was behind the rank 1 sections. His goal was to enter a rank 1 sect. There were a total of 5 rank 1 sects to choose from. There was a detailed introduction on the Jade Stone. Anyone would have a basic understanding of the 5 rank 1 sections. Rank 1 sect, Thousand Chance sect. Rank 1 sect, Wanshou sect. Rank 1 sect, Saber sect. Rank 1 sect, God of Sword sect. Rank 1 sect, Xiaoyao sect. There were 5 rank 1 sects to choose from. Lin Fei was still shocked. The 5 rank 1 sects all had simple introductions. The Thousand Chance sect was a special sect. They cultivated the Tao of puppets and formations. The Wanshou sect cultivated the Tao of battle pets and the human wave attack. The Saber sect cultivated the Tao of the saber. This sect had given birth to a few saber emperors. Every saber emperor had unparalleled combat abilities. The God of Sword sect cultivated the Tao of the sword. They were not any weaker than the Saber sect. The Xiaoyao sect cultivated the Tao of freedom. They pursued the Tao of freedom. Lin Fei was thinking about which sect to choose. The rank 1 sects were very attractive. The requirement to join a rank 1 sect was to have 10 rogue immortals. Lin Fei would only have a real backer if he joined one of these sections. I cultivate the Tao of the Sword Immortal. This Thousand Chance sect and the Thousand Beasts sect are not suitable for me. I can eliminate the Saber sect and the Carefree sect as well. What's left is the Divine Sword sect. Just the name sounds awesome. I wonder if the Divine Sword sect has anyone cultivating the Tao of the Sword Immortal. Lin Fei leaned towards the God of Sword sect. He cultivated the Tao of the Sword Immortal. Naturally, he had to join the God of Sword sect. After all, the other rank 1 sects were not suitable for him. Soon, Lin Fei decided that he would join the God of Sword sect, 15,000 points. I'll show some of my strength. I want to join the God of Sword sect too. Lin Fei licked his lips. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. 15,000 points was destined to be a massacre. In order to join a rank 1 sect, Lin Fei did not care how many people would die in the war. It had nothing to do with him. As for revenge, they were already dead. There was no need to worry. Junior brother Lin Fei, it seems that we have no hope. Monday sighed softly. This bloody hell is more dangerous than I imagined. I give up. Yinxiang also revealed a look of regret. No wonder the experts arranged by our unfalling empire always perished in the war. It is more or less related to this. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have a high chance of joining a good sect. The glory of the unfalling empire will depend on you. Autumn Moon Fairy smiled and said to Lin Fei. They were seriously lacking in confidence in this bloody hell. If they were chosen, they would naturally not be ignorant. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's protection, they could forget about reaching the last stage. Moreover, they could forget about sitting here and seeing a mystic the arch-expert that they would never see in their lifetime. The sect selection was at least a rank 5 sect. The difficulty would definitely not be small. They could imagine the cruelty later on. Therefore, they had placed their hopes on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not say anything else. With their strength, they would die silently. He did not agree to enter. I will. After all, my clan and my sect are in the unfalling empire. I will do my best in the sect selection. I will not disappoint you. They all believed that Lin Fei would obtain a good result. Lin Fei was a huge monster. They had gained quite a lot from this war. Just Jinyuan crystals and large amounts of demon cores. If they went back and exchanged them for Jinyuan crystals, it would not be difficult for them to reach the profound Emperor realm. As for the rest, it would depend on their luck. In such a short time, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. To them, it was already beyond their imagination. If they were in a small empire, they might not even be able to reach this level within 10 years. Although they could not join a sect, they were already satisfied with such a huge harvest. They were not greedy as they would pay a heavy price for being greedy. 2 hours passed in a flash. The true dynasty war had begun. The dynasty disciples who were preparing to participate were already rubbing their palms and itching to try. The bloody hell opens for a month. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, you still have time to choose. The white-robed mystic the Arch said indifferently. I will give you 5 minutes to choose. Some of the weaker ones on the plaza took the initiative to withdraw. This group of people were insignificant compared to all the dynasty disciples on the plaza. They could not be persuaded to participate in the dynasty war. The opportunity lied in fighting. If they did not fight, they would not have a chance. Alright, since everyone has chosen, in the following month, show your strength. Show your strength and fight for the sect. Everyone on the plaza was excited. The quality of the sect would determine their future achievements. Whoosh! The white-robed mystic the Arch waved his hand. A blood-red world appeared above the plaza. This was the profound sky's spiritual treasure, the bloody hell. This is the bloody hell. This place is destined to be my battlefield. My target is that high and mighty rank 1 sect. Anyone who stands in my way must die. Chapter 405. The opening of the bloody hell made everyone's blood boil. The dynasty's disciples who had exited the bloody hell all stayed on the square until the end of the dynasty war. The huge light screen in the square displayed the scene in the bloody hell in front of them, allowing them to see it clearly. Tens of thousands of dynasty's disciples were sent to every corner of the bloody hell. Their life and death were up to fate. Only the heavens knew whether they succeeded or not. The sect elders on the high platform started to look serious. The most exciting moment had arrived. The first grade and fifth grade sects started to move their eyes, especially the 5 first grade sections. None of them were easy to deal with. They first paid attention to the genius disciples. First grade sects were the big sects on the continent. Ordinary people didn't pay attention to them. Only the geniuses had talent and potential. They were the core strength of the sect in the future. They had to pay attention to them. The bloody country, the bloody world, and the pungent smell of blood. Lin Fei's vision turned black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bloody swamp. The pungent smell of blood made him wrinkle his nose subconsciously. Under his feet, blood was tumbling. What an unpleasant smell. The next moment, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and stabbed it to the left. He heard a plop and the sound of splashing water. Lin Fei's vigilance reached 100%. He naturally knew the slightest movement would kill the creature in the dark. Is this a blood demon? Lin Fei appeared in front of a corpse. The corpse had been split into 2. It was over 3 meters long and had 4 blood-red claws. It gave off a sharp aura and its entire body was red like fresh blood. The most shocking thing was that the blood demon had a human face. However, this human face was extremely ugly. There were sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth that gave off a deathly pale light. This was a blood demon, a huge population in the bloody hell. The Jade said that the Demoness Stone is in the blood demon's head. Lin Fei recalled. The sword chi smashed the blood demon's head and he saw a blood-red crystal. This should be the Demoness Stone. It means that I've gained 1 point. Roar! Lin Fei was ready to examine the blood demon in detail. In the blood-red environment, numerous pairs of blood-red eyes appeared. There were no less than 100 of them, and low voices began to echo out. As figures appeared, blood demons of various sizes stared at Lin Fei with greedy expressions on their faces. What a powerful blood energy. After eating your flesh, my strength will definitely increase by several folds. I want to drink this human's blood. Eat him, drink his blood, eat his flesh. The blood demon's face was twisted as he roared and turned into numerous blood shadows that charged at Lin Fei. Dang dang dang, just as Lin Fei's water flame lotus took shape, the lotus leaves shook and ripples appeared. Such incredible speed, and it can even use the environment of bloody hell to conceal itself. What a powerful demon beast. Lin Fei frowned, knowing that he was really unlucky to have landed in a nest of blood demons. Releasing his divine senses, Lin Fei's guess was right. Above the blood-red swamp, blood demons were in groups of 3 to 5. Their bloodthirsty eyes were locked on the area where Lin Fei was. No less than 1,000 blood demons were ready to make a move. Lin Fei knew very well that blood demons had always been feeding on flesh and blood, and they especially liked creatures with powerful blood energy. With just a thought, the blood demon had already attacked no less than 100 times. The water flame lotus was also on the verge of collapse, which surprised Lin Fei. Damn it, blood demons are really powerful. Martial artists with weak defense would probably be torn into pieces when attacked by blood demons and eventually become food in the mouths of blood demons. Lin Fei shuddered. I really don't know how that mystic the Arch created such a space. It's simply too hardcore. Kill. Lin Fei's killing sword swept out, and the sword aura was like silk. The white sword silk was shining brightly and had a sharp murderous aura. This was Lin Fei's application of sword arts to a new level. Although it was just a sword silk, it had extraordinary power, especially when it was made by a sword immortal. The sword aura was like silk. Every sword silk flew out and buzzed, quickly passing through the bodies of blood demons. The blood demons were either cut in half at the waist or their bodies were blasted into pieces. The sword aura was like silk, and its attack range was even more comprehensive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless blood demons were killed by Lin Fei's sword aura, leaving behind bloody corpses. The massacre took less than an hour. On the blood-red swamp, not a single blood demon could be seen. They were all corpses on the ground, 103 demon essence stones. Lin Fei frowned and suspected that he had made a mistake. He had killed no less than 500 blood demons just now, but there were only 103 demon essence stones, which was equivalent to 103 points. What was going on? Lin Fei looked through his memories from top to bottom, then smiled bitterly. What a scam. It turned out that not every blood demon had a demon essence stone. It depended on chance. If one was lucky, there would be a lot of demon essence stones. If one was unlucky, there might not be one demon essence stone among 100 blood demons. Lin Fei could be considered lucky to get 103 demon essence stones from more than 500 blood demons. It's really difficult to collect 13,000 points by hunting blood demons. After searching in the blood-red swamp, Lin Fei could no longer find blood demons. He was very clear that the bloody hell was actually a place of slaughter. In that case, I'll conserve my strength and go on a killing spree. With the protection of the water fire lotus, Lin Fei sank directly into the blood-red swamp and began to prepare. The bloody hell had just begun, and there wouldn't be too many demon essence stones in a short period of time. It would take half a month before there would be a large number of demon essence stones. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He would rest for half a month. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't get demon essence stones by then. Many people had the same idea. After killing a batch of blood demons, they understood the meaning of the bloody hell and decisively chose to hide. Some chose to conserve their strength, some chose to go on a killing spree, and some chose to ambush. There were all kinds of methods. And this was just the beginning. It was the warm-up before the climax. The highlight was in the second half of the month. In half a month, all kinds of experts were like bright stars, showing their strong side and leading in points. They also began to be noticed one by the sects on the high platform. When the bloody hell showed their strong side, they would definitely be noticed. Among the tens of thousands of people, those who could be noticed were all experts without exception. In half a month, some hidden people began to show up. Blood Kingdom, blood-red swamp. Red blood mist permeated the blood-red swamp, like clusters of red clouds, appearing on the swamp and around the bloodwood from time to time. Gulp, gulp. A figure floated up from below. It was Lin Fei, who was in high spirits. Chapter 406. P.S. Thank you to Bob and Greenheart for your monthly votes. Half a month was nothing to the experts in the square. They would spend at least a few decades in seclusion, and some would even spend hundreds or thousands of years. After half a month of observation, the geniuses of bloody hell had basically all appeared. Regardless of whether it was a first-grade sect or a fifth-grade sect. They all had their eyes on some disciples. The 5 high platforms closest to the mystic Thearcha's position were lined up in a row, indicating their status. With one look, one could tell that they were superior. These were the 5 first-grade sections. There are quite a few genius disciples this year. It's better than the previous one. An elder of the Saber sect, the Heavenly Saber Sage, said expressionlessly. He looked like a huge saber that was in human form. Heavenly Saber Sage, you finally opened your mouth this year. The sun must have risen from the west. The Wanshou sect's Qin Tian laughed. You must have taken a fancy to those saber experts. The Heavenly Saber Sage said, our Saber sect has taken a fancy to a few disciples, but your Wanshou sect is probably going to fail. Qin Tian's face darkened. That might not be the case. It's only been half a month, and many hidden experts have yet to appear. Those saber experts you have taken a fancy to might have died in the hands of others. The Saber sect and the Wanshou sect were bickering, and they didn't interrupt. The grudges between the two sects had been going on for a long time. Every time there was a dynasty war, they would bicker and argue non-stop. Brother Seventh Sword, have you taken a fancy to any sword experts? The carefree sect sage Anyo asked with a smile. Seventh Sword's sword intent was restrained, and he looked like an ordinary person. He smiled and said, this year is not bad. There are a few sword experts, but I don't know if they can gather enough points. As you know, our Divine Sword sect hasn't accepted any disciples for 500 years. Sage Anyo laughed. Don't cry. Who doesn't know? Your divine sword sect's disciples are all freaks. I remember that 100 years ago, a disciple of your divine sword sect slaughtered everyone from a fourth-rank sect. Don't think I don't know. Seventh Sword laughed, and there was no sadness on his face. Instead, there was a rare pride. Just a disappointing disciple. He still hasn't broken out after 100 years. His temperament is still lacking. Seventh Sword and Sage Anyo had a good relationship, and they chatted happily. Look, that young man is quite interesting. Sage Anyo pointed at a black-robed young man on the screen. He doesn't look old, but his sword chi is like silk. It's very powerful. It's endless, and it's both tough and soft. The seventh swordsman followed his gaze and looked over. He was a little surprised. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone use sword chi like silk. He's a very good sword genius. If he wants to become a disciple of the divine sword sect with this, he's definitely not enough. Seventh swordsman and Sage Anyo were both at the profound sage realm. They could tell whether something was good or bad at a glance. Their gazes only paused on the black-clothed young man for a moment before turning to the others. The bloody hell had tens of thousands of disciples, not just one. Everyone has Fey essence stones in their pockets. It's just that this kid is too poor. He only has this little bit in half a month, and he still has the nerve to participate. When Lin Fei came out of the blood swamp, he encountered a middle-stage mystic sovereign brat. He killed him in one strike and obtained 120 Fey essence stones, adding to his own 223 Fey essence stones. Killing them one by one is a waste of time and energy. It's better to kill them all at once. Lin Fei stroked his chin. As for the stronger ones, I'll slowly deal with them when the time comes. There's plenty of time. I have to think of an idea on how to lure them over. The majority of the Fey essence stones on the genius disciples were in the hands of the people at the very top. Only in the hands of the top geniuses. The other portion was in the hands of the stronger disciples of the dynasty. When all of them were added together, it was a huge number that was not inferior to the top disciples at all. There was a reason why Lin Fei had set his sights on the disciples below him. What should I think of? Something that can make them come over on their own accord without being suspicious. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. He thought of ideas one by one, but they were all rejected. I've got it. Let's do that. Lin Fei finally thought of an idea. They'll definitely fall for it. Lin Fei once again found an open space. After arranging the surroundings, he waved his hand, and true treasures flew out. There were all kinds of sword-shaped true treasures, blade-shaped true treasures, and a total of 10 of them. Lin Fei activated his Jin Yuan, and the true treasure's power increased greatly. They broke through the blood-colored fog, but their power did not dissipate. This should be enough. After revealing a smile, Lin Fei quickly hid himself. This scene was witnessed by everyone in the plaza. All kinds of discussions were endless. Some cursed him for being shameless, some for being despicable, but no one had a good impression of him. Monday and the other two also saw this scene. Hee, someone is starting to get unlucky. Monday said with a smile, this is a good move. The few people beside him seemed to be jealous of the other, taking out 10 true treasures at once. One of them coldly snorted, unlucky, I think that Brad is going to get unlucky. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Yinxiang rolled his eyes and pulled Monday, you're that confident? How about we make a bet? 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals. The tall man looked up and down and said in a strange tone, you want to bet with me? Monday said with a smile, why not? Don't you have confidence in what you just said? I think you should take back what you just said. You don't want to embarrass yourself. The tall man was furious, isn't it just 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals? I agree. Monday was not afraid of chaos, who wants to play? Feel free to bet. The highest is 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals. 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals was not a lot, but not a little either. Everyone could afford it. I bet that brat will definitely die. 100,000, I also bet that brat will die. Almost all of the people who placed their bets were betting that Lin Fei would be killed and his true treasures would be taken away. They did not believe that a mystic emperor brat would be able to resist the encirclement of so many people. Monday and Yinxiang glanced at each other. They were clearly laughing, but they were trying to hide it. Everyone's attention was on the light screen, so no one noticed their expressions. Autumn Moon Fairy also almost laughed out loud. Junior brother Lin Fei was a big monster. He had killed a whole group of mystic emperors and mystic sect experts. How could it be easy for him to deal with a group of weaklings? True treasure's power. There's a true treasure ahead. It looks so powerful. It must be a tyrannical true treasure. The heavens didn't let me gamble. This true treasure belongs to me. The true treasure's power surged, breaking through the bloody mist. Everyone in the bloody hell could feel this tyrannical power, which immediately attracted the attention of all the dynasty disciples in this area. A powerful true treasure, no one could resist this temptation. Sounds of breaking through the air arrived one after another, rushing toward the source of the true treasure's aura. It seemed that no one wanted to fall behind the others. In less than a moment, 70 to 80 people had gathered. Their target was the true treasure. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, had been using his spirit sense to check, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. True treasures are still very attractive to them. Lin Fei was very satisfied. 70 to 80 people, at least 1,000 Fei essence stones, and a large amount of experience and energy. Awesome. In Lin Fei's eyes, all of these dynasty disciples were mere tools. Looks like it's about time. We can start now. Lin Fei didn't wait. These people had already started fighting. He didn't want to miss out on the shining experience. Lin Fei's plan was to exchange one shot for another shot. 70 to 80 people barely made it. There were only a dozen true treasures, so it was not a small number to attract 70 to 80 people. Lin Fei flew out from the darkness and directly appeared behind a mystic sovereign brat. With one slash, the brat was cut in two. In front of the sharp killing sword, no matter how strong the defense was, it was just scrap metal. One slash, and a mystic emperor expert died. Two slashes, and an early mystic ancestor expert died. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed down. Corpses fell down, and a vacuum zone appeared around him. At first, no one noticed it, but by the time they did, more than 20 of the 70 to 80 people had died. Not good. This is a trap. Kill him. Someone immediately reacted. This person killed people like cutting vegetables and simply didn't put them in his eyes. Slaughter. Earth-class sword art, slaughter gods and exterminate demons. The sword chi was like silk, and every strand of sword chi gathered a shocking killing intent. When this killing intent rushed out, it immediately shook people's hearts. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, Lin Fei was like a ferocious tiger, killing these little sheep to his heart's content. The dynasty disciples fell one after another, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were going to die in the hands of a young man who was weaker than them. Run. Killing so many dynasty disciples with a single sword strike caused all the dynasty disciples to be stunned. Lin Fei had injured them with one slash. With the second slash, those who were preparing to run, one by one, they died under the sword, becoming ghosts. These people weren't strong, and Lin Fei was able to kill them easily. In the plaza, the group of people near Monday were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? These are 70 to 80 experts. How can they be so easily killed? This is so infuriating. The tall man lost his voice. He had lost 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals just like that. Many people had this expression. They had all lost. 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals were gone. Everyone, I am sorry. We will take these Jin Yuan crystals. Monday and the group laughed excitedly. In this small battle, they had earned 5 million Jin Yuan crystals, which was a huge profit for them. Chapter 407. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong for his monthly vote. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Divine Emperor Hao Tian, and Little Bai for their tips. Despicable, too despicable. Freak, really freak. This guy has already killed nearly 1,000 dynasty disciples. Why doesn't his primordial vitality seem to be used up? Which dynasty disciple is this? He kills people like he's chopping vegetables. He's too violent, too bloody. It's too scary. How does this guy cultivate? After Lin Fei killed another person, there was an uproar in the plaza. The reason for the uproar was that Lin Fei's methods were ruthless. Each time he attacked, he left no one alive. Every time he fired a shot, he would fire a cannon, constantly killing dynasty disciples. Most people would not dare to do such a thing, especially when he was facing dozens of dynasty disciples at once and had killed them all. The people in the plaza saw their dynasty disciples being killed with their own eyes. Their eyes widened, followed by endless resentment and hatred. As Lin Fei's kills succeeded again and again, he had unknowingly offended many dynasty disciples. This is really troublesome. Monday secretly transmitted his voice and looked at the screen expressionlessly, afraid of attracting attention. Lin Fei has offended all the dynasty disciples. It's not good for him to enter the sect. Yinxiang did not know what to say. In the past few days, Lin Fei had almost killed nearly 1,000 dynasty disciples. Even he was beginning to worry. Is junior brother Lin Fei not thinking about the consequences? It's not a good thing to offend so many dynasty disciples. I hope junior brother Lin Fei doesn't run into any powerful dynasty disciples. Yinxiang also whispered, I just heard them say that there are many masters in the dynasty this time. The top combat power has reached mystique venerable rank. Autumn Moon Fairy was meticulous, unlike Monday and Yinxiang who were worried. Junior brother Lin Fei must have a reason for doing this, we don't have to worry about it. Don't forget, junior brother Lin Fei is a big monster. I have full confidence in junior brother Lin Fei. Even if he meets a top expert, there is nothing to worry about. Monday and Yinxiang didn't know what to say. What he said made sense. On the high platform, Lin Fei was like a dark horse that had risen abruptly. In less than 3 to 5 days, he had killed close to 1,000 dynasty's disciples, and this caused everyone's eyes to light up. They wouldn't care about the casualties of the dynasty's disciples. The appearance of genius disciples was not accompanied by bloodshed. Geniuses who did not experience slaughter could not be considered true geniuses. They could only be regarded as flowers in a greenhouse. Therefore, the deaths of 1,000 disciples of the dynasty was nothing. Blood and slaughter created genius disciples. When Lin Fei used a real treasure as bait to kill a group of dynasty's disciples, it immediately attracted their attention. The Divine Sword School has met a good seedling this time, Saint Anyo said with a smile. The 7th swordsman's eyes fell on this young man. At first, he took a glance and didn't pay much attention, but unexpectedly, this young man went against the trend and suddenly showed his talent in swordsmanship. He is indeed a good seedling. The 7th swordsman smiled. Saint Anyo continued, this young man's murderous aura is too strong, and he doesn't hold back when he attacks. He looks like a sword immortal, especially the sword technique he used before, which is mainly murderous. It seems to be the cultivation method of a sword immortal. Whether he is a master of swordsmanship or a sword immortal, the Divine Sword School will welcome him. The 7th swordsman waved his hand. Swordsmanship is all about decisiveness, otherwise we wouldn't have been unable to recruit a disciple in hundreds of years. Look, a real expert has appeared. One of the disciples that the Saber sect admires. Lin Fei's aggressive killing naturally attracted people's attention. When they saw the figure rushing to the place, everyone's attention was on him. The Heaven Secret Sect Saint of the Heavenly Secret Sect suddenly said with a smile, Sky Saber Saint, 7th Sword Saint, the disciple that you like is going to fight. Why don't I be the banker and set up a bet? Let's have some fun together. The 2nd grade sects, 3rd grade sects, and so on all understood the meaning behind it. The Divine Sword School and the Saber sect had always been on bad terms. The sword was the king of swords, and the saber was the overlord of weapons. They fought each other, and their relationship had never been harmonious. The Heaven's Secret sect was clearly trying to sow discord. The Wanshou sect had always been afraid of chaos, especially with the Saber sect. Interesting. I also want to know whether the disciple that the Saber sect likes is stronger or the one that the Divine Sword School likes is stronger. The Wanshou sect is betting on the Divine Sword School. This is the seal of the venerable level 9-headed dog of the Wanshou sect. I bet on whether the Saber sect's Tyrant Blade Strike seal can take it. Those who knew about this secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The venerable level 9-headed dog was a good thing. The Wanshou sect was a first-grade sect in the Xiantian continent. They were proficient in the Tao of beasts, and they had many beast seals in their hands. The venerable level 9-headed dog could fight against a profound sage monster venerable. It was priceless, and there was no market for it. The Tyrant Blade Strike was also a treasure of the Saber sect. It contained the blade intent of a sage, and it could kill experts below the martial sage realm. Although it was a one-time use item, many people still coveted it. Hearing that Sage Qin Tian of the Wanshou sect took out such a precious treasure, one could imagine the intention of the Wanshou sect. The Sky Saber Saint's expression was cold. Venerable level 9-headed dog, good stuff. I'll bet with you. He turned his head and said to the seventh sword, I heard that you got a star stone 100 years ago. I'll take out the immortal sword art, one sword to flatten the heavens. How about we bet? The star stone was a rare material. When fused with a spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power by 30%. 30% attack power was already a heaven-defying existence for experts like the Profound Sage Realm. When one reached the Profound Sage Realm, the growth of one's power was very slow. Increasing one's attack power by 30% could completely suppress the opponent at the critical moment. The immortal sword art was also very tempting, especially for experts who used swords. The immortal sword art was more powerful than the heaven skill art. It was an irresistible temptation. A strange look flashed in the seventh sword's eyes. Sky Saber, aren't you afraid of giving me the immortal sword art for nothing? The Sky Saber Saint said, if it's the immortal sword art, I'll definitely use it myself. The immortal sword art is useless to me. As for what you said, I don't agree with you. So let's bet and see who has better foresight. The seventh sword laughed. Interesting. Let's bet then. It'll be too boring. The two things were good in everyone's eyes. Either one of them was priceless. Now that they had become the stakes, the sects below the first rank were very jealous. Everyone was also looking forward to seeing who had better foresight between the Saber sect and the Sword God sect. Bloody hell. Lin Fei had just killed a group of people, packed up the spirit treasures, true treasures, and the important fairy stones. When he was about to leave, his eyebrows twitched, and he retreated quickly. Whoosh. Chapter 408. After Lin Fei retreated, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Why are you sneaking around? Come out. He had always been the one killing others. Since when was it someone else's turn to kill him? Lin Fei was furious. His thoughts weren't clear and he wanted to kill someone. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely leave and not use such a tone. After becoming a sword immortal, he did not allow others to go against him. His temperament had changed. You are quite fast. You can actually dodge the void-breaking blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few figures appeared and quickly surrounded Lin Fei, blocking all his escape routes. Kid, you have killed so many people. Be sensible and hand over the things. On the upper left was a dwarf, like a small winter melon. His strength had actually reached the late profound ancestor realm. His Jin Yuan was thick and his combat power was outstanding. Don't think about escaping. Although your speed is very fast, we have already set up a heaven sealing formation to lock the void. Who asked you to have a lot of true treasures and a lot of demon essence stones? You deserve bad luck to meet us. Behind Lin Fei was a tall man who was laughing. After Lin Fei glanced around, he knew who he had met. He had been targeted. You were the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a young man holding a long blade in front of him. His whole body was emitting the aura of a blade. You are the first person to be able to block my blade. Mad Blade young master laughed. I just don't know how many of my blades you can block. What bullshit, young master. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of trash. Lin Fei used his palm as a blade and slashed towards Mad Blade young master. 100 feet long blade light with a sharp aura. This blade contained a destructive blade intent. Don't forget that Lin Fei first learned the blade Dao. When this blade slashed out, Mad Blade young master's eyes lit up. Good timing. Blood Sea. Boom! Mad Blade young master's long blade was not unsheathed. The blood-red long blade was also 100 feet long. The bloody aura was monstrous. It could be seen that he had quite some achievements in the blade Dao. The three people surrounding Lin Fei did not make a move. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Because of their mutual benefits, they specifically intercepted and killed the disciples of the dynasties, especially those who had wealth. Lin Fei was one of them who they had their eyes on through a secret technique. They wanted to make a fortune from him. The strength of the wild saber young master was the strongest among the four of them. His saber rarely cut through the air. Taking care of that brat was easy. Boom! The two saber lights collided and quickly collapsed. A strong wind of quintessential essence swept out, and the void behind the two continued to collapse. Kill. The wild saber young master made a living with the saber and rarely used a second saber. It was his first time encountering someone with a lower realm than him who had such formidable battle prowess. Two silhouettes rushed forward. Sword and saber lights filled the area, and for a moment, they were engaged in a fierce fight. The wild saber young master's saber will is overbearing. He is the best disciple of the saber sect. His saber will moves forward bravely. I dare say that before long, the black-clothed brat will be defeated, the Sky Saber Saint said slowly. I'm afraid the Star Stone will be mine. The latter sentence was directed at the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman's face darkened slightly. That's not necessarily true. The sword is always the king. Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose? He thought to himself, I didn't expect this wild saber young master to have such a powerful combat prowess. It really surprised me. However, the black-clothed brat seems to be at a disadvantage, and his real combat prowess has not been displayed yet. Once they start fighting, the wild saber young master will definitely die. The seventh swordsman had this intuition. In a short time, the seventh swordsman had already recognized the will of wind and the will of metal from his opponent. Although they were integrated into the sword techniques, ordinary people could not see them. The seventh swordsman believed that his opponent's combat prowess was more than that. 18 Styles of Blood Sea. The wild saber young master's saber technique was overbearing. It was overbearing, constantly suppressing his opponent. However, he was the only one who was confused. Although he displayed the saber technique incisively and vividly, he could do nothing to his opponent. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed. However, the boy in front of him had blocked it and seemed to be at a disadvantage. He could not even hurt a hair of his opponent. Only he knew the bitterness in his heart. The overbearing saber technique suddenly changed and turned into a continuous sea of blood, ready to trap his opponent in the sea of blood. The 18 Styles of Blood Sea was a lower-grade earth-level saber technique. The first move, Heaven and Earth, turned into a sea of blood. The second move, Blood Sea Saber. As soon as the wild saber young master performed this earth-level saber technique, his whole body also turned into a member of the Sea of Blood. It was extremely mysterious. Countless people had been killed by the 18 Styles of Blood Sea. Boy, you are dead this time. In the Sea of Blood, the wild saber young master's voice came from all directions. If the wild saber young master does not die, he will definitely be a disciple of our saber sect. The Sky Saber Saint smiled and glanced at the seventh swordsman in high spirits. The Sky Saber Saint knew that the boy was going to lose. The wild saber young master's earth-level saber technique turned himself into a sea of blood and hid his real body. This gave him the upper hand. The boy's sword technique was excellent, but it was useless in front of the earth-level saber technique. He could not even find his opponent's real body. The Sky Saber Saint was very sure. It was a rare opportunity to attack the Divine Sword sect. The Sky Saber Saint was usually a man of few words, but it did not mean that he would not attack others. The Sky Saber Saint seemed to be able to see the seventh swordsman's depressed expression. Exhilarating, too exhilarating. The seventh swordsman had full confidence in the boy in black. After seeing him use the 18 styles of Blood Sea, he knew that the situation was not good. The boy was really a genius to become one with the saber. If he wanted to break the 18 styles of Blood Sea, he must find the real body of the wild saber young master. In the Sea of Blood, it was easier said than done to find his opponent. Clang, 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 in the Sea of Blood, Lin Fei's lotus of water and fire protected him, blocking the saber radiance one after another. His strength is just like this. It's about time for me to make a move. After some testing, Lin Fei realized that it was boring. However, the saber master he had met was indeed very powerful, especially the last attack. Those on the light screen have been watching me. I can use him as an example. The more powerful I am, the more they will treat me like a treasure. Only by constantly killing experts can I prove my talent. The first-rank sects all liked peerless geniuses. Lin Fei wanted to make himself a peerless genius. 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Fei also cultivated this secret technique, followed by the Azure Dragon True Body. At this time, all 6 of his hands were holding real treasure swords, which were the most convenient. Just a sea of blood, break for me. The opponent's Blood Sea Saber intent was very strong. Lin Fei did not even need to use the earth-ranked sword art. He could use his rich Jin Yuan to tear the opponent apart. Bang, bang, bang. 6 real treasure swords, together with the killing sword in Lin Fei's hand, crazily bombarded the Sea of Blood. In the space of the Sea of Blood, it was constantly shaking. The wild saber young master's face sank. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase so much that he can even affect the Sea of Blood? The wild saber young master realized that he could not continue. The Sea of Blood rolled, and the saber intent turned into a torrent of the Sea of Blood, unceasingly crushing towards Lin Fei. Blood Sea Torrent, crush everything. A mighty torrent of blood. If this could crush him, he would die without a doubt. Open. Lin Fei rushed to the Blood Sea Torrent, and the invincible sword intent tore it apart. At this time, in front of the invincible sword intent, the domineering torrent of blood was forcibly split apart. The invincible sword intent was finally displayed. This was the invincible sword intent of a sword immortal. A mere blood torrent, after all, was no match for the invincible sword intent, and was blasted apart with one sword strike. The second sword strike, the invincible sword intent, tore a huge hole in the Sea of Blood. With the third sword strike, Lin Fei had already broken out of the seal and appeared outside the space of the Sea of Blood. As soon as Lin Fei's invincible sword intent came out, everyone on the high platform was shocked. They did not expect such a change to occur. Whether it was the first-grade sects or the other sects, they were all stunned. Invincible sword intent, this is the invincible sword intent that only a sword immortal can cultivate. 7th swordsman, an expert at the profound sage level, would not be so moved for thousands of years. He stood up directly from the high platform with an inexplicable excitement on his face. The invincible sword intent. This was the invincible sword intent that only a sword immortal could cultivate, and this sword immortal was not an ordinary sword immortal. He must be a sword immortal of the 3rd step. The 7th swordsman did not expect that the black-robed boy would bring such a big surprise. It had been many years since the Divine Sword Gate had a genius who had mastered the invincible sword intent. If such a genius did not die, he would become a sword immortal with extremely terrifying combat effectiveness. He would become a celestial immortal, and even if he could not become a celestial immortal, the combat effectiveness of an individual immortal would be able to fight against a celestial immortal. As soon as the invincible sword intent came out, the seventh swordsman knew that the mad blade young master would definitely die. With the invincible original heart and the invincible sword intent, killing people was as easy as eating. Originally, the seventh swordsman did not want to come this time. After all, there had not been a genius swordsman disciple for hundreds of years. Even if there was one occasionally, he would die in the hands of other geniuses. But this time, the seventh swordsman was glad that he came. Finally, he could go back and hand in a satisfactory answer. Who would not like a sword immortal who had the invincible sword intent? On the other side, the Tiandao saint's face was gloomy. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fei. He did not expect the black-robed boy to be a sword immortal, and the strongest one at that. The Saber sect and the Divine Sword Gate had been fighting for a long time. Both sides did not want to see the emergence of a peerless genius. After all, once a peerless genius appeared, the other side would be suppressed. The invincible sword intent. That boy has mastered the invincible sword intent. How is this possible? The Tiandao saint knew very well that there were very few people who could become the strongest sword immortal, but they could still appear. However, a sword immortal who had mastered the invincible sword intent might not even be seen in 1,000 years. If such a peerless genius fell into the hands of the Divine Sword Gate, wouldn't the disciples of the Saber sect be suppressed? No, this was absolutely not possible. As a saint of the Saber sect, the Tiandao saint naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He had mastered the invincible sword intent and was a sword immortal. His future achievements would be limitless. The stronger he was, the more terrifying his combat effectiveness would be. He could kill individual immortals at the Mystic Emperor realm. There had been such precedents before. This black-robed boy must die. He must die. He must not become a disciple of the Divine Sword Gate. The Tiandao saint rarely showed his killing intent. Chapter 409. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and Yesterday's Fragrance for the monthly vote. Killing intent, a killing intent that he had never felt before. The heavenly Saber saint could not care less about geniuses. There had never been a lack of geniuses on the continent. It was just that many geniuses would die under all kinds of strangulation. Geniuses could only be considered geniuses when they truly became experts of a region. The appearance of geniuses was often accompanied by all kinds of strangulation, and it was unknown how many geniuses had died in the hands of these geniuses. Exceptional geniuses were different. They were born with the great destiny of heaven and earth. Great destiny was a mysterious existence, and any dynasty could not lack destiny. Among the peerless geniuses, the invincible sword immortal was the #1 monster. In the heavenly Saber saint's memory, there was a record of a sword immortal genius. A few thousand years ago, the Divine Sword sect had produced a sword immortal with great luck. Even though that sword immortal did not possess the invincible sword intent, he was still a third-step sword immortal. His swordsmanship shocked the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. He killed geniuses from all walks of life and became a sword immortal for thousands of years. That era was the era of sword immortals. None of the geniuses dared to call themselves geniuses in front of this sword immortal. For 1,000 years, sword immortals ruled the world. Many geniuses of the Saber sect died under the sword of this sword immortal without exception. Even the Saber sect's hidden elder was killed by him. He fought to a draw against an itinerant immortal, creating an illustrious battle record that shook the continent and was passed down through the ages. A peerless genius. One had cultivated the invincible sword will. The strongest sword immortal. The combination of the three would be the nightmare of all the geniuses on the continent, and it would be a dark age that no one would be able to get rid of. The era of the sword immortal. There was a saying passed down in the Saber sect since ancient times: peerless sword immortals must be killed without mercy. The battle continued. It was in an ending state. The invincible sword intent swept out in all directions, killing everything in its path. Even undying beings would have to bow down to this invincible sword intent. Kill. Lin Fei broke out of the sea of blood, and his invincible sword will soared into the sky. He no longer concealed himself, and no longer blocked, standing tall above this bloody hell. At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible sword god. I will become a real knife god. I will not lose. The wild saber young master's eyes were completely red. Feeling the heaven-shaking invincible sword intent, he was completely stunned. Invincible sword intent, peerless genius, peerless sword immortal, why did such a person have to appear? Blood sea mad dragon. Blood sea floods the sky. Wild saber young master unleashed his saber even faster, bringing out a blood-colored saber aura. Lin Fei looked on indifferently. The invincible sword will swept out, and all the attacks were easily resolved in front of the invincible sword will. It could be said that at this moment, with Lin Fei's invincible sword will on him, the surrounding area had become the world of invincible sword will. The sword is the king, and the saber is the overlord. You still have to bow down to me. Under Lin Fei's feet, there was a dense invincible sword intent and a flying sword. Invincible sword intent, vacuum strike. Lin Fei's expression was focused as he pointed out his finger. It was incomparably profound. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to have a new understanding of the invincible sword will. White sword intent, invincible pressure. The wild blade young master's eyebrows jumped. Bullshit invincible sword intent, I, the wild blade young master, am the most powerful. Boom, mad saber young master's entire body was bleeding profusely. Human and blade as one, bloody cut. In front of everyone's eyes, 100 zhang long blood-red saber appeared. There were many figures on the long saber, and they vaguely looked like the wild blade young master. Secret technique, the wild blade young master's secret technique. The blood-red saber turned everything between heaven and earth red. Wild blade young master met a peerless genius, what a pity. At such a young age, he cultivated the invincible sword intent and is the strongest sword immortal. I wonder how many geniuses will die in the hands of this black-clothed kid in the future. Perhaps, the era of the sword immortal is coming. On the high platform, all the sects were stupefied at this moment. In front of this peerless sword immortal, there was a certain gap between geniuses. The blood-red color dissipated, and the wild blade young master opened his eyes wide. His eyebrows were blasted open by the invincible sword intent. Invincible sword intent, I am not willing, his breath stopped, and he fell from the sky. Not good, let's go. The other three were scared out of their wits. Bang, 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 with unwillingness, the three followed in the footsteps of the other party. Lin Fei stopped in the air and experienced the feeling just now. After a moment, he opened his eyes thoughtfully and immediately laughed. As a sword immortal, I should be invincible in the world, and the invincible sword intent will defeat heroes everywhere. The long roar continued, and the sword intent soared into the sky, sweeping through the entire bloody hell. Lin Fei finally comprehended his own sword heart. All along, he had always felt that something was missing, something important. When he comprehended his own sword heart, everything came naturally. Lin Fei's combat power rose to another level. Invincible sword heart, he should advance bravely and defeat heroes everywhere. Lin Fei wanted to thank the wild blade young master for finally comprehending his own sword heart. He no longer hid and bravely released his true heart, becoming invincible in the world. At the same time, this long roar made almost all the dynasty's disciples stop, shocked by the long roar that contained the sword intent. Beside the lake, a white-clothed young master moved elegantly, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. What a domineering sword intent, it made my fist intent restless. The white-clothed young master flashed a strange look, this is a real opponent. If I can kill him, my fist intent will rise to another level. The white-clothed young master did not hesitate and took a step toward the place where the long roar came from. On the swamp. A middle-aged man in animal skin with a stocky build and a grandmaster-level great demons on each side quickly killed the blood demons in front of them, leaving a ground full of corpses. Sword intent? Who can release such a strong sword intent? The middle-aged man in animal skin looked delighted, this person must have a lot of blood essence stones on him. He sat on the great demon and left the scarlet swamp. In the bloody hell, the various dynasties' geniuses were shocked by the long roar. The long roar contained the invincible sword intent. It was the king of swords, making everyone feel like they were subservient. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the sky. The invincible sword intent turned into a huge lotus, and the sword intent turned into lotus leaves. He's going to fight the heroes and completely consolidate the invincible sword heart. Someone on the high platform exclaimed. The people outside were either mystique venerable ones or mystique sages, so they could naturally see the clues. The seventh swordsman was beaming with joy. No matter how he looked at it, he found this kid pleasing to the eye. Good kid, using the invincible sword intent to stimulate the various geniuses. He's preparing to completely consolidate the invincible sword heart. He's really courageously moving forward to fight the various geniuses. The invincible sword intent that Lin Fei displayed earlier was already monstrous enough. Now, inviting the heroes to fight was completely in line with the style of a sword immortal. Brother Seventh Swordsman, your divine sword sect is about to usher in a truly glorious era. Sage Anya let out a long sigh, provided that such a peerless genius doesn't fall in the battle. Chapter 410. The seventh swordsman was excited, but at the same time, he was worried, which was rare. The geniuses from the various dynasties that kept coming were all extremely powerful. In particular, some of the outstanding geniuses from the various dynasties had outstanding battle prowess. With so many geniuses of the dynasties gathered together, the seventh swordsman could not help but worry. What if he died? Such a peerless genius, a peerless sword immortal, naturally belonged to the god of Swords Gate. The seventh swordsman was certain that if the young man in black joined the divine sword school, the world was destined to belong to him in the future. He would not be able to find an opponent who could compete with him. The young man's potential was limitless, and even the seventh swordsman himself would not be a match for him in the future. Back then, there was a sword immortal from the inner sect. His combat prowess was outstanding and he made a name for himself. He single-handedly suppressed the geniuses of the continent and used a path of white bones to pave the path of a sword immortal that belonged to him. If he had not encountered the terrifying sword immortal tribulation during his tribulation transcendence, the sword god sect would have produced a true sword immortal. Although that sword immortal eventually perished, the divine sword school's glorious years had always been a source of pride for its disciples. It was because of this sword immortal that the divine sword school was able to advance from a second-grade sect to a first-grade sect. After thousands of years, another peerless sword immortal had appeared. His talent was even more powerful than the previous one. In the future, it would definitely be the era of the sword immortal. At the same time, the divine sword school would also welcome its glorious years. If this bloody hell had not been Emperor Xian's treasure, the seventh swordsman would have taken it back to his sect immediately. With proper training, his name would definitely shake the world in the future. What is junior brother Lin Fei trying to do? On the plaza, Monday couldn't help but worry. The situation on the light screen was very clear, and one could also see the endless hidden dangers. Junior brother Lin Fei looks like he's comprehending something. Yunxiang frowned. It can't be an epiphany, right? It can't be an epiphany. Epiphany requires talent. It's rare for a person to have one in their lifetime. Autumn Moon Fairy shook her head. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei isn't someone who likes to show off. Perhaps he's preparing so much because he wants to fight against the other heroes. What? Fight the heroes? Yunxiang and Monday were shocked. How could this be possible? Both of them were filled with disbelief. Autumn Moon Fairy, are you joking? Monday asked. I'm not joking, Autumn Moon Fairy shook her head again. You'll know once you keep watching. Is junior brother Lin Fei someone who would mess around? Didn't you hear the long whistle just now? Just as Yunxiang was about to speak, a cry of surprise rang out in the square. Our undying dynasty's fairy blue lotus has arrived. What does fairy blue lotus count for? Do you see that black-clothed sir? He is our Snow Wind Imperial Court's senior apprentice brother Feng Jianzi. His swordsmanship is unparalleled and he is a genius that will become an emperor in the future. He has only cultivated for 200 years and has already reached perfection of the profound ancestor realm. I'm more optimistic about that Grim Reaper. His Grim Reaper's heavenly saber is several times more powerful than the Mad Saber Young Master. He is also a genius who can enter the top 50 among the geniuses this time. The noble sword Saint Light has also appeared. He is a true genius who can get into the top 30. He is not one of those fake geniuses who only practice one blade technique and one sword technique. Even if he is a genius, he is just a junior who is sitting at the bottom of a well. Everyone in the square was in heated discussion. Every time a genius that belonged to their dynasty appeared, they would immediately be cheered. It was as if they had gained a lot of face. It had to be said that Lin Fei's roar contained an invincible sword intent that could suppress all wills had aroused strong dissatisfaction among the geniuses. Following the roar, they came all the way here. The will suppression came from this kid? When the first figure appeared in the sky and saw Lin Fei sitting cross-legged, he couldn't help but be shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is the sword intent augmentation. What a profound comprehension. Another genius disciple appeared in the sky and stared at Lin Fei with a solemn expression. When geniuses appeared one after another, everyone was slightly surprised. The will suppression came from this kid. Among them, some came from large dynasties and some came from super dynasties. Each of them was a proud son of heaven, arrogant and overbearing. To be suppressed by a roar of will was something that could not be allowed. Therefore, they came to find that arrogant kid who dared to use will suppression. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it is a mere kid who is still wet behind the ears. Before he arrived, his laughter had already arrived. The god of violence is here. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes. Why is this genius here? The name, God of Violence, was enough to tell that he wasn't someone who was easy to negotiate with. He was the king of destruction among the geniuses and had the most violent temperament. These geniuses were afraid of the god of violence. The god of violence was just like his name. He was tall and muscular and had the cultivation of the profound ancestor realm. He didn't hide his aura at all and kept releasing it. Some of the geniuses had no choice but to defend against it. Judging from his aura, this god of violence was very strong. Among the geniuses, he could enter the top 50. The god of violence landed with a furious look on his face. A shadow appeared behind him and didn't ask why. Bastard, how dare you provoke me? Die. The shadow moved and stepped out. There was a giant black hammer in his hand that was shining with black light. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. When the hammer smashed down, the sky shattered like a floor. Among all the weapons, the hammer was extremely powerful. It was one of the best weapons to display one's strength. There were only a few people who could use the hammer well. The violent god's attack caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A look of fear appeared on their faces. The violent god's strength had increased by quite a bit. A single hammer strike could affect them. Boom! Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged. The lotus formed by the invincible sword intent started to move. Sword lights shot up into the sky. There were so many of them that it made everyone's scalp go numb. The sword intent pierced through the sky. When the hammer landed on the lotus formed by the invincible sword intent, the void giant was instantly pierced through. The attack didn't stop and the void giant was killed. The god of violence's body trembled and then stabilized himself. When the crowd saw this, they were shocked. This kid's sword intent was so strong. How was this possible? They were already afraid of the god of violence's attack. They didn't expect this kid's sword intent to be even scarier than before. No wonder he dared to use his will to suppress him. God of violence, it seems like there are times when you are at a disadvantage. That's rare. A mocking voice could be heard. A shadow turned into a beam of light and rushed over. The god of violence was furious. Hentian, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The newcomer was an elegant young man with a melancholy temperament. He was one of the rivals of the god of violence, or rather, a mortal enemy. Your words are bullsh**, said Hentian. If you have the ability, let's fight for 300 rounds. See how I kill you. Why don't you change your title of King of Destruction to King of Powerlessness? He laughed loudly. At this moment, another person appeared. God of Violence, Hention, are you done? Said the person who came. If you have the ability, why don't you break this kid's sword lotus? God of Violence laughed. I like what you said. Hention, aren't you strong? Break this sword lotus first. Can't you see that this kid doesn't care about us? If you break this sword lotus, I admit that you are stronger than me. If you don't dare to go, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself. Hention had seen everything that had just happened. God of Violence, you are known as the King of Destruction. You can't even break this sword lotus. How dare you ask me to help you? However, seeing that you are sincere, I will show you what true strength is. God of Violence's face darkened. All right. I want to see how strong you are. Don't brag about how strong you are. In reality, you are nothing. Prince Henshin's fist technique is amazing. You are a true genius. You will definitely be able to break this kid's sword lotus. God of Violence and Henshin's strength are similar. Even God of Violence failed. Hention might not succeed. That kid is too strong. Henshin's face was solemn. In order to suppress God of Violence, Hention didn't mind showing his strength. Hate the heavens for being blind. Henshin's aura changed. The fist intent of hatred seemed like it was going to reach the heavens. It was filled with endless hatred. Hention was too weak. Hention was too cruel. Hention was too domineering. If one's heart wasn't strong enough, when faced with the fist intent of Hention, one's heart started to crumble. What a sharp fist intent. He has infused hatred into his fist intent. Just now, the King of Destruction had a destructive aura. When he swung his hammer, it felt like he could break the heavens and earth. Henshin's fist technique was even more terrifying. A fist intent that could even hate the heavens was terrifying. Only people like them could cultivate such a technique. Henshin's fist intent was like a rainbow as it collided with the sword lotus. The sword lotus shook. Under the pressure of the fist intent, it continued to crumble. Compared to God of Violence's attack, it was clear who was stronger. God of Violence, watch how I break this sword lotus. Hention laughed. God of Violence and the others were shocked. Henshin's fist intent had improved once again. It could crush the sword lotus of his opponent. Walala, the sword lotus continued to crumble. The sword intent created another sword lotus. The cycle continued and continued. Henshin's smile froze on his face. His fist intent could not tear apart the sword lotus of his opponent. Instead, his strength was being reduced. Hention, you are the same as me. You are nothing special. God of Violence finally found an opportunity. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. God of Violence and Hention were both powerful cultivators. Their attacks were exchanged for one defending and the other attacking. This proved that Hention was strong. If it were them, it would not be so easy. Rumble, the blood-red sky suddenly shook. The flowing blood-red clouds exploded one by one. Everything within a radius of the sky turned into nothingness. A strong aura covered the sky. Aura. It was real aura. Puff puff under the aura, some of the disciples from the dynasties spat out blood. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared in a certain direction. There was a strong force in that direction that made them nervous. God of Violence and Hention stopped and looked in that direction. They are here. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Chapter 411. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs Flying, Happy Lil Do, Rainbow Dragon, Fengyun Ordinary, Bob, Cry Frog, for their monthly votes. They're here. Said all the helplessness in their hearts. Geniuses like God of Violence and Hateful Sky could say such words. Of course, there was someone stronger than them. As soon as he finished his words, several powerful auras appeared from all directions. They were like stars in the sky, attracting people's attention. Every powerful aura was full of domineering auras, and they came crashing down. That's right, it was an unscrupulous crushing. No matter what was in front of them, they would crush everything in an overbearing manner. The area where the crowd was suddenly became the center of the crushing. Puff, puff, puff. Under the pressure of this aura, the weaker disciples of the dynasty were trembling unconsciously. Blood trickled down from the corners of their mouths. They were directly injured by the crushing aura. Fong Nan, don't you think you've gone too far? God of Violence's true core was stirred up, blocking the crushing aura. This is not your territory. A giant walked out of the void. He looked young and was 20 feet tall, but his height gave people a strong sense of oppression. God of Violence, you're still so hot-tempered. Fong Nan laughed. 10 years ago, you couldn't even withstand one move from me. I wonder if you can withstand one move from me this time. Hua, the void was suddenly divided into two. A golden hammer was full of power, making people feel endless danger. God of Violence was embarrassed into anger. I was no match for you 10 years ago. 10 years later, the one who will lose will be you. Life Reaper Hammer. Similarly, a black hammer flew out and quickly collided with the golden hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the golden hammer and the black hammer collided, a strong wind swept across, and the overbearing power formed a whirlpool. Bang, the golden hammer hit fiercely again. The black hammer was broken, and it smashed toward God of Violence with a jingguang. Many treasures gathered in front of God of Violence, accompanied by cracking sounds. God of Violence was sent flying. I haven't seen you for 10 years, and you're still so weak. Fong Nan withdrew his golden hammer, his eyes full of disdain. Loser, you will still be a loser even if I give you 10 years. With brutal God strength, he could enter the top 50. In the end, he was defeated so quickly in front of this Fong Nan. It was a complete mess. No, I'm not a loser. Violent God roared. He wasn't willing to give up. Boom! The golden hammer flew out again and smashed into Violence God's body. Loser, killing you will only dirty my hands. Fong Nan shook his head and no longer looked at him. Get lost. Seeing the brutal god's miserable state, everyone held their breath and dared not make a sound. Fong Nan, a genius disciple of the giant spirit sect, had already reached the peak of the profound Grandmaster realm. As soon as he made his move, everyone knew that he was also a genius who had cultivated his strength to the extreme. Brutal God also used a hammer, but he was still no match for Fong Nan. The top 10 experts lived up to their reputation. Fong Nan, when did you become so kind? Another person flew out from the void. He was filled with a boundless evil aura, as if he was a gigantic beast that wanted to devour people. Everyone's hearts trembled. This savage lord had also come. This loser, I will destroy his dantian and turn him into a piece of trash. Wang Xiong licked his lips, so, no loser dares to attack me. They are all dead. Ha ha ha, shock. Boundless terror. The disciples who were close to Wang Xiong chose to step back quietly. Bang, that person's head was smashed by a punch. Wang Xiong appeared in front of him, blood splashed on his face. He grinned, bastard, am I so scary? So, you deserve to die. Then, he licked the blood. Fong Nan, that loser, do you want me to help you get rid of him? Fong Nan's face was filled with disgust. Don't bother Brother Wang. Those who wanted to make a move didn't dare to move anymore. This Wang Xiong was a disciple of the Demon Kill sect. When he was young, he was exterminated and his personality changed. Among the younger generation, he was famous for his cruelty. A look, a movement, a word would be the reason for him to attack. Ordinary people would stay away from Wang Xiong, fearing that they would be killed with one punch. What a pity. Let me smash his head. That sound must be very nice. Wang Xiong grinned. He squinted his eyes and looked at God Wu. The injured God Wu was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Wang Xiong, your taste has changed again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures landed. Wang Xiong's eyes were filled with cruelty. Hee, actually, what I want to do the most is to break your necks and twist them into a dough twist. Really, I have always wanted to do that. Then, he licked his lips, looking very bloodthirsty. You want to break our necks, but we want to kill you. You are ranked 65th on the list of villains. If we kill you, there will be countless people who want to whip your corpse. Brother Jiang, why bother talking to this kind of scum? Let's clean him up later. At this time, a woman in red said coldly. Wang Xiong grinned again. Jiang Wuxin, Du Mei, if you were a couple, you would be a shameless couple. I have killed countless people, but I have never killed a shameless couple. It must be very satisfying and interesting. You're courting death. Du Mei, dressed in red, frowned, and her chest heaved violently. Junior sister Du Mei, why bother with this kind of person? It's not worth it. Jiang Wuxin was a gentleman in white. Let him live a little longer. When the time comes, I will send him to hell. Lin Fei had been watching. The roar contained the pressure of the invincible sword will, which was used to stimulate the genius disciples. In half a month, almost all the weaker ones had died. The remaining ones were naturally experts, true experts. These people are powerful and can be used to stabilize my sword heart. I want to welcome the heroes of the world with my invincible sword heart. Lin Fei smiled. Once the invincible sword heart is formed, I will be a true sword immortal. Lin Fei had only comprehended this after comprehending the invincible sword heart. A sword immortal must have the sword heart, followed by the sword will. If the sword heart was the soul, then the sword will was the soul. When the sword heart and the sword will were combined, it was the soul. They were truly one. Lin Fei had an urge to fight them. He had never had a desire to fight before. No matter where they came from or what background they had, they would become his stepping stones to achieve his invincible self. It seems that my roar has attracted all of you experts. Lin Fei laughed. Now, I declare that all of you hand over the blood essence stones. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Lin Fei felt that these words were very imposing. Chapter 412. At Lin Fei's words, there was a burst of laughter in the plaza. The laughter contained disdain, sarcasm, mockery, and snorts of contempt. There were all kinds of expressions. This kid thinks he can be so arrogant just because he killed a few people. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. He'll regret it later. Fong Nan, Jiang Wuxin, and the others are all true top powerhouses of the younger generation. This black-clothed kid is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to dare rob them. There are so many strange things happening this year. All kinds of people are popping up. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would feel their scalp tingle when faced with so many prodigies. I dare say that kid must have eaten leopard's guts. It's best if Jiang Wuxin kills this kid and let him know that there's always someone better out there. He just killed our empire's powerhouses. No one believed that in the face of so many prodigies and true prodigy powerhouses, how could the black-clothed kid not be defeated and not die? Even if a few prodigies attacked, the black-clothed kid would be at a loss, let alone the other prodigy powerhouses. Junior brother Lin Fei is crazy. Monday let out a long sigh. He had already lost his temper from the blow. There were so many geniuses here, yet junior brother Lin Fei still dared to rob them. Zhou Yi was filled with admiration for his guts. Even in the unfalling empire, with his status as a member of the royal family, he didn't dare to be so brazen. These prodigy disciples before him were no weaklings. That's right. The most shocking thing I've seen in my life is the big event brought about by junior brother Lin Fei. Yunxiang's pupils shrank. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to say that for the rest of my life. In that case, it's normal for junior brother Lin Fei to be ahead of us. He has a fearless heart, unlike us who are timid and restricted by the rules. Brother Zhou, brother Yun, were no match for junior brother Lin Fei. When the autumn moon fairy saw this scene, she was still shocked. Maybe, we lack this kind of mentality. We have been restricted too much, but junior brother Lin Fei is breaking the rules and advancing bravely. So, his strength is constantly improving, and even though we have improved, we are still not as good as junior brother Lin Fei. I've decided that when I return this time, I'll experience true cultivation and travel the continent. Yinxiang's gaze was firm. Only by constantly fighting, constantly advancing, and constantly surpassing myself can I climb to the peak of martial arts. Brother Yun is thinking the same as me. I'm also preparing to go out and train. Even if I can't catch up to that freak, Lin Fei, I still have to increase my strength. I can't let Lin Fei look down on us. Unbeknownst to them, it was Lin Fei's battle that had unknowingly allowed Monday and Yinxiang to have a fortuitous encounter in the future. And on the high platform, the various sects were dumbfounded at the sight before them. Could it be that this peerless genius wanted to start the path of suppressing geniuses ahead of time? Ushering in a brand new era of sword immortals? Was it possible? Although everyone was surprised that this peerless genius had already comprehended the invincible sword intent at such a young age and was extremely powerful, he didn't even have a 10% chance of winning against so many geniuses, right? Of course, they did not wish for such a peerless genius to be born. Back in the era of the sword immortal, the geniuses of various sects were suppressed, and some of their elders died. It was only when the other party died under the heavenly tribulation that they were able to catch a breather and recover. How could they be willing to see the era of the sword immortal once again? No matter which sect it was, they did not wish for a mountain to appear above their heads, the kind that they could not surpass. Back then, a single sword immortal from the divine sword sect had caused all the geniuses to suffer. Countless genius experts died, and many of the elders who were cultivating in secret also died in the hands of the sword immortal. For sword immortals, there was a hidden hatred in their hearts. Usually, when a sword immortal appeared, as long as they had outstanding talent, they would be secretly disposed of. No one wanted a sword immortal with great potential to appear. Therefore, there were not many sword immortals on the continent, and there were even fewer sword immortals with outstanding talent. Now that a peerless sword immortal had appeared, there was no doubt that it had added a mountain above their heads, a mountain that even they could not surpass. Back then, the divine sword sect was only a second-grade sect. Now, it was already a first-grade sect. There were many experts in the sect, and it controlled a large number of cultivation resources. If this peerless sword immortal joined the divine sword sect, with the sect's strong nurturing and large amounts of resources, in less than a decade or a century, a sword immortal with powerful combat power would appear in the divine sword sect. Back then, sword immortals could fight and kill itinerant immortals. If this person reached the level of Emperor Xian, itinerant immortals would probably be like chickens and dogs in his hands. Even the projection of a heaven immortal might not be able to do anything to him. A peerless sword immortal with an invincible sword intent. His future achievements were immeasurable. This kid is courting death. It's best if he dies under everyone's joint attack. A peerless sword immortal has to die. Too many genius disciples in our sect died back then, so much so that there was almost a gap in the middle. Sword immortals should be killed, but peerless sword immortals should be killed even more. Variable. The black-robed brat is the biggest variable in this dynasty battlefield. If he doesn't die, another sword immortal era will arrive in the future. If the mystic the Arch isn't around, would really want to kill that brat. Unfortunately, the mystic the Arch is here. If we dare to make a move, the mystic the Arch will probably be the first to kill us. That brat lured all the true experts of the dynasty battlefield over. No matter what he's thinking, he's definitely going to die this time. This will also save us from worrying. No matter what sect it was, they were all the same. The current situation was most useful to them. If they had another peerless sword celestial, it would be even more impossible for them to contend against him in the future. This was especially so for the first-rank sect, the divine sword sect. They would have a golden opportunity to develop again. The seventh swordsman of the divine sword sect was the most worried. Domineering indeed, but you should also know how to keep a low profile. Why do you have to act together? The seventh swordsman's face showed no expression, but he was grumbling inside. He had finally met a peerless celestial swordsman, but now he had attracted the attention of a true master from the battlefield of the dynasties. "Brat, don't you know that all the sects want you to die at their hands?" The seventh swordsman did not want to see that happen. The peerless sword celestial should be killed without mercy. The seventh swordsman knew about this secret. It was precisely because of this that the number of sword celestials on the continent continued to decrease. Almost every time one of them appeared, they would be quickly killed. Outsiders might not know, but the seventh swordsman knew. These sword celestials were all arranged by the sects to be killed. After what happened in the past, sword celestials were like rats on the street that everyone wanted to kill. Few sword celestials could make a name for themselves. Every time a sword celestial appeared, the sects would deal with him. It felt like they were being paranoid. The seventh swordsman had never thought that he would meet a peerless sword celestial. But now, the seventh swordsman had to think about it. No matter how the battle turns out, the black-robed brat must be saved. He can't die at their hands, the seventh swordsman thought. A peerless sword celestial that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even if the individual immortal patriarchs take action, it will be worth it. Before he knew it, the seventh swordsman had already treated the other as a disciple of the divine sword sect. This kind of genius was born to belong to the divine sword sect. If he sat back and let the peerless sword celestial be killed, the individual immortal patriarchs would kill him. It would be normal for him to face the wall for 10,000 years. The seventh swordsman shuddered at the thought of that. Such a thing could not happen. As such, the seventh swordsman secretly spread the news. That was the highest messaging talisman of the divine sword school. Even Emperor Xian could not see through it and could not stop it. The seventh swordsman believed that the other sects were also thinking about how to deal with the black-robed boy. In fact, the seventh swordsman was right. First was the heavenly saber saint. First, he was humiliated in front of the seventh swordsman, and now the black-robed boy's aggressive invitation. This was clearly a prelude to suppression. Whether it succeeded or not, it meant that the person in front of him was very ambitious. If he died, that would be for the best. There would be one less big trouble. What if he didn't die? The heavenly saber saint was worried. Let the divine sword sect take it back? That would definitely not work. This is a matter of utmost importance. We have to inform the sect master. It would be best if we could invite the loose immortal patriarchs. We definitely can't let this brat leave the battlefield alive. He's also not allowed to become a disciple of the divine sword school. If there was a chance, the Sky Saber Saint would not mind personally killing the young man in black. It was a pity that the mystic Arch was not around. The sect had to invite the loose immortal patriarchs to make the guardians yield and kill the young man completely. The Sky Saber Saint quickly figured it out. At the same time, he also thought that the seventh swordsman would inform the sect. This matter had become a super big deal. If the black-robed boy did not die, he would definitely become the Saber sect's biggest enemy in the future. The Sky Saber Saint knew how terrifying the sword immortals were. With the talent of the black-robed boy, his strength would be very terrifying in the future. Even if he could not pass the tribulation and become an immortal, he would still be able to dominate the world. After the Sky Saber Saint spread the news, he was relieved. What he had to do now was to wait for the loose immortal patriarchs. When the loose immortal patriarchs arrived, as long as they arrived before the divine sword school, the black-robed boy would die even if he had 10 lives. He believed that the loose immortal patriarchs would definitely appear for such an important matter. The other 3 first-grade sects were also full of worries at the moment. It was all because of this peerless sword celestial. Such a huge change would happen this time, and it would even affect the sect's strength in the future. Why does such a peerless sword celestial have to join the divine sword school? If the loose immortal patriarchs take him as a disciple, I'm afraid that the boy would not be able to resist this temptation. Wanshou sect's Qin Tian's eyes lit up. He felt that he had walked out of a dead end. Qin Tian felt that it was a pity to kill the disciple of such a peerless sword celestial. However, if the black-robed boy became a disciple of the divine sword school, it would be impossible for the Wanshou sect. Why couldn't he become a disciple of the Wanshou sect? No one could reject the loose immortal patriarchs personally taking action. The loose immortal patriarchs were already the top experts in the continent. It would be a great honor to become a disciple of an loose immortal patriarchs. By the way, I want to inform the sect leader. As long as the loose immortal patriarchs arrive, the black-robed boy is still not a disciple of the Wansho sect. At that time, there would be a sword celestial with an invincible sword essence. Qin Tian was excited for coming up with such an idea. At the same time. Chapter 413. P.S. Thanks to Book Collection, Dusk, Luo Yushuan for the tips and floating indefinite monthly tickets. Something big is about to happen. The white-robed mystic the Arch said. He looked calm, but he couldn't help but worry. I remember the last time something happened was a few thousand years ago. I didn't think we would encounter it. The mystic Thearchs frowned, and it's a peerless sword immortal that only appears once in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Back then, the sword immortals were the best of the best. Now, they've become street rats. The white-robed mystic the Arch sighed. It's fine if that kid dies. If he doesn't, we two guardians won't be able to handle the rogue immortals. As the mystic Thearchs, the two guarded the dynasty battlefield. They didn't care about ordinary mystic Thearchs. As guardians, they could order them to retreat. Even if they really attacked, they could suppress them. But the rogue immortal old ancestor was different. They were just a step away from heaven immortal. The power of the rogue immortals had a qualitative change and grasped the methods of immortals. If the rogue immortal old ancestor appeared, the two of them wouldn't be able to stop it. The dynasty war had happened countless times and such changes were rare. Now that they encountered it, the two mystic Thearchs felt helpless. Forget it. The problem between the sect and the sword immortal was left behind thousands of years ago. It has become a deep ravine that cannot be crossed. If the itinerant immortals were to take action, we can only watch helplessly. The white-robed mystic the Arch said. If the previous guardians didn't leave the continent to cultivate, we wouldn't be afraid of the rogue immortal old ancestor. The mystic Thearch sighed. It's best if the rogue immortal old ancestor doesn't appear. Let the dynasty war end peacefully and we can live up to our identity as guardians. Even though they thought so, they weren't sure if the rogue immortal old ancestor would appear. The key was to see how strong the black-robed kid was. This kid actually wants to rob us. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Crazy, he must be crazy. Otherwise, why would he rob us? Doesn't he know that we have so many people? A mouthful of water from each of us is enough to drown that kid? See, some people are already thinking of attacking to teach that kid a lesson. I'm at profound grandmaster middle stage. Even I don't dare to be so arrogant. I have to be careful, afraid that I'll meet a powerful expert and die in their hands. All the disciples of the dynasty present laughed. After all, their birth and their families were existences that people would look up to. But now, someone dared to rob them. Other than having a screw loose, they couldn't think of a second reason. Good boy, you're really amazing. Wang Xiong laughed heartily. I've always wanted to do this, but I didn't expect you to beat me to it. It was hard to tell whether this was good or bad. After all, Wang Xiong was an unfathomable person. He was neither good nor evil, it was difficult to see through him. Senior brother Jiang, this little thief is so hateful. He's the same as Wang Xiong. Dumei revealed a look of disgust. It's best to kill both of them later. Leaving people like them alive is a disaster. Jiang Wuxin said, he is indeed hateful. Perhaps he is another villain on the villain list. He deserves to be killed. I don't care if he's on the evil ranking or not. I just want to know if the roar came from you. Fang Nan stared at Lin Fei and said in an unquestionable tone. Wang Xiong, it seems that we are kindred spirits. Based on what you said before, I can spare your life. Lin Fei said faintly. His impression of Wang Xiong was better than that of ordinary people. Perhaps it was because he was free and straightforward. He didn't need any reason to kill. It was all based on his mood. He didn't need any disguise. He didn't need any tricks. He was free and did what he wanted. Wang Xiong was startled. He didn't know how long it had been since he heard such words. Interesting, interesting. This is the first time I've met someone like you. I admit that I'm overbearing, but compared to you, I'm at a disadvantage. Let me tell you, if you survive, I'll treat you to a drink and watch the beauties of the Snow Palace bathe. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This kind of person really did what he wanted. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Fei didn't refuse the invitation. What was kindred spirits? Lin Fei felt that if he and Wang Xiong could become friends, they would be very good friends. On Earth, Lin Fei was a mortal with layers of rules above his head. But on the Xiantian continent, Lin Fei pursued as he pleased and broke the layers of rules above his head. Lin Fei didn't like rules. Rules were meant to be broken. The conversation between Lin Fei and Wang Xiong had already caused many people to feel dissatisfied. They had been suppressed by Lin Fei's will and were already filled with anger. Now that they were ignored by Lin Fei and his previous words, their anger exploded. Kid, did you do it? Fong Nan was one of the top 10 experts. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Ha ha ha, are you blind? If it wasn't for me, how could I have lured you here and robbed you? Lin Fei stood up straight. Looks like no one wants to hand over the fairy stones. Then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Giving them a way out was not their choice. Divine power, 5-blow thunderstruck. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would back down. As soon as he attacked, Lin Fei used his divine power, 5-blow thunderstruck. Rumble, rumble, the blood-red sky instantly darkened like night. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, covering everyone. Everyone was shocked by this divine power. Thick bolts of lightning struck down from the sky like giant serpents and beasts. It was a frightening sight. The people who didn't take it seriously at first hurriedly took out their defensive true treasures and started to block the divine power. However, they had underestimated Lin Fei's means. The divine power of the god and demon era was not something that a defensive true treasure could block. Such a large-scale divine power attack, how powerful can it be? A disciple of a dynasty in the early stage of the mysterious sect raised a red umbrella above his head. When a bolt of lightning landed on it, it rippled continuously. After 3 consecutive bolts of lightning, that dynasty's disciple was killed. His face was filled with horror. Lin Fei's 5-blow thunderstruck made them panic. Punishment spear. The strongest defense was the strongest attack. 3 heads and 6 arms, azure dragon body, Lin Fei used all his means and instantly rushed into the battlefield. The punishment spear became a killing weapon in Lin Fei's hands. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 4:14. This is a great mystique from the god and demon era. The sages on the platform were speechless. Mystiques could only be known as divine mystiques, true mystiques. The divine abilities of the god and devil era almost all came from the hands of powerful god and devil gods. They were the peak existences of the god and devil era. Their battles were monstrous, and they had killed countless experts. Thus, the divine abilities they created were extraordinary, and their divine abilities were also the most powerful. The mystiques after the god and demon era were all inferior to the mystiques of the god and demon era. The mystiques of the god and demon era were the true mystiques. Apart from the god and demon era, no one else could create such a mystique attack. The mystiques of the god and demon era were all simplified versions. More importantly, the 5 thunders mystique attracted divine thunder, which belonged to the 9 heavens. The 5 thunders of the future were all simplified versions. Its power was not even a tenth of that of the past. Even so, when this mystique was cultivated to the great completion stage, it was still very powerful. Lin Fei did not care about the shock of the sages outside. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his mystiques were endless. With every attack, a disciple of the dynasty would be killed. In the huge crowd, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He had 3 heads and 6 arms behind him. His black killing intent soared into the sky like Buddha's light, attaching itself to Lin Fei's back. Weak. Too weak. With a spear of punishment, the person who dared to attack was smashed into pieces. Lin Fei was like a peerless god of slaughter. What a terrifying mystique. The killing intent that made people's hearts palpitate was unimaginable. How could this person withstand the attack of the killing intent and not fall into the demon Tao? If it were them, they would have long become homicidal maniacs. Lin Fei could feel his invincible sword heart solidifying. Among the people present, there were only a few who did not attack. They were protected by true treasures, which showed that their backgrounds were not ordinary. These top experts all had solemn expressions. This black-robed kid with a low cultivation level but strong combat power made them treat him as an opponent on the same level. Good kill, these people should have been killed. Wang Xiong beamed. Maybe there will be another god of slaughter on the villain list. Lin Fei had killed many people. Wang Xiong was more excited than anyone else. This kind of person definitely had the potential to enter the villain list. So many disciples of the dynasties, so many geniuses, had lost their lives in his hands. No matter what, this person had offended all of them. Unless he stayed in the sect for the rest of his life. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be retaliated against. Even within the sect, he would be suppressed by the other disciples. Wang Xiong knew that he could not be as savage as the other party. At the same time, he was shocked at the other party's endless Xinyuan. There was not the slightest sign of weakening, and his blood and qi were still as strong as before, as if they were boundless. Lin Fei was a peerless monster, and he went on a killing spree. Even though the dynasty's disciples fought back with all their might, facing Lin Fei, who was invincible in close combat, coupled with his killing intent, they crumbled. This massacre lasted for an hour. Apart from those who escaped, the rest became corpses, filled with unwillingness as they were forever buried deep in the bloody hell. After such a massacre, Lin Fei was covered in blood. Wounds covered his azure dragon true body. He circulated his quintessence and quickly recovered. Only the killing qi behind him became denser, inspiring a chill in one's heart when one looked at it. Killing them is boring, but killing you guys is completely different. Lin Fei turned his head and licked his lips. You guys are the true experts. Use your strongest moves, or else you'll end up like them. At this moment, those who remained were all true experts. There were 20 to 30 of them, and every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Although they were shocked by this person's ferocity and strength, it did not mean that he could contend with them. Everyone, this kind of murderous demon is very likely to enter the villain list. Why don't we kill him together to prevent more people from being harmed in the future? Jiang Wuxin said righteously. Senior brother Jiang is right. No matter who he is, he has already fallen into the demonic Tao. Demonic Tao disciples have the right to kill him, Dumei added. Needless to say, they had already sensed how powerful this person was. They were all proud sons of heaven. Be it in the dynasty or in the family, they were true geniuses. Each of them considered themselves to be peerless geniuses. Such peerless geniuses did not allow others to step on them. No matter who it was, they would not allow it. Their arrogance did not allow anyone to be more powerful than them. To put it bluntly, they were all jealous. They were jealous that someone was more powerful than them. After all, which of the people around them did not grow up listening to flattery and flattery? Moreover, they had all experienced the other party's powerful willpower attack. It was an invincible stance. If such a person were to be allowed to grow, he would definitely steal their glory in the future. Now that there was a chance to kill him, they were naturally willing to do it together. It was difficult for one person to fight two fists, so it would also reduce the risk for them. Lin Fei was very disappointed. How could such a genius be called a genius? Why did the geniuses he encountered always think of him as a good person and think of him as a bad person? Lin Fei really did not think much of such geniuses. Along the way, Lin Fei had encountered dozens of geniuses, but not a single one was worthy of his attention. Perhaps this Wang Xiong was one of them. At least, he was open and aboveboard, without so much concealment. I initially thought that you geniuses would bring me pressure, but now it seems that you guys are just trash. I am very disappointed in you. Lin Fei shook his head. Arrogant kid, I have tolerated you for a long time. Fong Nan was enraged and took a step forward, collapsing fist. The giant like Fong Nan punched out, and a giant appeared from afar. He punched out through the air and appeared in front of Lin Fei, punching out at his head. Too fast. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Using the water fire lotus to protect himself, he opened his divine eyes and pointed with his finger. Invincible sword intent, vacuum strike. With an invincible stance, the giant fist crumbled under a single finger. It went straight to Fong Nan and blew off one of Fong Nan's arms. Sword intent, invincible sword intent. Fong Nan retreated with a shocked expression. The others were also shocked. Invincible sword intent, how is this possible? Even they might not be able to cultivate their fist intent to the invincible state. Invincible fist intent, invincible sword intent, invincible blade intent, no matter which one it was extremely difficult to comprehend. They were proud of themselves as genius disciples, but they never thought that they could comprehend the invincible state. Invincible intent, one must have an invincible heart. Invincible heart was easier said than done. Without comprehending the invincible heart, one could forget about the invincible state. This was something that they could never dream of in their entire lives, but now that it had appeared in front of them, how could they not be shocked? This invincible state required great talent, a peerless genius. Great, this is the real invincible heart. Wang Xiong laughed, now I finally believe that you are strong. No wonder you said that, it makes me want to fight. Seal of life and death. Wang Xiong made his move. People like him were excited to see the prey. If he didn't spar with such an expert, when would he find a chance to spar with such a powerful expert? Invincible sword intent. If he could comprehend something from the invincible sword intent, his strength would increase. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Xiong was curious how this person comprehended the invincible sword intent. Attack. Everyone has the right to kill this kind of person. Jiang Wuxin shouted and punched out. The punches were like millstones, crushing toward Lin Fei. The others wouldn't miss this opportunity, and they couldn't care less about their pride. All kinds of true treasures in the sky rushed toward Lin Fei, covering the sky and almost enveloping Lin Fei. It had to be said that they were all using their strongest attacks. Every true treasure was a high-grade true treasure, and their power soared to the sky. The square was also stunned by this scene. This kid is dead for sure. As expected of a genius disciple. These true treasures cost at least tens of millions of true essence crystals. With so many true treasures, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Anyone who saw so many true treasures didn't think that the other party would have a chance to survive. The sect emissaries on the high platform were also nervously watching the battle on the light screen. Now that the kid was dead, everything was at ease. At least, they wouldn't have to worry anymore. If he lived, they would be the ones who would have a headache. They saw that their true treasures covered the sky and the earth. Every true treasure was of high quality and was the best of the best. In their eyes, the kid had already used up all his tricks. Even if he had protective divine abilities and body refining techniques that made his defense very impressive, these people were not to be trifled with. With so many true treasures, each one was no weaker than an attack from a beginner mystique venerable one. In the eyes of the saints, no matter how powerful the kid was, it would be difficult for him to resist an attack of this level. Perhaps this was the end. 3,000 immortal techniques, great slicing skill. Lin Fei flipped his hand seals and unleashed the 3,000 immortal techniques that he had learned. As soon as the 3,000 immortal techniques were unleashed, a vast wave of immortal techniques descended from the sky, immediately shocking everyone. The great slicing skill turned into a white light and swept toward them. This isn't the 3,000 immortal techniques. Fong Nan, Jiang Wuxin, and the others looked at each other. These 3,000 immortal techniques were very difficult to master, let alone unleash them. Moreover, the 3,000 immortal techniques were divided into strong and weak ones, and this great slicing skill was a true offensive immortal technique. They thought they would defeat the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party unleashed the 3,000 immortal techniques, and the 3,000 immortal techniques that focused on offense. How is this possible? This is the 3,000 immortal techniques, the top 100 immortal techniques. The great slicing skill cuts through everything. It's incomparably domineering. Isn't this 3,000 immortal techniques the 3,000 immortal techniques of the Mu clan? Could this kid be a disciple of the Mu clan? A disciple of the Mu clan? How is this possible? The invincible sword intent had already shocked them. At this moment, the other party unleashed the 3,000 immortal techniques, and the 3,000 immortal techniques from the top 100 at that. This was enough to make them lose their cool. With this immortal technique, the other party was in danger, and they were the ones in danger. Chapter 4:15. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong, Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs. Flight, Su Ming Si, for their tips, and Yi Wuchuan and Speo for their monthly votes. The great slicing art was one of the 3,000 immortal arts that focused on offense. Any mortal object would be sliced apart in front of the great slicer technique. No one could block the great slicer technique. I cut again. The white crescent moon slashed across the sky, and the great cutting technique cut through all the treasures of different sizes. Regardless of whether it was a low-grade true treasure, a middle-grade true treasure, or a high-grade true treasure, in front of this great cutting technique, all of them were as fragile as scrap metal. 8 treasures glazed lamp. 5 colored light. Golden divine spear. The true treasures in the hands of these genius disciples gave off cracking sounds that made one vomit blood. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. A priceless treasure was actually destroyed by the other party's 3,000 immortal arts. The true treasure was damaged, and its battle prowess fell by more than 30%. How infuriating. My multicolored light. Dumei felt a heartache. Just a moment of carelessness, and the power of the high-grade true treasure's multicolored light had been greatly damaged. It was unknown whether or not it could be repaired. She hated this black-clothed brat even more. However, their curses only lasted for a moment before the great slicer art swept over once more. Everyone's eyebrows twitched. This kid really dared to make a move. Isn't it just 3,000 immortal techniques? Don't think that just because the Mu clan has them, we don't. Fong Nan sneered. 3,000 immortal techniques, great binding technique. This was one of the 3,000 immortal arts. 3,000 immortal arts, great devouring art. Jiang Wuxin's face was also filled with rage. He had accidentally damaged a superior grade true treasure, so he had a bigger headache than anyone else. Furious, he also executed the 3,000 immortal techniques. I'd like to see whether your great incision art or my great devouring art is stronger. It had to be said that all the people here were geniuses of the heavens. Others could not successfully cultivate the 3,000 immortal techniques, but that did not mean that they could not. They were all geniuses of the heavens. The others were also in a state of rage. Even if they did not use the 3,000 immortal arts, they were still using their strongest attacks. A huge black hole shrouded the space above Lin Fei while green vines blotted out the sky and covered the earth, turning the vast space into a green forest. Each attack of the huge green vines was no less than a mystique venerable one's attack. Seeing this scene, anyone could feel the danger. No one could guarantee that they would not die under such a siege. The great slicer art is unstoppable, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, Lin Fei channeled his powerful true energy and deployed 3,000 immortal arts once more, wanting to kill all of them. My chance has come. I was just looking for the 3,000 immortal techniques. Who would have thought that they would pop up so quickly? These are all shiny white points. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. Now that he had accumulated enough points, he could cultivate the other 3,000 immortal techniques. A steady stream of quintessence poured into Lin Fei as the great slicer art appeared behind him, transforming into a silvery white crescent moon. With a single thought, the crescent moon released immortal might. Great entanglement, break. The great devouring technique was broken. Great darkness art, break. He activated the great slicer art with all his might. As expected of one of the top 100 immortal arts among the 3,000. More importantly, Lin Fei's true energy was so dense that there was no one else in the same generation as him. Moreover, the 3,000 immortal arts that he activated with all his might were among the top 100. Everyone knew what was going on. And so, they suffered. Encountering Lin Fei with his dense true energy, they had nowhere to cry. The 3,000 immortal arts were blasted apart one after another. Be it Jiang Wuxin or Fong Nan, they were both shocked. Expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces, and then they turned pale with fright. The great slicer art flew toward them. Damn it! How can his 3,000 immortal arts be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. Our strength is about the same. How can his 3,000 immortal arts be so powerful? My great devouring art was directly shattered. Whoosh, whoosh. These genius disciples finally felt the danger after losing their true treasures, and their powerful attacks became ineffective. Fong Nan, who was at the forefront, was directly sliced in two by the crescent moon. Even a 6th grade armor could not withstand the might of the 3,000 immortal arts. Fong Nan was the first to die, and the second was the beautiful Du Mei. She was also sliced into several pieces, causing a commotion. Ruthlessly destroying a flower. The great slicer art swept out, killing one after another. No matter who it was, in the face of the 3,000 immortal arts, they were still too insignificant. Am I going to die? Wang Xiong rarely panicked, but this time, he was really panicking. The black-robed kid was so powerful that he had killed almost all of them with a single 3,000 immortal arts. Was it his turn now? Wang Xiong found it funny. It turned out that this was a monster in human skin. Top 10 experts? Genius disciples? At this moment, in front of the other party, everything seemed unimportant. The other party was too strong, sweeping away all the experts like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Just the 3,000 immortal arts alone had been cultivated to such a level. How many people could compare to him? The crescent moon attacked with killing intent, and Wang Xiong gave up on the idea of blocking. In front of the 3,000 immortal arts, he could not block them at all. Was there a difference between blocking or not blocking? There was no difference at all. He would still die. Since that was the case, why bother blocking? At the crucial moment, the crescent moon disappeared in front of Wang Xiong. I like people like you. Killing you is more fun than killing them. Wang Xiong really walked around the edge of hell. He looked at the crescent moon gratefully. From now on, you are my friend. The situation of certain death was resolved just like that. Wang Xiong was surprised. After leaving that sentence, he felt embarrassed to continue staying. What if he was accidentally injured? Lin Fei smiled and allowed him to leave. When I am free, I should go and take a look at the real evil list. Shortly after, he felt that it was funny. After killing so many geniuses, I don't need to find out anymore. My name should be on the evil list, right? Everyone looked at Wang Xiong leave and thought of the sentence he said before. Wang Xiong was really lucky. How could he not die? What kind of luck did he have? Xiao, it's over. It's all over. Someone on the platform was dispirited and powerlessly sat down. This one-sided massacre had become a foregone conclusion. This Mu clan disciple was so cruel, killing so many geniuses in one move. I didn't expect the Mu clan to have such a genius. Other than them, no one else would be able to nurture such a genius. Without exception, everyone treated Wang Xiong as a Mu clan disciple. The great slicing art was unique to the Mu clan, and it was rarely circulated to the outside world. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to execute it. There were strong and weak immortal arts among the 3,000 immortal arts. Powerful immortal arts required perception and time. The Great Slicing Art was a powerful 3000 immortal art, and it was definitely from the Mu clan. The Mu clan was so overbearing and arrogant. Naturally, it caused dissatisfaction among the other sections. So what if you have the mystic the Arch-Patriarch? Chapter 4:16. Lin Fei's outstanding performance was not a good thing for the people outside. It was not what they wanted to see. Previously, they had thought that he would definitely die under the attacks of the geniuses. However, in the blink of an eye, the black-robed kid was killing everyone and giving them a heavy blow. The expressions of the representatives of the 5 first-grade sects were already ugly. Many of these geniuses were admired by them. Once they reached the required points, they would immediately become disciples of their sections. However, they did not expect that in front of this celestial sword immortal, one of the 3000 immortal techniques would kill almost all of them. This was definitely a matter of life and death. Dynasty wars were where talents were stored. Every dynasty war was accompanied by slaughter, and many dazzling geniuses would appear. These geniuses would become disciples of their sects, and some would even become core disciples. Lin Fei had killed all of their disciples in one breath. These sect representatives already had the intention to kill, and this was equivalent to using their own disciples to replace them. A sect needed core disciples, and geniuses were the first choice. The rest were disciples with better talent. They had come all the way here to pick disciples, but in the end, they had all died in front of them. They felt like they had been slapped in the face, and it was burning with pain. Even if this person was a peerless sword immortal, it still made them want to kill him. The heavenly saber sage's expression was uncertain as his gaze fell on the black-robed kid. The Great Cut technique is one of the top 100 immortal techniques among the 3000. This kind of person must not be allowed to live. Perhaps he might not even need to reach the profound sage realm to kill a sage. What did this mean? He had monstrous talent and terrifying battle prowess. The heavenly saber sage had spent more than 3000 years to become a profound sage, and this was because he had the support of his sect and consumed a lot of resources. Moreover, becoming a sage in 3000 years was already an outstanding feat compared to the other party. The heavenly saber sage felt that he had lived a dog's life. 3000 years to become a sage. This kid was not even 100 years old, and yet he had already reached this level. Perhaps in 500 years, his strength would be so great that he could kill a sage as easily as a peak profound zone, right? The heavenly saber sage was absolutely unwilling to see this happen. Such a person must be killed in the cradle and not given a chance to stand out. Suddenly, a look of joy flashed in the heavenly saber sage's eyes. The old ancestor is here. I knew that the sect would not let such a peerless sword immortal go. This kid is dead for sure. The seventh sword, who had been paying attention to the heavenly saber sage all this while, could not help but feel startled. Even though it was just a slight movement, he could still see some clues. Something is going to happen. Based on my understanding of him, the heavenly saber sage was still furious earlier. Now, however, he is showing joy. If I am not wrong, the saber sect's old ancestor is about to arrive. The seventh swordsman knew very well what the heavenly saber sage of the saber sect would do. This was the dynasty's battlefield. The mystic the Arch-Patriarch could not handle the guardians. If he barged in, he would be killed. Only the itinerant immortal patriarch was here. Even the mystic Thearch's guardians had to give the itinerant immortal patriarch some face. A loose immortal patriarch killing the other party was only a matter of a single sentence. This was already publicly known. What should we do now? Seventh Sword had not expected that the Saber Sect's loose immortal patriarch would arrive so quickly. It seemed that he would arrive soon. The individual immortal patriarch of the Saber Sect had arrived first. The seventh swordsman really did not know what to do. Even the guardians had to show respect, not to mention that he was just a saint. In the eyes of the individual immortal patriarch, he was not up to par. Do I really have to watch the black-robed brat be killed by the individual immortal patriarch? The seventh sword's brows furrowed. He only hoped that the individual immortal patriarch of his sect would arrive in time. Brat, you must hold on. This was the only thing the seventh sword could do. After Lin Fei killed all of them, except for a few who fled in a disorderly manner, almost all of them were dead. Not enough. It's still not enough. Originally, he thought that after killing them, his invincible sword heart would stabilize. At this moment, he still felt that something was missing. It could not reach the true perfection, as if it was missing something important. Forget it. Let's collect the spoils of war first. Lin Fei moved, plundering a series of spoils of war. Ding! Congratulations to the player for discovering the 3000 immortal techniques, Great Entanglement Technique. Reward, 7 million points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for discovering the 3000 immortal techniques, Great Engulfing Technique. Reward, 10 million points. As for the rest, Lin Fei did not care too much. After plundering the 3000 immortal techniques, the mission reward came. Now my points have broken through to 31 million. The 3000 immortal techniques are really my lucky star. If I can gather the real 3000 immortal techniques, it will be really awesome. After discovering the 3000 immortal techniques, Lin Fei immediately chose to learn them. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. Although Lin Fei had not reached the level of foresight, after learning the 3000 immortal techniques, he vaguely felt something. It was a bad feeling. As for what it was, he could not sense it, nor guess what it was. He was not strong enough. Lin Fei chose to learn the 3000 immortal techniques, just in case. Anyway, there was nothing bad to learn. After learning 2 of the 3000 immortal techniques, Lin Fei prepared to leave this place. Just as he was about to leave, a boundless aura swept through the entire bloody hell. Whether it was the blood demons or the dynasty disciples, they were all suppressed by this aura. The blood demons were already prostrating on the ground. The dynasty disciples bitterly resisted, and after a while, they also prostrated on the ground. In front of this aura, Lin Fei felt his insignificance for the first time. The aura suppressed him, and he had to constantly circulate his vital essence to resist. Even so, it was still quite strenuous. This aura is stronger than anyone I have ever seen. Even the Mystic Emperor's aura is not as strong as this aura. Lin Fei was shocked. Who is this person? Could it be an itinerant immortal patriarch? How could such an expert appear in the bloody hell? Lin Fei could not understand. The changes in the bloody hell made the 2 guardians on the high platform change their expressions. They quickly tore open the void and appeared in the bloody hell. The others also looked at each other, recognizing this aura. This is clearly the aura of an itinerant immortal. What is going on? That itinerant immortal has entered the bloody hell. When everyone's eyes landed on the black-robed kid, they immediately understood what was going on. This was an itinerant immortal patriarch. Apart from an itinerant immortal patriarch, who would dare to be so domineering and directly enter the bloody hell with their tyrannical strength? Who else could it be? The aura and suppression came rolling over. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body cracked open, and blood flowed out. It kept healing and opening wounds. It kept going back and forth. White name patriarch. While Lin Fei was bitterly resisting, 2 figures appeared not far away. One was black, and the other was white. 2 mystic emperors. When he saw these 2 figures, Lin Fei's pupils shrank. He finally knew who he had encountered. Who else could make the mystic emperors be so courteous other than an itinerant immortal patriarch? A white-robed, white-faced, white-browed, white-haired middle-aged man walked out of the void step by step. And this step was endless. With each step, layers of the void collapsed, leaving behind streaks of domineering saber light that did not dissipate for a long time. This person was the saber sex itinerant immortal patriarch, White name patriarch. White name patriarch, the saber sex itinerant immortal patriarch. Everyone was shocked. The heavenly saber saint had really invited the itinerant immortal patriarch. An itinerant immortal patriarch had personally come for a supreme sword immortal. They did not even dare to think about such a thing. An itinerant immortal patriarch was a supreme existence on the continent. It was usually difficult to even see him. The heavenly saber saint was expressionless, and the words, "I'm very happy," were written on his face. He was surprised by White Name Patriarch's appearance. Any patriarch would have been enough. He did not expect White Name Patriarch to come. Soon, the heavenly saber saint figured out why White Name Patriarch had come. Thousands of years ago, White Name Patriarch's last disciple had died in the hands of that sword immortal. If White Name Patriarch had not been refining an important treasure and could not be distracted, a battle would have been inevitable. White Name Patriarch is here. Even if that kid has the ability to reach the heavens, he can forget about escaping from Patriarch. White Name Patriarch hates sword immortals the most, especially supreme sword immortals. The heavenly saber saint could not help but shudder. White Name Patriarch? Why is he here? Sword 7's heart sank. He also knew White Name Patriarch. There were records of him in the Sword God sect. White Name Patriarch had the worst temper among the Saber sect's itinerant immortals. At the same time, he was also the one who was least likely to become an itinerant immortal. However, he survived the heavenly tribulation and became an itinerant immortal. It was said that he was already a second tribulation itinerant immortal. If one successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, one would become a heaven immortal. If not, one would become an itinerant immortal. Itinerant immortals would face the itinerant immortal tribulation. There were a total of 9 tribulations, one every 5,000 years. After passing it, one would become stronger. At the same time, one would also have 5,000 years to prepare. If not, one would die under the itinerant immortal tribulation. If it was an ordinary itinerant immortal, it would be fine. However, it was a second tribulation itinerant immortal. No one present could stop him. He was too strong. The heavenly saber saint was too ruthless. He actually invited White Name Patriarch. This was definitely not giving the opponent a chance to resist. Sword 7 glared at the heavenly saber saint. Sending a second tribulation itinerant immortal to deal with a kid in the Mystic Lord realm would probably be a joke. However, White Name Patriarch was unreasonable. No one would laugh at him because the person who laughed at him was already dead. Why? You two want to stop me? White Name Patriarch glanced at them. The 2 mystic thearchs were shocked. That one sentence contained endless saber intent, which made it difficult for them to resist. After all, they were mystic emperors in the middle and late stages. If White Name Patriarch wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They could not resist at all. If they were not guardians, they would have died at White Name Patriarch's hands. Patriarch, you must be joking. How would we dare to stop you? White Name Patriarch said. That's good. The white-robed Xian Emperor and the black-robed Xian Emperor looked at each other helplessly. They directly left bloody hell. The situation was out of their control. They did not even have the thought of attacking White Name Patriarch. They were completely suppressed by the saber intent. Chapter 4:17. Old Ancestor Bai said in an irrefutable tone. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body immediately cracked, leaving behind black saber lights. Blood flowed out, and the strongest recovery ability of a body-tempered cultivator lost its effect, making Lin Fei look like a bloody man. The might of a loose immortal patriarch is too strong. When everyone saw this scene, they subconsciously shivered. A second tribulation loose immortal was too strong. With one sentence, he cut off his opponent's strongest attack. A body-tempered cultivator's combat strength depended on their strong recovery ability. Without recovery ability, the advantage of a body-tempered cultivator would disappear. With one sentence, a loose immortal patriarch destroyed the advantage of a body-tempered cultivator. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect this loose immortal patriarch to come for me. Could it be the Mu clan's loose immortal patriarch? My reputation is too great. With a loose immortal patriarch attacking him, Lin Fei felt immense pressure. I can't be considered a peerless sword immortal. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and straightened his body, resisting the pressure. I can definitely kill a sword immortal who wants to kill your descendant. Even though he was facing a loose immortal, the strongest loose immortal in the continent, Lin Fei was not afraid, nervous, or fearful. What was a loose immortal? He was just trash who couldn't pass the tribulation. Why should Lin Fei be afraid of him? Even if it was a loose immortal, Lin Fei was confident that he could survive. No one expected this black-robed kid to be so arrogant in front of old Ancestor Bai. Didn't he know that old Ancestor Bai disliked sword immortals? Old Ancestor Bai was expressionless as he said indifferently, as expected of a third-step sword immortal. You can even block my aura. You should feel honored that I have to personally kill you. A loose immortal patriarch personally said he wanted to kill him. Lin Fei had no choice but to think about the background of this loose immortal. If you want to kill a minor character like me, you have to be able to kill me first. Lin Fei clenched his teeth. I don't want to lose face when the time comes and become the laughing stock of the continent. Indeed, Lin Fei really wanted to know who had made a move on him after being targeted by a bodiless immortal. I don't need a reason to kill you. It's because you are a sword immortal, and I hate sword immortals the most. A loud rumbling sound could be heard as he tapped the air. A 100-meter-long black finger stabbed out at Lin Fei. The void collapsed layer by layer, and the blood hell trembled. The might of the loose immortal old ancestor's attack was extraordinary. It immediately sealed off all of Lin Fei's escape routes and firmly locked onto Lin Fei. Lin Fei could hear endless resentment in the other party's words. You mad dog, I didn't *CK your mother, yet you want to kill me? Do you think I'm the only one who can deal with you? Lin Fei was furious. Little did they know that Forefather Bai Ming was the most unreasonable of them all. He was famous for being unreasonable and killing people like flies. Great entanglement art. With a thought, Lin Fei executed the 3,000 immortal arts, great entanglement art. Huge green immortal vines appeared beside the finger and coiled around it, slowing it down. Forefather Bai Ming was slightly surprised that a small fry could execute such a powerful 3,000 immortal arts. He harumphed coldly, it's just a mere immortal art. It can't even withstand a single blow. In the face of true power, 3,000 immortal arts are useless. The densely packed immortal vines were all shattered with a gentle shake of the finger. The immortal vines in front of it were also shattered one after another. Lin Fei's brows twitched. The strength of a bodiless immortal was beyond his expectations. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicing art. Without any explanation, Lin Fei executed the 3,000 immortal arts. This was an extremely powerful immortal art. Little did he know that when Lin Fei executed the 3,000 immortal arts, the great entanglement art, the sect representatives outside were all in a daze. Monster. Too monster. He executed the 3,000 immortal arts so easily. They had reason to believe that the black-robed kid did not know the great entanglement art at all. Even they would not be able to master the great entanglement art in such a short time. The Sky Saber Saint was shocked when he saw this. This kid was more monster than he imagined. With such comprehension ability, he could really master whatever he learned. 3,000 immortal arts. This was not an ordinary mystic technique. This was also not an ordinary heaven and earth black and yellow grade technique. This was the 3,000 immortal arts that contained immortal might. How could he master it so easily? The Sky Saber Saint did not dare to think that he could master it in less than half an hour. This kid was too monster. Fortunately, this kid was going to die in the hands of the Patriarch. No matter how monster he was, he would not be able to withstand a blow from the bodiless immortal Patriarch. 103,000 immortal arts. Forefather Bai Ming thought that one finger was enough to kill a peerless sword immortal who had yet to mature. When the other party executed 2 immortal arts in a row, his eyes finally showed a trace of surprise. He still has to die. One finger. The great incision art blasted on the finger. Black light was released and blocked. The great incision art of Half Moon was also shattered. 3,000 immortal arts could not withstand a blow from the bodiless immortal Patriarch. The top combat power of the continent. If you don't die, you will definitely become an expert in the future. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Forefather Bai Ming's eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. Lin Fei sighed softly. Lin Fei had long expected that 3,000 immortal arts could not withstand the other party's attack. If the bodiless immortal patriarch could not withstand the 3,000 immortal arts, he was just an undeserved reputation and was not worth taking seriously. The menacing finger made Lin Fei feel helpless for the first time. The bodiless immortal was too powerful. A moment later, Lin Fei was filled with fighting spirit again. If he did not dare to fight back against a bodiless immortal, how was he going to fight against experts everywhere and be invincible in the future? Time is like water. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He could not hide anymore at this time. He took out the prize of the lottery, a one-time consumable. Time is like water. You old fart, you want to kill me? I will make you pay the price. Wings of the wind spread, and a golden halo spread. At this moment, time began to slow down. Everything in the scarlet hell began to slow down. 10 breaths of time. Forefather Bai Ming's expression changed, looking surprised. Time scroll, how is this possible? This ant-like kid actually took out a time scroll. This was a priceless treasure, even he did not have such a scroll. He sneered, it's just a time-sacred art. What can it do to me? Sky-raising finger, die. Lin Fei rushed up and pointed with a finger. A destructive power swept through the entire scarlet hell, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. 1 million essence energy, I don't believe that a bodiless immortal like you can withstand it. Under the effect of the time-sacred art, Forefather Bai Ming also felt the power of this finger. The people outside were all stunned. After dodging his opponent's fatal blow, this brat took the initiative to attack. His guts were too big. Forefather Bai Ming was a bodiless immortal. A second tribulation bodiless immortal. Boom! Chapter 4:18. The destructive power of the attack had raised the surrounding area to the ground, and this was only the aftermath of the attack. Everyone present was dumbfounded. A boy at the profound Emperor realm dared to boast shamelessly to a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm, and even dared to take the initiative to attack. No matter what the result was, everyone would remember this person. The courage of this boy in black who dared to attack a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm was worthy of their admiration. As for whether he could survive, they didn't believe it at all. A patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm was a powerful existence. It was a piece of cake for a top expert on the continent to destroy a 3rd grade or 4th grade sect. A patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm represented strength and stood at the top of the pyramid. After a boom sound, a drop of red blood with a hint of gold appeared in front of everyone, blinding them. A drop of blood. The disciples of the dynasty on the square might not know what was going on, but the eyes of the representatives on the high platform were filled with shock. All of them were filled with disbelief. Patriarch Bai was injured. It's unbelievable. The powerful Patriarch Bai was injured by the attack just now. My God, when did such a monster appear? That's obviously the blood of an bodiless immortal. The blood of the mystic emperor is red, the blood of a celestial immortal is golden, and only the blood of an bodiless immortal has a hint of gold in it. It's really hard to imagine that this boy could actually injure a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm. We all underestimated him. Maybe this is his real strength. He actually injured a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm with one attack. It's something that hasn't happened in many years. It was sensational, too sensational. Even the sword immortal of the past could not reach the fighting power of this boy in black at this realm. All of these representatives had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They had never heard of a nobody who could skip several major realms and injure a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm. It had never happened before. They could guarantee that today was the most unforgettable day they had ever seen. Even a nobody had the strength to do heaven-defying things. A high and mighty patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm was injured by a nobody. Even if it was just a drop of blood, it was still an injury. If the news spread, those patriarchs of the bodiless immortal realm would laugh. The heavenly saber saint and the others were dumbfounded. Previously, they were still fighting, but now that they saw the loose immortal old ancestor injured, they couldn't help but be alarmed. If they had taken action, they might have already died. That brat had truly hidden himself deeply. First, he had 3,000 immortal arts. Now, he had a powerful attack. This was something that they could not imagine. He could even injure loose immortal patriarchs, much less them. This black-clothed kid was too powerful. Even if it was them, they would subconsciously not dare to attack a loose immortal. That was an innate fear. A loose immortal patriarch could kill them with a single finger. He was like an insurmountable mountain that they could only look up to, not blaspheme. Today, they finally saw what it meant to be invincible. This black-robed kid who grasped the invincible sword will and was also a peerless sword immortal truly had an invincible heart. Even when facing loose immortals, he dared to attack without fear. He had truly attained the heart of invincibility. In his eyes, everyone was on the same level. The heart of invincibility. It looked simple, but how many people could do it, especially against a sword immortal? To be so fearless? They finally understood why the black-robed young man was so strong. Perhaps it was because of his heart of invincibility. He would kill when he needed to, and he was invincible. They were old. At this moment, they felt that they were old. After cultivating for thousands of years, their hearts were inferior to the black-robed kids. They were worlds apart and not on the same level. In the eyes of the black-robed kid, perhaps there was no such thing as a loose immortal patriarch, nor was there a profound sage like them. Damn it, I'm going to be injured after using all 1,000,000 essence energy. Lin Fei allowed the blood to flow as he stared intently at the loose immortal patriarch. With his powerful lifeblood, he did not care about this bit of injury. Just now, Lin Fei had expended all 1,000,000 essence energy to produce such power. Bam! A huge palm struck out. Even with the effect of time like water, it still sent Lin Fei flying. I'm actually injured. Patriarch Bai looked at the blood floating in front of him. His expressionless face finally revealed boundless anger. He was a patriarch, a loose immortal patriarch. He was a top expert on the continent, an expert who had killed countless experts. Now, in front of everyone, he had been injured by an ant-like kid. Patriarch Bai really did not expect this. An ant-like kid had unleashed a powerful attack and injured him. Patriarch Bai did not know how long it had been since he had been injured. As a dignified loose immortal patriarch, he was actually at a disadvantage against an insignificant figure. More importantly, the kid's final attack made Patriarch Bai feel danger that he had never felt before. If the opponent had reached the mystic the Arch realm, perhaps he, a dignified loose immortal patriarch, would not have been able to kill him. Patriarch Bai did not dare to continue thinking. That Skyblade kid finally did something right. If he is allowed to continue growing, another peerless sword immortal will appear in the Shantian continent. With a thought, Patriarch Bai's wounds healed. This person can take out a scroll like time. Perhaps he has other treasures on him. I can't let him continue attacking. A loose immortal patriarch had such a thought. Even he did not notice the changes in himself. A dignified loose immortal patriarch was actually afraid of an insignificant figure. This was something that had never happened before. No one would believe it even if word got out. Cough, cough, old ancestor White-named had attacked in a fit of rage. Even with time flows like water, Lin Fei was still severely injured. His azure dragon true body had long since collapsed. If not for the double protection, his physical body would have already been obliterated. 1,000,000 essence chi was only enough to injure him. Loose immortal patriarchs are really strong. Lin Fei vomited blood, his face pale. If I had 10,000,000 essence chi, even a loose immortal patriarch would die without a grave. His strongest essence chi attack could only injure his opponent lightly. Lin Fei already knew the difference between them. Loose immortal patriarchs were indeed the top experts of the continent. He was not Lin Fei's match for now. What he did not know was that if news of this battle were to spread, everyone would probably be shocked. Kid, I will destroy your body and capture your soul. I will let you know the consequences of going against me. Old Ancestor Bai raised his eyes and shot out 2 saber lights. The saber lights were so sharp that it could cause one's heart to tremble. Heaven-piercing divine needle. Lin Fei snorted coldly and took out the consumable heaven-piercing divine needle. Patriarch Bai was already prepared. The saber beams knocked away the heaven-piercing divine needle. The killing intent in his heart intensified. This kid has endless means. Where did he come from? At this moment, Lin Fei no longer felt the pinch. After the heaven-piercing divine needle was useless, Lin Fei knew that this loose immortal patriarch was not easy to deal with. If time like water and sky-raising finger could not kill him, then he really had no chance. Facing the loose immortal patriarch's attack, Lin Fei could already feel the tyrannical saber intent from the saber beam. It was not inferior to his invincible sword intent. Absolute defense. The second scroll was a one-time consumable. Wings of wind spread out, Lin Fei flew far away. He was prepared to fight for an opportunity to leave this bloody hell. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending under the attacks of the loose immortal patriarch. Most importantly, he had truly consolidated the invincible sword heart. When he attacked the loose immortal patriarch just now, the imperfections in the unseen world had finally been perfected. What was perfection? Only now did Lin Fei know that the invincible sword heart was like this. The invincible sword heart should have a fearless heart. Even if it was a loose immortal patriarch or a celestial immortal, it would still be treated the same. To be invincible in the world, one must first have an invincible heart. If one's heart was not invincible, how could one truly be invincible in the world? It was when he attacked the loose immortal patriarch that Lin Fei finally understood this principle. If he could escape from the hands of the loose immortal patriarch, his swordsmanship would definitely reach a new level. Don't look at how easy it was to attack the loose immortal patriarch. For anyone, pressure was the first thing they needed to overcome. Loose immortal patriarch, these 2 simple words represented the top existences of the continent. One needed to overcome them in battle. How many people could overcome the words loose immortal patriarch? I blocked it. Patriarch Bai's eyes flashed with a strange look. I don't believe that you can still block it. He took a step forward, traversed the void, and appeared behind Lin Fei. A violent saber intent slashed at Lin Fei's body. In the end, Lin Fei's body flashed with a white light and was completely blocked. Ha ha ha, a loose immortal patriarch can only scare people. He can't even kill me. Lin Fei's laughter was heard. It was mockery, unbridled mockery. Patriarch Bai's face turned ugly, and his heart was filled with doubts. How did this kid block his attack? Even a mystic emperor expert had to use all his means. Although the saber intent contained a top-notch understanding of the saber, it was still a saber intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the saber intent slashed out again, turning into a black tornado that contained boundless violent saber intent. Everywhere the blood hell passed, everything was razed to the ground. With this attack, countless blood demons were blasted into pieces. Shockingly, such an attack was once again blocked. That brat was still alive and kicking, clearly not injured at all. If it was anyone else, they would have flown into a rage after suffering so many losses in a single day. Patriarch Bai suppressed it forcefully. The flashing white light caused his heart to skip a beat. Damn it. This must be a defensive scroll that can ignore the attacks of loose immortals. A defensive scroll could defend against the attacks of loose immortals. Patriarch Bai was completely stunned. This kind of scroll was extremely rare in the continent. Only top-notch loose immortals were able to refine it. But at this moment, he saw it on the other party. Chapter 419. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Jin Taeyun 001 for their tips and the monthly tickets for Waiting vs. Feiyang. Bang, 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 as soon as the patriarch used his skills, Lin Fei was attacked from all directions. The broadsword will all over the sky intertwined. Each broadsword will was extremely overbearing, and the small world was also constantly attacked by the broadsword will. If the bloody hell had not been created by a strong master, it would have collapsed under the attack of the broadsword will. The blood demons below were not so lucky. Countless blood demons, big and small, were chopped into pieces by the broadsword will. The fact that Patriarch Bai could not kill his opponent was an unforgettable scene. A powerful Patriarch Bai, the top master of the continent, could not do anything to a nobody. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. It turned out that there really were peerless geniuses in this world. Everyone knew that this man had used a protective treasure to resist Patriarch Bai's attack. A hero did not need to be questioned about where he came from. It was worth looking at him differently if he could survive the attack of an Patriarch Bai. If he doesn't die, he will become a great man in the future. In the future, he will definitely be successful and have a bright future. It has been a long time since there was a peerless genius in our continent. Fighting in Patriarch Bai is enough to be recorded in the history books. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. What a pity. Everyone sighed. In fact, they could not wait for this peerless genius to be killed by an Patriarch Bai. Once he grew up, they would not be able to catch up. Important things were that the younger generation would be completely suppressed. Maybe it was because they appreciated each other. Patriarch, please show yourself, or the peerless sword celestial of the divine sword sect will be killed. The seventh swordsman furrowed his eyebrows. He was about to go crazy. If it were not for the huge difference in strength between him and the Patriarch Bai, seventh swordsman would have already made a move. Patriarch Bai came out to deal with a peerless sword celestial in person. Seventh swordsman thought that the boy in black was doomed. In the end, the boy in black was unbelievable. He had created a surprise. The terrifying loose immortal Patriarch was actually injured. Seventh swordsman did not think that he could break the Patriarch Bai's defense. However, the boy in black succeeded. The Patriarch Bai was injured. Next, the black-robed youngster displayed another heaven-defying side. A protective treasure blocked the loose immortal Patriarch's attack. The seventh swordsman's eyes were filled with envy at the sight of such a heaven-defying and peerless sword fairy potential. With such a disciple in the Divine Sword School, the prestige of the Divine Sword School would reach a new peak, and its name would spread throughout the big and small worlds. Seventh swordsman could not wait for the great ancestor to show up immediately. If things went on like this, the young man in black would not be able to escape. Every attack from the individual immortal great ancestor made them feel terrified. Every single attack could kill them. A second tribulation bodiless immortal was extraordinary. Brat, I'll see how long you can last. The white-named Patriarch was not in a hurry. His saber intent continued to slash at Lin Fei. Every attack was capable of injuring the mystic Tharch. Lin Fei's absolute defense wasn't just for show. It blocked all of the attacks. Old fart, use more strength. I'm alive and well right now. I really wonder if you're a loose immortal Patriarch who can't even kill a person. Lin Fei mocked as he moved. After the previous scene, the white-named Patriarch restrained all of his anger and displayed the bearing of a loose immortal Patriarch. Only his face was as black as coal, and he was in a state of extreme anger. Damn, the loose immortal Patriarch is really fast. I used all of my strength, but I still couldn't shake him off. His state of mind is also exceptionally strong. He didn't become flustered and exasperated because of my sarcasm. Lin Fei moved at full speed, preparing to shake off the loose immortal Patriarch. With the help of his treasures, he could completely avoid the pursuit. The strength of the loose immortal Patriarch was beyond his expectations. Especially his saber intent, which was boundless and covered the sky. Time is running out. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Damn, if I can't shake him off, I can only use the great instant teleportation talisman to leave the bloody hell. Lin Fei had a great instant teleportation talisman in his hand. Once the great instant teleportation talisman was used, he could leave the space, which was equivalent to teleportation. As for where he would be teleported to, it was unknown. Lin Fei was unwilling to leave the bloody hell. He was inexplicably attacked by a loose immortal Patriarch, causing him to lose the opportunity to join a grade 1 sect. Even Lin Fei himself felt regretful. In his plan, Lin Fei had to rely on a grade 1 sect to buy time. Unless his life was in danger, he definitely wouldn't activate the Great Instant Teleportation Talisman. Leaving the bloody hell was equivalent to losing the opportunity to join a grade 1 sect. Absolute defense. As time passed, Lin Fei's chances of staying behind became slim. The loose immortal patriarch's attacks became heavier with each strike, causing Lin Fei to feel endless danger. Perhaps the moment absolute defense disappeared, the loose immortal patriarch's saber intent would tear him to pieces. Forget it, forget it. Lin Fei was very unwilling. After absolute defense blocked another saber intent, Lin Fei prepared to leave the bloody hell. Before he left, he wanted to remember this loose immortal. The day his strength improved greatly, he would teach this loose immortal a lesson sooner or later. Damn it. You want to leave? Qinkuan Gate, suppress the void. The white immortal patriarch sneered. A black gate appeared in his hand and he threw it into the sky. A mysterious gate filled with an aura pressed down on Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei's face sank. A mysterious force completely sealed the void. This old fart was really ruthless. The Great Instant Teleportation Talisman completely lost its effect after sealing the void. This kind of void sealing could only be done by peak experts with supreme treasures. The moment the Qinkuan Gate appeared, it was equivalent to completely sealing Lin Fei's path. This Qinkuan Gate was a superior grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure of the White Immortal Patriarch. It was a top-notch treasure. Apart from sealing the void, it could also suppress the opponent and suppress the opponent's strength. How many people could force the White Immortal Patriarch to use the Qinkuan Gate? Divine Soul slash your body and capture your soul. The White Immortal Patriarch had already prepared everything. The saber will turned into a huge black chain and swept towards Lin Fei. A strong tearing force enveloped Lin Fei. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Oh no, it's going to suppress my soul. Lin Fei hurriedly activated the Immovable Wisdom King. An immovable Wisdom King appeared in the depths of his mind and suppressed his soul, resisting the tearing force. Damn it, this is forcing me to use my points. Lin Fei's eyes shone fiercely. I don't care if you are in loose immortal or not. With 40 million points, even if I don't die, I will seriously injure you. Lin Fei was furious. He was trying to force himself onto the path of death. Bang, 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 just as Lin Fei was about to risk his life, the black sword intent slashed down on the black iron chain like a divine army. The first sword intent slashed down, and the black iron chain was split into two. The tearing force stopped abruptly, and when the second sword came down, the black Qinkuan Gate trembled and shook non-stop. Chapter 420. Lin Fei was stunned. The rest of the people in the square were also stunned. Damn it, who the hell is it again? That guy is a bodiless immortal patriarch, a dignified second tribulation bodiless immortal. How could he be called a shameless thing? What an arrogant tone. Stunned, in a daze, in a daze. As the voice sounded, fear flashed across Patriarch Bai's face. At the same time, he showed a look of reluctance. The Qinkuan Gate was quickly taken back, and he seemed to be in pain. The profound heavenly spiritual treasure was covered with cracks. If he had not taken it back quickly, it would have become a defective product. The power of the sword was so terrifying. Why is he here? This is bad. Patriarch Bai had a headache. The Patriarch of the Divine Sword sect was here. He immediately calmed down. What's there to be afraid of? He is a second tribulation bodiless immortal, and so am I. We don't know who will win yet. Kill with one slash. Patriarch Bai attacked again while his opponent was in a daze. Magic power. The 3,000 feet long saber radiance formed a torrent of saber intent. As it passed, a large area of the void collapsed. He clearly did not give his opponent any chance. He wanted to kill the peerless sword celestial and completely destroy the divine sword sect's hope. He also wanted to let the divine sword sect know that the saber sect was not afraid of the divine sword sect. The Saber sect could kill whoever they wanted, and they would do it in front of the Divine Sword sect to let everyone know that the Divine Sword sect was only a so-so. It was a fair and square attack. If Patriarch Bai succeeded in killing his opponent, the Divine Sword sect would be embarrassed. This was like humiliating the Divine Sword sect in front of everyone. If the Divine Sword sect blocked it, the Saber sect would not suffer any losses. Patriarch Bai, you bastard! The angry voice sounded again. There was a loud rumble. Everyone saw a long dragon emerge from the blood. It was no less than 3,000 feet long, and its power was not inferior to the opponent's. It was completely formed by sword intent. The sword intent was extremely sharp. The long dragon rushed up and collided head-on. The overbearing torrent was pushed back. The long dragon had the advantage in the first attack. The long dragon tore the torrent apart in the second attack. On the third strike, the long dragon's huge body shook, and the torrent of saber intent was knocked away, scattering in all directions. Then, Patriarch Bai let out a muffled groan. What's so amazing about a second tribulation loose immortal? I'm already a third tribulation loose immortal. Whoosh! The sword intent soared into the sky, leaving 2 wounds on old ancestor Bai Ming's body. Then, everyone saw a loose immortal old ancestor appear. His mouth was open, and he was extremely surprised. That's the 9-fingered sword deity of the sword god school. 9-fingered sword immortal. He became a second tribulation loose immortal 2,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he would become a third tribulation loose immortal in such a short period of time? Sword immortals have extraordinary combat prowess. It's only normal for Patriarch Bai Ming to suffer. 7th swordsman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the old ancestor was here, everything would be fine. Most importantly, the loose immortal who came was the 9-fingered sword immortal, the one with the most flamboyant personality. He was one of the loose immortals with the strongest battle prowess in the Divine Sword School. Even though he was only a 3 tribulation loose immortal, he could put up a fight against a 4th level loose immortal. Patriarch Bai Ming was a 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial, so he would definitely be at a disadvantage against the 9-fingered sword celestial. When 7th swordsman saw Patriarch Bai Ming's miserable state, he was really relieved, and his face was full of radiance. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the Sky Saber Saint's face was very ugly, as if his parents had died. The great ancestor of the Saber sect was powerful, but the great ancestor of the Divine Sword School was even more powerful. How did you succeed in passing the tribulation so quickly? Patriarch Bai Ming was speechless. It had been 4,000 years since he had passed the 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial, and he planned to pass the tribulation in another 500 years. The heavenly tribulation was too dangerous, and he did not expect the 9-fingered sword celestial to succeed in passing the tribulation one step ahead of him. Even though there was a difference of 1 level, Patriarch Bai Ming felt deeply helpless. The 9-fingered sword celestial was a sword celestial, and his battle prowess was strong. If they were both 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials, Patriarch Bai Ming might have a chance to defeat him. The Saber sect was also a sect with strong battle prowess. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, Patriarch Bai Ming could only stare and almost vomit blood. If I didn't become a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't my sword god sect's disciples have been killed by you? The 9-fingered sword celestial was a middle-aged man, and he was thin. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed longsword, showing off its sharpness. I'd like to ask, do you, a dignified bodiless celestial patriarch, know shame and bullying a child? Damn it, the sword god sect's bodiless celestial patriarch is here? Is he still so hot-tempered, like a woman cursing on the street? Lin Fei was shocked. He did not expect another bodiless celestial to appear. More importantly, this bodiless celestial was from the sword god sect, which was the sect he had joined. Was this a coincidence? Lin Fei had a vague feeling that he must have displayed something to attract the bodiless celestial patriarch's attack. From Patriarch Bai Ming's words, Lin Fei could vaguely make a guess. The sword god sect's patriarch is clearly stronger than the other party. Although his sword intent is not invincible, it's still terrifyingly powerful as a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. I can end the bloody hell test in advance. No matter how stupid Lin Fei was, he knew where things were heading. Patriarch Bai Ming regretted not using his killer move from the start, allowing the nine-fingered sword celestial to arrive. It was already too late for him to make a move now. Damn it, damn it. I was so close. Patriarch Bai Ming was indignant. He had waited so long for the defensive scroll to arrive, only to encounter the nine-fingered sword celestial. How unlucky, truly unlucky. Nine-fingered sword celestial, you win this time, said Patriarch Bai Ming. This isn't the end. I'll fight you sooner or later. The nine-fingered sword celestial was glad that he had arrived in time to protect the seedling. The nine-fingered sword celestial no longer had any doubts that Patriarch Bai Ming would make a move personally. As a sword celestial, he could already sense the invincible sword intent from the other party. A good seedling, definitely a good seedling. The sword god's sect has great luck. I'll take you on at any time. I just hope you don't die under the heavenly tribulation. Patriarch Bai Ming nearly vomited blood. The nine-fingered sword celestial was too shameless. He actually cursed him. The nine-fingered sword celestial did not make a move to stop Patriarch Bai Ming. The saber sex Patriarch Bai Ming was not weak either. If they really fought, he would not be able to fully focus and would inevitably be distracted. Patriarch Black Puppet, you've been watching for so long. Do you want me to invite you out? The nine-fingered sword celestial looked at the blood-colored void. No need, no need. Another itinerant immortal patriarch walked out of the void, startling everyone once again. Could it be that today was the day of the itinerant immortal patriarch's gathering? Otherwise, why would they all appear at the same time? This itinerant immortal patriarch was the Heaven Secrets Gates itinerant immortal patriarch. Patriarch Black Puppet was slightly late. He regretted being delayed on the way. Otherwise, that peerless sword celestial kid behind him would have become his disciple. Now, he had no chance at all. The nine-fingered sword celestial was not like the other patriarchs. However, there was one thing that the other patriarchs could not compare to: he was extremely protective. Even if that kid did not become a disciple of the divine sword sect, with the nine-fingered sword celestial here, he was 100% a disciple of the divine sword sect. Furthermore, he was a third tribulation itinerant immortal. Patriarch Black Puppet did not have much confidence. This peerless sword celestial kid was not fated with the Heaven Secrets Gate. Congratulations to the divine sword sect for taking in another peerless genius. Patriarch Black Puppet's words were filled with intense jealousy. A great opportunity had been missed just like that. No one could snatch away a peerless genius that landed in the hands of the divine sword sect. The divine sword sect was just a bunch of hooligans, a bunch of disrespectful elders. The nine-fingered sword celestial chuckled. Hee, it has not been easy for our divine sword sect. It has been thousands of years since we took in such a peerless disciple. The jealous patriarch Black Puppet was not willing to stay any longer. He was afraid that he could not control himself and would slap the smug nine-fingered sword celestial to death. The departure of Patriarch White Puppet and Patriarch Black Puppet allowed the representatives of the rank 1 sects to witness the strength of the divine sword sect. A 3 tribulation itinerant immortal could scare off a patriarch. The strength of the divine sword sect was unfathomable. Kid, I am the nine-fingered sword celestial of the divine sword sect. Are you willing to join the divine sword sect? Become a disciple of the divine sword sect, the nine-fingered sword celestial said seriously. In fact, he could not wait to bring the other party back. As a peerless sword celestial who had lived for thousands of years, the nine-fingered sword celestial was more excited than anyone else. Hope, the future hope of the divine sword sect. Originally, the nine-fingered sword celestial was still in seclusion. When he heard the order, he felt curious. A sword celestial with the invincible sword intent? He did not believe it at all. As a sword celestial, the comprehension of the invincible sword intent was extremely difficult. Even he himself could not enter the realm of the invincible sword intent. For thousands of years, there were very few sword intents that could reach the invincible sword intent level. There would occasionally be one or two invincible fist intents or invincible saber intents. The invincible sword intent was pitifully rare. When he saw that the other party had the invincible sword intent, the nine-fingered sword celestial became so aggressive. He sighed inwardly. There were no delays along the way. If the peerless genius with the invincible sword intent was killed by Patriarch Bai Ming, he would probably have a headache when he returned. Lin Fei did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. I really lucked out this time. An itinerant immortal patriarch had personally spoken. This was an honor that most people could only dream of encountering. Lin Fei did not care about the other party's identity. What he cared about was that the other party was a sword celestial. The sharp sword intent could not conceal the aura of a sword celestial. On the way to becoming a sword celestial, Lin Fei was feeling things out. If he could learn something about sword celestial from the sword celestial patriarch, it would be very beneficial for consolidating his sword immortal Dao. I am willing to become a disciple of the divine sword sect. Lin Fei added, however, I have 3 other friends. I wonder if they can join the divine sword sect. Monday and the others were quite talented. It would be a pity if they returned just like that. Lin Fei asked cautiously. In the eyes of the nine-fingered sword celestial, this cautiousness was clearly a kind of cuteness. They were just 3 friends, and their talents were not bad. Even if their talents were bad, he would not reject them. The nine-fingered sword celestial pondered, if their talents are not bad, they can be accepted as outer disciples. In a rank 1 sect, even outer disciples were impressive. The status of outer disciples differed according to the rank of the sect. In a rank 6 or rank 7 sect, outer disciples were core disciples. Lin Fei was very satisfied to become an outer disciple. In a rank 1 sect, becoming an outer disciple would not be a problem for his strength to reach the mystic venerable rank in the future. Chapter 421. Dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. The black-clothed boy had reached the heavens in a single bound. After entering the Divine Sword School, one would be protected by an itinerant immortal. Who would dare to make a move? The Divine Sword sect was also very protective of its people. If they offended the loose immortal patriarchs of the Divine Sword sect, it would be equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Even an omnipotent being would have a headache. How could this be? The heavenly saber saint hung his head dejectedly. That lad wasn't killed. This was an itinerant immortal patriarch's attack. Even a saint or Emperor Xian would die with a grievance. It will be difficult to kill that lad in the future. The patriarch of the Divine Sword sect will definitely treat him like a treasure. No one can even think about touching him. With the nine-fingered sword immortal making his move, the matter was settled. Congratulations, brother 7th swordsman. Congratulations to the Divine Sword School for having another exceptional disciple. In this war between dynasties, your Divine Sword School can be considered the biggest winner. All sects congratulated the 7th swordsman. At this time, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. They could only force a smile and congratulate each other. This courtesy must be given. At the same time, he made up his mind to immediately report back about the dynasty battlefield so that they could come up with a countermeasure. The black-robed kid had only cultivated for 100 years. If he was given another 100 years to cultivate, he would definitely become a top-notch expert. Even they would be left in the dust. No one was willing to see such a peerless genius appear. Even Patriarch White-Named was unable to kill him, let alone now that he had joined the Divine Sword School and was protected by a loose immortal patriarch. It would be difficult for them to kill him. This matter had to be reported to the higher-ups. What the higher-ups decided was their business. The 7th swordsman was in a good mood. The 3 tribulation bodiless immortal nine-fingered sword immortal had arrived. Even Forefather Bai retreated in defeat. Patriarch Black Lotus left as well. The 7th swordsman's face lit up. He smiled and nodded at them one by one. When he saw them pretending to congratulate him, it was as if he had eaten honey. Far outside the dynasty battlefield. In the boundless void. A figure was looking at the battlefield of the dynasty, his face filled with unwillingness. Nine-fingered sword immortal, you have ruined my plans again. This person was none other than forefather Bai. Patriarch Bai, a second tribulation bodiless immortal, was afraid of the nine-fingered sword immortal's strength, so he had no choice but to leave the battlefield. A peerless sword immortal. A genius who could hurt himself. Forefather Bai felt as disgusted as if he had just swallowed a fly. He was just about to kill his opponent when the nine-fingered sword immortal had ruined his plan. Patriarch White Name. Patriarch Black Lotus stepped forward. What? You want to laugh at me too? Patriarch Black Peak shook his head. That's not true. As itinerant immortal patriarchs of a first-grade sect, we are most unwilling to see such a peerless sword immortal rise to prominence. I'm not nine-fingered sword immortal's match. I won't take action again. It's useless for you to seek me out. Your Heaven's Secrets chapter is famous across the entire continent. Wouldn't it be very easy for you to deal with a sword immortal punk? Old ancestor Bai Ming had never liked people from the Heavenly Mysteries sect. After saying those words, he left. Patriarch Black Peak thought to himself, Patriarch White Name, you can still be so calm at a time like this. I originally wanted to join forces with Patriarch White Name and the other patriarchs to kill that brat. What a pity. The next second, he left as well, leaving behind a series of sighs. In the square, everyone was watching the battle between the loose immortal patriarchs. To the disciples of the dynasties present, this was an extremely rare opportunity. It was just that their strength was too weak, to the extent that almost none of them were injured and vomited blood. How could a battle between bodiless immortals be so easy to comprehend? Chi deviation and vomiting blood was a normal thing. Fortunately, after the bodiless immortal disciples vomited blood, the light screen was immediately shut down. If it had continued, it was unknown how many people would have died in the square. The loose immortal patriarchs are too strong. I can't even see his attacks. It feels like he's burning up. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. After the disciples of the dynasties came to their senses, they all revealed looks of terror. A battle between bodiless immortals was not something they could observe, even if they were talented. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is truly a monster. That was what Monday said. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is the greatest monster in the world. He survived the attack of a bodiless immortal patriarch. That was what Yunxiang said. Our unfalling dynasty is really going to produce a peerless genius. That was what Autumn Moon Fairy said. This was the first time they knew. That laughing junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was so strong, but when faced with a bodiless immortal patriarch, he actually injured the latter. If this matter were to be spread back, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Just as they were about to digest this, the three of them disappeared from the plaza. After recovering from their shock, they found themselves in a void. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. The three of them were shocked. They did not understand what was going on. Then, when they saw the bodiless immortal patriarch beside Lin Fei, they were even more shocked. They were so shocked that they could barely speak. What exactly is going on? They would never have the chance to see a bodiless immortal patriarch in their entire lives. Lin Fei said with a smile. Are you willing to become an outer disciple of the Sword God School? Monday blinked. An outer disciple? Of course. The three of them were shocked once again. They understood what was going on. They had already given up on the idea of joining a sect. They did not expect that the opportunity would land on them. Immediately, they cried tears of joy. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm very willing. The Sword God School was a first-grade sect. There was no other disciple in the unfalling dynasty who could become an outer disciple of a first-grade sect. Go back and prepare first. When the time comes, someone will naturally send you to the Sword God School. The nine-fingered sword immortal said calmly. He turned to Lin Fei and said, if you have anything to say, you can say it now. Later, I will personally bring you back to the Sword God School. Then, the nine-fingered sword immortal disappeared without a trace. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, I really have to thank you this time. Monday and the others were not stupid. The Sword God School was a first-grade sect. They wanted to become an outer disciple, but they were far from meeting the requirements. Most likely, they would not even have a chance to become a servant disciple. This opportunity was given to them by Lin Fei. Lin Fei said with a smile. What are you thanking me for? We are all from the same dynasty. If we can help, we will definitely help. The three of them were very excited. Outer disciple of a first-grade sect. This result would be extremely shocking even in the Unfalling dynasty. In the past, it was already very impressive for someone from the Unfalling dynasty to enter a fifth-grade sect. Now, they had joined a first-grade sect. You guys still have to go back and help me bring the things back to my father. After leaving the Unfalling dynasty this time, Lin Fei did not know when he could return. After fighting with the patriarch in the bloody hell, he could not stay any longer. Lin Fei took out the things he had prepared. They were all cultivation resources. There is a message I left in them. My father will know what to do. Monday nodded. Don't worry. I will personally deliver the things to your father. Then I will leave first. Monday and the others returned to the square again. The people around them did not seem to notice that they had left. However, the feeling of being in the void earlier was completely real. If it were not for Lin Fei's things in their hands, they would probably think that it was a dream. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you are amazing. We have to thank junior apprentice brother Lin Fei for this. I did not expect that we would also be able to join a first-grade sect one day. In the endless void. The nine-fingered sword immortal brought Lin Fei with him. A barrier surrounded them, blocking the incessantly blowing void astral winds. This is the void astral winds. Only a mystic the arch-expert can completely block it. It is also a good place to temper your body. The nine-fingered sword immortal explained. In the future, when you become stronger, you can use the void astral winds to temper your body. Lin Fei listened to everything. This was good stuff. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying power of the void astral winds. Only the mystic the arch could withstand these astral winds. If Lin Fei went out, he would probably be torn into pieces. Even the azure dragon true body could not block it. The nine-fingered sword immortal was very fast. In the bloody hell, he defeated Patriarch Bai and did not dare to let his guard down. He was afraid of being ambushed along the way. The nine-fingered sword immortal was not afraid of being surrounded. A sword immortal was not afraid of being surrounded. His only worry was that the other party's real goal was to kill the exceptional genius, Lin Fei. He was very careful along the way. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. When he appeared again, Lin Fei was already in a continuous mountain range. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rich, making one feel refreshed. At a glance, there were herds of demonic beasts. Many of them were in human form. It was very lively. When they saw the nine-fingered sword immortal flying past, they all stopped, their eyes filled with respect. Where is this? Lin Fei asked. At this time, the nine-fingered sword immortal heaved a sigh of relief. I forgot to tell you, this is the Divine Sword Sect's mountain range. We are in the outer area. The nine-fingered sword immortal smiled. The Divine Sword Sect is a space opened up by our ancestors. These demonic beasts are all part of our Divine Sword Sect. Some of them have already reached Mystic Venerable or even Mystic Sage. They have lived in the Divine Sword Sect for generations. Those with good talent will become core disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Fei suddenly understood, followed by great shock. This was the base of the Divine Sword Sect. Such a large space was not inferior to the battlefield of a dynasty. The nine-fingered sword immortal continued, we, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, are not allowed to kill demonic beasts, especially those that have developed intelligence. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. You must remember that those wild beasts can be hunted and killed. Lin Fei secretly made a mental note. Cultivating the Akala scripture, the strength of Lin Fei's divine consciousness was not weak. He could sense a strong aura, which was clearly the aura of a great demon. At the same level, a great demon's ability was slightly stronger. Our divine sword sect is right in front. When Lin Fei saw sword-shaped mountain peaks appearing at the end of his vision, his eyes were filled with surprise. These mountains seemed to contain sword will. That's right. These mountains are all where the core disciples of the divine sword sect live. After you meet the sect leader, you will also have a sword peak. From now on, the sword peak will be your own cultivation place. There were countless sword peaks, releasing sword intents one after another. Lin Fei felt that he had come to the right place. After the sword peaks, there were 5 sword peaks that towered into the clouds. At a glance, they were boundless, with no end in sight. This is the 5 mountain sword peaks of the divine sword sect. Now, we are going to the heavenly sword temple in the middle. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a rank 1 sect. Only then did he realize how terrifying a rank 1 sect was. With just his divine consciousness, the waves of tyrannical aura were unimaginably powerful. Compared to this, the disciples of the other dynasties were practically trash. Chapter 422. Junior brother Nine-Fingered is back. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal landed on the heavenly sword hall with Lin Fei. A loud and clear voice came from the hall. Lin Fei, wait outside for a moment. Leaving Lin Fei behind, the Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal walked into the heavenly sword hall. Lin Fei stood outside the heavenly sword hall. A look of joy appeared on his face. What a heavenly sword hall. It contains endless sword will everywhere. Only now did Lin Fei realize how mysterious and terrifying the sword god's school was. He also knew that he had found the right place. Originally, he did not know much about sword intent. This time, he could perfect his invincible sword intent through various sword intents. Inside the heavenly sword hall. Senior brother sect leader. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal stood in front of a middle-aged man in white. This person was the current sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect. His Taoist name was Immeasurable. You're back, Immeasurable said. How did it go? Senior brother sect leader, please take a look. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal took out an item. This is the water mirror technique that junior brother 7th Swordsman used. It records everything from beginning to end. The water mirror technique was just a secret technique. Its greatest use was that he could record everything clearly, as if he was personally present at the scene. On the light screen, from the beginning of the battle to Patriarch Bai's arrival, his attacks, his injuries, and his furious attacks, everything was displayed clearly. This child is not bad. He is very mysterious and has great opportunities. With 2 treasures, it is no wonder that Patriarch Bai was helpless, Immeasurable said with a smile. As a second tribulation itinerant immortal, Patriarch Bai completely failed miserably. This time, the Divine Sword Sect has picked up a treasure. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal also laughed. Senior brother, do you mean that Lin Fei is going to be arranged to be a disciple? You have no chance. Don't even think about it, Immeasurable said. The Divine Sword Sect values fate. This kind of sword immortal must have a good master. Let him stay in the Divine Sword Sect for a year first. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother, what are you doing? No rush, Immeasurable said. This young man has great talent. If he wants to become a disciple of the Divine Sword School, he must be fair. Since he survived old ancestor Bai's attack, he can become a core disciple. However, a test is necessary. Senior brother, this kid has the potential to become a sword immortal. Does he still need to be tested? He has comprehended the invincible sword will. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal was unhappy. I don't think it's too much to make him a core disciple. Wu Yang laughed. You're born with this kind of personality. You're hot-tempered. However, we can't avoid this step. Moreover, our seniors and juniors aren't at the Divine Sword Sect. They'll only return after a year. This year's time is just right for us to use for the test. The nine-fingered sword immortal was helpless. His senior brother sect leader's words had always been meaningful. Then, which sword peak does senior brother plan to give to Lin Fei? The blood sword saint hasn't returned for 300 years, right? Immeasurable said. Then let Lin Fei go to the blood sword peak. The nine-fingered sword immortal was slightly stunned. Many disciples are envious of the blood sword saint's blood sword peak. If senior brother hands the blood sword peak to Lin Fei, I think the others will definitely not be satisfied. After all, the blood sword peak has abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It can be ranked among the top 50 sword peaks in the Divine Sword School. That kid has comprehended the invincible sword will. If he can't even protect a sword peak, how can he be considered invincible? The nine-fingered sword immortal suddenly understood his senior brother sect leader's courage. Thank you, senior brother. In a short period of time, Lin Fei saw many sword wills outside the Heavenly Sword Hall, and he was fascinated by them. Lin Fei. Lin Fei came back to his senses. I'm sorry, these sword wills. This place contains countless sword wills from the Divine Sword School. You have comprehended the invincible sword will, and you have a natural suppression on sword wills. Other junior brothers will not be able to withstand just a glance, the nine-fingered sword immortal said. I originally wanted you to be apprenticed to a master, but because Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle are out, the apprenticeship period will be delayed. You don't have to worry about this. The apprenticeship period was extended. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to becoming apprenticed to a master. Later, I will arrange for someone to send you to the Blood Sword Peak. That sword peak will become your place of cultivation in the future. However, the nine-fingered sword immortal hesitated. When you reach the blood sword peak, you will know. What is this? Could it be that this blood sword peak has some great background? Otherwise, why would he show such an expression? When Lin Fei continued to ask, the nine-fingered sword immortal left after saying this, as if he had something urgent to attend to. This made Lin Fei's heart itch. This scattered immortal patriarch also knows how to keep people in suspense. Could the blood sword peak be a terrifying place? Soon, a profound emperor early-stage disciple flew over and was very polite. Senior brother Lin Fei, please come with me. Although this person was polite, Lin Fei could see from the other party's eyes that this disciple of the Divine Sword sect had a certain resistance towards him, as well as an inexplicable anger. *CK, I just came to the Divine Sword sect, and I didn't offend you. Why do you have such an expression? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He couldn't figure out why. Could it be because of the blood sword peak? After thinking about it, the only problem was the blood sword peak. Otherwise, this disciple of the Divine Sword sect wouldn't be so cold to him. His expression was as if he owed him money. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to understand the blood sword peak. Seeing this person's expression, he lost interest. He might as well go and understand it himself. A living person wouldn't be suffocated to death. Senior brother Lin Fei, the blood sword peak is in front. When a huge sword peak pierced through the clouds and appeared in front of Lin Fei, he finally understood what it meant. What a great place. Not far away, the blood sword peak towered into the clouds, surrounded by white mist. It was even taller and more magnificent than the sword peaks he saw before. There was also a blood-colored sword intent soaring into the sky, lingering for a long time. Strange, there seems to be someone on the blood sword peak. Why did they assign the blood sword peak to me? Could it be a mistake? Lin Fei frowned. He wanted to ask the other party, but he found that the other party had already left. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who cares? The higher-ups have given the blood sword peak to me. Then, the blood sword peak will be my territory from now on. Whoever lives there can scram. I'm the master of my territory. With a thought, Lin Fei rushed to the blood sword peak. At the same time, he activated the blood sword peak's sword talisman, which could ignore the Blood Sword Peak's formation and directly reach the peak of the Blood Sword Peak. After Lin Fei left, the previous disciple of the Divine Sword sect flew out. I really don't know what the sect is thinking, the person thought. The Blood Sword Peak is a fat piece of meat that all the senior brothers are fighting over. Now, it's been occupied by a new disciple. This is going to be interesting. Moreover, there are 3 Mystique Venerable One's servants on the Blood Sword Peak. After this last year, they will become outer disciples. They will absolutely not allow anyone to become the master of the Blood Sword Peak. Above the clouds, the 9-fingered sword deity was also there. 9-fingered, do you really think he can withstand the disciples' challenge? Chapter 423. P.S. Thanks to Roaming the Horizon, Su Ming Si, and Luo Yuxuan for their tips. I had something to do yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. Junior brother Yaowen, did you come back from the Blood Sword Peak? Yaowen, who was flying back, saw 2 figures in front of him, silently blocking his way. Yaowen was the disciple who led the way for Lin Fei before. Seeing the 2 senior brothers in front of him, he suppressed his anger and secretly rejoiced that he didn't lose his temper. Senior brother Wang Shi, senior brother Qing Tai. Yaowen didn't know why these 2 senior brothers were blocking his way, so he couldn't stay calm. The 2 senior brothers in front of him were both core disciples. Their status was much higher than his, to the extent that he could only look up to them. In the Sword God sect, disciples were generally divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples. Yaowen was an outer sect disciple, so he had to be polite when he went out to train. He couldn't afford to offend a first-grade sect, so he couldn't be arrogant in front of these 2 senior brothers. The 2 in front of him were core disciples, which made him nervous. Core disciples, how could he not be nervous? If he wasn't careful, he would offend them. Countless people in the Sword God sect wanted to curry favor with core disciples. It was equivalent to having a backer in the Sword God sect. As long as they didn't offend core disciples with strength and status, they could do whatever they wanted. What are you standing there for? I'm asking you a question. Wang Shi was a burly man with dark skin, looking very mature. His face darkened, and his aura was full of power. Yaowen was only in the profound emperor realm, so how could he block his sharp eyes? Yaowen quivered and recalled what he said before. Replying to the 2 senior brothers, I just brought some people to the Blood Sword Peak. It seems that someone is going to inherit the Blood Sword Peak. Yaowen was terrified. Offending a core disciple would make him forget about staying in the Sword God sect in the future. Junior brother Qing Tai, have you heard that someone is going to inherit the Blood Sword Peak? Wang Shi turned to look at Qing Tai with a doubtful expression. Qing Tai shook his head, I've never heard of such a thing. If someone inherits the Blood Sword Peak, I'll be the first to know. How dare you lie to us? Wang Shi's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Yaowen's mouth. I'm not lying. Someone really went to the Blood Sword Peak. Yaowen did not care about anything else. He told them everything that had happened, not missing a single detail. I'm telling the truth. I definitely wouldn't dare lie to you 2 seniors. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Seniors, I really wouldn't dare lie to you. If I find out that you're lying to us, I'll kill you. Get lost. Qing Tai roared angrily. Yaowen immediately felt as if he had been pardoned from a great crime, and he quickly ran out of sight. What do you think? The Blood Sword Peak that has not been distributed for 300 years has been given to a disciple by the sect master. Wang Shi frowned. Could it be that the higher-ups saw that we went too far, so they gave the Blood Sword Peak to another disciple? The Blood Sword Peak was the peak where the Blood Sword Saint had cultivated for 300 years. Although it was inconspicuous among the other sword peaks, only those who truly understood would know how precious it was. The Blood Sword Saint was also a heaven-defying cultivation genius of the Sword God sect. At the same time, he was also a direct disciple, which was one position higher than the core disciples. 300 years ago, the Blood Sword Saint was one of the top 10 sword experts of the Sword God sect. With a blood shadow sword, he completely defeated the genius disciples of the Sword God sect, except for a few. Later on, the Blood Sword Saint lost to the number one expert of the Sword God sect, the eldest senior brother, and left the Sword God sect to travel the continent to increase his strength. He left for 300 years. During these 300 years, there was no news of the Blood Sword Saint. Many people said that the Blood Sword Saint had fallen outside, while others said that the Blood Sword Saint was undergoing life and death training outside. Once he returned, his strength would definitely increase greatly, and he would be invincible. There were all kinds of versions. According to the rules of the Sword God sect, a sword peak could enjoy the right of ownership for 500 years. After 500 years, if one wanted to continue owning it, they would have to defeat the challenger in order to regain the sword peak. There was only 1 year left before the expiration of the Blood Sword Peak. As a result, many people rubbed their hands and paid attention to it, preparing to snatch it. Wang Shi and Qing Tai were two of them who coveted the Blood Sword Peak very much. They were originally prepared to go out to kill mystical beasts, but when they saw someone heading in the direction of the Blood Sword Peak, they stopped Yaowen to ask for an explanation. Once they asked, they knew that something big was about to happen. The ownership of the Blood Sword Peak falling into the hands of a new disciple was indeed a big deal. More importantly, the Blood Sword Peak falling into the hands of a new disciple, especially when he was only at the level of profound sovereign, made them very unhappy. They could not understand it no matter how they thought about it, and they thought that the higher-ups were biased towards him. It's hard to say. Qing Tai also frowned. Let's just wait and see. Maybe one of the elders arranged for a relative to settle here. Don't forget, since 300 years ago, the Blood Sword Saint left the Blood Sword Peak in a fit of anger, leaving behind servants who have long since taken over the Blood Sword Peak as their own. If they know that someone has inherited the Blood Sword Peak, I'm afraid they'll be even more anxious than we are. Otherwise, how could they cultivate to the level of mystique venerable rank with their mystical beast bodies? If it weren't for the fact that we can't enter the Blood Sword Peak, the 3 little demons would have been killed long ago. I almost forgot, the 3 mystical beasts have a violent temper. They would fight over a single word and dominate the Blood Sword Peak. They're so arrogant. Wang Shi smiled sinisterly. That kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he's unlucky, he might be eaten by the 3 mystical beasts. It'll be interesting then. The two of them knew the ins and outs of the Blood Sword Peak very well. A kid at the level of profound sovereign breaking into the Blood Sword Peak was no less than sending food to the tiger's mouth. They did not mind killing him. We just need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the outside and we'll know the result soon. Then I'll go back and arrange it immediately. Inside the Blood Sword Peak. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was so dense that all the species within the peak had an exceptional immortal aura. It was no less than a paradise, which made people yearn for it. Second brother, do you think Big Brother will be able to break through to mid-mystique venerable rank when he comes out of closed-door cultivation this time? He'll be qualified to become a core disciple. In a white pavilion, 2 figures, one black and one red, were sitting. In front of them was a large amount of meat, exuding rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. The black-robed man with a bear's head and a human body was eating meat in large bites. His left hand was holding a large bowl and drinking the fragrant wine. He had an intoxicated look on his face, but when matched with this face, it made people feel ferocious no matter how they looked. That goes without saying. Our big brother has outstanding talent. It's not difficult to become a core disciple. Red Wolf laughed heartily. We mystical beasts have good talent. The only thing we lack is cultivation resources. If it weren't for the Blood Sword Saint going out to train, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. That's right. Why can the human clan have a large amount of cultivation resources, but we mystical beasts can't? Black Bear was dissatisfied. Thank goodness the Blood Sword Saint was so stubborn. After being tricked by us, he took the initiative to travel to the mainland. Who knows, he might have become a pile of bones by now. We 3 brothers would have benefited for nothing. Red Wolf and Black Bear were one of the 2 servants of Blood Sword Peak. When the Blood Sword Saint was around, they were just like the other servants, obedient. The blood sword saint admired them and passed on cultivation methods to them. Gradually, they became the blood sword saint's right-hand men, in charge of everything on Blood Sword Peak. When the blood sword saint left Blood Sword Peak to train, Black Bear and Red Wolf revealed their true colors. In the beginning, they only dared to embezzle a small amount of cultivation resources, afraid that the blood sword saint would return and be discovered. 50 years, 100 years later, they were no longer as nervous and afraid as before. They began to be unscrupulous. All sorts of herbs on Blood Sword Peak became their possessions. Their strength also skyrocketed, from profound sovereign realm to their current mystique venerable realm. When Big Brother comes out and becomes a core disciple, we'll be able to hold our heads up high. We won't have to hide in Blood Sword Peak and suffer. Red Wolf chuckled. When that time comes, Big Brother will be the Peak Master, and we'll be the second and third Peak Masters. Big Brother eats the meat, and we drink the soup. It'll be the most carefree life. If we're lucky, we might even be able to hook up with a human girl. Fair and tender, it'll be fun to play with her. Ha ha ha, to a better tomorrow, let's toast. To a better future, cheers. The two had just finished gulping down their wine and frowned at the same time. ****, someone broke into the spirit herb garden. Damn, it must be that insensible kid. It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh. Let's go eat him together. Human flesh and blood are powerful. Eating it can improve our strength. The two were furious. Ever since the Blood Sword Saint left, they had long regarded Blood Sword Peak as theirs. Everything in Blood Sword Peak belonged to them. The little demon servants who were managing below were eaten by them if they were even slightly dissatisfied. The spirit herb garden was what they cared about the most. Their big brother knew alchemy. And the reason why their strength could improve so quickly was because they had eaten a lot of alchemy. To refine alchemy, one must have spirit herbs. The two of them had long regarded the spirit herb garden as a private forbidden area. Anyone who dared to break in would be their mortal enemy. They had set up a formation around the spirit herb garden. Once it was touched, they would know immediately. What a good Blood Sword Peak. Just the spirit chi of heaven and earth here can cultivate so many spirit herbs. I can take the time to learn alchemy. Lin Fei had already fallen in love with Blood Sword Peak. When he first heard about Blood Sword Peak, he did not feel anything. Once he stepped into Blood Sword Peak, every grass and tree on the peak had spirit chi and became spiritual plants. Apart from the sect, he was afraid that he could not find a similar place. If he cultivated in such a place, his cultivation speed would be countless times faster. Although Lin Fei did not need to focus on cultivation, such a rich spirit chi of heaven and earth had endless benefits. Lin Fei looked around, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. Blood Sword Peak was a good place. From now on, this Blood Sword Peak belonged to him. Finally, I have my own territory. My territory, I call the shots. Ha ha ha, kid, who gave you the courage to break in? Chapter 424. Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei frowned. He saw a tall black shadow suddenly appear in the air. Before he could see its face, he could already feel the monstrous aura and the ferocious look on its face. A huge black mace weighing tens of thousands of kilograms whistled dangerously. It turned into a beam of black light and smashed down towards Lin Fei's head. It was obvious that it wanted to kill Lin Fei with one hit. It was too cruel. The opponent was fast, but Lin Fei wasn't slow either. He turned into a beam of light and retreated. Bang! The other party's attack missed and smashed heavily into the ground. The surrounding trees rustled loudly, startling countless birds and causing them to fly away in panic. The nearby trees were directly turned into dust, leaving behind traces of the violent attack. It was obvious that the mace was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person couldn't dodge in time, he would probably be killed by the mace. Lin Fei was very unhappy. He was attacked by a monster in his own territory. He would be a laughing stock if others knew about it. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Lin Fei stopped and shouted angrily. The one who attacked just now was the black bear demon. He was good at using a mace and liked to kill people with one hit, preferably smashing them into minced meat. The black bear demon was surprised to see that his casual attack was dodged. A casual attack was not something that a lad could dodge. Lad, you are quite arrogant. Black Bear stuck his mace into the ground and put his hands on his waist. Don't think that you're invincible just because you blocked my attack. To tell you the truth, this is the territory of us three brothers. Now that you've trespassed into our forbidden area, you can only blame yourself if I kill you. Later, I'm going to eat you. You're white and tender, and you'll definitely taste delicious. Old Bear, when did you become so wishy-washy? The Red Wolf demon then said, just kill this kind of person with one hit. There is no need to talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and kill this lad. We can go back and drink and wait for Big Brother to come out of seclusion. We don't want to waste time here. Lin Fei was angry, very angry. Motherf **Ker, my territory has been occupied by someone else. Furthermore, it was 3 demonic beasts. How dare they attack him? Lin Fei finally understood why the disciple who led the way before looked at him as if he was dead before he left. It turned out that the Blood Sword Peak had a domineering demonic beast servant acting like a tyrant and treating this place as its home, making him an outsider. How dare you 2 servants treat Blood Sword Mountain as your own? Look carefully, Blood Sword Mountain now belongs to me. The sect has given it to me. Why aren't you 2 kneeling down, kowtowing and admitting your wrongs? Otherwise, I'll kill you with a single slash of my sword. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a sword-shaped medallion flew out and landed in front of them. He didn't waste any words with them. From the moment Black Bear attacked, Lin Fei had a bad impression of him. He was clearly used to being arrogant and overbearing. It seemed that many people had died in the hands of Black Bear Demon. When Black Bear and Red Demon saw the sword-shaped token, their expressions changed. Obviously, they did not expect that Blood Sword Mountain would be given away by the sect and become the possession of this lad. What should we do? Should we attack now and kill this lad? Black Bear hurriedly transmitted his voice. Damn, you want to drag us to death with you, you wooden hammer. Red Wolf's heart moved. If you attack, he might inform the sect. At that time, all 3 of us will die. Do you think we can be killed by the experts of the sect? It was not easy for us to cultivate to this level. Are you willing to die like this? Black Bear's face was twitching. If we don't kill him, what else can we do? Do we really have to welcome this lad as our new master? Old Bear, can't stand above us. You idiot. Red Wolf scolded, sometimes, you don't have to kill to deal with people. Don't you think it's good to have this lad as your new master? When Big Brother comes out, it won't be too late to deal with this lad. Don't forget, Big Brother is quick-witted and will definitely think of a way. Let's not be impatient. It's better for you to change your temper. The 2 transmitted their voices in an instant. The 2 immediately removed their murderous aura and restrained their demon chi. They looked very respectful and did not have the arrogant and overbearing attitude from before. Black Bear, apologize to the new master and forgive you for attacking rashly. Red Wolf scolded Black Bear and turned to Lin Fei, new master, please forgive Black Bear. This guy is simple-minded, but in fact, he is very loyal. Just now, he thought that someone had broken in to steal the spirit grass. These spirit grass are all cultivated by us. A few days ago, a few small demons came to steal and eat the spirit grass. Black Bear is also anxious to protect the spirit grass. Black Bear suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I'm sorry, new master. I didn't know you were the new master and thought that someone had broken into the spirit grass garden. That's why I acted rashly. It won't happen again. Lin Fei saw it all. He knew that the 2 servants were lying through their teeth. They didn't look like they were apologizing. Just now, they clearly treated the Blood Sword Mountain as their territory. Anxious to protect the spirit grass? How could you think of that? I'm afraid they were protecting your spirit grass. Although he didn't know much about spirit grass, Lin Fei knew that these spirit grass were cultivated very well. They had been cultivated for at least 100 or 200 years. It could be said that they had spent a lot of effort. Lin Fei would not forgive them so easily. This is my territory. Since when did you two servants become the master? You want to show off your power in front of me? You must be tired of living. Since you know I'm the new master, why don't you kneel down and talk? Lin Fei coldly snorted. Who allowed you to stand and talk? Could it be that you want to go against my will because I'm weak? The two of them didn't expect that this kid was so arrogant and didn't want to let them go. In the past 300 years, when had they ever knelt? They had long regarded themselves as masters. In the Blood Sword Mountain, they could call the wind and summon the rain. They were so arrogant and free. Hearing this, they seemed to have heard it wrong. Kneel? Black Bear's face twitched. He looked fierce, as if he wanted to eat someone. He was so angry. Black Bear, kneel! Red Wolf shouted angrily. He was afraid that this fool would attack. They knew very well that once they attacked, Yi Shiwen would definitely ask the sect to kill them. Perhaps a powerful venerable level master could kill them completely. They hurriedly called out to stop him. Greetings to the new master, Lin Fei. Greetings to the new master, Lin Fei. The two of them helplessly knelt down with unwillingness and endless resentment. They hated this Lin Fei to death. Lin Fei could naturally tell that they were unwilling, and this was exactly what he wanted. I'll let you live for a while longer. After I figure out the situation, if you still don't repent, I'll kill Lian Jian and keep you alive. If you don't know how to be a servant next time, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Lead the way. A servant should act like a servant. Under Black Bear's lead, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the Blood Sword Mountain. The Blood Sword Mountain was a good place. No wonder they treated it like their own home. I haven't returned for 300 years. This servant is really bold. Do you really think that the Blood Sword Mountain is your home? If I let you continue to be so mighty, then what kind of peak master am I? After understanding the situation, Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. On the peak of the Blood Sword Mountain, there was a medium-sized hall built in a green forest, adding elegance. Outside, spirit beasts were leisurely and hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. At this time, in the center of the hall, Lin Fei sat in the middle, overlooking a group of servants below. There were humans and small demons among these servants. At this moment, all of them were kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. At the very front, Black Bear and the other two were kneeling. As for Snake 7, he had come out from his closed-door training. He was apprehensive. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that he was frightened. The first thing is that from now on, I am your new master. Lin Fei stood up with a calm face. The second thing is that I am still your new master. The third thing is that the Blood Sword Mountain belongs to me, your master. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone dares to act rashly. His cold gaze swept across everyone. Those in charge of punishment, come out. Two profound sect disciples trembled as they stood out. Black Bear offended his superiors. 100 lashes to make sure he remembers. Lin Fei said coldly. The servants below were all stunned. This new master wanted to make a move on Black Bear. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. What are you standing there for? Could it be that you want to disobey my orders? Snake 7 berated them. Why aren't you making a move? Black Bear offended his superiors. He should be punished. Everyone, remember this in the future. He turned his head and revealed a dark expression. It was as if those people had found their backbone. Pa, this whip wasn't a normal whip. Even though Black Bear's physical body was tough, his skin would split open and his flesh would split open in front of a whip specially made by a sect. It was unbearable pain. This Snake 7 is very calm. No wonder he's one of the 3 leaders. Black Bear is being whipped like this, but he's still indifferent. He doesn't explain or get angry. As expected, he's inherited the softness of a snake. He's probably thinking about how to take care of himself right now. Lin Fei already had a rough idea of what was going on. In order to completely control the Blood Sword Mountain, the three of them had to take care of it. They couldn't even command 2 servants. One could imagine how deeply rooted the three of them were in the Blood Sword Mountain. If he didn't take care of them, he wouldn't have the guts to train in the Blood Sword Mountain even if he wanted to. He couldn't guard against them all the time. Did you guys not eat? Put more strength into it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The two of them were so scared that they almost dropped the whip in their hands. They immediately increased their strength. Next time someone offends their superiors, it won't just be 100 lashes. Is everyone clear? Clear. Chapter 425. Crash, crash. Pa pa pa, large swathes of ornaments were violently smashed by someone, falling to the ground in disarray. These ornaments were all brought back by Black Bear and the others from the outside. Each one was worth a lot, but now they were all in pieces. This is too much. This is too much. Who does Lin Fei think he is? He's just a little brat. Old Bear wants nothing more than to beat him to death with his club. Black Bear was panting with rage, his eyes filled with an ominous glint. It's all because you said to put up with this brat. Otherwise, why would he step on our heads? Big brother, you have to think of a way to take care of that brat. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. Red Wolf was not in a good mood at the moment. He did not expect that this new master, Lin Fei, would have such a bad temper despite his weak strength. He had beaten Black Bear up in front of everyone. Even though this kind of injury was nothing to Black Bear, it was definitely not easy to defend his flesh being split open in front of everyone. He did not know where his face would be lost. Big brother, did your strength increase after your closed-door cultivation this time? Snake 7 revealed a sinister expression. Almost. If I had a few more days, I would be able to smoothly ascend to mid-mystique venerable rank. At that time, I would be able to use the 3 parts convergence technique and completely control Lin Fei. Blood Sword Peak would become our lair in the future. Let's see who would dare not give us face then. Black Bear and Red Wolf were overjoyed. Big brother, did you really successfully cultivate the 3 parts convergence technique? Both of them knew that this 3 parts convergence technique was a secret technique. 300 years ago, after the Blood Sword Saint had left, they had discovered this secret technique by chance. Unfortunately, it was an incomplete technique. Later on, after their research, they discovered that this 3 parts convergence technique was an incomplete technique. However, the power of the secret technique within it was shocking even to them. Unfortunately, among them, their strength did not meet the requirements. Only Big Brother could cultivate it. They knew that once this secret technique was successfully cultivated, they would be able to put many of their plans into action. Snake 7 nodded with an arrogant look on his face. I've already more or less mastered the tripart unity technique. Originally, I was planning to raise my strength to mid-mystique venerable rank before cultivating the tripart unity technique again. But now, it looks like I need to deal with that brat Lin Fei first. Big brother, just say the word and I'll be the first to act. I've been wanting to get rid of that brat for a long time. Black Bear was afraid of chaos. Snake 7 glared at him, shut up, you idiot. This kid was arranged by the higher-ups. If you kill him, then we'll all be screwed. It's fortunate that second brother is here today. Otherwise, we'd all be screwed. Our meager strength is nothing in the eyes of the higher-ups. As long as we don't go overboard, they won't do anything to us. But if we kill Lin Fei, then the situation will be different. Black Bear was not afraid of others, but he was most afraid of this Big Brother. Big brother, don't blame old Black. He's innately fond of fighting and killing. He's just a boor. What can he understand? Snake 7 snorted coldly, Lin Fei can't be killed. Originally, I was planning to control a genius disciple after successfully cultivating the tripart unity technique and have him become my puppet clone. Now, Lin Fei just happens to be the best candidate for my puppet clone. When the time comes, Blood Sword Peak will be ours. And with Lin Fei here, other people's gazes won't fall on us. All of Blood Sword Peak's resources will rightfully fall into our hands. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is mighty. This is just right. Lin Fei's strength isn't strong. Maybe there's an elder standing behind him. If we can use his identity to control that elder, then that would be even better. When the time comes, us three brothers can really strut around in the Divine Sword sect. Second brother, third brother, I've already successfully cultivated the tripart unity technique. Sooner or later, I'll be able to run amok in the Divine Sword sect. Today and tomorrow, you two better behave yourselves. Tomorrow night, I'll use a secret technique and refine him into a puppet clone. Black Bear and Red Wolf both nodded. Big Brother, don't worry. We know this kind of thing. We'll endure it for a while and it'll be over. We definitely won't cause trouble for Big Brother. Besides, that kid might be looking for trouble with us. Little did they know, a figure was quietly leaving in the dark at this moment, and they didn't notice it at all. You dogs that don't know what's good for you. If I hadn't arranged for an avatar to go over, you might have really fallen into the opponent's trap. Originally, I wanted to leave you two behind to guard the door, but now you're the ones courting death. In the main hall, Lin Fei opened his eyes and snorted coldly. Lin Fei already knew that these three servants had bad intentions, so he arranged for an avatar to go over. As the strength of the avatar increased, the avatar's ability to conceal itself became even stronger. Tripart unity technique, puppet clone? Lin Fei frowned, a remnant of a secret technique. For them to be so confident, it must not be an ordinary secret technique. However, since I already know their plan, then I definitely won't let them use the tripart unity technique. Ever since he learned the 3000 immortal technique, Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate these secret techniques and divine abilities. Who knew when he might fail miserably in an easy task, so he had to be on guard. There's still one day until tomorrow. Just the right time to cultivate. Once I've grasped the Blood Sword Mountain, I'll exchange all those useless things in my hands for true essence crystals. Refine. Lin Fei began to refine the true essence crystals. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Another night had passed. On the Blood Sword Mountain, everything was as usual. Everyone was busy with what they needed to do. However, when Snake 7 and the other two walked over, the servants all revealed fearful expressions. It seemed like they had suffered quite a bit in their hands. Big Brother, what do you think that kid wants to do by summoning us? Black Bear was very puzzled. In the evening, they received an order to make a trip to the main hall. It didn't mention what it was for. Who cares what he wants? Once Big Brother makes a move, that kid will be obedient. Red Wolf sneered, maybe it's for spirit grass or something. Or maybe he knows that we're useful. Don't think that he can strut around just because he's the master of this place. If we don't say anything, he's nothing. Snake 7's face was filled with excitement. He didn't know how long he had waited for this day. He never thought that it would come this quickly. With his eyesight, this kid's combat strength wouldn't be that strong. At most, he would be at the profound sect level. He could take him down with a single move. After tonight, he would be the master of this mountain. He wouldn't need to be afraid of anything anymore. Remember what I just said? Once I use the 3 parts return to origin technique, you guys have to restrain that kid. Don't make any trouble, especially you, Old Black. Don't kill that kid by any means. Big Brother, you can be at ease. Logically speaking, it's fine to let me make a move alone. There's no need for 2 people to make a move. Black Bear didn't care at all. He felt that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue. It was just a human kid. There was no need for 2 people to make a move. Inside the Grand Hall, Lin Fei was sitting. He slowly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in his eyes. You've finally come. It looks like you've got me. But I'll let you guys know what regret is. In front of true strength, you guys are just a bunch of dregs. Hua 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 hua. 3 people walked in with quick steps. I heard you were looking for us. Snake 7 was not far away and said faintly. You dogs. You're acting like servants. Why aren't you kneeling down? Lin Fei's eyes were cold and contained a trace of invincible sword intent. The hearts of the three people shook. Could this kid be a genius in the Tao of the sword? His eyes contained sword intent, and it actually made them feel a dangerous aura. However, this thought was quickly tossed to the highest heavens. No matter how powerful a genius in the Tao of the sword was, how could he be their opponent? If he really was a genius in the Tao of the sword, he probably wouldn't have come alone. He would have brought an expert with him. They also wouldn't have the ambition to truly take over the Blood Sword Mountain. Black Bear already had a belly full of anger. Stinking brat, I've tolerated you for a long time. I'll tear your mouth in a bit and see how stubborn you can be. Servants are servants, and mystical beasts are mystical beasts. Even if you transform into a human, you're still a dog that can't stop eating sh*t. You're really worthless. Lin Fei sneered, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare offend your superiors. A bad feeling arose in Snake 7's heart. This person was too calm. Unbelievably calm. In any case, the three of them were mystique venerable experts. More importantly, their original forms were mystical beasts. They were not inferior to human cultivators. Even if a human mystique venerable encountered them, they would die with regret. Old Black, Old Wolf, you guys do it. Snake 7 snorted coldly. He himself sent out seals one after another. It was the starting three parts return to origin technique. Hua the void seemed to be split into two. Black Bear was the first to rush up. His thick palm grabbed down from the sky as he sneered, Kid, get down and accept your punishment. Punishment pike. Divine ability. Lin Fei grabbed with one hand and the black pike was sent out, piercing Black Bear's body. It was a great divine ability from the god and demon era. It was an overbearing strike. Old Black, don't block it. Red Wolf's eyebrows jumped as he immediately warned. Black Bear didn't care at all. It was just a divine ability. How could it kill him? His body expanded and turned into a 10-meter tall black giant. His palm that was the size of a praying mat grabbed over. His eyes were savage as if he was going to eat his opponent. Bang! The black light of the punishment pike pierced through Black Bear's palm and forcefully shattered it. The pike landed between Black Bear's eyebrows. His powerful defense only lasted for a moment before his head was pierced by the pike. The black light of punishment exploded with a rumble and Black Bear died. Even in death, it was hard to imagine that his opponent could kill him with a single divine ability. Old Black, Red Wolf cried out, you killed Old Black. Red Wolf was the clearest about Old Black's strength. Old Black's defense was even stronger than his. How could he have been killed in an instant? God Slayer. Secret Soul Technique. Red Wolf's fleshly body was powerful, but his soul wasn't. How could he withstand wave after wave of attacks? He immediately felt a wave of dizziness. His soul had been heavily injured. Even if he didn't die, he would need to recuperate for a long time in the future. He knew that the situation wasn't good. He could only look on helplessly as the pike flew over and pierced his head. What a fast speed. Chapter 426. Poo Poo. Once the God Killer Soul's secret technique was unleashed, its power was extraordinary. Only those who cultivated in Soul's secret techniques would be able to block it. Even though Snake 7's cultivation was successful, it was only in the cultivation of chi refinement. His cultivation of the soul was still at the beginning stage. After all, the only way to cultivate the soul was to enter a large sect or by chance. How many people would have such good luck? We still underestimated you. Snake 7's gaze was sinister and his complexion was pale. His soul was also equivalent to his primordial spirit being injured. If it wasn't for the fact that demon beast souls were innately stronger than others and that they had transitioned from the soul to the primordial spirit, perhaps they would have been instantly killed. I didn't think that your strength would be this tyrannical. No wonder you dared to come alone without any help. However, it's good that you killed them. Even if you didn't kill them, I would have killed them sooner or later. The blood sword peak will belong to me alone. All the resources will belong to me alone. Ha ha ha. 3-part integration art, puppet doppelganger. Snake 7 was a demonic beast of the snake race. He was innately colder than humans. He didn't feel the slightest bit sad when 2 of his brothers died. On the contrary, he felt relaxed. It was far better to share resources with 3 people than with 1 person. It was better for him to be the Peak Lord with 3 people. It was better for him to be the Peak Lord by himself. Boom, a long black snake flew out from the top of Snake 7's head. Its gaze was as sinister as its main body. This long black snake was Snake 7's primordial spirit. It was just that it was relatively weak at the moment. A primordial spirit could only be cultivated by a mystique venerable one. Cultivating a primordial spirit was equivalent to immortality. Although the black bear and the red wolf had mystique venerable rank abilities, they had yet to truly cultivate a primordial spirit. Their abilities were barely at mystique venerable rank, which was why they were killed by Lin Fei's divine ability. Whoosh, the black snake transformed into a huge circle of light and landed on top of Lin Fei's head. Then, it turned into a huge black snake that spiraled downwards and quickly rushed into Lin Fei's body. Stop struggling. Under my 3 parts return to origin art, obediently hand over your physical body. Snake 7 looked weak, but he was currently beaming with joy. Once his essence soul took control of his body and left behind his essence soul mystic technique, all that was left was to completely refine it and wipe away his essence soul aura so that no one would be able to tell that anything was amiss. At that time, he would be able to completely control the blood sword peak. Lin Fei hadn't expected this secret art to be so powerful that it could instantly break through his defenses. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, the large black snake headed straight for the location of the soul. As long as it could devour the other party, everything would be over. Before my primordial spirit, your soul is as weak as an ant. Be obedient and let me devour you. Snake 7 laughed heartily and charged straight over. He opened his bloody mouth and wanted to eat Lin Fei's soul. It couldn't be any easier for his primordial spirit to eat a soul. Lin Fei was expressionless. Stupid dog. Boom. The immovable Wisdom King floated above Snake 7's head. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it clawed at Snake 7. Snake 7 cried out involuntarily, "Motionless Wisdom King, your soul has actually cultivated a secret technique." Snake 7 originally believed that he could eat his opponent with ease. He never expected that his opponent's soul would cultivate a secret technique and become an immovable Wisdom King. Even Snake 7 had heard of the might of this secret technique. "Humph, I don't believe that your immovable Wisdom King can block my primordial spirit attack." Snake 7 was very confident in his own primordial spirit. Snake 7 might be afraid of a mere immovable Wisdom King if he used his primordial spirit. However, if he used it with his soul, the power would be infinitely reduced. Bang! The immovable Wisdom King and Snake 7 quickly fought. Snake 7 became more and more frightened as the battle began. This immovable Wisdom King was more powerful than he had imagined. No matter how he attacked, he was still at a disadvantage. His primordial spirit continued to weaken. Damn it, how can this be? Snake 7 resisted with difficulty. This kid is too weird. With this immovable Wisdom King, there is no way I can succeed. If this continues, my primordial spirit will be completely crippled. My vitality will be greatly damaged. Let's go. Snake 7 couldn't devour his opponent's soul, so he turned around and left. His soul was protected by the immovable Wisdom King, so he naturally wasn't his opponent. What if he attacked his physical body? When the time came, he would have plenty of time to deal with it. The most important thing was that if he could learn this immovable Wisdom King, his strength would greatly increase. How could Lin Fei let his opponent leave? Great devouring technique. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. He actually used the Great Devouring Technique, this 3000 immortal technique. Whoosh, a huge whirlpool appeared, and a tearing force enveloped Snake 7's body. 3,000 immortal techniques. Snake 7's heart went cold. He constantly struggled, trying to escape this whirlpool. If he knew that this kid cultivated a secret technique like the immovable Wisdom King and that his opponent cultivated the 3,000 immortal techniques, Snake 7 would absolutely be well behaved. He wouldn't dare to have any ideas. Whoosh, the great devouring technique rolled, and Snake 7's primordial spirit weakened a bit. He seemed very powerless and pale. This 3,000 immortal technique was more powerful than he had imagined. His primordial spirit found it hard to resist. Whoosh, whoosh, Snake 7's primordial spirit was devoured until it was the size of a fist in no time. Let me go, and I will recognize you as my master. Snake 7 knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the mystique venerable rank and cultivate a primordial spirit. Especially after his primordial spirit was devoured by his opponent, it would take at least 100 years or even a few hundred years to recover to his peak. This was also Snake 7's bad luck. If he had 50 years to consolidate his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be so powerless today. Lin Fei said, I am the master of Blood Sword Peak. It's a very simple matter to subdue a great demon to guard the gate. I don't like leaving a scourge like you alive. I can only say that your luck is bad. You shouldn't have attacked me. The great devouring technique swept over again. Snake 7 was in despair. If his primordial spirit was devoured, his strength would plummet and his vitality would be greatly damaged. You forced me to do this. Primordial spirit self-destruct. Snake 7 was ruthless. He knew that he couldn't leave, so he simply self-destructed his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit self-destructed, his opponent's soul would certainly be injured since this was the sea of consciousness. This was tantamount to creating an opportunity for himself. Snake 7's primordial spirit self-destruction meant that both sides would suffer. However, Snake 7 had underestimated Lin Fei and the 3,000 immortal techniques. How could the immortal techniques left behind by an immortal be ordinary? The black whirlpool transformed into a black dragon that charged over. The supreme pressure swallowed Snake 7's primordial spirit in one gulp. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's soul aura gradually increased. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's soul had strengthened several times. Snake 7's primordial spirit had been completely absorbed by Lin Fei's soul. Snake 7's soul had unknowingly strengthened. And this was the unique application of the 3,000 immortal techniques, the Great Devouring Technique. If it wasn't for the system's introduction, Lin Fei wouldn't have known the hidden use of the 3,000 immortal techniques. PFFF, Snake 7's face turned white with a crash. He returned to his original form without any explanation. It was a black snake that was 300 meters long. It was covered in densely packed scales that emitted a black radiance. You destroyed my primordial spirit. I'm going to eat you. Snake 7 opened his bloody mouth and bit down at Lin Fei. He believed that if he self-destructed his primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness, it would certainly injure Lin Fei. If he ate Lin Fei, then even if his primordial spirit self-destructed, he would be able to learn the secret soul technique. It would be very worthwhile. Invincible sword intent, strike of the vacuum. The sword intent turned into a white dot. Lin Fei pointed with his finger, condensing the invincible sword intent. It was a rather terrifying killing move. Bang! The invincible sword intent pierced through the snake's head 7 inches away. Snake 7's huge body fell, and the main hall shook. Of all the things you could have turned into, you just had to turn into a snake. Don't you know that you should hit a snake 7 inches away? Snake 7 listened to the sarcastic words before his death. He died with everlasting regret. If he didn't return to his original form, Venerable Snake 7 wouldn't have died so quickly with his strength. But he returned to his original form. Even if Snake 7's cultivation was successful, the fatal weakness of a demonic beast still existed. Lin Fei just so happened to have the strongest sword intent attack. He wasn't a moving target. This could only be said to be Snake 7's tragedy. Lin Fei plundered everything from their bodies. With one look, he realized that these three guys had hidden a large amount of medicinal pellets and many precious spirit herbs. No wonder they cared so much about the spirit herb garden. I'm afraid they were using medicinal pellets to quickly increase their strength. Lin Fei understood. Crash King Kong was released. Get the snake, the black bear, and the red wolf out of here. King Kong immediately became a mover. On Blood Sword Peak, servants of all sizes were gathered in the main hall. When they saw the huge bodies in the main hall, they were completely stunned. They never would have thought that the three tyrannical demons of Blood Sword Peak would die in less than 2 days. The new master is so powerful. Snake 7 and the others are finally dead. We don't have to endure their torture anymore. Good. If they didn't die, we would have been forced to die. My brother died in the hands of Snake 7. It seemed that these servants had been suppressed for too long and finally had the chance to release. At this moment, they all revealed excited expressions as they saw the corpses on the ground. Their pupils were filled with deep relief. The huge mountain that had been pressing on them had finally been moved. They offended their superiors. Death cannot wipe out their crimes, Lin Fei said coldly. From now on, King Kong is the general manager of our Blood Sword Peak. King Kong was already on the side. He was especially excited right now. From today on, all of you must listen to me. I will eat anyone who doesn't. King Kong fiercely gave a simple and brutal opening. King Kong was a mutated demon beast. After taking the medicine, he could speak. However, he couldn't transform into a human for now. Even so, King Kong's violent aura still made them feel a wave of pressure. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Fei was very satisfied. From today on, Blood Sword Peak completely belonged to him. He had his own territory. Lin Fei directly handed over the remaining matters to King Kong. He believed that King Kong could handle it well. With Snake 7 and the others as examples, the servants wouldn't cause any trouble. It was enough to establish their might. Plus, with King Kong here, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei directly returned to his residence. His soul absorbed Snake 7's primordial spirit and prepared to check the memories of the primordial spirit. The magic of the 3000 immortal arts, great devouring technique, was that it could increase the strength of the soul and absorb all of the others' memories without any problems. Chapter 427. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Su Ming Si for their tips. I haven't written this much in a long time. I'm so tired. Let me see what kind of memories there are. After Lin Fei laid down the formation, he couldn't wait to check the relevant memories. Only then did he leave the outside matters to King Kong to handle. Spending over 2 million points to buy the medicinal pills was not in vain. After absorbing the primordial spirit, all kinds of memories emerged like a river. He didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. It was as if these memories naturally belonged to him. Lin Fei first looked at the situation of Blood Sword Peak. He learned from Snake 7, but Lin Fei didn't dare to believe it completely. He was afraid that something was hidden. The situation of Blood Sword Peak in the River of Memories was not much different from what he had said before. However, he still hid some details such as the 500-year period. Blood Sword Saint was a personal disciple 300 years ago. His strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Later, he challenged Sword God and went out to travel. It had been 300 years since then. In 300 years, Snake 7 and the others became the true controllers of Blood Sword Peak and acted like tyrants. Apart from this, Lin Fei also learned some things about Blood Sword Peak. He couldn't help but frown. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers really thinks highly of me. He dug such a big hole for himself. Lin Fei smiled, but this is good. There will only be improvement when there is pressure. I'm afraid it won't be long before they know that I'm staying at Blood Sword Peak. A large sect like the Sword God sect couldn't hide the news. This Snake 7 is also amazing. He has alchemy talent and increased his strength all the way to Mystique Venerable Middle Stage. In a few hundred years, he might become a great demon sage and become a disciple of the Sword God sect. He might even become a core disciple. Lin Fei didn't read this news carefully. Instead, he was interested in the sect's geniuses. Although Snake 7 didn't go out much, he remembered the geniuses of the Sword God sect clearly. The number one genius of the Sword God sect was Sword God. It was said that he was a genius born for the sword. He was named Sword God at birth, which naturally meant he was a god of swords. This tone was not just overbearing and arrogant. However, he had this ability. He had a deep understanding of swordsmanship from his birth and displayed outstanding genius abilities. After that, he joined the Sword God sect, and the name, Sword God, became known to everyone. This process only took 30 years, and he occupied the first place. At the same time, word began to spread that Sword God was a reincarnated immortal, a true reincarnated immortal, and not a loose immortal or celestial immortal. As a result, the number one genius of the Divine Sword sect, the Sword God, established a huge organization, the Sword God Association, which was one of the top organizations in the Divine Sword sect. After reading the memories of the Sword God, Lin Fei was also shocked. This person has a powerful background. It turns out that he's a reincarnated immortal. It's understandable that the Blood Sword Saint was defeated by him. A reincarnated immortal who has unlocked the memories of his past life. His strength is quite terrifying. Even though he had only seen some of his memories, Lin Fei knew that this Sword God was very powerful, especially when he established a large organization called the Sword God Society. Lin Fei was not surprised that an organization had been formed within the sect. This was probably the reason why a 9th grade sect like the Divine Martials sect had so many internal factions. Moreover, it would be strange if this kind of first-grade sect didn't have an organization. Lin Fei continued to read. Snake 7's memories were all-encompassing. He was indeed a demonic beast that had lived for nearly 10,000 years. His memories were like mountains and rivers. Lin Fei looked through them one by one. Currently, he was limited to the Divine Sword sect. After reading them, they became Lin Fei's own memories, as if he had personally experienced them. After an hour, Lin Fei opened his eyes and let out a long breath. 3,000 immortal arts, great devouring technique. How awesome! Lin Fei thought to himself, this is my first time coming to the Divine Sword sect. Right now, I feel as familiar with the Divine Sword sect as if it's my own home. This feeling of blending in is really good. Lin Fei completely absorbed Snake 7's memories of the Divine Sword sect. It could be said that Lin Fei knew everything there was to know about the Divine Sword sect. This was equivalent to living in the Divine Sword sect for 10,000 years. After digesting these memories, Lin Fei prepared to advance to Profound Grand Master. He already had enough experience points. All he lacked was the missions. Lin Fei did not care much about realms. In the Divine Sword sect, realms were not the standard to measure. What measured a genius was true combat power. Combat power was the standard to measure everything. Realms were only supplementary. With my current strength, my combat power should be around early mystic venerable rank or middle stage. In the Divine Sword sect, this strength is only in the middle stage. The true genius disciples have combat power comparable to sages. For example, the number one genius, Divine Sword. Rumor has it that his strength has reached peak profound sage. That was 300 years ago. Lin Fei was not satisfied with his own strength. The Blood Sword Peak, due to the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and its good geographical location, cultivated a large amount of spirit herbs. It had long been coveted by the core disciples. If he did not increase his strength, the Blood Sword Peak could forget about keeping it. Even the servants dared to be so bold, let alone the core disciples. Lin Fei liked this kind of pressure. Through this pressure, he could continuously improve himself and surpass himself. Perhaps old ancestor Nine Fingers wanted to train me by placing me in the Blood Sword Peak. Lin Fei thought, this is just right. It would not be too abrupt to increase my strength in a place like the Divine Sword sect. Thinking of this, Lin Fei opened the system and prepared to draw a mission. He was preparing to advance to Mystic Grandmaster. The mission was random. Receiving the mission, Please wait. A moment later, with a ding-dong, the mission drawing ended. Lin Fei hurriedly opened it. After seeing the mission, he could not help but be stunned. Kill the Heavenly Demon King? The advancement mission was to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Kill the Heavenly Demon King. Mission reward, 50 million experience points, 10 million points, 5 million vitality. Complete within a month. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely not know what the Heavenly Demon King was. After searching through Snake 7's memory, Lin Fei finally knew the origin of the Heavenly Demon King. I didn't expect there to be a place on this continent called the Heavenly Demon Nation. The Heavenly Demon King is in the Heavenly Demon Nation. Moreover, there are many heavenly demons there. It would be perfect for leveling up. In his memory, he did not know much about the Heavenly Demon Nation. He only knew that it was a place where heavenly demons lived. Looks like I need to go out tomorrow. There must be information about the Heavenly Demon Nation in the sect. If I can level up in that place, I will level up to Mystic Venerable rank in the Heavenly Demon Nation before returning. An uneventful night. Early the next morning, the sun rose. Lin Fei woke up early and absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He only stopped when the sun was high up in the sky. After dealing with Snake 7 and the others, the servants' attitudes had changed by 180 degrees. Lin Fei was very satisfied with their changes. His own territory should have this kind of change. After arranging things, Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew out. Without any worries, he could go and learn about the Heavenly Demon Nation. As soon as Lin Fei came out, his powerful divine consciousness immediately sensed the people lurking outside. Lin Fei had no interest in taking care of these people. He knew that these people were probably some core disciples, people in charge of keeping an eye on him. In reality, these people were indeed keeping an eye on him. Yaoan had brought people to Blood Sword Peak. This matter could not be hidden, so many people had arranged for spies to watch Blood Sword Peak's every move. They wanted to know if the kid had died at the hands of the mystical beasts. When they saw Lin Fei come out, these spies immediately brought the news back. Merit Hall. It was a name that was easy to remember. At the same time, it was a place that no one would forget. The Divine Sword Sect was a rank 1 sect with a large collection of ancient books. They had collections of heaven, earth, mystic, and earth. If one wanted to learn any of the ancient books, one must pay merit points. The more merit points one had, the more they could exchange for the things they wanted. The Divine Sword Sect encouraged disciples to earn more merit points. Merit points could be obtained by completing various missions. These missions included killing demons, killing countless great demons, and killing some wanted criminals. Some of these missions were dangerous, while others were easy. Lin Fei landed in front of the huge building and inhaled sharply. There were disciples everywhere who had come to accept merit missions. Even with his memory, this was the first time he had come here. The feeling was rather shocking. Middle Mystique Venerable rank powerhouses, forming a team to kill the Bull Demon King. To kill the North Sea Shark, we still need 3 advanced Mystic Venerable rank powerhouses. Plucking the Dark Water Flower, please form a team to complete the task. Outside the hall, many people were looking for helpers. They were either forming a team or paying the price of vital crystals. Lin Fei felt like he had returned to online games. Everything was familiar. Walking into the hall, he could not see the end of the vast area at a glance. Following his memory, Lin Fei walked deeper inside. Missions were posted on the outside, but there were many documents inside. He wanted to find out about the Heavenly Demon Nation. Junior brother, what information are you looking for? At the end of the hall was a counter. A young girl asked with a smile. Lin Fei took out 10,000 vital crystals and placed them on the counter. This was the rule here. Each time someone inquired about information, they had to pay 10,000 vital crystals. Even though his heart was evil, Lin Fei could not do anything about it. I want to know about the Heavenly Demon Nation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei stood there for a while. Many inquired about information. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 100,000 vital crystals. In total, he had earned a few million vital crystals. This is your information. I have already copied it in this jade talisman for you. Thank you. This kind of jade talisman was the most used thing in the Divine Sword sect. It was specially used to copy information. It was a one-time consumable and would disappear after reading it. Lin Fei could not wait to know about the Heavenly Demon Nation. He needed to understand this situation to level up. Finding a quiet place, Lin Fei rushed in with his divine sense and began to check on the Heavenly Demon Nation. Great! After a while, Lin Fei revealed a happy expression. Chapter 428. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. What? He's not dead? On a sword peak, Wang Shi and Qing Tai were surprised to hear their subordinates report. We saw a young man fly out of the blood sword peak. He should be a new core disciple. He flew towards the merit hall. Wang Shi waved his hand and sent them away. Keep an eye on him. Soon, only the two of them were left in the pavilion on the sword peak. Looks like we've underestimated this core disciple. Wang Shi smiled. He's more powerful than we imagined. No wonder he could become a core disciple. His cultivation level isn't high, but his combat power is strong. He's worthy of us taking action personally. Qing Tai also smiled. If our junior brother is killed by a servant, it'll be a disgrace to us core disciples. The two of them were a little surprised by the news. After all, anyone who could become a core disciple was not simple. Even if the three beasts were ferocious, they were nothing in the eyes of a core disciple. It would be a piece of cake to kill them. Why don't we go there? Wang Shi asked. Qing Tai laughed and shook his head. That junior brother can defeat the three beasts. He's definitely powerful. It's not suitable for him to take action now. Someone else is more suitable than us. Wang Shi frowned. Stop teasing me. Tell us, who's more suitable than us? Remember junior brother Xiao Shan? You mean Xiao Shan, the disciple of the Blood Sword Saint? Of course. 300 years ago, Xiao Shan was the disciple of the Blood Sword Saint. He's quite talented. 300 years have passed and his strength has reached mystic venerable rank. He has cultivated a primordial spirit and has always treated the Blood Sword Peak as the Blood Sword Saint's place. Otherwise, the three beasts wouldn't be able to cultivate freely. Wang Shi squinted. That's a good move. Xiao Shan is the disciple of the Blood Sword Saint. Now that someone has taken over the Blood Sword Peak, Xiao Shan will definitely take action. I remember that junior brother Xiao Shan has a bad temper. He's out training too, right? Junior brother Xiao Shan has returned. As long as we leak the news, he'll take action personally. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Qing Tai smiled. I'll send someone to inform him immediately. I really can't wait to watch the show. The Merit Hall. Lin Fei had already finished reading the information about the Heavenly Demon Kingdom. As it turned out, the Heavenly Demon Kingdom belonged to a special space. It just so happened that the Divine Sword School had a teleportation gate that led directly to the Heavenly Demon Kingdom. This mysterious place was also one of the training grounds of the Divine Sword School. However, the Heavenly Demon Kingdom was very dangerous. Countless heavenly demons lived in the Heavenly Demon Nation. These heavenly demons were experts in occupying corporeal bodies and devouring souls. If they were not careful, their corporeal bodies would be occupied and their souls eaten. Every year, many disciples of the Divine Sword sect would die in the Heavenly Devil Nation. Similarly, a high risk also meant a high reward. Fortune is found in danger. Killing heavenly demons would yield the rare material Heavenly Demonic Stone. The Heavenly Demonic Stone was one of the most important materials to refine a true artifact. Once the Heavenly Demonic Stone was infused into the true treasure, the Heavenly Demonic Secret Technique would be activated and the Heavenly Demonic Magnetic Field would be formed. The more Heavenly Demonic Stones were added, the stronger the Heavenly Demonic Magnetic Field would be. If one's primordial spirit was not strong enough, they would be trapped by the heavenly demonic magnetic field. Generally speaking, the heavenly demonic stone was used to cultivate the primordial spirit. However, the heavenly demonic stone was not easy to obtain. Not every heavenly demon would have it. It depended on luck. Even so, disciples who had just successfully cultivated their primordial spirit would usually choose to go to the heavenly demon kingdom and use the heavenly demons to strengthen their primordial spirit, greatly reducing the time required. Almost all the powerful sects had set up a teleportation gate to the heavenly demon kingdom. It seems that this heavenly demon kingdom is very big. I wonder if there's a heavenly demon king. The information didn't make it clear either. I must go to the heavenly demon kingdom. That place is a good place to level up. He walked out from a remote place. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. If he wanted to go to the heavenly demon kingdom, he had to accept a mission. Those who cultivated their primordial spirit did not need a mission. This was only for disciples below the primordial spirit realm. They were afraid of dying in the heavenly demon kingdom. Lin Fei chose a mission to kill a heavenly demon. After completing the mission, he would receive 10,000 merit points. He would kill 5,000 heavenly demons and collect the resentment of the heavenly demons. When Lin Fei accepted the mission, many people mocked him. The heavenly demons were so powerful that even they had to form a team. Now that there was a brat alone, he was just sending himself to death. Not to mention 5,000 heavenly demons, even 50 heavenly demons would be difficult. Lin Fei naturally would not bother with them. He planned to return to the Blood Sword Mountain. After arranging everything, he would go to the heavenly demon kingdom and cultivate in seclusion for a year. Lin Fei returned to the Blood Sword Mountain. "You're the newcomer, Lin Fei?" Just as he was about to land, a figure appeared not far away. He was expressionless, his eyes were fierce, and his tone was aggressive. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. "I'm Lin Fei." "Who are you?" "The Blood Sword Saint is my master." Xiao Shan said, "I want you to leave the Blood Sword Mountain immediately. No one is allowed to stay in my master's Blood Sword Mountain. Otherwise, you will be my enemy. Don't blame me for being impolite." So it was his disciple. No wonder he had such a bad temper. He even asked him to leave by name. Lin Fei had never been afraid of threats. His powerful soul consciousness also captured the faintly discernible figure in the void. He immediately understood what it meant. An idiot is going to take the lead. I'm preparing to go to the heavenly demon kingdom and give them a show of strength. It will save me a lot of trouble. I'm sorry. I never hand over what I have. I don't have the habit of doing so. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination. Furthermore, I don't like to be threatened. You violated my taboo, but since you're my master, I'll hand over the Blood Sword Peak if you can block one of my attacks. If you can't, piss off as far as you can. Xiao Shan had returned from training. He wanted to stay at the Blood Sword Mountain for a while. Who would have thought that after hearing that the Blood Sword Peak had been reassigned by the higher-ups, Xiao Shan would immediately be enraged and personally rush over. Seeing a kid who was only at the Profound Emperor realm, Xiao Shan was already very polite when he spoke. As long as the kid took the initiative to leave, Xiao Shan would not be too harsh on him. At most, he would teach him a lesson so that he would remember. The only thing he didn't expect was that Xiao Shan wouldn't back down when he was given a way out. Instead, he dared to be so arrogant. He wanted to defeat him with one sword. Xiao Shan was even more furious now. His sword chi soared into the sky and tore holes in the void. It was a shocking sight. Xiao Shan's strength had increased by a large margin again. It seemed like he was about to break through to mystique venerable great perfection. Chapter 429. P.S. Thank Emperor Hao Tian for the tip. Outside the Blood Sword Peak, many core disciples had arrived. They were well-informed people. They knew immediately that the Blood Sword Peak had been assigned to a new core disciple. This was not good news for them. Instead, it was bad news. Those who had been eager to fight had all quieted down. Previously, Everyone had their eyes on the blood sword peak and had a chance to compete with each other. Usually, this kind of sword peak was obtained through competition. It was a tradition within the Divine Sword sect. They did not expect that the higher-ups would assign the blood sword peak to a newcomer. This made them completely depressed. Hence, they hated this newcomer quite a bit. Hearing that the blood sword saint's disciple had come personally, they could not sit still. They all came over, wanting to know what was so great about this young man. A newcomer had just entered the Divine Sword sect and was assigned to the blood sword peak. How could the core disciples who had been fighting swallow this insult? They did not dare to show any disrespect to the higher-ups. However, they naturally did not have a good impression of this newcomer called Lin Fei. Therefore, their hatred shifted to the other party. This person is so arrogant. He defeated junior brother Xiao Shan with one strike. He must be joking. Junior brother Xiao Shan is a core disciple. He has been a mystique venerable one for 200 years. He has cultivated his primordial spirit. Forget one strike, even 10 strikes might not be enough to defeat him. I also heard that junior brother Xiao Shan's sky water sword technique has been cultivated to the mastery stage. This is an upper earth level sword technique. I wonder which elder is behind this Lin Fei. Otherwise, why would he be assigned to the blood sword peak? Many juniors want to be assigned to the blood sword peak but have never been able to do so. Among the group of core disciples, no one thought highly of this newcomer. In their minds, as a newcomer, one had to be honest and keep a low profile. This was how they had been. However, this Lin Fei was too high profile. He did not look like a newcomer. He dared to attack an elder. This was clearly not taking them seriously. This made them feel uncomfortable. A newcomer should act like a newcomer. Defeating junior brother Xiao Shan with one strike was a classic case of bragging. Sooner or later, he would regret it. Junior brother Xiao Shan's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the core disciples. He could be considered as a powerful person. This person has cultivated a primordial spirit, so the number of god kills won't be of much use. I can only use the slaying gods and slaying demons sword technique. I'll use all my strength and defeat him with a single strike. Only then will I be able to achieve the true effect and make them feel fear. Lin Fei thought to himself, making the right choice. A late-stage mystique venerable one, and a core disciple at that, would not be as easy to deal with as the 3 mystical beast servants. Each core disciple mastered powerful secret techniques and divine powers. Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. Lin Fei's only advantage was his invincible sword intent and his massive true essence. Within a few levels, there was no one else like him. Boom! A massive aura of true essence shot into the sky. Lin Fei's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! The restrained invincible sword will was released to its fullest. Within the circumference, the sword will turned into flying swords, floating in the air. Buzz buzz, the swords of all the core disciples present started to make noises. Invincible sword will. This is the invincible sword will. How did this kid cultivate the invincible sword will? Impossible. No one has cultivated the invincible sword will for thousands of years. I must be seeing things. The core disciples' expressions changed drastically. Their sword wills were very powerful, but before the invincible sword will, they were unknowingly inferior. Their sword wills were greatly suppressed. With their sword wills suppressed, their innate combat abilities were affected. This was like everyone driving the same car, but with King more advanced engine, the starting speed would be completely different. What was there to compare? The invincible sword will was equivalent to the most advanced engine. Xiao Shan's expression was solemn. No wonder he dared to defeat me with a single strike. So he's comprehended the invincible sword will. However, in the face of true strength, the invincible sword will alone is not enough. Slaying gods and slaying demons. Lin Fei struck with his sword. A massive murderous aura and the invincible sword will fuse together, thus displaying the most powerful sword technique. With this strike, a vast and boundless sword will rolled over. In front of this strike, anyone would feel that they were insignificant. In front of this strike, no one could even think of resisting. If a god was in front of them, they would be slain. If a Buddha was in front of them, they would be slain. This was the essence of the slaying gods, slaying demons sword technique. Slaying gods will. Slaying demons will. This was the true sword immortal will. Lin Fei, who was using his full strength, caused everyone to be shocked. Too strong. Everyone's face was filled with shock. This new junior brother was actually so powerful. The strength of this strike had already exceeded their imagination. He was the number one amongst the newcomers. In front of this strike, no one could be sure if they could block it. Endless heavenly water. Hua La Shao Shan was also shocked. He could only brace himself and display the earth rank sword technique, heavenly water sword technique. However, this strike might be effective in front of others, but in front of the slaying god's sword technique, it was obviously dragged out by tens of streets. Lin Fei's full strength strike was not so easy to block. I lost. Heavenly water sword technique was instantly torn apart. Xiao Shan knew that he had lost. He was indeed unable to block the other party's sword. If he did not admit defeat now, he would definitely die. Even if he did not die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. This strike was too strong, ridiculously strong. It was not something that someone at this level could display, but his opponent did. The earth-shattering sword essence was like the autumn wind. It came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. However, to Xiao Shan, he had just experienced the edge of death. You have the right to own Blood Sword Mountain. Xiao Shan turned around and left. He lost, he lost. Xiao Shan would not find excuses for himself. He was not that kind of person. Lin Fei did not stop him. This Xiao Shan is someone who is able to accept and let go. He is someone worth associating with. Defeating Xiao Shan with one strike. This was enough. He believed that they would not easily attack again. If anyone thinks that I, Lin Fei, do not have the right to own Blood Sword Mountain, you can come and find me. Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear. However, if I attack again, it will not be so simple. Since Xiao Shan admitted defeat, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't really kill him. Not killing him did not mean that he would not teach him a lesson. Believe in Sword God School. As long as you did not kill people from the same sect, Sword God School would not do anything to you, especially when you were a core disciple. Lin Fei thought that no one would come out, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well prepare to go to Sky Demon Country. Wait, we would like to experience Junior Brother's invincible sword essence. Two silhouettes flew out. It's Senior Brother Wang Shi and Senior Brother Qing Tai. They have always cared about Blood Sword Mountain. I'm afraid that they are not satisfied. Lin Fei frowned. There really were people who came to teach him a lesson. They asked for it. Old rules. If you can block one strike from me, Blood Sword Mountain is yours. Lin Fei still said what he said before. He understood that they were here to take advantage of the situation. After all, such a powerful move must have consumed a large amount of true yuan. The second time he used it, it would not be as powerful as before. How could Lin Fei not think of such an idea? This was nothing more than taking advantage of someone when they were down. When the others heard this, they were shocked. How could they not think of such a simple thing? Now, Wang Shi and Qing Tai had beaten them to it. It was not hard to imagine that the sky-shocking sword art had shocked them. That was why they neglected such an important problem. Lin Fei was only at Profound Emperor realm. To use such a powerful move, it must have consumed a lot of true yuan. Moreover, he could only use it once. If he used it for the second time, it would not be as powerful as before. It might not even be as powerful as before. When they thought of this, they realized that they had missed an opportunity. This kid was so arrogant. He had personally agreed to it. Once he lost, he would not have the face to continue occupying it. Especially when Wang Shi and Qing Tai had a huge force behind them, Sword God Union. Once Lin Fei lost, it would be fine if he handed over Blood Sword Mountain. However, once he tried to be lazy, Sword God would take action. Even if he had the support of an elder, he would still have to give some face. Lin Fei, this is what you said. Wang Shi smiled, everyone heard it. We just wanted to spar with Junior Lin Fei. After all, the invincible sword intent is hard to comprehend. Anyone would want to spar with him. Who knows, they might be able to comprehend something from it. We don't want Blood Sword Mountain. Qing Tai also smiled. This kid was too inexperienced. They did not believe that he would not have enough true yuan left after consuming a lot of true yuan. They were confident that they could block such a sword. Shameless. Truly shameless. Hearing Wang Shi's words, everyone cursed him in their hearts. How could he say such words? He just wanted to take advantage of the opponent's true yuan to occupy Blood Sword Mountain. If they were in his shoes, they would have said the same thing to give themselves a reason to make a move. The invincible sword intent was the best excuse. It was a perfect excuse. An excuse that no one could refute. They all cultivated the sword Dao. The invincible sword intent was a sword intent that was extremely difficult to comprehend. Lin Fei cursed them for being hypocritical. You guys will suffer later. My words are worth 9 sacred tripods. Lin Fei said, as long as the two of you can block my sword, I'll leave Blood Sword Mountain. Everyone is here to witness it. No one noticed that a cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. Junior brother Lin Fei, please make your move. Wang Shi and Qing Tai smiled knowingly. Blood Sword Mountain was in their hands. They were both great perfection mystique venerable ones. They could tell at a glance how much true yuan the other party had left. No ultimate move could withstand the consumption of true yuan. Slay the gods and slay the demons. Lin Fei once again unleashed his final sword. The surging slay the gods and slay the demons were still shocking. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, this kid did not look like he had consumed true yuan. They were in trouble. Even Xiao Shan's mystique venerable realm strength could not block this sharp sword, let alone the two of them. The smiles on Wang Shi and Qing Tai's faces instantly froze. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could this person's true yuan be so powerful? They had been tricked. Chapter 430. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yushuan for the tip. Silence. There was complete silence. They were completely shocked. This brat could use 2 big moves in a row. Damn, didn't he use all his Jin Yuan? This was too much of a bully, not letting anyone have a way out. Anyone could only use a big move 1 or 2 times. 2 or 3 times was the limit. Once their Jin Yuan was used up, unless it was a critical moment, they would rarely use a big move in a row. If they couldn't kill someone, they would be the one to die. Unfortunately, they met an abnormal new disciple. They had no doubt that this brat could use another big move. Wang Shi and Qing Tai, these 2 senior disciples, were definitely out of luck this time. This Lin Fei junior disciple really hid his strength well. Under such a big move, it was impossible not to get injured. The 2 did not even have time to say a word before they were completely submerged in the sword intent. This new disciple needs to walk around. Maybe there will be another genius disciple among the core disciples. That's true, with his strength, he will soon reach the upper level of the core disciples. If he doesn't walk around now, he will be hated in the future, and that will be bad. Walking around a bit is not a big deal. Based on junior disciple Lin Fei's performance, there will soon be organizations coming to invite junior disciple Lin Fei to join, and he will immediately have a big backer. After these people saw how terrifying Lin Fei was, they immediately changed their previous thoughts. Although it was a bit hypocritical, it was also human nature. People always wanted to go higher, and people always wanted to go lower. This was the same logic. Since the blood sword peak could not get him, it was better to walk around and get familiar with them. To be able to become a core disciple, none of them were simple. They were always calculating, always thinking for themselves. Strength was the key to stand firm. Lin Fei looked at them coldly. These people's expressions all fell into his eyes, and this was what he needed to see. After this, they would not dare to have any other thoughts. Competing with Zhen Yuan. I will make you regret it. Lin Fei's huge Dan Lake could be said to be unprecedented. Although it could not be compared to those peak experts, it was an invincible existence among the same generation. Even if it was a cross-realm challenge. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're the best this time. We admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Shi and Qingtai's clothes were in tatters and their long hair was in a mess. Their faces were as ugly as a pig's liver and they were gnashing their teeth in anger. Bastard, what a motherf asterisk king bastard. Many of my treasures have been destroyed. High-grade true treasure. Priceless. The two of them really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They had lost more than half of their assets, and within a few years, they would have to risk their lives again. Hate, that hate. Thank you, Lin Fei cupped his hands. If you want to experience my invincible sword will in the future, I will be happy to accompany you. The two of them were so frightened that they almost fell from the sky. Sparring my ass. Do you really think it's a treasure that doesn't cost money? It's just cabbages on the street. Pick one up for me to see. Half of my assets are gone. Damn it, this is too much of a bully. Previously, the two of them looked as if they were certain of how to divide up the blood sword peak. In the end, they suffered a huge setback. Hearing that there would be another sparring, the two of them panicked. Junior brother Lin Fei is really a genius in sword Dao. You can even comprehend the invincible sword will. There is no need for this sparring. We have a deep understanding, and now we need to go back to digest and comprehend. Wang Shi said, found an excuse for himself, turned into a stream of light, and left. Today, they had lost a lot of face. A dignified core disciple had become a beggar. It was estimated that in less than half a day, the sword god's sect would spread. After Wang Shi and Qingtai left, the core disciples who were originally watching flew over one by one. Junior brother Lin Fei, I am Lu Jianfeng San Muzhenren. I am Heaven's Sword Peak's cat. These people were very thick-skinned, and they rushed over immediately. Lin Fei scolded them for being shameless in his heart. Their skin was almost as thick as the city wall. In the face of their hospitality, he naturally would not show any dissatisfaction. Who asked his fist to be so strong? An hour later, Lin Fei sent them off. Master, these guys are so hypocritical. If it were me, I would have beaten them to death with a stick. King Kong was very dissatisfied, thinking that his master was too kind. As a demonic beast, and a mutated demonic beast at that, King Kong was born with violence. He wanted to defeat all humans, and he was very straightforward. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, there was nothing he could do about King Kong. Who asked King Kong to be a violent person, and there was no way he could change in this life. Master, I am speaking the truth. You humans are too hypocritical. After settling the matter, Lin Fei arranged everything. King Kong would be in charge of the Blood Sword Peak, and the defense of the Blood Sword Peak was activated. Outsiders would not be able to break in. Teleportation Hall. A teleportation place under the Sword God's sect. There were many teleportation formations set up here, which could lead to many training spaces. All of them were set up by the seniors of the Sword God's sect with great effort. Lin Fei walked into the teleportation hall. Inside the hall, people were surging, and it was very lively. Form a team to hunt the flamingo in the 100,000 mountains. Late stage profound sect, please form a team to hunt the soul of the beast soldier. All kinds of requests were coming. What a good teleportation hall. There are at least 100 experts in the dark, and there seems to be a rogue immortal old ancestor among them. Lin Fei walked into the hall, and with his powerful divine sense, he sensed many powerful auras. If it wasn't for his sensitive divine sense, he might not have discovered the situation. He did not dare to look carefully, and quickly retracted his divine sense. Sky Devil Nation, I remember it is over there. With the digested memory, Lin Fei walked inside. There were many teleportation doors in the teleportation hall. As for how many, Lin Fei himself was not sure. It should be this side hall. The teleportation doors were all inside the side hall. At the entrance of the side hall, 2 late-stage profound sect experts stood guard. They were expressionless, and their sharp eyes made people's hearts tremble. These were true experts who had experienced slaughter and walked out of the sea of blood. Walking into the side hall, there were not many people inside. When these people saw a disciple of the profound sovereign come in, other than looking surprised at first, they immediately returned to normal. It was that hot-blooded disciple again, ready to die in the Sky Devil Nation. Looks like these people are going to the Sky Devil Nation. All of them have mystique venerable strength, and they are faintly revealing their primordial spirit auras, probably to strengthen their primordial spirits. After devouring the primordial spirits, Lin Fei could sense the primordial spirit auras in front of him. It could be said that these were all primordial spirit powerhouses. Having a primordial spirit meant having a second life. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, the person would not die. After a while, the teleportation door opened. Entering the Sky Devil Nation, everyone please prepare 500,000 vital essence crystals. Lin Fei had long experienced the evil of the Sword God sect. Chapter 431. Whoosh, whoosh, the pitch-black world was like a bottomless abyss. There was no starry sky or starry sky. There was only darkness, an oppressive darkness that made one feel oppressed. This was the extraterrestrial demon nation, a special world that produced countless extraterrestrial demons of various sizes. Is this the extraterrestrial demon nation? Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and soon discovered that it was useless here. It was blocked by a faintly discernible power. No matter how he moved, he was always restricted. His field of vision was infinitely compressed. Right now, Lin Fei was in a huge castle square. This was one of the strongholds of the Divine Sword School and the extraterrestrial demon nation. Huh, look at this junior brother. He's actually using his divine sense to check. He's really unlucky to meet an extraterrestrial demon. They like to find people by following their divine sense. Another group of disciples from the Divine Sword School who had just come out couldn't help but mock Lin Fei's appearance. He's a hot-blooded youth. He's not afraid of extraterrestrial demons. I remember there was a disciple who also ran to the extraterrestrial demon nation last month. Unfortunately, he met an extraterrestrial demon general and had his body taken over. I think you'd better scram. This isn't a place for a little fellow like you. The extraterrestrial demon nation itself was very dangerous. They naturally wouldn't miss a chance to mock him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He turned and left, not bothering with them. Junior brother, do you want some good stuff? Just then, a wretched-looking young man approached and tried to sell something to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even bat an eyelid. No. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's really good stuff. It's a detailed guide to the extraterrestrial demon nation. It's a must-have when you're outside. Lin Fei obviously stopped in his tracks. Then he stopped and turned around. It's about the extraterrestrial demon nation? Of course. I don't have much talent for cultivation. For the sake of everyone's safety in the extraterrestrial demon nation, I specially summarized the extraterrestrial demon nation and made this guide. With this, you don't have to worry about getting lost in the extraterrestrial demon nation. As long as you have the guide, you don't have to worry about anything. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met someone with such eloquence. It was a pity that she was not a salesperson. What's the price? Very cheap, 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals. Lin Fei turned to leave. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. That person finally met someone who didn't understand, so he chased after him and said, 100,000 true essence crystals, that's our cost price. If junior brother really wants it, then I'll reluctantly part with 80,000 true essence crystals. His face revealed a painful expression. 50,000 yuan, do you want to sell it or not? Deal. Lin Fei took the manual and left. Another sucker. I bought it for 10,000 yuan, the man laughed and turned around to sell it to others. Lin Fei flipped through the handbook with joy in his eyes. It really is a good thing. It has divided the heavenly demon kingdom. Those who don't understand will have a basic understanding of the heavenly demon kingdom after reading the manual. Lin Fei was in no hurry to set off. After a full hour, Lin Fei finally finished reading the information in the handbook and had a better understanding of the heavenly demon kingdom. According to the records in the manual, the heavenly demon nation was divided into large and small regions. As for how many regions there were, no one knew. Generally, it was not a big problem to not provoke a powerful heavenly demon. The heavenly demons were divided into heavenly demon imp, heavenly demon yiksha, heavenly demon general, heavenly demon marshal, heavenly demon king, and finally heavenly demon god. Generally speaking, the heavenly demon nation consisted mostly of heavenly demon imps and heavenly demon yikshas. Their abilities were equivalent to the human's mystic spirit and mystic sovereign. Their generals were mystic grandmasters, heavenly demon marshals were mystic venerables, and heavenly demon kings were mystic sages. Of course, there were strong and weak heavenly demon kings. The weakest one was at mystic venerable perfection, while the heavenly demon gods were at mystic emperor's level or even itinerant immortal elders level. The heavenly demon nation's handbook barely recorded the area of the heavenly demon king. I don't know if it's accurate or not. In any case, I don't plan to go back in a short time. Sooner or later, I will meet the heavenly demon king, so I don't need to worry about this matter. The castle was not very large. After taking a stroll, Lin Fei decided to leave. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He chose a direction and flew out. The endless darkness was oppressive and terrifying. In less than a moment, Lin Fei was 10,000 miles away. The silent atmosphere was shrouded by long whistles. Sporadic heavenly demon imps appeared. The sound of the flute also made Lin Fei's expression change slightly. This is the heavenly demon voice. It can affect one's mind. In the depths of his consciousness, hideous faces appeared out of thin air. With a thought, Lin Fei used the immovable Wisdom King's guard to shatter these faces one by one. Whoosh! The water-fire lotus protected Lin Fei inside. Whoosh, whoosh! Illusory faces constantly appeared outside the water-fire lotus. As the water-fire lotus burned them, they immediately turned into black smoke. What a powerful heavenly demon voice. It can make people fall for it unknowingly. No wonder primordial soul powerhouses like to come here to consolidate their primordial soul. It is indeed very helpful. The primordial soul constantly resisted the heavenly demon voice, and over time, it could be consolidated. Compared to meditating day and night, the effect was completely different. It had two completely different effects. Activating the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei continued to fly, and he was very eye-catching in the darkness. After traveling for 10,000 miles, two figures in front of him greeted him. Judging from their clothes, they were clearly disciples of the Divine Sword School, and also core disciples. Junior brother, please wait. Lin Fei stopped. He was a little puzzled. Why were they looking for him? What are you two doing? We see that you are alone, and this is the heavenly demon nation, where danger lurks everywhere. We want to be partners with you to hunt heavenly demons together, so that we can take care of each other, said one of the tall men. As they spoke, a short man came to Lin Fei's side and said, "It seems that this is your first time here. We are very familiar with the heavenly demon nation. It will be easier to complete the task if we are partners. Don't you think so?" Whoosh! The short man fiercely pounced on him. Black smoke soared into the sky, and he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. His left hand was like a knife, and he chopped down with his palm. He clearly wanted to kill Lin Fei. The other tall man also stabbed with his sword, and instantly blocked all of Lin Fei's escape routes. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi rushed out. With a flash of white light, the two men were split into two. They were killed with a single sword strike. "How dare a mere heavenly demon imp attack me?" hissed the two bodies, immediately turned into black smoke. Lin Fei was glad that he had bought the manual before. Otherwise, he would have been hit. The heavenly demon imp was indeed difficult to deal with. Most people would not be able to react in time when they suddenly attacked one after another. These two men used to be disciples of the Divine Sword School, but their bodies were taken over by the heavenly demon imp. It was equivalent to their souls being killed, and their bodies being controlled by the heavenly demon imp. The heavenly demon imp could only attack with sound waves and take over bodies. Perhaps these two disciples of the Divine Sword School were unknowingly hit. The heavenly demon imp was also very powerful. It directly disguised itself as a disciple of the Divine Sword School and used the identity of a fellow disciple to sneak attack the other party. However, the heavenly demon imp was not very strong, and its strength was greatly reduced when it took over the body. But even so, the heavenly demon imp was difficult to deal with. The heavenly demon imp has a lot of experience. It has more than 100,000 experience points. I can just accept the task of killing heavenly demons and exchange it for experience points. The system task had already been issued. The heavenly demon realm was the best place to level up. Collect. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle and collected the remaining black fog. After the death of the heavenly demon imp, it would leave behind resentment. If collected, it could be made into a heavenly demon orb, which had a destructive attack. It could also be made into a heavenly demon banner. Because of this, many disciples like to take risks and go to the heavenly demon kingdom to collect this kind of heavenly demon resentment. Not only could they earn a lot of merit points, but they could also train their primordial spirit. Although it was a little dangerous, they still quite liked it. Lin Fei decided to practice his own leveling plan. Fortunately, there are treasure boxes in the system store to store experience points. Otherwise, I would have to kill the heavenly demon king first to level up. In the end, it would be a waste of experience points. Experience treasure boxes cost 100,000 points each, and could store 100 million experience points. When the experience points were not used, they could be stored and released when needed. That was why Lin Fei was so calm and not anxious to find the traces of the heavenly demon king. As for why he did not ask other disciples of the Divine Sword School, he felt that it was meaningless. If a kid in the Profound Emperor realm went to learn about the heavenly demon king, the other party would definitely not tell him. They would think that he was biting off more than he could chew. How could he deal with the heavenly demon king? Not to mention killing it. Lin Fei naturally did not bother to ask. It was better to accumulate experience points while inquiring about the whereabouts of the heavenly demon king, killing two birds with one stone. His hair was not even fully grown, and he already wanted to play with women? Seeking information about the heavenly demon king was actually the same. A few days later, a group of disciples of the Divine Sword School came together to collect the heavenly demon resentment. When they appeared in this area, they could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, there would be many heavenly demon imps in this area, and these disciples all had an impression of them. However, in front of them, there were only a few heavenly demon imps. They couldn't help but be shocked by this. What's going on? The heavenly demon imps are all gone. It's impossible. A group of heavenly demon imps will appear in this place every month. Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? This should be impossible. Although there are not many heavenly demon imps here, there are at least tens of thousands of them. We can only kill them if we join forces. Let's change places and take a look. After changing places continuously, all kinds of puzzled expressions appeared on their faces. In these places that they were familiar with, the heavenly demon imps seemed to have disappeared. Apart from a few scattered ones, they actually could not find a whole group of heavenly demon imps. As the mysterious person in their eyes, Lin Fei strolled leisurely, wandering among the heavenly demons. With a raise of his hand, he killed the heavenly demon imps and the heavenly demon yakshas. If such a scene was seen by others, they would probably be so frightened that they would break out in a cold sweat. Even if it was an essence soul expert, when faced with so many heavenly demons, his scalp would also go numb. He fled in a sorry state. Whoosh, with a magical power, a large amount of black fog was collected. This is so cool, this way of leveling up, Lin Fei beamed. The Heavenly Demon Nation was really a good place to level up. Chapter 432. Inside the Sky Demon Nation, Lin Fei's divine sense was suppressed, but that didn't mean he couldn't sense the changes around him. The energy fluctuation was too obvious. Strange, so strange. Why are people being chased in such a remote place? If Lin Fei hadn't purposely chosen a secluded place to hunt the heavenly demon imps, he would have believed that they were coming for him, and that the ones chasing and fleeing were the incarnations of the heavenly demon imps. Lin Fei was just surprised. He didn't want to get involved in these things. He learned from the manual. In the Sky Demon Nation, apart from the danger of the Sky Demons, there were also sneak attacks from rival sections. There would always be people dying here. God knows how many genius disciples were buried in the Sky Demon Nation. Lin Fei had reason to believe that this was another sect hunting him down. However, he did not know which sect it was that was hunting him down. Shaking his head, he continued to kill the Sky Demon imps. Leveling up was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Hua hua, a streak of green light stumbled out. Not good. This is the gathering place of the Sky Demon imps. It was a girl in green. Her face was pale, and there was blood on her clothes. She was obviously the one being chased. When her eyes landed on the depths of the Sky Demon imps, surprise flashed in her eyes. What's going on? Someone is hunting the Sky Demon imps alone? Isn't he afraid that the Sky Demon imps will take over his body? The girl in green observed for a while and confirmed that it wasn't the Sky Demon imps. It was indeed a disciple of some sect hunting them. Ha ha ha, chick, let's see where you can run to this time. A sinister laugh came from behind. They are too powerful. If I keep running, I will run out of Jin Yuan sooner or later. At that time, I won't even have a chance to contact my senior brothers. I can only risk it. The girl in green clenched her teeth and flew toward the Sky Demon imps. Perhaps this was her only chance. Senior brother, help. Lin Fei was happily killing the Sky Demon imps when he heard this voice. He frowned. Damn, don't tell me this chick is trying to harm me. Lin Fei was very annoyed. What does it have to do with me that you are being chased? Why do you have to do this to me? Alright, I will leave. Even killing the heavenly demon imp would not give him a break. What was going on? Lin Fei turned around to leave. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. I don't even have time to level up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He patted his head, regretting what he had done. Damn it, how could it be so coincidental? This girl is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? If it was any other disciple, Lin Fei wouldn't have stopped at all. Who cares if you live or die? It has nothing to do with me. However, the disciples of the Divine Sword School were worthy of consideration. The symbol on their chests was the most conspicuous. Forget it, who asked you to bump into me? He still had to be a good person. The girl who flew up was beautiful and could be given 85 points. Lin Fei was a person who could ruthlessly destroy flowers. Most of the time, he liked to admire beautiful women. Moreover, this person was his senior sister. The perfection stage of the profound monarch realm? When the green-robed woman saw that the other party had stopped, a look of joy appeared on her face. Perhaps she would be able to escape from danger. However, when she saw his cultivation level, her heart sank. It seemed that she had chosen the wrong person. Whoosh, a sword light flashed, and the heavenly demon imp that was charging toward the green-robed woman was wiped out with a single sword strike. Senior sister, don't panic. You are a disciple of the Divine Sword School? Yes, I am a disciple of the Divine Sword School. Let's go quickly. The people from the Saber sect are here. We have to quickly inform senior brother. The green-robed woman didn't say anything. When she saw that he was in a daze, she swept up Lin Fei and flew out, causing Lin Fei to be unable to react for a moment. He was here to help. When did he become a burden? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 figures quickly appeared and surrounded the green-robed woman. Little girl, let's see where you can run to this time. Damn, what a pretty girl. We can have a good time later. Us disciples of the Saber sect fighting with the disciples of the Divine Sword School is a great thing in life. The black-robed disciples were all talking at once, and their eyes were filled with lust. Lin Fei heard them clearly. People from the Saber sect. Instantly, Lin Fei was filled with anger. Good heavens, I always run into them. Damn you, the bodiless immortal of the Saber sect. I can't defeat them, so I vent my anger on you. Can't I? You are disciples of the Saber sect? A cold voice was directed at them. The disciples of the Saber sect were instantly stunned. Even when he was about to die, he still dared to shout at them. He must have eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard. This was the first time they had seen such a bold person. The green-robed woman at the side was also stunned. This junior brother? I will ask you again. Are you disciples of the Saber sect? Lin Fei looked at them coldly. Stinking brat, I am a disciple of the Saber sect. What can the Divine Sword School do to us? Pfft, a black sword intent swept across, and the head of the disciple of the Saber sect flew into the sky. Damn the disciples of the Saber sect. The disciples of the Saber sect were shocked. A stinking brat dared to attack them. This was something that had never happened before. Then, an unparalleled sword intent attacked them, and they saw their heads flying one by one. Lu Dai was dumbfounded. She covered her mouth and revealed an expression of disbelief. You killed them all. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the disciples of the Saber sect. It would be fine if he did not encounter them, but once he encountered them, he would kill them first. What? I don't dare to kill them? Lin Fei found it funny. Or do you think you can't kill them? Lu Dai had never seen such a powerful junior brother. The weakest of the 6 disciples who chased after her was at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, and the strongest was at the middle stage of the profound Ancestor realm. She was chased all the way and almost died in their hands. But in front of this junior brother, she was killed in one move. What terrifying strength! Ah, junior brother, quickly go and save senior sister and the others. If you don't go now, there will be no time. Lu Dai grabbed Lin Fei, not caring about the difference between men and women. Senior sister? That's senior sister? Lin Fei was stunned. What happened? Let's go. Without any explanation, they flew in a direction. My name is Lu Dai. The shameless disciples of the Saber sect contacted other sects and trapped our sisters from the Pink Rose. Many of our sisters are injured. When Lin Fei heard this, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Lin Fei knew about the Pink Rose. This was a powerful organization. It could be ranked in the top 5 in the Sword God's Gate. They were all formed by women and were very powerful. Knowing that the other party was from the Pink Rose, Lin Fei naturally had to help. In the Sword God's Gate, it was necessary to build connections. The Pink Rose was a large organization. It was naturally good to have connections with them. Even if it was not, Lin Fei would still help. After all, they were from the Saber sect. You lead the way. It's too slow. By the time we arrive, it will be too late. Lin Fei grabbed Lu Dai's hand and moved at full speed, turning into a beam of flowing light. Chapter 433. Demonic Nation. In a secluded area of the mountain. Long howls could be heard continuously. Everywhere one looked, there was a dense black. It was the demonic imps, demonic yakshas, and demonic generals. At this moment, they were besieging a group of people. The ones besieged were a group of women. They were barely resisting with the formation. The formation flickered, and it could be broken at any time. On the opposite side of the call, a group of people stared leisurely. Fairy Lan Kai, admit defeat. There's no need to continue. Your formation won't last long. Duanji, who was dressed in a black robe, smiled and said, when the formation is broken, you will have nowhere to hide. Among the women besieged, there was a blue-clothed person. It was Fairy Lan Kai. Divine Sword School's core disciple, profound Grandmaster perfection strength. We would rather die in battle than surrender. Fairy Lan Kai's beautiful eyes were cold. She commanded her disciples to resist the attacks of the demonic nation. As expected of people from Pink Rose. They are so determined even in death. Duanji laughed loudly, don't think that I don't know. You sent a disciple to inform us. Maybe our people have already returned. You don't have to rely on this. No one will come to save you. Your Divine Sword School's disciples will all die here today. Another red-robed young man laughed loudly, this time, in order to deal with you Pink Rose, we have planned for a long time. It's just the right time to wipe you all out. Obediently become our myriad demon sex cauldrons. Fairy Lan Kai's face was cold, your saber sect is really shameless. You actually cooperated with the demonic sect. You have lost the face of our first-grade sect. If we weren't despicable, how could we besiege you and kill you? Duanji smiled and said, who asked your Divine Sword School to have so many famous geniuses? I am helping your Divine Sword School to reduce the burden. That's right, reduce the burden. Inside the formation, Fairy Lan Kai's expression was solemn. How long can we last? There are too many demonic nations. Especially when they have attracted demonic yakshas and demonic generals. If this continues, our formation will be broken in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Senior sister, fight with them. Even if we die, we must let them know how powerful our Divine Sword School is. Fairy Lan Kai had originally brought them to hunt heavenly demons and collect heavenly demon resentment, but they were ambushed by the people of the Saber sect and lured into this trap. Then, they drove the heavenly demons to act as the vanguard, wanting to exhaust them to death. The void has been sealed by them. Otherwise, we could have informed our senior brother in the Sky Fiend Kingdom. Fairy Lan Kai was helpless. Let's wait a little longer. Green Butterfly should have brought reinforcements. Fairy Lan Kai didn't really believe their words. If Green Butterfly was really killed by them, they could only fight. As long as one person survived, he would definitely make the Saber sect pay. Fairy Lan Kai was very confused. Why were the Saber sect disciples so fearless? Were they not worried about the sect's retaliation? So a large-scale battle broke out? This was the only thing he could not understand. Furthermore, the Saber sect had joined hands with someone else. This was unprecedented. Brother Duan, what's wrong with your Saber sect? Aren't you afraid that news of you openly ambushing a disciple of the Divine Sword sect will spread? The grey-robed young man asked. He was the myriad demon sect's bloodlust Taoist. This time, the Saber sect and the myriad demon sect had joined hands. No. There are very few people in the vicinity, and the void has been sealed. There's no need to worry about this at all, Duanji said. As for why you ambushed a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? Do you need a reason? This time, the myriad demon sect has benefited. If you bring these back, they'll all be excellent human cauldrons. Bloodlust Taoist did not continue asking. He had a feeling that it was not that simple. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as he brought these human cauldrons back, he would have completed his mission. The rest had nothing to do with him. Our first cooperation was so perfect. Next time, if you attack someone from the Pink Rose, remember to inform me. Bloodlust Taoist licked the corner of his mouth. I rarely see such good human cauldrons. Don't worry. You won't miss out on such a good thing, Duanji said. With the Sky Fiend as the vanguard, their array won't last long. As long as the array is broken, it'll be a piece of cake. However, he was also puzzled. The news about the Divine Sword sect had been released by the higher-ups. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was the primary place to attack Essence Soul experts. Once the Divine Sword sect disciples were killed, they would not be spared, provided that no clues were left behind. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was huge. Revenge killings and massacres were innumerable. If the Divine Sword sect disciples died in the Sky Fiend Kingdom, as long as there was no evidence, even if the Divine Sword sect was a first-grade sect with many experts, they would not dare to attack. Don't forget. The Saber sect was also a first-grade sect. Its strength was comparable to the Divine Sword sect. Duanji was not interested in understanding what was going on. In order to complete his mission, he took the initiative to contact the myriad demon sect disciples. It was a good opportunity to divert the trouble. It just so happened that the myriad demon sect needed human cauldrons. Naturally, the two sides worked together and joined forces. One side wanted to kill the Divine Sword sect disciples. The other side needed human cauldrons for cultivation. The strong joined forces. Boom! Boom! The Sky Fiend continued to attack. Ripples appeared on the array. It was clearly on the verge of collapse. Lon Kai Fairy, stop resisting. Surrender, and you'll have a way out. Lon Kai Fairy sneered. Stop your wishful thinking. Even if I die in battle, I won't fall into your hands. Looking back at her injured sisters, her beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. Sisters, the moment of life and death is here. Later, when the array breaks, I'll cover for you. Everyone, run separately. You must bring back the news. The sect will definitely avenge us. Clatter, clatter. Under the Sky Fiend's continuous attacks, the array finally broke. A large number of Sky Fiends rushed up ferociously. World of ice and snow. Lon Kai Fairy attacked with her sword. The sword will turned into snowflakes. The sky was filled with sword will white snow. As each snowflake fell, the Sky Fiend imps were immediately killed. Instantly, an empty space appeared in front of them. Go! Lon Kai Fairy broke the sneak attack of the Sky Fiend imps with her sword, buying them a chance. Do it! Duanji waved his hand. The Saber sect disciples behind him moved. Capture them alive. Bloodlust Daoist also waved his hand. A group of demonic chi subordinates swarmed up. Lon Kai Fairy, I heard that your ice snow sword technique is powerful. I'd like to experience it. Maybe I won't have the chance in the future. Lon Kai Fairy frowned. Wind and snow dance. Another attack. A white dragon roared. Everywhere it passed, the Sky Fiend imps were killed. Even from the Saber sect and the Thousand Demons sect, many disciples were killed. This attack showed Lon Kai Fairy's absolute power as a leader. It also bought her sisters enough time. Let's go together. Lon Kai Fairy is powerful. She's not someone we can take down in a short time. Let's save ourselves some trouble. Duanji frowned. He stepped out and attacked with his sword. The air was cracked open. Bloodlust Daoist laughed. Sure. Blood Sky Torrent. The blood-colored rainbow charged up. All kinds of howls and howls were heard. It was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Lon Kai Fairy fought against two. At first, she had the upper hand. After a while, with the invasion of the blood-colored demonic chi, she was at a disadvantage. Two profound grandmasters at the peak against one. Of course, she would win. You're so despicable. Boom, with a sword will, Lon Kai Fairy was sent flying. Then, her chi and blood surged. She couldn't activate her spiritual ether. She glared at Bloodlust Daoist. The Divine Sword sect now knows how despicable we demon sects are. Bloodlust Daoist said. Isn't the demon sects always despicable in your eyes? Since I'm going to take you back to be cauldrons, it's not our style if we don't be despicable. At this moment, the other female disciples were at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were captured. Seeing this, Duanji became vigilant against the Thousand Demons sect. Even he didn't know when the disciples of the Divine Sword sect had been attacked. Brother Duan, don't be nervous. Bloodlust Daoist smiled. We're partners. You don't have to worry about this. As for them, they have the bloodthirsty demonic chi, which is specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. I've learned something new. So this is the bloodthirsty demonic chi. Duanji had heard of this demonic art. It was specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. Once the spiritual ether was suppressed, there wouldn't be much combat power left. If Brother Duan joins our Thousand Demons sect, you can immediately learn the bloodthirsty demonic chi. Bloodlust Daoist didn't forget to develop the disciples of the sect. There's no need for that. I prefer to stay in the Saber sect. The demon sects aren't suitable for me. Fairy Lan Kai's expression changed. She had been unknowingly infected by the bloodthirsty demonic chi. It would be impossible for her to break free in a short period of time. Would she really end up in their hands and become a cauldron for the Thousand Demon sect? Absolutely not. Body self-destruction. If it was one-on-one, she would have a chance to block them. But now that her spiritual ether was suppressed, the situation was terrible. Body self-destruction was her only chance. As long as her primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, her body wouldn't die. Fairy Lan Kai didn't expect that she would be forced into such a situation. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to recover in 100 years. In order to fight for time, she could only go all out. Fairy Lan Kai, you're the best cauldron here. If I offer you to the elder, he'll be happy. I'll be able to become a deacon. Bloodlust Daoist licked his lips and grabbed down with his huge bloody hand. Stop struggling. Just obediently become a cauldron? The scene of victory seemed to appear in front of Bloodlust Daoist. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect, a rank 1 sect. Every female disciple was a good cauldron, especially the one before him. If he didn't have to offer her up, Bloodlust Daoist wouldn't mind becoming his own cultivation cauldron. He might even make use of this cauldron. He could push his Mystique Grandmaster Great Perfection ability to Mystique Venerable rank. As the huge bloody hand grabbed down, Fairy Lan Kai felt powerless. She gritted her teeth and prepared to self-destruct. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect is here. Who dares to make a move? A sword intent swept over, and the huge bloody hand was instantly split into two. Fairy Lan Kai's dangerous situation was instantly resolved. The second sword intent attacked again. At that moment, the world seemed to quiet down. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly a sword intent that could only be unleashed when one's ability reached an extremely terrifying level. Since when did the Divine Sword sect have such a powerful genius? Chapter 434. The senior brother is here. That's great, we're saved. I wonder which senior brother is here. He looks very powerful. The female disciple who was at a disadvantage sighed in relief when she saw this scene. She was no longer as lifeless as before. Fairy Lan Kai was also surprised, then puzzled. What a powerful sword intent. It doesn't seem like an ordinary sword intent, but it makes me feel a sense of danger. What kind of sword intent is this, and which senior brother is here to help? Bloodthirsty armor. Before the second sword, Bloodthirsty Taoist's eyebrows twitched. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody mist that enveloped his body, revealing his eyes. It was a rank 5 armor. The sword flashed. Crack. Cracks appeared on the bloodthirsty battle armor of the 5th grade. A rank 5 armor that could withstand a Mystique Venerable fighter's attack lost its effect under this sword intent. Bang! Bloodthirsty Taoist exploded. Bloodthirsty Taoist is dead. Duanji's pupils contracted. Bloodthirsty Taoist, who was at the same level, was killed with a single sword. Retreat. Seeing that Bloodthirsty Taoist was killed with a single sword, a master must have come from the Divine Swordsman's Gate. He cursed his subordinates in his heart for being a bunch of good-for-nothings. They could not even complete a simple task. He could not accept this. He was about to succeed. With Bloodthirsty Taoist's death, the bloodthirsty demonic aura lost its effect. Moreover, there was a mysterious master. Duanji had no chance of taking them down. Just the mysterious master alone was enough to give him a headache. Leaving was the best choice, even if it was with reluctance. Who said you could leave? A figure walked out of thin air. The cold voice sent chills down everyone's spines. The black sword flashed again. The Saber sect disciples who were trying to escape were instantly killed. In front of this sword intent. They were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the ability to resist. It was a one-sided situation. The sword flashes intertwined, accompanied by the aura of death. Senior sister Lan Kai, do you know this senior brother? A junior sister asked with a puzzled expression. She did not know this senior brother in front of her. He was a complete stranger. Fairy Lan Kai had thought that. This person should be a senior brother that she knew. She knew that she could not kill Daoist bloodlust with one strike. However, this senior brother in front of her had killed Daoist bloodlust with one strike. There seemed to be only a few senior brothers at this level. On the contrary, he didn't recognize her anymore, revealing a rare sense of bewilderment. I don't know him, maybe he is that senior brother who is cultivating. Fairy Lan Kai thought about it. That was the only explanation. Good kill, senior brother. The people from the Saber sect are too hateful. Seeing the Saber sect and 10,000 demon sect disciples being killed one by one, the enraged girls shouted and cheered. Teleportation talisman, Duanji's scalp went numb. Their strength was not bad, but in front of this person, it was as if they were slaughtering chickens and sheep. This was really beyond imagination. He immediately used the teleportation talisman to fight for a chance to escape. After activating the teleportation talisman, a white dot appeared. It pierced through the void and hit him directly. The expression on his face froze in an instant. What a domineering sword intent. Bang! Duanji's body was torn apart. 2 Mystic Sect Full Circle elites were killed just like that. The 10,000 demon sect disciples and the Saber sect disciples panicked and did not know where to go. In a short while, all of them were dead. No one escaped. Senior sister Lan Kai, are you okay? Green butterfly flew up. Fairy Lan Kai asked the senior brothers of the Sword God sect and she had an understanding of almost all of them, especially the powerful ones. She had never heard of anyone with such a terrifying sword intent. Even she felt great pressure and danger from the remnant sword intent aura, but she couldn't think of anything. Green butterfly, this is? He is Lin Fei, a disciple of the Sword God sect, and also a core disciple. Fortunately, junior brother Lin Fei helped, or I wouldn't be able to see you. Green butterfly told them the details of what happened on the way. What? Junior brother Lin Fei is new? Fairy Lan Kai suddenly understood. No wonder you don't know him. I didn't expect there to be another genius among the core disciples. At this moment, Lin Fei packed up his spoils and flew over. Greetings, Fairy Lan Kai. Lin Fei was very courteous. A strange look flashed in Fairy Lan Kai's eyes. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei, for helping us. I thank you on behalf of my junior sisters. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all have been killed. Lin Fei chuckled. You and I are both disciples of the Sword God sect. It's natural for us to help each other. Moreover, the Saber sect disciples colluded with outsiders, so they should be killed. Fairy Lan Kai had a good impression of Lin Fei. Although his realm was not high, he was strong and did not have the arrogance of ordinary core disciples. It was rare in the Sword God sect. Usually, all the core disciples she met were arrogant and high-spirited. Core disciples like Lin Fei were very rare. Junior brother, you just killed them and caused a big commotion. Let's leave here first. Fairy Lan Kai was indeed a woman. She attached great importance to this aspect. After cleaning up, the group left the call, leaving behind many corpses. They only slowed down when they were hundreds of thousands of miles away. They were safe and would not be targeted. Junior brother, may I know who your master is? Fairy Lan Kai and Lin Fei walked side by side. Lin Fei said embarrassedly, I just joined the Sword God sect recently. I don't have a master yet. Fairy Lon Kai was surprised. Typically, core disciples would have a master. Such situations were very rare. It was impossible for there to be a mistake. The only possibility was that this junior brother was very talented and the higher-ups had not made a choice. Fairy Lon Kai's impression of him deepened. She had to investigate this junior brother Lin Fei when she returned. He was such a talented disciple, yet she did not know him. Then I have to congratulate you, junior brother. Fairy Lon Kai chuckled. I believe with your strength, you will definitely become a hidden elder or a master. Lin Fei did not think much of it. What was a hidden elder? An itinerant immortal patriarch would probably fight to be his master. Of course, Lin Fei would not say these words out loud. If he did, he would probably give them a huge fright. By the way, it should be junior brother Lin Fei's first time coming to the Sky Fiend Kingdom. You are unfamiliar with the place and people. If you are here to collect Sky Fiend grievances, you can come with us. Fairy Lon Kai extended an invitation. Lin Fei politely refused. Thank you for senior apprentice sister's good intentions, junior apprentice brother appreciates it. I came to the Heavenly Demon Kingdom alone in order to train myself. If senior apprentice sister really wants to help me, I wonder if you can do me a small favor? Fairy Lon Kai was not unhappy. She chuckled. Junior brother, feel free to speak your mind. As long as I know it. I wonder if senior sister knows where there are weak Sky Fiend kings? If it were an ordinary person, Lin Fei would not have asked. Chapter 243. Buying a house is not buying clothes. If you like it, you can pack it up and take it away. Today, they just came to look at the house. After seeing the other two houses, his sister's phobia came back. She didn't know which one to buy. Manager Su said, Miss Qin, go back and think about it. In fact, 2 of the 3 houses are owned by the same owner. Don't worry. Qin Zhe asked in surprise, are they all speculating in real estate? Manager Su nodded. I heard that the owner is a big businessman in Wen City. When Royal View opened, people in Wen City bought more than 10 houses. So rich. The siblings planned to come back later because Qin Zhe told his sister that the company didn't have much money now. Even if Nan Man Pei wanted to invest 100 million, the total assets were only 200 million. It was impossible to buy a house with 40 million. When his sister went downstairs, she touched his head. Brother, you have to work hard to make money. Anyway, the stock market is like picking up money. Last time I saw the news, a guy bought the stock 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's skyrocketing and he has one more house. When it's rising, people are happy. But when it's falling, how many people jump off the building? Qin Zhe sighed. The bull market is really like picking up money. If you can withdraw as soon as possible, you can definitely make money. But how many people can do that? If you withdraw, you will find that the next day it's reaching the upper limit, and the third day it's reaching the upper limit. It will feel like your money has been robbed. Amateur individual investors may withdraw, but veteran investors and professional stock speculation teams will certainly not stop, because they rely on stock speculation to make a living. When this bull market is over, many people will lose blood. After saying goodbye to Manager Su, they were about to go home when they suddenly heard a surprised voice. Qin Bao Bao. Meet an acquaintance? The siblings looked back blankly and saw a handsome young man in a casual suit. Beside him was a female companion holding his arm. When Qin Bao Bao turned back, the young man pushed his female companion away and ran over excitedly. Let's go. Qin Bao Bao cursed. F***ck. She pulled her brother and turned to leave. What's wrong? Qin Zhe was surprised by his sister's reaction. He guessed that the guy was one of his sister's admirers. There was nothing strange about it. Ever since he was young, his sister's admirers were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Even the 300 Spartans did not have as many admirers as her. In kindergarten, there was a guy who wanted to kiss her, but she pushed him off the slide and he fell to the ground with his head bleeding. His sister had always been cold and arrogant in front of her pursuers. Why are you panicking now? This is a piece of King dogskin plaster. Let's go, Qin Bao Bao cursed. Bao Bao, don't go, don't go. That guy left his female companion behind and strode over, blocking their path. Why did you leave as soon as you saw me? Am I that annoying? He looked hurt. Young Master Feng, we are not close. You are not allowed to call me Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao said. I gave you 999 roses. We are old acquaintances. Young Master Feng only had eyes for Qin Bao Bao. His gaze was deep and affectionate. Are you free tonight? I will treat you to dinner. Sorry, I am not free tonight. I have to accompany my brother. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. She wanted to say, I have to accompany my boyfriend. But considering her and Qin Zai's popularity, it was not good to continue pretending to be a couple. Everyone knew that they were brother and sister. Ah, brother-in-law is here too. Young Master Feng seemed to have just noticed Qin Zai, so his smile had a hint of flattery. I also want to treat brother-in-law to dinner. Qin Zai was speechless for a long time. CK, who are you, bro? You keep calling me brother-in-law. Do you believe that I will beat you up on the spot? Young Master Feng, right? Hello. Qin Zai looked at the lonely and beautiful woman. Is that your girlfriend, or sister-in-law? No. Young Master Feng denied immediately. He looked at Qin Bao Bao and said seriously, just a normal friend. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. I don't care what your relationship is. Even if it is not a proper relationship, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Bao Bao was really annoyed by him. This guy in front of her was called Feng Tianming. He was the bad friend of Star Arts CEO, Huang Yizong. They met at a cocktail party. Since then, young Master Feng started to pursue her crazily. Everyone would send a bouquet of roses to Qin Bao Bao's office, regardless of whether she was there or not. It was said that in order to pursue her, he even bribed the front desk of Star Art. As long as Qin Bao Bao did not have any work and happened to be in the company, young Master Feng would be like a shark that smelled blood. He would aggressively rush over and shamelessly treat her to dinner. Because he was CEO Huang's friend, Star Art's door was always open to him. He was more annoying than a dog skin plaster. The goddess was so cold, but young Master Feng was not discouraged or discouraged. He was already prepared to fight a protracted battle. In fact, the more Qin Bao Bao rejected him, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit and the dignity of an experienced driver. Young Master Feng enjoyed it. As a rich second generation with good looks, young Master Feng did not lack women around him. However, he and the experienced driver Huang Yizong had gone to countless clubs and shaken countless beds. Until now, he had never met a woman that he was willing to grind an iron rod into a needle. Even if she started to act like an ice beauty, with young Master Feng opening the way, after a few rounds, she quickly revealed her true colors. She kept saying, "Hubby, I love you, hubby, I miss you." Only Qin Bao Bao was different. She was not an ice beauty, but she was even harder to pursue than an ice beauty. The first time they met at the cocktail party, young Master Feng only felt that this woman was very stunning. He had seen countless women in the flower field. He had met someone with a figure like Qin Bao Bao. Someone with this appearance was rare, but he had met someone before. Anyway, young Master Feng had never met someone with this appearance and figure. Young Master Feng asked his pap friend Huang Yizong in private, "Qin Bao Bao is too hot. Did you get her?" Huang Yizong's reply was, "This woman is different from those female celebrities. She is not willing to sell her body for a promotion." When young Master Feng heard this, he immediately had a good impression of Qin Bao Bao. He sent someone to investigate Qin Bao Bao's past. Other than the company's private rumors about her and President Huang having an affair, there were no other rumors. In other words, this was a very clean and high-quality woman. Young Master Feng had been pursuing Qin Bao Bao for about a month. Whether it was money or flowers, it seemed that this woman could not be moved. She was harder to conquer than he imagined. One day, I will be your son. Young Master Feng secretly swore countless times in his heart. Bao Bao, please give me a chance. I am sincere. Don't ask me how deep I love you, how much I love you. The sun represents my heart. Young Master Feng did not care about the expression of his female companion and Qin Zhe beside him. He said these mushy lines. Goodbye. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Don't. I know you find me annoying, but I only want to have a meal. After the meal, I will not pester you. Young Master Feng said. Things like principles had to be nibbled away bit by bit. If he made this mistake, the success rate of the next meal would be greatly increased. Such a humble style of speech was really not suitable for him, young Master Feng. At first, he wanted to be a domineering president. Didn't all women like this? He drove a luxury car worth millions, wore a well-ironed suit, walked in front of the female lead indifferently and said coldly, "Woman, come with me, woman, you are playing with fire." The female leads said no, but in their hearts, they were overjoyed. However, Qin Bao Bao was not like this. He still remembered the first time he leaned on his Maybach and said domineeringly to Qin Bao Bao, who was coming home from work, "Qin Bao Bao, have a meal with me. Don't reject me." Young Master Feng gave his own lines full marks in his heart. Qin Bao Bao was not like most of the female leads, who would blush out of humiliation into anger, and then put on a very angry and dismissive attitude. She said coquettishly, "No way, who are you?" Qin Bao Bao looked at him at that time and said 2 words, "Idiot." From then on, young Master Feng knew that the domineering president's style did not work on her. "Wow, host, your psychological desire has been detected." Qin Zhe, who was watching from the sides, suddenly heard the system's voice. "It is quite unpleasant." Qin Zhe frowned. "What mission are you going to give me?" He was very unhappy with this guy who kept pestering his sister. But if he wanted to talk about his psychological desire, could it be the impulse to beat him up? If the system gave him such a mission, he would be in a difficult position. It's not to beat him up. The host's psychological desire is to help his sister get rid of this annoying guy. The system said, "Wait a moment, calculating the most reasonable and effective mission. Why do I feel that after the upgrade, the system has become even worse?" A few seconds later, the system's mission appeared. Ding, please act like a qualified sister complex in front of Feng Tianming. Make him see you as a thorn in his side and change his target to help his sister get rid of this sticky candy. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 200 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Act like a sister complex? Me? System, come out, I promise I will beat you to death. Chapter 244. I think it's better if you let me beat him up, Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. How do I act? I don't know how to. System, funny face, you don't need to act. Just act as yourself. Qin Zhe, system, I'm in your head, so I can capture your brain waves. So I know what you're thinking. Qin Zhe, then why did you say act? You're so low. System, so I can save you some face. Qin Zhe, anyway, I won't admit that I'm a syscon. If the system was a real thing, Qin Zhe would consider destroying it. Luckily, the system wasn't a real thing. No one knew except for the system. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. How does one qualify as a syscon? A mild one? A perverted one? How could he quietly expose his sister complex in a limited time? He had to let this young Master Feng know about it. He turned to his sister and said, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Then he would force a kiss on her lips. No, that would be too evil. Although the effect was good, he would probably be slapped by his sister, which would be difficult to clean up. The best way was to let Feng Tianming know that he was a syscon, but at the same time, a normal syscon. Well, there were many people with all kinds of syscon nowadays. He could manipulate his syscon. Sister, why is this person like this? He's so shameless. Qin Zhe showed a face of disgust, but he didn't forget to glare at young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, I don't have any feelings for you. Please don't look for me in the future. Qin Bao Bao couldn't remember how many times she had repeated this sentence. She held her brother's hand and said, "A's, let's go." Qin Zhe obviously couldn't let his sister go. I haven't even started my performance, why should I leave? So he said loudly, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're good enough for my sister? I'm warning you, don't bother my sister anymore. Do you believe that I'll beat you up?" The first step of a sister complex was to show extreme aggression and contempt to any man who wanted to be her brother-in-law. Luckily, there was no trash can nearby. Otherwise, Qin Zhe would have let this young Master Feng know what it meant to tear a trash can apart with his bare hands. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Wow, A's is so domineering. I like it. Young Master Feng was also stunned. This person was fine just a moment ago, with a gentle expression. Suddenly, he turned from a little white rabbit into a furious lion. Young Sir Feng wasn't a pushover either. Grand Emperor Shroud Heaven had never been weaker than anyone, so how could he possibly be afraid of a mere threat? Smiling coldly, he said, "Who do I think I am? I'm your brother-in-law." After saying that, young Master Feng saw extreme anger and jealousy in that guy's eyes. That ferocious look was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Jealousy, was it an illusion? I dare you to say that again. Qin Zhe approached young Master Feng, using his height of 183 meters to exert pressure on him. Hey, A's, calm down. Qin Bao Bao was dumbfounded. What was wrong with her brother today? She felt that something was wrong. Qin Zhe turned his head and showed a gentle and harmless smile in front of his sister. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. I like my sister the most. The second step of a sister complex was to act like an obedient and sensible child in front of his sister, but be fierce in front of others. Qin Bao Bao shivered. She looked at Qin Zhe with a different gaze. Young Master Feng narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had guessed something. The smile on his face became colder. Your sister will have a boyfriend sooner or later. Are you going to hide it? Even if I don't pursue her, someone else will. I won't allow it. Qin Zhe's face flashed with panic as if he had said something wrong. He paused in panic and his face turned red. The third step of a sister complex was to show extreme possessiveness towards his sister. Young Master Feng cursed in his heart. So this guy was a sister complex. A damned sister complex. The host has good acting skills. The system gave Qin Zhe a thumbs up. While young Master Feng and Qin Zhe were staring at each other, Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked agitatedly, "What won't I allow?" Qin Zhe was speechless. Young Master Feng was speechless. Damn, I forgot that a certain guy was also psychologically shady. Qin Zhe managed to keep himself together. He said seriously, "I won't allow this kind of oily and powdery-faced rich second generation to get close to my sister." Qin Bao Bao smiled dotingly. Don't worry. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that he was quick-witted. If he had said, "I won't allow this kind of brother-in-law to exist," someone's brother complex would have been exposed. Young Master Feng saw this scene and thought, because his sister dotes on him and his sister is so beautiful, her brother has become a sister complex? He felt that he had found the truth. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, this guy will make things difficult for me to pursue Qin Bao Bao. But in the female novels, there was no mention of the female lead having a brother complex. Even if there was a brother, he was just an innocent and naive person. He was just waiting to cause trouble and the male lead would jump out to save him. How troublesome. How should I deal with this kind of person who has a sister complex? Young Master Feng instantly changed his goal from pursuing Qin Bao Bao to correcting Qin Zhe's wrong view of love. He said, "Qin Bao Bao, I'll ask you out another day. I have something to do today, so I'll take my leave first." Qin Bao Bao was confused. This guy isn't going to be a dogskin plaster anymore? Why is he so straightforward today? Young Master Feng said goodbye and walked towards his female companion. His female companion immediately smiled sweetly and wanted to hold his arm. But young Master Feng rejected her. Although he was experienced, he couldn't let Qin Bao Bao see him. This woman's character was just an ordinary friend. As for his female companion's feelings, he didn't care. Anyway, she was a woman who was after money. He believed that she wouldn't feel jealous. Wait a minute. Qin Bao Bao suddenly called him. Young Master Feng was stunned. Since she was so happy, did the plot turn around? Like in TV dramas and novels, when the male lead is disappointed, the female lead suddenly changes her mind and agrees with him? Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, "Young Master Feng, do you live here?" Young Master Feng said, "No, my friend lives here. I came here to play." Young Master Feng, take your time. We'll leave first. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Then I'm relieved. Both parties parted ways at the entrance of the district and got into their respective cars. In the car, young Master Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. He asked his exquisitely dressed female companion beside him, "By the way, in those novels you read, how do the male leads deal with the older sister-obsessed man?" Female companion? Let's change the question. Young Master Feng pondered and said, "How do you think a young man with dangerous thoughts should be saved, or rather, corrected his wrong complex?" Female companion? She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Useless thing, other than shaking your butt, what else can you do? Young Master Feng said angrily, "Go home and eat chicken." His female companion looked wronged and confused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 200 points. The system's voice sounded. What happened to you just now? Qin Bao Bao stared at her brother with amorous eyes. You felt weird. I was just cooperating with a certain guy with no integrity to put on a show. Qin Zhe sighed. After saying that, his sister gave him a karate chop on his head. It hurt like hell. Who are you saying has no integrity? His sister was angry. No, I'm not talking about you. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. Feng Tianming? No, he's just a nobody. Who cares about him? Another karate chop. Then it's me. I'm so tired, I don't feel like talking. Qin Zhe started the car. His sister glared at him angrily for a while. Then, she sat up straight and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated a few times. Finally, she said softly, do you hate that Feng Tianming? He's just a nobody. Not really. I just don't like him. Then why don't you like him? Is it because he's chasing after you? Yes. Qin Bao Bao felt sweet in her heart. She smiled charmingly and quickly hid it. Then, she asked, why are you unhappy that he's chasing after you? Because you're unhappy, so I'm unhappy too. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. Anything or anyone that makes you unhappy should be destroyed by me. Although she enjoyed her brother's flattery, Qin Bao Bao was still a little disappointed. She was waiting for another answer. This guy wasn't like this just now. Are you angry with your sister? She dragged you here without your consent for such a big thing. She even made you pay for the down payment. Isn't it bad to be such a willful sister? Qin Bao Bao said as she carefully observed his expression. Don't you know whether you're bad or not? No, the house is under my name. It's mine. I still have to thank you for helping me pay for it. Qin Zhe was beaming with joy. Qin Bao Bao felt like vomiting blood. In the future, if any girl catches your eye, I'll bring her here. It's much more effective than confessing with flowers and fireworks. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Excited my ass. Don't even think about it. Her hand chopped Qin Zai's head like raindrops. The elder sister's movements of brandishing her hand blade were big and wide, surging with waves. Qin Zai quickly parried and smiled devilishly. Little fool, I'm just joking with you. If his sister wanted to buy a house, not to mention 40 million, Qin Zai would be willing to pay 400 million if he had the money. After college, for 3 years, he ate, used, spent, and sometimes played with his sister. If his sister wanted the moon in the sky, Qin Zai would find a way to get it. She put aside the idea of buying a house until Qin Zai had enough money. Qin Bao didn't want to partner with her brother. She wanted to work hard to earn money and put the house under her name. She didn't want the little red guy to bring a coquettish bitch back to make her feel uncomfortable. At noon the next day, Baoza Investment Company welcomed its first batch of employees. Nan Man Pei's stock trading team moved into Baoza. Compared with Su Tong, who started from scratch, Nan Man Pei was a real capitalist. For a successful capitalist, professional knowledge and technical level were all illusory. The only thing that mattered was the overall situation and a keen sense of the market. As for the super capitalists, they could even eliminate the market's sense of smell. They could spend money to hire think tanks and let those guys give them advice. What was indispensable was the overall situation. This was what Nan Man Pei appreciated most about Qin Zai. It used to be, but now it was a little different. This guy had changed his career to a technocrat. There were not many people in this team, 7 people. The 2 guys in the lead were the middle-aged man with a big belly called Jiang Jinghua and the tall man with a mole on the corner of his mouth called Wang Guoqing. At noon, they were invited to have lunch in a restaurant. Nan Man Pei's 100 million investment was all in 9 securities accounts. After Qin Zai saw the delivery list and the shares, he grabbed his mobile phone and called Su Yu. Inform everyone that there will be a meeting at 2:00 in the afternoon. Chapter 245. There were only 2 meeting rooms in Baoza's office. The largest one could accommodate 20 people, but now half of it was occupied. The company has just started. If you have any questions, you can directly look for President Su. If it's not business related, I generally don't care. Qin Zai glanced at the crowd. If you don't have any opinions on my decision just now, then everyone is dismissed. The content of this meeting was very simple. Arrange everyone's positions. Li Linfeng would be the manager of the investment department, Wang Guoqing would be the manager of the second department, and Jiang Jinghua would be the manager of the third department. Then, each department would be given 50 million yuan, and each manager would be assigned 2 subordinates. This was Su Yu's idea. The previous team would be destroyed, which would be beneficial to the unity and harmony of the company. This decision was meaningless for the new investment group. They would maintain the consensus of boss's words are right, we will listen to the boss. The second thing was that Qin Zai would overturn all the investments of the investment group and ask them to withdraw all the funds. Then, he threw out his own plan and said in a boss will take you to play tone, in the future, I will send you the investment plan on a regular basis, and you will improve it. The investment group was meaningless, and they would maintain the consensus of boss's decision is right. Sister Pei is really good at teaching. I really want to ask her about her teaching methods. That. President Qin, President Su, and everyone. Chen Guang raised his hand and said weakly, thank you for your trust, President Qin, for being willing to give me 10 million yuan to operate. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Guang's face was filled with grief and indignation. But you can't forget that I'm the only one in the futures department. I hope the organization will not give up on me and quickly recruit people. Qin Zai looked at Su Yu, and Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. Qin Zai said, yes, old Chen, you have been in this industry for so many years, you should know some friends, right? You can poach people yourself, and the company will open the door to welcome talented people. Chen Guang thought sadly, I will probably be in the HR department for a while. The meeting ended. Qin Zai stepped into his office and Su Yu threw him a document. This is the company's income these days. It's not bad. How much do you plan to leave in the company's account? Su Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. You've spent all your 6 million? Qin Zhe was stunned. No. There's no rush. Let's invest in the stock market first. By the way, get me a glass of water. Can't you pour it yourself? Suyu glared at him. Just do it when I tell you to. Don't talk so much nonsense. Have some awareness as a secretary. Qin Zhe knocked on the table discontentedly. Oh. Suyu came back with 2 glasses of water. I also want to tell you about employee benefits. Don't look at these details as they are not important. They are very useful to unite people's hearts. It's up to you. Qin Zhe held his phone and chatted with Sister Ziwei. Hey. Suyu glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend? It's none of your business. Suyu looked resentful and hummed. She's your sister's best friend. Gee, it's good to have a beautiful sister. It saves a lot of effort to find a girlfriend. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin talking about random things. Wang Zijin had a habit of chatting. After 3 sentences, there would be a comical scene. Don't chat first, let's talk about business. Suyu knocked on the table. Now there are 9 people in the investment department, including you. One person is in charge of 3 accounts. The funds that can be manipulated should be more than 200 million. We can issue projects to attract investment. I think so too. Do you have any experience in this area? Qin Zhe asked. No, when it comes to collecting profits, the funds are given by my father. It saves trouble. Let me think about it. Qin Zhe chatted while dealing with Suyu. Boss Qin, you talk first. I'll leave. Suyu curled her lips. Oh. After she left, Qin Zhe pulled out the document and looked at it. Employee benefits, 500 red envelopes for birthdays, gifts for holidays, marriage. It's very detailed. By the way, Teddy's birthday seems to be in the middle of the month. As the boss, I have to prepare a gift. On the other side, Li Linfeng, Chen Guang, Wang Guoqing, and Jiang Jingguo were sitting in the small conference room, chatting and smoking. Old Wang used to work in a securities company. Li Linfeng exhaled smoke. The company was small, but it had its advantages. There was no messy faction fighting. Boss Su had the final say in the whole company, and Boss Qin was just a bystander. The funds were evenly distributed, and there was nothing to fight for. Several of his own middle-level managers could also avoid a lot of intrigue. Not as lucky as you. I entered the stock market in 1992 and went through ups and downs. When I made money, I bought a car and a house. When I lost money, I sold the car and the house. Later, I thought that I couldn't be an individual investor anymore, so I began to mix in a private equity company. Personal risk was reduced, and so was the income. Wang Guoqing sighed as he talked about the past. He touched his matchmaker's mole. Later, I figured out that working for the big boss was the right way. The stock market was too deep, and I made a lot of money from watching the bull market. But as long as you don't withdraw, sooner or later, you will be stabbed. Old Wang is a professional, and I'm a newbie. Jiang Jingguo had a cigarette in his mouth. Before I entered the industry, I was working for the poor. My monthly salary was just enough to feed my family. A few years ago, I was brought into the stock market by a friend, and I've been there ever since. He said sadly, my salary didn't reach 8,000. I'm useless. I'm a burden to the country. Oh, this was a sad story. Li Linfeng and the others didn't know how to comfort him. Jiang Jingguo sighed. Now that I'm working for Boss Qin, are we going to take off? Of course, absolutely. The #1 stock god in the industry. The founder of the small goal of making 100 million. Everyone gave an affirmative answer. Qin Zhe returned home at 4 in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao was at home, enjoying her last day of vacation. There was a plastic plate in front of her chest, and on the plate was a bunch of purple grapes. She was as steady as Mount Tai. Sister was eating grapes while watching a movie. She spat out grape seeds from her rosy little mouth. Qinze took off his leather shoes and suit, and picked a grape from his sister's chest. Sweet. Sister's grapes are sweet. I want to watch a movie with Sister Ziwei tonight. Not allowed. Oh. Qinze picked grapes from his sister's chest again. Then I'll buy some meat Ganoderma. Meat Ganoderma? Good stuff. It can cool down. Qinze reached out to his sister's chest, but was slapped away by his sister. I'm not giving you grapes. Qinze forced himself to eat his sister's grapes. She kicked him a few times angrily. Go buy me a bunch. You've eaten so much. Aren't grapes meant to be eaten? Qinze held his sister's white and tender foot. You're behaving atrociously now that your leg has recovered. Are you going to have a concert at the end of the month? Yes, the company is helping to prepare. It's the project Huang Yitsong set up before his honeymoon. I still have a lot of work to do. I have to finish it before the concert, Qin Baobao said. After they bought the house, they would let Wang Zijin live here alone. As for her black-hearted brother, well, they could barely accommodate him. After all, he still had to do the housework. Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Qinze suddenly showed a flattering smile and warmly massaged his sister's shoulders. Well, I'll let you live with me. Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes, enjoying her brother's service. Qin Baobao was planning to leave Wang Zijin, who was both a wolf in the house and a third wheel, here after they bought the house. But she was afraid that after they bought the house, her black-hearted brother would say, Sister, you can live there. I'll stay here. With her brother's personality, he would definitely do this. She would let him pay for it and transfer the house to his name. Then, he would definitely come over. No, my company wants to get investors. You have a lot of celebrity friends and they're all rich. Help me ask if anyone is willing to invest. Oh, then I'll help you ask. You're eating my grapes again. Qin Baobao slapped her brother's hand. The grapes immediately fell from her neck and rolled all the way to her deep cleavage. Because the living room was air-conditioned, she was wearing a loose, unlined shirt. It was not tight. Qin Baobao subconsciously reached out to grab it, but the grapes rolled even deeper. It was cold and gave her a layer of goosebumps on her neck. It's so cold. Sister shouted and dug. Qinze glanced at her chest. It was empty. He had a mental breakdown. Qin Baobao did not take out the grapes that had sneaked into her body from her collar. They slid out from the hem of her shirt. Sister threw the grapes into the trash can and said, I hate you. You can't blame me. Qinze stared at the happy grapes in envy. It's your fault. Qin Baobao punched him with her small fist and protected the grapes in front of her chest. I'll help you ask. Su Yunhan should have a chance. If she was a sister with backbone and a temper, she would not have bothered with him at this time. She would have given him a cold shoulder and forced him to admit his mistake. But Qin Baobao never had a backbone in front of her brother. She was a paper tiger. She immediately contacted her celebrity friends for him. Sister Su, my brother opened a private equity company. Are you interested in investing? Chapter 246. Compared to open and transparent public offerings, private equity was less regulated and had more freedom and flexibility. However, there were also bottom lines and disadvantages. For example, they could not sell in public and could only solicit investments themselves, just like Qinze was doing now, looking for celebrities and tycoons to buy the company's funds. Of course, they could also solicit investments from their circle of friends and social media. They believed that the majority of netizens would be very willing to invest in the stock god, but netizens were not qualified investors. There were rules that stated that only rich people who could take a bigger risk could buy a private equity fund. There was also a bottom line. The number of investors could not exceed 200, and the funds could not be transferred to personal accounts. Otherwise, it would be illegal fundraising. If it reached a certain scale, they would be shot. Su Yunhan quickly replied, how how do you want to invest? After receiving the reply, Qin Bao Bao turned to look at her brother. She did not understand either. Qin Zhe thought for a while and did not want to explain too professionally and academically. He said, just say that you are helping her to invest in stocks and collect management fees. If she agrees, we can discuss the details at the company. Also, at least 3 million yuan. Qin Bao Bao passed on her brother's words. If you know any friends who want to invest in stocks, you can help me advertise. My brother said that private equity cannot be publicized or advertised. Su Yunhan replied with an okay hand gesture, then took a screenshot and sent it to a celebrity group. Celebrities had their own circles. Su Yunhan had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so she did not need too many celebrity friends. Su Yunhan, Qin Bao Bao's brother, has opened a private equity company and is looking for investments. Interested friends can contact him. Yes, I want to invest some money. Do you have friends who know the industry? Are they reliable? Li Rongxing replied, wow, Qin Zhe has opened a company. Huang Yudeng, amazing, his stock trading skills are really high. Last time, he said on the live broadcast that infrastructure stocks would be popular. In the past few days, several infrastructure stocks have reached the upper limit. Qian Shishir, Qin Zhe, my favorite little fresh meat. Zhang Jinyun, you like his songs, right? Do you want to ask him for a song? Qian Shishir, yes, but it's very difficult to get his songs. My management company has been trying to contact him for a long time. I'm not asking for much, just songs like Invisible Wings. Qian Jiaji was a second-tier singer in the mainland. She was beautiful and her voice was clear and melodious. People on the internet often said that if she sang Invisible Wings, it would definitely be better than Qin Bao Bao. Huang Yudeng complained, you're not asking for much. I've met Qin Zhe a few times, but my agency hasn't managed to get me a song. Then, many singers spoke up one after another, complaining that Qin Zhe was so heartless that it was difficult for him to book songs. Yun Han, you have a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao. Help me book a song. Qian Tri frantically Su Yunhan. If I can get a song, I'll return it to you. I'll keep it for myself. Hey, don't go off topic. Where's the investment we agreed on? Su Yunhan felt stifled. Huang Yudeng, Old Yao is an old stock investor. Let's ask for his opinion first. A few minutes later, Old Yao appeared. Huang Yudeng, I hired a professional team to help me invest in the stock market. It was quite profitable in the past, but this month's profits have been poor. This is the rational period of the bull market, and there won't be a situation where whatever you buy will rise. So please be careful with your investments. Qin Zhe's ability in the stock market has always been rumored, but we've never seen it for ourselves, right? The most famous one is Black Donkey Technology. There's nothing else. Of course, my opinion is only for reference. Only then did everyone remember that Qin Zhe's title as the god of stocks was exaggerated by the netizens. They only knew that Qin Zhe was good in the stock market and was very famous. But as for how good he was, no one had any idea. Li Rongxing, Old Yao is right. My mom lost more than 100,000 renminbi this month. Her heart hurts a lot. Qian Shishir, you can lose so much money in the bull market? Old Yao, you can also lose money in the bull market. There are so many stocks, and not all of them rise. There are also changes in the price within the same day. That's why it's taboo to buy high and sell low. Zhang Jinyun, Old Yao, please guide me. I made some money last month, but I lost all of it this month. Huang Yudeng, I also bought some stocks. I didn't make any losses, but I didn't make much money. Let's just leave it there. Now that the trend is rising, choose a good stock, and you will definitely make money in a few months. Su Yunhan, the celebrities in the group started to discuss their stock market achievements. Some of them made money, some of them lost money, and some of them did not invest in the stock market. Alright, they went off topic again. Suddenly, a netizen popped up. No, Qin Zhe is very good in the stock market. I remember that Yun Han made a lot of money playing with him, right? Zhang Jinyan, how much? Netizen, at least a few 100,000, right? Su Yunhan. Old Yao, a few 100,000 is not bad. She earned some pocket money. Huang Yudeng, not bad, not bad. She's better than me and better than me. Qian Shishir, Io, not bad. Su Yunhan sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing, ah? Not even a few 100,000? Su Yunhan sent another string of ellipses. The active celebrities in the group were all talking at once. Not a few 100,000, but at least a few 100,000. After all, it's Qin Zhe. That's not necessarily true. It depends on how much Yun Han invested. How can it be a few 100,000? You guys are so funny. You're just following Qin Zhe to invest in the stock market. It's not like you're asking Qin Zhe to invest in the stock market. I have a friend who is in private equity and occasionally recommends me to invest in a few stocks. After half a month, he only made a few tens of thousands. But I didn't invest much. Su Yunhan looked at the discussion and wondered if she should tell them the truth. Would it hurt them? Would it seem that she was too pretentious? But since she had promised to help Qin Bao Bao get investors, she should tell them the truth. This group of idlers was happy to earn a few 100,000. Su Yunhan replied, 5 million. Someone immediately replied, 5 million? You're really willing to invest. So, you only earned a few 100,000 with so much money? Su Yunhan, no, I invested in the stock market with Qin Zhe at the beginning of October and earned 5 million in 2 months. 5 million? 2 months. The celebrities were silent. 5 million in 2 months. In the eyes of the A-list and B-list celebrities, this was not a lot. They could earn a few 100,000 or even a few million just by shooting an advertisement or doing a commercial performance. But Su Yunhan's 5 million was earned by following a big shot. She earned 5 million without using her brain or effort. Su Yunhan sent a tired emoji. It's quite tiring to invest in the stock market by myself. I have to go online every day to see how much the stock market rose today and how much it will rise tomorrow. It's so tiring. Old Yao, Zhang Jinyan, Huang Yudeng. Qian Shishir, don't say anything else. Qin Bao Bao's phone number, give it to me. Li Rongxing, Qin Bao Bao's phone number, give it to me. Huang Yudeng, Qin Bao Bao's phone number, give it to me. Old Yao, Qin Bao Bao's phone number. I want it too. Melon Eater 1, give it to me. Melon Eater 2, give it to me. Melon Eater 3, give it to me. Old Yao, don't you have a friend who specializes in the stock market to help you? Old Yao, I was wrong to be pretentious just now. I apologize. While eating, Qin Bao Bao's phone was bombarded with calls. Whether he knew them or not, the celebrities called him personally. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls when he received more than 10 calls. I, Li Rongxing, will give you money. I, Huang Yudeng, will give you money. I, Zhang Jinyan, will give you money. I, Melon Eater, will give you money. Qin Bao Bao patiently explained to everyone, don't look for me. I'm just helping with the publicity. If you are interested, you can contact this number. She's my follower. If you have any requests or problems, just look for her directly. Don't be too polite. Then Su Yu's number was given out. Soon after, Su Yu exploded in the group. Qin, come out, I promise to beat you to death. A series of boiling with anger emojis. I'm helping you to get investment. You're welcome. Qin Bao Bao replied. You bastard, can't you let Qin Zhe handle it? It's funny. Qin Zhe is my brother. As a sister, I love my brother. Why, bite me? It's after work now. Why are you throwing it to me? I'm answering the phone when I go to the bathroom. You black-hearted maggot. The two people scolded in the group, and all kinds of dirty and not dirty words flew all over the screen. Wang Zijin bit her chopsticks and watched her best friend and Suyu scold each other with relish. Then she glanced at Qin Zhe, who was eating at the same table. He was looking at the screen with a strange face and was shocked by the rich practical experience of his sister and the secretary. There seemed to be a sound of image collapse. Wang Zijin thought that the two idiots forgot that Qin Zhe was also in the group. Hey, I won't remind them. I might as well scold them more fiercely and shrewdly. At this time, I should jump out to be a peacemaker and brush up a wave of good feelings. But when Wang Zijin saw the lurking Nan Man Pei, she suddenly realized that she couldn't jump out and had to be silent. Otherwise, when the two women reacted, they would criticize her. Chapter 247. The next day, 6:30 in the morning. Qin Zhe got up on time. After achieving his small goal of making 100 million, he didn't have to stay up all night. Only with a normal biological clock can he have a healthy body. People who stay up all night to cultivate will reach the sky earlier than ordinary people. Recalling that time, he was mentally and physically exhausted. The last time he was bitten by Liang Zhui was during the college entrance examination. At that time, the old man roared in his ear every day, "The college entrance examination is coming soon, but you are sloppy all day. There is no hope for Fudan University, but you have to go to the University of Finance." The local cutoff was so low, then he sent his daughter to stay up all night to tutor his son, but his daughter pretended to be serious in front of her father, but in front of her brother, she was not serious at all. In addition to tutoring, she used her feet to tease her brother, think about other people's systems, all kinds of awesome. The protagonist makes money lying down. Look at him, for a mere 100 million, he was tired half to death, forced to play with leverage, and almost overturned the car. The system is low, the host suffers. The handsome man suffers. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and stretched his limbs on the bed, wearing only a pair of boxers. He looked down at his tent and sighed again. Every day at 6:30, his cock was hard. What do I need this iron rod for? Qin Zhe's voice came from the room, and Wang Zijin, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, rolled her eyes fiercely. After finishing the morning exercise at 8 o'clock, she took a shower, had breakfast, and then Qin Bao drove her best friend and brother to work. He arrived at the company at 9:30, half an hour late. Anyway, he was the boss, and he was capricious. Only Suyu would occasionally complain about him. Of course, the others dared not complain about the CEO. Having said that, the company should recruit a receptionist. The receptionist didn't need to be too professional, but she must be beautiful. The word vase was tailor-made for the receptionist. Passing by the conference room, he found Suyu receiving clients, a man and a woman, dressed very professionally. The woman heard the footsteps and looked sideways. When she saw Qin Zhe, she was overjoyed. "Miss Qin." Qin Zhe recognized her face. She was Su Yunhan's manager. He used to know that her surname was Bai, but after hearing Su Yunhan call her sister Bai, he found out that her name was Bai Jia. Bai Jia worked in the entertainment industry, so he called Qin Zhe Miss Qin instead of President Qin. Many celebrities subconsciously treated Qin Zhe as someone from the entertainment industry. Hello. Qin Zhe shook her hand. Sister Su didn't come? Run the announcement. The two big shots had a thunderous reputation. Yes, I'm here today to deal with some matters on your side. I'll be flying back in the afternoon. Bai Jia smiled and said, Yunhan plans to invest 7 million. For a B-list singer, 7 million was not a small sum. I'm Huang Yuding's agent. Miss Qin, you can call me Ah Bin. The middle-aged man stood up and shook her hand. Qin Zhe hurriedly shook hands and invited the two big shots to take a seat. Ah Bin said, Miss Qin, Tingzi is going to invest 10 million. Bai Jia said, wow, how generous. Ah Bin said, we still believe in Miss Qin's level, but we have a presumptuous request. Qin Zhe said, let's hear it. Ah Bin said, we want to ask Miss Qin for a song. Can we ask for the highest price? Qinze thought for a moment and said, no problem. Tell me your request later, and I'll write it down for you. Ah Bin was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Qin. Qinze planned to find a song that was not suitable for his sister to sing. Next, Suyu and the two managers discussed the details of the investment. They left at 10:30, and Qinze personally sent the two big shots out of the company. Ah Bin and Bai Jia left Baoza Investment. Bai Jia said sourly, we got a song for you. If we had known earlier, we would have invested 10 million. Ah Bin smiled proudly and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Huang Yudong. Tingzi, the agreement has been signed, and I saw Qinze. Huang Yudong quickly replied, did you make an appointment? Yes. Huang Yudong sent a series of applauding emojis. In fact, our current manpower is still not enough. It's difficult to control more than 1 billion yuan per person. Qinze returned to the conference room and lit a cigarette. I'm already recruiting people. There will be a group of interviewers coming today. I'll let several managers take charge. Suyu waved to disperse the smoke and frowned, take advantage of the bull market to make a profit. Otherwise, with our little property, we will make the company bigger. I don't know how long it will take. But the bull market will not last too long. Qinze squinted. At present, the market is still in a benign state and will not collapse. I will keep an eye on it. Suyu said, she was a professional in this regard. Qinze was more pessimistic, not necessarily. The domestic stock market is not like foreign countries. It may collapse one day. My father said that when you invest in stocks, you must be ready to run away with money at any time. 3 batches of investors were welcomed in the morning, all of whom were agents of stars. Suyu was in charge of the negotiations. Qinze sat aside as a spectator. In fact, he just needed to sit there. The stars invested for him. He was a symbol. When they saw him, the agents would feel at ease. Unfortunately, the names of several agents were very mediocre. They were not as amazing as Ah Bin and Bai Jia. Qinze was looking forward to whether he would meet Ho Longdao or Zi Yun. At noon, he asked Suyu, the vice president and secretary, to help him order takeout. The two ate in Qinze's office. Suyu ate very elegantly, lowering her head and taking small bites. From Qinze's point of view, her eyelashes were particularly thick and strange. Can you not order Hunan cuisine? Qinze lifted her long bangs and tucked them behind her ears, lest they fall into the food. Then I'll order Hunan cuisine tomorrow. Suyu's face was slightly red. There's one more thing. Qinze pulled out a piece of tissue and wiped his mouth. He was about to smoke a cigarette. No, a cigarette after the meal. Can you not quarrel with my sister? You don't play games anymore. How can there be so much hatred? Suyu curled her lips. I don't like her. She doesn't like me. That's it. Don't quarrel, unless you let her apologize to me. Are you kidding? If I say this, you will be fine, but my sister will probably explode. Don't think about kissing in this life. He thought, in fact, Suyu still wanted to quarrel with Qin Bao Bao. Suyu was the best at this kind of operation to make her presence known. She grabbed Qin Bao Bao and refused to let go. One of the reasons was the shame of being beaten up, and the other was the outbreak of the masochist attribute. The masochist who lacked love wanted to make her presence known all the time. Just like the lyrics of the song, the quieter you are in the crowd, the more you will be ignored. I'm going to stir up an accident. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Qinze's cell phone on the table rang. Suyu poked her head over and saw the caller ID, sister. Sister. Qinze picked up the phone. A's, Suyu was bullied at school. Bao Bao's tone was a little anxious. What happened? Qinze was stunned. She was bullied by a few female classmates. Mom just called me to tell me. It's not the first or second time. There are a few girls at school who always bully her. This time, the situation is more serious. Her head was broken, and she was just bandaged at the hospital. Aunt went to their school to reason with the teacher, but it seems that the girl who hit her has something to do with it. I can't tell you the details over the phone. I'll come and pick you up. Let's go to the school to take a look. After a pause, her sister sighed. Aunt has it hard too. There's no man at home to support her. Qin hung up the phone and frowned. Suyu was his cousin, his uncle's daughter. In this kind of situation, a man should come forward, but his uncle was a little unreliable. His aunt must have called the sibling's mother, and his mother called Qin Baobao, and then Qin Baobao called him to solve it together. What's wrong? Suyu asked. Some family matters, Tai. Suyu, I have something to do later. I won't go back to the company today. School violence. These words appeared in his mind. Chapter 248. Qin Baobao drove to Zhongjin building. She glanced around and saw her brother standing at the entrance of the building. He seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. She put on her sunglasses, lowered the window, and waved at her brother. Qin noticed it. He had seen the little red horse the moment it appeared. You're driving so fast. You haven't even arrived in half an hour. Get in the car. Don't just stand there. Qin Baobao urged. I'm waiting for someone. Qin said, I've informed Sister Ziwei. Aya, what are you talking to her about? Qin Baobao said angrily. Her cousin was bullied. It was a family matter. Even though Wang Zijin was her best friend, she still felt awkward. Of course, she had to call her. Sister Ziwei was much better than her when it came to pranking people. My sister is scheming and doesn't talk much. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Wang Zijin arrived. She was riding a little yellow car. Her waist was straight, her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her oval face was dignified and beautiful. Qin waved at her, just like how his sister waved at him just now. Wang Zijin's little yellow car stopped beside the car. She leaned on her left leg and smoothed her hair with her right hand. What's the matter? What happened? Her workplace was not far from Zhongjin building. It was a 20-minute ride. Wang Zijin liked little yellow cars. As long as it was not too far away, she would ride it. It was a pity that the little yellow car did not have a back seat. Otherwise, Qin would ride it and take Sister Ziwei for a ride. Get in the car first. I'll take you there. After her brother and her best friend got into the car, Qin Baobao started the car and sped into the traffic. Hey, slow down. Don't speed. You'll flip the car. Qin was shocked. Don't you know that the investigation is very strict now? Who cares? Qin Baobao ignored him. Their destination was Jian and high school. On the way, Qin Baobao told her what she had heard from her mother. Suyu was their cousin, the daughter of their uncle. She was 16 years old and had just started her first year in high school. A few months ago, Qinma had happily called the siblings and said, Yaya has been admitted to Jian and high school. School violence happened in such a key high school, and it was among the girls. Actually, it wasn't strange. School violence mostly occurred in middle school, especially in middle school, followed by high school. Once they reached university, they matured mentally and their awareness of the law increased. Violent incidents were rare. The cause of the incident was jealousy between two girls. Suyu was very beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a devilish cousin, she would probably be the most outstanding girl in Qin's generation. The girl who took the lead is called Wenwen. Because her boyfriend secretly wrote a love letter to Yaya, she couldn't take it anymore. Today, she brought people to block Yaya in the dormitory and beat her up. Her head was injured. Auntie received a call from the hospital asking her to pay the medical fees. Only then did she know that her daughter was bullied in school. Qin Baobao said angrily, in fact, this isn't the first time this has happened. Once, Auntie saw bruises on Yaya's body and asked her what happened. She refused to say anything. After beating someone up, she still has to pay the medical fees herself. How can she do this? The school didn't do anything? Qin frowned. The dean is a relative of the female high school student, Wen. He took sides and said that since it was a fight, both of them were responsible for it. They had to pay part of the medical fees themselves. If they were to be punished, both of them would be punished. Auntie went to the school to make a scene. It was useless to call the police. The police would let the school deal with it. The police wouldn't intervene unless it caused great physical or psychological trauma to the students. For example, in recent years, there were frequent incidents of tearing clothes and taking nude photos. Only then would the police intervene. Netizens criticized that children nowadays were becoming more and more violent. In fact, they were like this in the past. It was just that the internet wasn't developed at that time and everyone didn't know about it. Moreover, children nowadays had more ideas, such as tearing clothes and taking nude photos. In the past, children didn't have so many tricks up their sleeves. They only knew how to fight. Uncle doesn't come home all year round. Cousin is still young. Yaya couldn't find anyone to stand up for her when she was bullied in school. Qin Bao sighed, fortunately, I have A's. A's is the best. Wang Zijin was at a loss, what does this have to do with Qin? Qin sighed, don't talk about it. It's an unbearable past. However, Qin Bao started the conversation. She was quite excited and said, when I was in junior high school, there were quite a lot of hooligans. Probably because they were influenced by the movie Young and Dangerous, they didn't want to study and just fooled around all day. They weren't ashamed of it. Instead, they were proud of it. There were always hooligans who pestered me. They didn't dare to touch me, but they liked to let their underlings call me sister-in-law. They learned from the Young and Dangerous and spread the words Qin Bao is my woman and Qin Bao is under my protection in school. And then? Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe. And then A's was promoted. We went to school together, ate together, and went home together. Little hands holding little hands. Qin Bao's smile widened. And then I was beaten up. Qin Zhe covered his face. They thought that I, a freshman, had snatched their sister-in-law. In the underworld, if the big brother's woman was snatched, the underlings would risk their lives to get back at him. Then why don't you explain? Wang Zijin said, amused. Why should I explain? Qin Zhe sneered, let them pester my sister again? What's there to be afraid of a bunch of traitors? The more cowardly you are, the more ruthless they will bully you. I wasn't afraid of them at all. I stood in front of the mirror and said to myself, Qin Zhe, no one can bully you in the future. Then I took a utility knife and made a cut in my palm. From then on, I was possessed by a big boss and could easily beat up 10 people. No matter how many people came, I would fight them to the death. What a fantasy. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Qin Bao laughed so hard that she almost couldn't hold the steering wheel properly. Don't listen to his nonsense. I stole 200 yuan from my family and gathered a group of people from the first grade. There were about 50 of them, and each of them was given 3 to 4 yuan. Then A's made an appointment with a third-grade hooligan and had a fight on the school lawn after school. He and that third-grade hooligan fought one-on-one. Hundreds of people surrounded them. What happened after that? Wang Zijin asked. After that, the teacher came and chased all of us away. A's was even punished with detention. That guy had committed a lot of evil deeds and had a lot of punishments. He was expelled from school. Qin Bao smiled and said, after that, everyone knew that I was the woman of the first-grade big boss. No one dared to harass me anymore. As she spoke, Qin Bao said softly, but he transferred schools in high school because his grades were too bad. If he didn't have so many things to do and studied hard, A's would definitely be able to stay in Fudan University-affiliated high school. Qin Zhe remembered that after the middle school exams, his grades were not good enough and he did not get into high school. After the results were out, his sister cried a little. They arrived at Jianan High School. The little red horse stopped at the school gate. "Don't go in, it's not convenient." "I'll deal with it." Qinze reminded his sister and opened the door to get off. There might be a conflict later. At the very least, there would be a quarrel. Qin Bao Bao was now a public figure and it was not suitable for her to be involved in these things. Later on, the media would make headlines like, "Shocking, Qin Bao Bao is so arrogant that she stands up for her relative," or "Dear Bao Bao speaks nonsense in high school, demands for students to be punished severely." If the yellow mud fell on the crotch, it would be impossible to wash it clean. "Then I'll go and join in the fun." Wang Zijin got off the car. At the school gate, the guard stopped them from entering. The old man on duty questioned, "Who are you looking for?" "The school does not accept outsiders." Qinze glanced at the tag on the old man's chest. "Oh, surname Qin. Same family. We're Su Yu's family. She was bullied in school and we came to take a look," Qinze said. The guard, Uncle Qin, was not surprised. He took out the foreign student registration form and said, "Register." After Qinze and Su boarded the plane, he gave them a small tag hanging on their chests. Qinze followed Uncle Qin's instructions. After a few turns, he found the school administration building. In the dean's office on the 6th floor, he saw his aunt, Li Ru. She was not from Shanghai. She was from Suzhou and had the delicate features of a Jiangnan woman. His cousin, Su Yu, was also there. She sat beside her mother. Her head was wrapped in a white veil. The young girl's delicate and pretty oval face was somewhat pale. She looked downcast and depressed. The mother and daughter did not look alike. His cousin inherited her looks from her father, Qinze's uncle. Speaking of his unreliable uncle, he was a famous handsome man when he was young. Qinze had seen his uncle's photo when he was young. In the photo, his uncle had a sculpture-like handsome face. He wore jeans and a flowery shirt that were very popular in the 70s. He had long, thin curly hair like a rock and roll youth. He also had a pair of flirtatious eyes that could kill grandmothers and grandmothers. It was obvious that the saying that nephews looked like their uncles was false. When his aunt saw Qinze come in, her eyes lit up. She looked around and asked, "Aze, where's Bao Bao?" "I asked her to stay outside." Qinze looked at his cousin, Su Yu. "Are you okay?" His cousin looked at him with her clear eyes. After a while, she looked away and shook her head. For some reason, Qinze disliked his uncle. As a girl, she was sensitive and delicate. Therefore, Su Yu was not close to her cousins. "Where's the dean?" His aunt gritted her teeth. "He left half an hour ago and left us here. He can make trouble if he wants, even if it's dark." Chapter 249. Children were the flesh and blood of their parents. When the husband was not at home, the mother had to stand up for her daughter. After the aunt knew that her daughter was often bullied in school, her heart was almost broken. She put down her work and rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, it was not a serious injury and did not require stitches. However, because it was not a serious injury, she was often left alone. After her daughter treated the wound on her head, the aunt rushed to school with her daughter angrily. She was prepared to be furious with the other party's parents. Who knew that they did not come at all? Or rather, they were too lazy to come and deal with it. Because the dean was a relative. With connections, who would care about you? Auntie went to look for the school's leaders, but they gave her a perfunctory answer, especially the dean of academic affairs. He said bluntly that this was a fight, and both parties were responsible. Of course, Sun Wenwen was more responsible, and the school would warn her. Then, of course, there was no then. They did not even mention compensation. Punishment, you say? The school had its own rules. She had to go through the process. There would be punishment in a few days. In short, drag it out first. As time went by, the matter would fade away. You want to make a scene? Sure, you can try. After all, Jinan is a key high school. If you dare to make a scene, we will find a reason to expel your daughter. You don't know how many people want to enter our school. This concerns your daughter's future. Think about it carefully. You want compensation? You have to negotiate with the parents. The school will at most be responsible for mediating. Call the police? The police would not care. You did not lose an arm or a leg. They did not tear your clothes to take nude photos. Besides, there was a law protecting minors. The police could not do anything. The aunt was not satisfied. She stayed in the office. The dean was also angry. He said, "You can stay as long as you want. The school does not need you to tell us how to deal with it." The dean of academic affairs left without another word. After hearing the aunt's words, Qin understood. Official skill, great delaying skill. It was one of the two great skills on par with the great teleportation skill. The latter was commonly known as kicking the ball. When he was stabbed by someone with a small knife, that black-hearted guy wanted to use the great delaying technique in a futile attempt to drag the Qin family to death. Qin and Wang Zijin looked at each other and said, "Let's go to the principal." Wang Zijin nodded. The four of them arrived at the principal's office. Qin knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. "Come in." It was an office that was not luxurious, but the furnishings were very exquisite. The pot-bellied principal, who had a strong bureaucratic temperament, was sitting behind his desk. Behind him hung a book, "Teach and Educate." "You are?" The principal looked at them in surprise. "We're Su Yu's family members. She was bullied by her classmates in school." Qin pointed at Su Yu's head and said in a deep voice, "The academic affairs master has gone too far by abandoning her parents. We need an explanation from the school." The principal pushed up his glasses, crossed his fingers, and placed them on the desk. He said in an official tone, "That's true. The academic affairs master is also busy and has gone to deal with some matters. The school will definitely deal with this matter. Don't worry." His aunt said angrily, "Then why don't you deal with it? Where are Sun Wenwen's parents and Sun Wenwen? I've been in school for so long, but I haven't seen them. I want to ask her why she keeps bullying my daughter." The principal said, "We've already called Sun Wenwen's parents, but they're busy and don't have time to come over for the time being." All right, it was greater teleportation and great delaying again. "We're all busy." "Who isn't?" "This doesn't seem to be a reason," Qin said in a deep voice. "Anyway, we'll deal with this matter. You can go home and wait for the news. The punishment won't be out immediately. Parents should understand the school." The principal also said in a deep voice, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave." His aunt sat on the sofa, her eyes red. "Last week, my daughter was bruised all over. I knew it wasn't a good thing. Now, it's worse. She beat her up like this. If you really did something, my daughter wouldn't have been bullied again and again. Call that Sun Wenwen over. I want to ask her what you did to offend her. Why did she bully her like this? Look at you. You're so agitated. How do you want the school to deal with this?" "Oh, call Sun Wenwen over. You might have a conflict again. Go back. The school will deal with it." The principal's delaying technique had already reached the level of perfection. Qin knew that even if he made a scene, it wouldn't end well. You, come out with me." Qin waved at the door. The little girl hesitated for a moment. She bit her lips and followed Qin out. At this time, it was the break between classes. The students were outside playing in the corridor. The laughter of young boys and girls could be heard everywhere. JK was young and lively. JK's body was light and soft. JK's charm, homonym, was not inferior to lowly, homonym. Unfortunately, Qin hobby was a little special. He didn't have any feelings for girls younger than him. If you don't have a D, you should at least have a C. If you don't have a C, can you still be considered a woman? Women should have a big chest. Why did you come out? Suyu said in a muffled voice. Everyone around her was looking at her. It made her feel very embarrassed. Qinze looked at his cousin, who he had a very ordinary relationship with, and said, "Why did Sun Wenwen bully you?" Suyu didn't say anything. Qinze stopped and patted her head. He said softly, "Your dad isn't here. Aunt has to take care of you and your brother alone. She has to go to work and take care of grandma at home. It's been hard on her." Suyu's eyes reddened. "Since cousin is here, he has to stand up for you, right? When I was young, uncle was actually very good to me." Suyu bit her lip. Sun Wenwen's boyfriend kept pestering me and wrote me love letters. She brought people to bully me. In the morning, they made me kneel. When I refused, they beat me. Understood. Qinze narrowed his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl came out of the school building. She had a ponytail, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and a figure like a willow bud. The girl walked over with light steps. Without saying anything, she rolled her eyes and said crisply, "Why did you come to our school?" Suyu knew this girl. She was Pei Ziki from the second-year class 4. The reason why she knew her was because besides being the school goddess, Pei Ziki was also one of the big sisters in the second year. She was surrounded by a group of rich second-generation officials. She could do whatever she wanted in the school. Suyu couldn't understand the ups and downs of their world. In comparison, Sun Wenwen was a tyrant in the first year of high school, but in front of them, she was just a cat or a dog. Suyu was the goddess of the first year of high school, but compared to Pei Ziki, she was an ugly duckling and the other was a white swan. How did cousin know Pei Ziki? "I miss you." Qinze laughed. Pei Ziqi sent a kick flying towards Qinze. Qinze dodged and said, "There's something I need your help with." Li Donglai studied at Fudan University affiliated high school, while Pei Ziki studied at Jianan High School. The siblings were born to be opposite. There were many key high schools in Shanghai, but there weren't many either. It was a coincidence that his cousin was in the same school as her. "What's the matter?" Pei Ziki asked. "My cousin." Qinze pointed at Suyu. "I know. She's very famous in the first year of high school." Pei Ziki glanced at Suyu proudly, like a white swan looking at an ugly duckling. "There's a girl who always bullies her. Her name is Sun Wenwen. She seems to be a relative of your school's dean. The school favors her, and the police can't be relied on. Can you help her vent her anger?" Qinze told him about his cousin. He couldn't use his power to oppress others. If he wanted to show off in this society, he had to rely on himself. He wasn't a big shot yet. He had only gotten the system 4 months ago, and it was still a low-level system. But don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have connections with the school. Qinze had at least 10 ways to get rid of her. Anyway, as long as she didn't lose an arm or a leg, she would be fine. Anyway, as long as they didn't take nude photos and abuse her. In that case, I'll do the same to you guys. This was called giving her a taste of her own medicine. You should look for Chen Qingyuan for this kind of thing. She's the big sister. She has a lot of underlings under her command. Pei Ziki said angrily. She's also in this school? Qinze was stunned, and then his expression became strange. Chen Qingyuan still couldn't forget about him. She bombarded him with text messages every few days. Recently, she became bolder and would call him occasionally. Qinze said, "You're still young. Don't think too much. Study hard." He almost told her, "I'm not interested in JK. I'm a shameful lover of depression. You're a good girl, but we're not suitable." But Chen Qingyuan didn't understand. Even if she did, she pretended not to understand. She was stubborn. Young girls were full of longing for love. At the same time, they were more stubborn than adults. They weren't so materialistic and rational. "If I like you, I like you. If you treat me like a good person, I'll die in front of you. Maybe she even hoped that Qinze would cruelly reject her, so that they could have an unforgettable love. It was so annoying. Don't talk nonsense. Help or not, just say it. Qinze urged. If I don't help, will you look for Qinqing Yuan? Pei Ziki probed. No. Qinze rolled his eyes. Then wait a moment. I'll call a few people. Pei Ziki turned and went back to the school building. Grade 1, Class 6. Sun Wenwen sat in her seat, surrounded by a few sisters, or rather, henchmen. She looked somewhat delicate and pretty. She wore light makeup and didn't dye her hair, but she took care of it carefully. Coupled with the branded clothes, she instantly exuded an aura that was different from ordinary girls. In the eyes of the boys, she was particularly dazzling. Girls before university were more simple and clean. Occasionally, one or two girls who wore short skirts and makeup would become popular in the eyes of the boys and flirtatious sluts in the eyes of the girls. Wenwen, Suyu hasn't returned to the classroom yet. I heard that her mother is here. Will we be punished? What if her mother causes trouble in school? What are you afraid of? Wenwen is the dean's relative. Don't worry. The girls were all talking at once, discussing animatedly. Sun Wenwen leaned against the chair and crossed her legs. She was calm. What are you afraid of? She won't dare to do anything. This time, I'll break her head. Next time, I'll make her kneel. She glanced at the henchman beside her. It's just a small matter and you're all so scared. If her mother comes, then so be it. That bitch, let's go to the school gate today after school to block her. Don't think that she'll be fine just because she calls for her mother. Her mother won't stay in school. The girls were relieved and echoed, I've been unhappy with her for a long time. So what if she's pretty? How dare she steal our Wenwen's boyfriend? She should be taught a lesson in front of the boys. Let's see how she can seduce men in the future. At this time, a group of people rushed in from outside the classroom. There were boys and girls, all of them from other classes. They seemed to be second-year students. The students in the classroom all turned their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests who were coming in menacingly. Which one is Sun Wenwen? The beautiful girl in the lead knocked on the table arrogantly. Chapter 250. In school, the two most glorious things were, first, at the spring festival party, in front of all the teachers and students, showing off an 8th grade piano performance. Second, with a group of henchmen, breaking into a classroom, and in the stunned eyes of the students, saying arrogantly, come out, I promise to beat you to death. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the past, Qinze had always wanted to use this method to show off in school. In the 9-year compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university life, Qinze's most glorious moment was probably in the second half of the first year of junior high school, when he led the henchmen, bought by his sister, to fight with someone on the school lawn. But at that time, the feeling was not good at all, because the henchmen were fake, and they had agreed to a one-on-one fight. Qinze and that guy used all kinds of martial arts to decide who was the most beautiful girl on campus. Dozens of people watched, and it felt like humans watching monkeys fight. The onlookers feasted their eyes, and the two monkeys fought to the death. It was not exciting at all, and he felt that he was too low. Looking at Pei Ziqi's dazzling entrance and becoming the focal point of the students, he felt that if he was younger by 5 or 6 years, he might have been thinking about this girl for a few years. After he graduated from high school, he would have gone his separate ways. Years later, he would still remember the days when he was young. She was like a proud and domineering little swan who had left a deep mark in his heart. The students in the classroom looked sideways at the sophomore who arrogantly broke into their territory. Sun Wenwen understood. When she saw Pei Ziki, she also saw Suyu in front of the crowd. Suyu stood quietly, and her head was still wrapped with a white veil. Sun Wenwen grabbed her hair and slammed her into the corner of the table. She was here to take revenge. She was here to get back at her. I am. Sun Wenwen stood up. Although she was a little scared, she still stubbornly looked at Pei Ziki. If she had encountered such a situation in private, she would have admitted defeat. However, in front of so many people and so many classmates, if she admitted defeat, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Using a very popular saying, "I don't care about my face." Sun Wenwen was slightly taller than Pei Ziki. She thought that there would definitely be a glare later, and she would have the upper hand. However, Pei Ziki didn't play by the rules. She didn't stare at him for a few minutes or curse him like a shrew. She walked over and gave him a tight slap. Pa! A loud and clear sound was heard. Everyone in the classroom heard it. Some were angry, some were surprised, and some were excited. Sun Wenwen was mad. She was the little princess of the family. Her parents were rich and had connections. She could walk sideways in junior high school. In the past few months after entering high school, she was still able to walk sideways. Although they had heard of Pei Ziki's name, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and the new student was never afraid of the old student. Pei Ziki's followers were all professionals. When they saw her move, they rushed over and surrounded Sun Wenwen. Sun Wenwen immediately gave up the idea of fighting back. She felt that as long as she made a move, she would be surrounded by a group of people and die miserably. As for her henchmen, they were huddled at the side, trembling. "What right do you have to hit me?" Sun Wenwen glared at Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki raised her hand and slapped her again. "Why did I hit you? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" "I don't accept it," Sun Wenwen shouted with red eyes. "Pa!" Pei Ziki slapped her again. "I don't care if you accept it or not." Sun Wenwen's white and tender cheeks were red. Outside the window, Qin Zai's eyes were full of appreciation. He didn't expect that a woman's catfight could be so hot. It was completely different from what he thought in his heart. "Do you know why I hit you?" "I don't know." "Pa." "Do you know now?" "I don't know." "Pa." "What about now?" I know, Pa." Sun Wenwen covered her face and cried. She choked and said, "I already said that I know, but you still hit me." Pei Ziki sneered and said, "I'm happy." She turned her head and waved at Suyu, who was outside the crowd. The crowd parted to make a path. Suyu hesitated for a moment and chose to face it. "Slap her," Pei Ziki said. Sun Wenwen glared at Suyu fiercely. This would be a perfect counterattack, a beautiful turnaround, if only Suyu could slap him in the face. But when it came to it, she hesitated. She was just a very ordinary girl with an ordinary family background. She was even a little poor, so it didn't matter. The only thing she could be proud of was her cousins from her aunt's family. But her cousins didn't like her family. Her cousin was beautiful and proud. Her cousin looked gentle, but in fact, he deliberately kept a distance from her family. Suyu turned her head and glanced at the corridor outside the window. She saw her cousin who she liked when she was young but hated when he grew up. She saw the gentle smile on his face. She saw him give her a thumbs up. "Pa." Suyu slapped her hard. All of a sudden, she seemed to have opened a new world and unlocked a new position. She felt better than ever. All her resentment and anger were vented out. She raised her hand again and slapped Sun Wenwen hard on the face again. Sun Wenwen was completely dumbfounded. "Does it feel good to bully others?" Pei Ziki asked her junior. "Yes." Suyu nodded hard. "We'll continue to bully her another day." Pei Ziki looked at the crying Sun Wenwen and said word by word, "Suyu, I'll protect you, understand?" Sun Wenwen didn't say anything and just cried. Perhaps she was using silence to fight back and save her last dignity. Pei Ziki slapped her. "Understand?" Understood, a good show, or a farce, was over. Pei Ziki led her people out of the battlefield. Sun Wenwen, who was mentally and physically exhausted, lay on the table and cried. It would probably leave a shadow in the girl's heart, but not too deep. "After all, I didn't take off your clothes or make you kneel. You even made my cousin kneel before me. Qin Zhe didn't pity people who bullied their classmates for fun, even if she was a girl. If he could, he would rather go in and slap her himself. But if he hit her, it would be different. The school could openly call the police, and the police would arrest him in a small dark room. He stood guard in the corridor, watching the show and preventing students from sneaking out to call the teacher. Most of the students were watching such a good show in the class. But 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, went out. The girl was blocked by him and glared back at him fiercely. The man was unconvinced and wanted to resist, but Qin Zhe sent him flying with a kick. Then one of the boys said in a choked voice, "I just want to go to the toilet. Class is about to start." Accidental injury. "Cousin," Siyu called out in a soft voice. "Well done. If you have any problems in the future, look for me." Qin Zhe patted her head. He thought to himself, girls are better. Girls are willing to let you pat their heads, unlike his family's maggot. If you pat her head, she will definitely pat you back. Otherwise, she will explode. Qin Zhe asked for it. His sister was very willing to play the role of a girl in front of him, but he had to say the story of patting a dog's head with a smile. Siyu nodded, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time fell down. She pressed her head against Qin Zhe's chest and cried. Pei Ziki dispersed the group of lackeys and stood aside, watching quietly. She curled her lips in disdain. "Qingu." An excited and joyful voice sounded. "Damn. She's here." Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. On the other side, in the principal's office. Auntie didn't intend to leave until she got justice for her daughter. She didn't study much, but she was still a junior high school graduate. When their children encountered such things, the parents couldn't be soft. Otherwise, the school wouldn't pay attention and the child would continue to be bullied. In the long run, it would cause irreparable psychological damage. Serious cases might lead to depression and even suicide. Especially with her daughter's stubborn personality. Wang Zijin stayed by her side, comforting her from time to time and wrangling with the principal. The principal was experienced in dealing with 2 girls. He was very stable and didn't show any anxiety or impatience. Usually, when parents came to the school, no matter what, since they sat down to talk, tea should be served. This was basic etiquette, but the principal wanted to ignore them. Such small details, if one was a veteran in the system, they would understand. Eviction order. "Auntie, don't worry. A's will handle it well." Wang Zijin patted the back of her aunt's hand. "They've been out for so long. I wonder what they've been up to." Auntie nodded her head. To be comforted by a stranger and addressed as Auntie made her feel weird. If it was Bao Bao, it would be more reasonable. Speaking of which, she didn't know what relationship this girl had with A's girlfriend? Impossible. Impossible. If A's had found such a beautiful wife, his big sister would have called him long ago. How could that little rascal have such a beautiful girlfriend? She should be Bao Bao's friend. What do you think we should do? The school doesn't care. I heard that Sun Wenwen is a relative of the academic affairs master. No wonder the school is biased. Auntie said deliberately. Look at what you're saying. The principal sipped his tea. Why would the school be biased? The school will deal with it fairly. You guys are too anxious to leave. Wang Zijin consoled, this is a society that values relationships. There aren't many people who would side with reason. Auntie said angrily, this matter isn't over. Your uncle and I can't bear to hit her. We can't take this lying down. Auntie didn't mind her slip of the tongue. She reluctantly treated her as her nephew's girlfriend. Wang Zijin glanced at the principal who was sitting majestically and unmoved like a mountain. She said indifferently, the school is biased. Let's report it to the higher-ups. There will always be people who won't be biased. The principal looked coldly at the 2 women echoing each other. He had a gentle smile on his face, but he was disdainful in his heart. Biased? Shielding? She sounded so wronged, as though she had been wronged. Report it to the higher-ups? Why don't you go to the higher-ups? Isn't it just an ordinary fight between students? Furthermore, the school wasn't biased. They just used the great delaying technique. What was a divine technique? It was a foolproof technique that worked 100% of the time. Therefore, the principal wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he found it laughable. A woman with long hair and short knowledge. She wanted to use these lame tricks to scare him. Auntie, I know a few friends in Shanghai's education department. I'll help you call for help. Wang Zijin took out her phone from the pocket of her tight jeans. Only then did the principal notice that this girl had slender and tight legs wrapped in tight jeans. She was much more pleasing to the eye than the senior English teacher. Of course, the principal would never do anything indescribable with the English teacher. Ever since the article, "The English Teacher and the Principal Fought, Those Who Survive a Disaster Are Destined for Good Fortune," was exposed, the existence of the English teacher had been listed as uncommunicable by the principals. Why bother with the English teacher? The Chinese teacher could also teach. The pretty girl dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Zhou. It's me, Zijin." Chapter 251. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Zijin, why do you have time to call me? You joined the National Development and Reform Commission at the beginning of the year, right? Are you adapting to the work?" "No, I quit." Wang Zijin smiled and said, "I'm in Shanghai." "When did you come to Shanghai? Which department are you in?" "I didn't even hear from your father," Uncle Zhou said in surprise. "No, I'm just out to relax." The principal listened to the conversation between Wang Zijin and Mr. Zhou and did not care at all. He thought that this girl was addicted to acting. What was this? A fox pretending to be a tiger? A bluff? Did she think that this could give him pressure? Come, please start your performance. By the way, Uncle Zhou, has the Education Bureau been rectifying recently? Focus on those school leaders who violate the rules and regulations, such as accepting red packets, privately holding training classes, and exchanging lessons with female teachers. There's such a thing, right? Hey, isn't the meeting about to start? Respond to the call of the central government. Coincidentally, I encountered something here. Wang Zijin was all smiles. I have a friend's cousin who often suffers from school violence and has a huge trauma in her heart. But the student who hit her is a relative of the school affairs director. The police didn't care about this matter, and the school made all kinds of excuses. The parents can't even find a place to reason with. Which school? Jianan High School. Wang Zijin sighed and said, "That child just came out of the hospital. Sigh, she's quite pitiful. I just saw her. Because of long-term school violence, she's autistic and doesn't like to talk to people. She's a good girl, but she hasn't even entered society, and she's about to be ruined." Auntie was stunned. The principal was stunned. What was going on? Just came out of the hospital, long-term school violence, autistic, psychological trauma, ruined life. It sounded normal, but why did it suddenly feel like the nature of the matter was on a higher level? Uncle Zhou's voice suddenly sank. "Did you take a video? It didn't go online, right? In this day and age, everything was afraid of being exposed. Once exposed, public opinion would be overwhelming. The nature of the matter was completely different." Wang Zijin sighed. "I'm not sure about that, but I heard that they even asked her to kneel down. It just happened today. If it goes online, it won't be so fast. We need to take precautions, Uncle Zhou." Also, Uncle Zhou, it's not just the school affairs director. The principal is also involved. I'll ask someone. Then I won't disturb you any further. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and said without looking at the dark-faced principal, "Auntie, let's go." "I'm not sending you off," the principal said with a hint of mockery. The principal was very calm. There were people in the Education Bureau who knew him. Hee, if your position isn't high enough, you really can't control me. Jian'an High School is a key high school after all. Unless you have connections with Shanghai's Education Bureau, unlike a breeze blowing over a mountain. Soon after the two women left, the telephone in the principal's office rang. Auntie walked down the long corridor and turned back to look at the principal's office. Shall we wait in the dean's office again? There's no need for that, Auntie. Let's go find A's. He should be done with his business, Wang Zijin said. By the way, where did A's and Yaya go? Auntie was worried. She had asked her nephew and niece to come over to boost her morale and cause trouble. In the end, not only did her niece not come, but her nephew also kidnapped her daughter. In the end, there was only a strange girl accompanying her. Your name is Tissue, right? Are you A's girlfriend? I hate the southern accent. Wang Zijin shook her head. I'm Bao Bao's friend. We happened to come together. Auntie nodded and thought to herself, I was right. A's couldn't possibly have such a beautiful girlfriend. Auntie knew that Qin Bao Bao was now a big celebrity. This phoenix of the Qin family had already flown up to the sky. Qin Bao Bao had been outstanding since she was young. She was good-looking and smart. Auntie wouldn't be surprised if she stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun one day. Auntie didn't do live streams or stocks, so she didn't know that Ugly Duckling's nephew had turned over a new leaf. Her impression of him was still the little rascal who followed her sister around. Auntie, why didn't Uncle come over for such a big thing? Wang Zijin asked. Auntie's expression was a little unnatural. She sighed and said, that bastard went out for a whole year and didn't come back. He used to know how to make a few calls, but now he doesn't even have a phone. Auntie's heart felt tired at the mention of that bastard. Why is that? Wang Zijin asked curiously. She was very interested in learning more about the Qin siblings' family matters. He wants to make a lot of money and make a name for himself. Before he left, he told his old mother that life is full of ups and downs. I won't be poor for the rest of my life. It's my misfortune to have a husband like him. Auntie sighed. Wow, I didn't expect Auntie to be so generous. He's much more ambitious than A's. That's a good thing. Shouldn't men go out and make a name for themselves? Wang Zijin didn't understand Auntie's resentment. You'll understand when you get married and reach my age. Auntie patted Wang Zijin's shoulder. Wang Zijin understood immediately. Greater than over equal to slash, don't worry, Auntie. Uncle will definitely make a lot of money and go home. Auntie snapped, I'm not counting on him anymore. If he's reliable, he wouldn't have squandered all the family's money. He's a classic example of someone with high standards but little ability. He keeps saying that he won't go home until he's rich. Who knows where he's hiding now? He'll come back when he's had enough. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Qin Bao Bao once complained. Her original words were, when my father married my mother, our family was poor, and Grandpa didn't like us. Later, when our family became rich, we had to clean up their mess. We really owe them. A's could have had 2 houses. As she spoke, Bao Bao was full of resentment toward her mother. Did something happen back then? Was it related to the siblings' uncle? When I married him, his family was rich and handsome. When my father saw him, he said, Io, this young man is good. Then, he married me off. Auntie sighed. He's been unreliable his whole life. But he's right. Every dog has its day. He used to be rich, but now, he's a pauper. Wang Zijin thought, Io, your father is too careless in marrying off his daughter. On second thought, she felt a little sad. My father should have married off his daughter as well, but this isn't the era where parents' orders and matchmakers' words are needed anymore. Auntie, let's walk slower, Wang Zijin said. Auntie was stunned and slowed down. What's wrong? Wang Zijin smiled. If we walk too fast, how are we going to step on people? Qin Gu. The soft voice, there was no need to guess. It was Chen Qingyuan. Qin Zhe turned around and smiled gently like a big brother. Qin Qingyuan, what a coincidence. Qin Qingyuan swayed her waist as she walked over. Her eyes automatically ignored her best friend and the surrounding scenery. She said happily, Ziki texted me. Qin Zhe, why didn't you look for me when you came to my school? Why should I look for you, girl? We don't know each other well. Qin Zhe turned his head and glared at Pei Ziki. The latter looked at him with a gloating expression. She raised her chin and smiled provocatively at him. Qin Qingyuan stared at Suyu, who was wiping her tears in her cousin's arms. She was jealous. Who is this? Qin Gu, your little girlfriend? Suyu felt a murderous gaze locked onto her. She's my cousin. Qin Zhe pressed on Suyu's thin shoulders and pushed her away. Just then, the bell rang. Hey, you guys go to class, Qin Zhe said happily. Pei Ziki joked, it'll be a few minutes sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Let's watch the show first. Suyu shook her head. I'll go to the administration building with my cousin later. My mom is still at school. Qin Qingyuan stared at him. Class is not important. Qin Gu, I'll walk with you. You guys are so lucky. When I was in school, the class bell was like a death knell. The teacher even liked to drag the class. I would take up a little of your extracurricular time, then take away 10 minutes of your class, leaving only 3 minutes for the students to go to the toilet. Sometimes, they wouldn't even have time to pee before the bell rang. They would rush back to the classroom. Those who were late had to stand at the back of the classroom for the whole class. It was inhumane. Pei Ziki, you go back first. You, wait for me here. Qin Zhe glanced at Qin Qingyuan. I'll walk with her. Qin Zhe walked down the stairs and Qin Qingyuan followed behind him. The sun was warm and shining on them. Qin Qingyuan narrowed her eyes and stared at Qin Zhe's tall and straight back. In everyone's teenage years, there would always be a few people who would leave a deep mark on your life. It could be a sunshine boy in the basketball court, or a pretty and quiet school belle with a ponytail. Of course, it could also be a coquettish bitch with heavy makeup. In Qin Qingyuan's teenage years, Qin Zhe was the one who left a deep mark on her heart. Before she met Qin Zhe, she, who came from a wealthy family, was arrogant and indulgent. She wore short skirts and smoky makeup. She wanted to write, "I'm not a good girl," on her face to take revenge on her parents. She gathered a group of henchmen in school and deliberately caused trouble. She beat up all kinds of disobedient people and then let her parents clean up her mess. She had seen many handsome guys. Some were good students who studied obediently, some were good athletes who were good at playing basketball, and some were campus evildoers, who were full of vulgarities. None of them could move her heart. Qin Qingyuan liked a man who could control her and make her willingly loyal to him. First of all, he must be handsome. Second, he must have the ability to show off but not be arrogant. When he was low-key, he would be very low-key. When he was arrogant, he would shout, "Long out yen," specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedient people, and then suppress everyone. Well, he was probably a combination of a domineering CEO and a ruffian boyfriend. Then, Qin Zhe appeared. At the most helpless and frightened moment, he was like a ray of light that shot into Qin Qingyuan's heart. She still remembered the scene when he appeared. He had both hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and said calmly with a, "Everyone here is trash, look, I want to fight 10 people." In a burst of pa sounds, he overturned the whole room with his own strength. Because of the disharmonious family relationship, she learned to be a delinquent girl. Then, because of Qin Zhe's words, she played the role of a good girl again and turned over a new leaf. At first, her parents were very surprised and wanted to see the charm of the man who made their daughter turn over a new leaf. But their daughter hesitated a few times when she asked him to come home for dinner. After asking her friends, they found out that it was their silly daughter's unrequited love. Then, they dismissed the idea of meeting the amazing man. Her friends all said that she was crazy and that she was a love-struck fool. But Qin Qingyuan didn't care. If you like someone, you should work hard to become the kind of person he likes. But Qin Xingyuan never thought that the kind of person Qin Gu liked was the kind of person she couldn't be at the moment. Qin Gu, Li Donglai said that you have a depression complex. Is it true? Qin Xingyuan said with grievance. Chapter 252. Qin Zai's heart was heavy. Why does everyone know that I have a depression complex? Homophone, when did Li Donglai see through me? This kind of shameful private matter is not like, I am handsome, where everyone knows at a glance. I have disguised myself very well. I have not kissed my sister for a long time. Why do you say that, miss? Qin Zai sighed. Qin Xingyuan pursed her lips. Li Dong said that he doesn't like you. Maybe it's just that he doesn't like this type of girl. But he doesn't like my sister and doesn't like you either. This means that master's taste isn't with you girls. Qin Xingyuan continued, he also said that Qin Bao Bao is his sister. A person who has lived on Mount Everest for a long time suddenly came to the grassland. Will he be able to adapt? I think I should get rid of this disciple. I feel that he is telling the truth. Speaking of which, when did I start to have a depression complex? I did not notice it at all. Since you already know, I have nothing to explain. Qin Zai reached out and wanted to pat her shoulder. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. You are really not my type, he said. Although Qin Xingyuan had already noticed Qin Zai's hint, she was still a little depressed. She lowered her head slightly and was sad for a few seconds. She pulled herself together and proudly puffed out her chest. One day, I will also grow up to be the kind of woman you like. Will you accept me then? The girl was too full. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to stand out. No. Qin Zai shook his head. Qin Xingyuan was about to cry and said, why? Could it be that you have become a mommy complex by then? Did this young lady watch too many Japanese educational films? Qin Zai did not know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, I have become a lowly complex. Think about it, I'm still young, so I'm a sucker. By the time you've grown into a sucker, I'll already be an uncle. Uncles should like lowly. Otherwise, why would they be called weird uncles? According to a psychological analysis, it's because you've eaten too much of something and want to change your taste. The little girl was petrified. After a moment of silence, she sniffled and said with a sobbing tone, I know you're lying to me, Qin Gu. You just don't want to reject me and make me sad. You're a very considerate person. It's clearly the first time we've met. You could have ignored me, but you still stood up for me. You didn't have to tell me that, but you still did. I know it's all for my own good. Do you like me because I'm considerate? Fine, I'll change. Other than being handsome, I can't change anything else. I know that a little girl like me is very laughable in your eyes. You like big sisters because they are good at work and because they will shake the bed with you. I've looked it up on the internet. But I'll be an adult next year. F***CK. Qin Xingyuan, wake up. Don't read too much nonsense. You're still young. Please take back what you just said. Don't read it without limits. Qin Xingyuan shook her head vigorously. I know that I'm insignificant in your eyes. A little girl like me who doesn't know anything is not attractive in your eyes. She paused and shed a tear. But Qin Gu, do you know? In my eyes, you're a scenery. A scenery that I can only see but can't reach. I can only look at you from afar. I'm attracted and obsessed by the beautiful scenery, but I can only watch forever. In your world, there's only big sister you. There's no place for little girls like me. At this point, the conversation had turned into a monologue and a confession by Qin Xingyuan. She must have been holding these words in her heart for a long time. It was not easy to say it in a text message, and she did not dare to say it over the phone. It was not easy to catch Qin Zai, so how could she not say it out loud? Qin Zai listened silently and did not interrupt. He just treated it as accompanying the little girl in her sadness. I've already said what I need to say. I've already sent out the good guy card. You're so stubborn. What can I do? Time can make grapes purple and wood black. Naturally, it can also heal the wounds in a girl's inexperienced love. Then let's leave it to time. So many great emperors have been destroyed by time. Can't I cut off your hair? I'm done. Qin Qingyuan sniffled and stared at him with moist eyes. Qin Gu, can you not get married before I grow up to be big sister you? Qin Zhe, Qin Qingyuan blushed and said softly, it's okay to get married. We can get a divorce. Qin Zhe, the thoughts of you girls are even weirder than mine. On the other side, Wang Zijin and her aunt had just stepped out of the administrative building when they heard a shout behind them. Balls are in the sack. The principal stood at the top of the stairs, panting. He showed his two big nostrils and raised his hand to ask them to stay. Wang Zijin turned around with a smile. Oh, principal, don't send us off. The principal ran down the stairs, his stomach shaking. Don't go, don't go. Don't send us off. We're about to leave. Don't go, don't go. Let's continue talking. The principal wiped his sweat and said with a frown, our school was not proactive enough in handling this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's get Sun Wenwen's parents to come over and apologize and compensate. Her aunt was dumbfounded. She did not understand the principal's sudden 360-degree change in attitude. Wang Zijin sneered. Who wants you to compensate? Who wants you to apologize? Why did you do it earlier? Her aunt tugged at her sleeve. The principal was not angry at all. Instead, he said humbly, it's the school that did not do its job well. I'll reflect, I'll reflect. Female comrade, I promise that similar incidents will not happen again. The school will resolutely deal with school violence. Wang Zijin said coldly, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you old comrade, you need to improve your thinking. The principal was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Female comrade, you're right. I'll reflect, I'll reflect. The meeting was about to start. During this period, the slightest incident would be magnified infinitely. The principal could only admit defeat. He still wanted to climb up the ranks. At this moment, Wang Zijin saw Qin Zhe return with her cousin. She immediately smiled brightly and left the principal aside to welcome them. Why didn't you stay upstairs? Qin Zhe glanced at the principal and whispered, I've settled the matter. No one will bully my cousin in the future. Wang Zijin smiled. A's is the best. Let's go home. The principal came up to them. Well, about this matter, can you? Wang Zijin pulled a long face. What's the matter? Nothing. The principal was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that this matter was over? Wang Zijin smiled. The principal has already agreed to settle this matter. Auntie, you may have to stay here for a while to wait for the girl's parents. A's, let's go first. I still have work to do. Qin Zhe looked at her thoughtfully. Auntie, wait a little longer. We'll go back first. Call me if there's anything. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin left in the direction of the school gate. Wang Zijin waved fiercely, not caring whether her cousin could see it or not. As soon as they left, on the principal's side, the dean who went to fish in troubled waters was summoned back by a phone call. It was a chubby middle-aged man with a big belly. He had a big round face and looked quite dignified. The dean glanced at the clingy mother and daughter and said in an unhappy tone, Principal, I'm assigning work. Why did you call me back? The principal slammed the table and said loudly, the matter here hasn't been resolved. What work are you assigning? What work are you assigning? Headmaster, what could possibly happen here? The academic affairs dean was confused. The principal pointed at him and said righteously, how do you intend to deal with your relative, Sun Wenwen? She bullied a classmate and violated the school rules. I think she should be kept in school for observation. The dean was stunned and said loudly, Principal, how can you say that she bullied a classmate? This is a fight. Both parties are responsible. You can't just say whatever you want. The principal said in a disappointed tone, the higher-ups have called. Old Lou, you'll be punished. The principal's meaning was clear. He was telling him that the other party had connections. The school affairs director was dumbfounded. Did you call someone to ask for help? Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin walked side by side. They returned the badge to Uncle Qin and took the time to ask. Yeah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Wang Zijin said with a smile. I didn't bully you. I said it's official. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I called you here to bully you. You don't have to explain. That dean will definitely be responsible. The principal can't run away either. There will be trouble. But I didn't tell him any of this. Wang Zijin stopped abruptly. Oh no, she exposed her bad intentions with just a few words. The principal isn't a good person either. Officials protect each other. Qin Zhe didn't notice her strange behavior and said to Uncle Qin, Uncle Qin, it's boring to be a guard in a high school. Go to a university. That's a better place. Uncle Qin laughed and said, I just called my connections a few days ago. Maybe I'll really be a guard in a university. Qin Zhe gave him a thumbs up and left the school. His sister's little red horse was parked on the side of the road in front of the university. She was playing with her phone with her head down. Qin Zhe knocked on the window a few times before she heard him. She lowered the window and asked, Is it settled? It's nothing. Qin Zhe went to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. He picked up his sister's short dark red windbreaker. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a dark green V-neck knitted sweater. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slim. Her legs were long and smooth in pencil pants. Then I'll encourage you, Qin Bao Bao smiled like a flower. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Wang Zijin looking at her. She paused and said, Zijin, there's no water in the car. Can you help me get some from the trunk? Okay. Wang Zijin had to get out of the car. Sister, I'll reward you with a kiss. With the annoying light bulb gone, Qin Bao Bao was no longer afraid. She leaned over and kissed Qin Zhe hard on the left side of his face. Give me a kiss on the right side. Qin Zhe's OCD was acting up. He turned his right face. His sister gave him a kiss on the right side of his face. Then give me a kiss here. Qin Zhe pointed to his mouth. The trunk was tilted up, so Wang Zijin couldn't see the situation in the car. No, get lost. Qin Bao Bao pushed his face away. When Qin Zhe said no, his sister liked to play rogue. When Qin Zhe said yes, his sister pretended to be shy. Women were so pretentious. Qin Zhe grabbed a palm-sized Rem figurine and threw it in front of his sister's chest. The Rem was bounced away by the amazing elasticity. I threw Rem at you. His sister was furious. She lowered her head, picked it up, and threw it back. If Rem doesn't speak, I'll throw a hammer at you. The Rem smashed on Qin Zhe's head and bounced away. The siblings went to snatch the Remington. The sister wasn't as agile as the brother, so she didn't succeed. Qin Zhe said, the other party caught the Rem and had a good time. Then he threw a knife at you. He smashed the Rem on his sister's chest again. Wang Zijin came back with 3 bottles of water. She heard the sound of pa 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 in the car. The siblings had already started fighting. They were fighting in the small space. Biting ears, poking nostrils, spanking, and all kinds of martial arts. It was very tragic. What are you doing? Wang Zijin said helplessly. I wasn't paying attention and you guys started fighting again. The brother and sister pair immediately gave up. Qin Zhe rubbed his face. No, I was just bitten by mosquitoes. Qin Bao Bao snorted. My butt was rubbed by pigs. She rubbed her butt. Chapter 253. October 7th, the 19th of the lunar calendar. Lidong. Qin Bao Bao entered the dance studio at 10 in the morning. It wasn't a large dance studio that could accommodate dozens of people, but a studio reserved for B-list celebrities and above. She needed to make an appointment because there were no noisy girls here, nor were there any employees who used the excuse of passing by to admire the girl's graceful figure. The only person who could appreciate Qin Bao Bao's hot and graceful figure was Li Yanhong, who was sitting in a lounge chair in the corner. At first, she accompanied her because of her duties as her manager. Later, she gradually realized that admiring Qin Bao Bao's dance was a huge benefit. Even though she was already a middle-aged woman with fat on her belly, it didn't stop her from using her eyes to find beauty. Practicing dancing made Qin Bao Bao's figure more and more well-proportioned and stylish. When she wore a tight-fitting dance costume, her long legs were lethal. There was also her small waist that could be held with one hand, but had a strong explosive force. Then there were her round parts that couldn't be written now, twisting and turning flirtatiously. In the end, Qin Bao Bao was troubled by the fact that her chest size was too big, and it was a complete burden when dancing. Nowadays, there was no need for her to practice dancing. She wasn't a singer, and singing and dancing weren't popular now. She persisted in practicing dancing just to exercise her figure. Qin Bao Bao learned a variety of dances, such as ballet, jazz, and more casual modern dance. Occasionally, she would add a few moves herself, the kind that was especially seductive and enchanting. Li Yanhong asked her if she wanted to develop into a singer, and she said no. Then, she asked why she added these seductive poses. Qin Bao Bao blushed and didn't say anything. Recently, she was obsessed with classical dance and practiced the famous Silk Road Flower Rain. Unfortunately, she couldn't dance with an ethereal and graceful air. Instead, she looked seductive. In the afternoon, she practiced in the recording studio. A person's memory was unreliable. Even if it was an original work, it would be forgotten if she didn't practice for a long time. At the end of the month, her concert would be held at Shanghai's Xinyu Stadium. Qin Bao Bao had been practicing hard these days, which made Li Yanhong admire her. Usually, Qin Bao Bao was like a lazy cat. When she was tired from work, she would frown and be unhappy. Every time a commercial performance ended, she would secretly hide in a corner and call someone. She would say coquettishly, "I'm so tired. I'm working so hard to earn money to build this society." Calling herself sister, she should be calling Qin Zhe, but it didn't seem like it. Her coquettish tone didn't seem like the right way for an elder sister to communicate with a younger brother. Li Yanhong thought that she should have a boyfriend. It was not strange for lovers to address each other as brother or sister. Li Yanhong pretended not to hear it. The contract forbade female stars from dating, but how could they really forbid them from dating? It was too inhumane. As long as it wasn't exposed, it would be fine. The management company had strict requirements for female celebrities. They were not allowed to date, but they were allowed to have rumored boyfriends because they wanted to create hype. However, they were not allowed to announce that they had a boyfriend on public platforms or occasions. Li Yanhong's biggest dissatisfaction with Qin Bao Bao was that she didn't work as a model. She would accept any jobs she had and rest if she didn't have any. She never took the initiative to fight for jobs. She didn't know what Qin Bao Bao's younger brother was like in the past. He ate his sister's flowers and had no qualms about being a salted fish. Qin Bao Bao hung out with her younger brother all day long. How could she be expected to work hard? However, her older sister's salted fish style was a little different from her younger brother's. When it was time to work hard, she would still work hard. For example, during the college entrance examination, she stayed up late to do practice questions a month before the examination. For example, when she participated in the program, Singer, she practiced until her throat was hoarse. And this concert? Qin Bao Bao practiced until 7 in the afternoon. It was dark outside. She curled up on the leather sofa in the office and excitedly sent messages to her younger brother. "I want to eat egg yolk dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and beef dumplings." "Wipe sweat, you want me to make dumplings into a Manchu Han imperial feast? If A's knows how to make it, I'm very willing to eat it. Take your balls and get lost. Sister Ziwei is already home. Why aren't you coming back? I'm in good shape today. I practiced a little late. I want to drink throat-soothing tea tonight. No problem. I'll add a few drops of nutrient solution for you. Funny, what nutrient solution? Confused, it's just throat-soothing tea that I made with great care. A's is the best. Moi. Qin Bao Bao put away her phone and planned to go home. The office door was pushed open. An unexpected visitor came. Sister Sue, are you still in the company today? Qin Bao Bao looked at the visitor and put on an impeccably sweet smile. Aren't you still in the company too? Su Lu smiled. Su Lu was dressed exceptionally sexily today. Her makeup was exquisite. The two women didn't have any friendship at all. They even had conflicts. When Qin Bao Bao had just risen, Su Lu had once suppressed her. In the workplace, there were many examples of old people suppressing newcomers. There were countless cases of celebrities fighting for resources. But later, CEO Huang announced that Qin Bao Bao was under his protection. It was difficult for Su Lu to suppress Qin Bao Bao with her connections and qualifications. Su Lu gave up for a while. I'm here on behalf of CEO Kong. Su Lu sat down elegantly on the other side of the sofa. There's a dinner party tonight. CEO Kong is treating a few big clients to dinner. Bao Bao, if you're free, you can go and accompany them. I'll go too. In the entertainment industry, it was common for big shots to have female celebrities accompany them for dinner. Of course, this wasn't free. It was one of the important sources of income for many female celebrities. Qin Bao Bao sat up straight and narrowed her eyes. She had been in the entertainment industry for 4 months. Other than the normal jobs, she hadn't encountered any messy rules. First of all, she was just singing and running jobs. The scope of her business was relatively narrow and she didn't touch the film industry. Second of all, she had Huang Yizong to protect her, so she pushed away all the messy things. After getting married, CEO Huang went on a honeymoon. It was said that he was having fun in Australia. Before he left, he even joked that he would eat all the carps there and play boxing with a muscle kangaroo. With his body hollowed out by alcohol and women, he would probably be KO'd by the kangaroo. She didn't expect that after a week, some people couldn't sit still and showed their ferocious fangs. I never accept these messy jobs, Qin Bao Bao said lightly. CEO Kong is in charge of your concert at the end of the month. Isn't this a good opportunity to interact with him? Su Lu's smile hit a knife and implied a threat. Qin Bao Bao stared sharply at Su Lu. The latter looked back at her with a smile and didn't seem to be afraid. Forget about the interaction. You can go by yourself. Qin Bao Bao looked away and packed her things expressionlessly. Su Lu seemed to have expected Qin Bao Bao's reaction. She said happily, "Don't be impulsive. I've been through it before. If you stick to those unnecessary bottom lines, you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry." Qin Bao Bao laughed and said sarcastically, "You're good, okay? I'm not as good as you. Whether it's eating with the big boss or CEO Kong, it's better to go home and eat dumplings with my brother." She carried her Louis Vuitton bag on her left shoulder and walked straight to the door. When she opened the door, she turned around and said, "By the way, I don't know if I should say something." Su Lu looked at her with a cold smile. She seemed to have forgotten her words. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said, "My brother said that if you're ugly, you can go to Korea. If you're black, you can't get back your looks. Take care of yourself." Bam! She closed the door and left. Su Lu was hit where it hurt and her face turned gloomy. At this moment, the door opened again. Qin Bao Bao poked her head out and said, "Are you leaving or not? This seems to be my office." Star Art Vice President's office. Kang Xian stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of whiskey in his palm. The golden liquid was soaked with high-quality ice cubes. Under the light, the ice cubes reflected a diamond-like light. Kang Xian felt the ice cubes in his palm melt. In a few minutes, the glass would turn into a water-cut whiskey that he was satisfied with. He was waiting for news. waiting for the news that Su Lu brought back. The night view outside the window was beautiful. The neon lights intertwined into a dreamy light that extended to the camera lens. But in the end, he was tired of it. He would get tired of anything, and women were the same. For example, Su Lu. What was the saying? Behind every goddess, there was a something man. Kang Xian admired Qin Bao Bao very much. He admired her appearance and figure. He felt that it was simply impossible for such a fine woman like Qin Bao Bao to survive in the entertainment industry without a single speck of dust. Why did Huang Yitsong keep protecting Qin Bao Bao? In Kang Xian's eyes, it must be for the same reason. It was just that he didn't have time to eat her. That's not right. You can't eat alone. It's fine if you want to eat alone, but you're still protecting your food. You're heartless. The office door opened and Su Lu came in. There were only a few people in the company who could come in without knocking. Su Lu was one of them. She didn't agree. Su Lu said, "Forget it. If the client didn't specifically ask Qin Bao Bao to accompany him, I wouldn't even bother to look for her." Kang Xian smiled nonchalantly. He was a little disappointed, but it was expected. This invitation was the client's request. It was also his test for Qin Bao Bao. "I'll make a call and ask for a female artist," Kang Xian said. She still needed to grind down her pride. Chapter 254. If it weren't for Su Lu's words, Qin Bao Bao would be in a better mood today. There were often chicken soup articles on the internet that said don't let your good mood be ruined by people you don't care about. But things weren't that simple. You don't care about shit, but what if you stepped on it? Could you still maintain a good mood? People who said such things were all bullshit. Since her school days, Qin Bao Bao had felt the deep malice from various peers and salty uncles. One more Kang Xian didn't matter. She was currently doing well in star art and had Huang Yitsong's protection. At first, she thought that the president was also one of the deep malice people. Later, she found out that someone from the Shanghai SARFT had helped her. Qin Bao Bao's clever brain easily guessed that her best friend was behind it. She didn't expose it. Between ordinary friends, it wasn't good to involve too many favors. And between her and Wang Zijin, there was no need to be too calculative about favors. "My brother is about to be seduced by you, and I still want to talk about favors with you?" Back then, Wang Zijin called and said that she had a falling out with her family and wanted to come out to relax. She came all the way to her. Qin Bao Bao patted her chest and agreed. Now, her intestines were green with regret. Prevent fire, theft, and best friends. The person who said this was 2F** king cultured. She wanted to give her a big red packet. "Sister is back, A's, come out and receive." The word jia was stuck in her throat. Qin Bao Bao saw an unexpected guest. The guest had a delicate face that didn't lose to her, a cold temperament, beautiful long black hair, and a mature and coquettish office lady suit. "Why did this white lotus come to my house?" "Yo, you came to my house." Qin Bao Bao put on a fake smile. Although Su Yu was a rare girl who could compete with her in terms of looks, Qin Bao Bao still despised her. She despised all women without AD. "Today is the winter solstice, and Qin Zhe invited me over to eat dumplings." Su Yu gave his old enemy a zombie face. Shanghai does not have the custom of celebrating the winter solstice, but Qin Ma does. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao would eat a bowl of hot dumplings on the winter solstice since they were young. When Qin Bao Bao was young, she only ate the stuffing and not the skin. However, if she wasted food, she would be beaten by her grandfather. Therefore, she gave all the skin to her younger brother. Another example would be eating watermelon. Don't hold the petal and eat it. You should eat half of it, but you only like to eat the middle part without seeds. Qin Zhe always complained that his parents loved his sister too much, causing her to develop all kinds of bad habits. In fact, many of these bad habits were raised by him. It was also because of him that his sister, who was already an adult, would always whine to him. Su Yu didn't want to come, but the great god invited her. She couldn't refuse, so she came. The original dialogue: today is the winter solstice. I'll get off work early to prepare the dumpling fillings. Dumplings for the winter solstice? Yeah, you don't even know that? No one makes dumplings for me. At that moment of bitterness and sadness, Qinzai's heart softened. Do you want to go to my house for a meal? Forget it. I'll go home today and try to break through to the Silver Realm. What Silver Realm? It's better to eat dumplings. Well then, let's go and eat. You see, in order to invite me to eat dumplings, the great god even swore. The line, "Your father is not your biological father," came from the living room. It was Wang Zijin watching a certain ethical drama. The sound of clattering came from the kitchen. It was Qinzai chopping the dumpling fillings. Qin Bao Bao looked around. Hey, where are my slippers? Where did my slippers go? Suyu was surprised. She lowered her head and looked at her pink slippers. Is it this pair? She stretched out her feet. No wonder when she came in just now, she felt something was wrong. Guests should wear disposable slippers. Why are you wearing my slippers? Qin Bao Bao's face was angry. She felt that this was a provocation from Bai Lianhua. Wang Zijin gave it to me to wear. Suyu said innocently. They looked together at Wang Zijin, who was curled up at the other end of the sofa, watching a TV series with great interest. Perhaps feeling a murderous gaze, Wang Zijin shivered and pretended to be at a loss. It seems that there are no disposable slippers at home. Obviously there are. Qin Bao Bao opened the shoe cabinet. Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. Wang Zijin sat up from the sofa. I'll go to the kitchen to help Ace chop the dumpling fillings. She slipped away. This little bitch is so scheming. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu had this thought at the same time. As soon as Wang Zijin left, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Qin Bao Bao sat on the single sofa expressionlessly, holding the remote control. Suyu was bored and playing with her mobile phone. Normally, the two of them would definitely fight, and at the worst, they would fly all over the sky. But both of them are clever girls. After perceiving Wang Zijin's deep malice, they restrained the primitive force in their bodies. Wang Zijin, this black-hearted maggot, must kill her at night. Qin Bao Bao thought. Wang Zijin's mind is too deep. Later, I have to find a way to get back at her. Suyu thought. Why don't you help? After a long silence, Suyu asked. Help with what? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Suyu pointed to the kitchen. The meaning was very clear. Wang Zijin went to the kitchen to help. You, as the sister, have the nerve to stay here and watch TV? Besides, why is the brother cooking and the sister enjoying? The style doesn't seem right. Also, why does Wang Zijin live with them? Rent together? The relationship between a man and two women seems to be very complicated. She's more of a hindrance. At most, she'll join in the fun. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. In the kitchen, Wang Zijin leaned back against the refrigerator and played with her mobile phone. Qinzai chopped the dumpling fillings. For large plates, namely beef fillings, shrimp and pork fillings, egg yolk fillings, and leek fillings. Leek, also known as yang grass, is a good thing. This thing is prepared by Qinzai for himself. The sisters certainly don't like to eat leek and think it's too tasty. The sea stabilizing needle is still inserted in the eye of the sea, temporarily useless. But this does not prevent Qinzai from accumulating the foundation for it. One day, the stick will come out like a dragon and sweep away all the demons in the world. What demons and ghosts, what beauty's painted skin. What mountains of knives and seas of fire, what traps and tricks. Can't stop the stick that ate the leek. White dragon horse, the neck bell is anxious. Bumpy Tang, Xuanzang, and the three brothers. It's not easy to go to the west. Easy to not be a female demon. Qinzai hummed a brisk song and struggled to chop the dumpling fillings. Wang Zijin looked up at him and said, "What are you humming? Is it a new song?" The sound of chopping fillings was too noisy to hear. No, it's a children's song. Qinzhe said, why did you come in? Aren't you afraid that they will fight in the living room? Then why did you invite Suyu home for dinner? Wang Zijin said angrily. Qinzhe was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because of pity. It was not convenient for him to talk about Suyu's family affairs. Don't worry, they won't fight. Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan. Because you gave Qin Bao's slippers to Suyu? Qinzhe smiled. Wang Zijin, oh, hey, my little trick was seen through by him. What should I do? Will he think that I'm very scheming and insidious? In this way, they will be wary of me and won't fight. I'm doing it for your own good. Wang Zijin said. Qinzhe squinted and gave her a funny expression. Wang Zijin clenched her small fist and hit him. If his sister hadn't revealed Wang Zijin's two-faced nature, he would have believed it. The little sister of the Wang family looked dignified and generous, not a woman who would play tricks. On the way back, Qinzhe was still worried about how to stabilize the small waist and the crossdresser. Su Teddy liked to make trouble and hated Qin Bao to the bone. His sister was a jealous jar, or perverted possessive, hostile to all women who approached him. Battle of Fame, hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you provoked outside? The triangle was the most stable, this saying was too correct. At 8:30, the dumplings were ready. Qinzhe put the dumplings with different fillings on their respective plates, and a large pot of pork bone broth boiled in the pressure cooker. Wang Zijin poured a stack of vinegar and let Qinzhe break a few pieces of garlic. The three of them soaked the dumplings in the soup and drank the soup while eating the dumplings. Do you want some soy sauce? Qinzhe asked. No, girls shouldn't eat soy sauce. It will cause melanin precipitation, and the skin is easy to darken. Wang Zijin refused. Qinzhe thought, was it just afraid of dark-skinned skin? Was there anything else? Eating soy sauce won't cause melanin precipitation, your statement is unscientific. The straight-A student Suyu retorted seriously. You talk too much. Wang Zijin glanced at her. Then why can't you eat soy sauce with wounds? Qin Bao also retorted. Suyu felt the hostility from the two women and was not afraid at all. She opened her mouth. Your statement is the same as her point of view just now. There is no scientific basis. Melanin precipitation is related to endocrine, and has nothing to do with soy sauce. Qinzhe coughed, eat dumplings, eat dumplings. But his words didn't play any role and were automatically ignored. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin attacked Suyu. The scene was very embarrassing. In the end, there was no reason to argue. In the eyes of women, what the right answer is not important. I can't eat anymore. Qin Bao peeled the skin in the bowl into Qinzhe's bowl. Qinzhe ate it quickly, and Qin Bao sipped the soup. Wang Zijin was a little helpless. Getting along with the siblings, she felt isolated from time to time. The reason was that they had a high tacit understanding of life habits and had long been integrated. This is a habit that has been precipitated over time. She can only envy. Suyu is also very envious. A warm and loving way of life is not what she desires most. She felt that she had been fed a stomach full of dog food. Qinzhe, I can't eat anymore. Suyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt two sharp gazes that seemed to have materialized. These two women are terrible. Chapter 255. After eating the dumplings, Suyu sat at home for a moment and got up to leave. Qinzhe sent Suyu out, thinking about the recent chaos around, and it was 10:00 in the evening. He sent her to the underground parking lot. Suyu took out the key and remotely unlocked the door. She, who was always cold, finally smiled. Thank you, I had a good time eating this meal. I can't see where you are happy. That's good, come back later. Qinzhe said politely. Well, I will come next time. Suyu nodded vigorously. Qinzhe, he watched Suyu's Ferrari drive to the garage exit. He always felt pity for Suyu. When he first saw her, he thought she was the legendary iceberg beauty. Qin Zhe often saw the setting of iceberg beauties in novels, but in fact, they are almost extinct in reality. A beautiful girl has a good EQ. 3 women and iceberg women are characters in novels and cartoons. Since knowing that the small waist is Su Yu, the fantasy of My Beautiful President and My Iceberg Beautiful President collapsed. Later, he learned about Su Yu's bitter childhood, bitter adolescence, and bitter youth. Adolescence, youth, refers to people at this stage, not only to men or women. This is a poor girl who hovers on the edge of schizophrenia and autism. Having a home is equivalent to having no home. Having parents is equivalent to having no parents. What kind of feeling is this? Qin Zhe can't understand. At present, his family is very complete, a strict father, a gentle mother, and a sister who is very dependent on him. Su Yu's birthday is on November 20th, and Qin Zhe plans to buy a cake for her to celebrate. Just to show his appreciation. The next day. At 7:00 in the morning, the sky was lead gray, and a winter rain has been falling since the early hours of last night. The cold wind rolled the drizzle, and the chill came. Because of the weather, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin did not meet in the small park. It is good to keep exercising, and there is no need to be stubborn. Running outside for an hour in the wind and rain? Those guys who insist on exercising in the wind and rain are either chinibu or pretentious. He did several sets of push-ups and sit-ups in the room, the former to exercise the ability to rise and fall, the latter to exercise the waist strength. Then he practiced the second set of primary school radio gymnastics. At 8:30, she went out and bought breakfast for her sisters. Qin Bao Bao was dragged out of the bed by him. The happiest thing in winter was to be entangled with the quilt until the end of time. Qin Bao Bao babbled and refused to get up no matter what, calling him a black-hearted maggot. His eyes were still closed, but his mouth was already cursing. He was very angry when he woke up. It was reasonable for her sister to throw a tantrum. She didn't have to clock into work, so why should she wake up early? Wang Zijin took advantage of the fact that Qin Zhe was grabbing Qin Bao to spank her a few times. Wang Zijin woke up this morning because her neck was almost broken by Qin Bao Bao's long legs last night. Of course, she had to take revenge. Qin Bao rubbed her eyes and pouted. "You're so annoying." The little girl acted like a spoiled child. Cute. Damn it. Sleepy in spring, weak in summer, weak in autumn, the best sleep in winter. Qin Bao Bao stretched, revealing her snow-white belly and little belly button. It's a pity that there's a little pervert at home. Sad, sad, and pitiful. He finally woke up. During breakfast, Qin Zhe scrolled through the news on his phone and found a very interesting piece of news. A cultivator undergoing tribulation at the Oriental Pearl Tower. Hundreds of people watching. Oh my God, there was such a thing? System, didn't you say that cultivation is not allowed in this world? What's going on? System, cultivation is still possible. There are so many people cultivating every day. But cultivation doesn't increase one's strength. It will only bring you one step closer to heaven. Then how do you explain this? Maybe, it's a certain hacking system. Because of a disagreement, it activated national cultivation, or it could also be national evolution. System, why is your voice trembling? System. Host, let's wait and see. You've been showing your divinity recently. What use do I have for your system? This is so troublesome. What should I do if I offend a big boss? Deshang stage urban cultivator? Urban super soldier king? Master Chen who loves to show off? Or hack to the heavens? A lowly system host like me will definitely be defeated. I can't even defeat the shock demon. My system is so trashy, I'm full, I'll send you guys to work. Qin Bao Bao poured half a bowl of soy milk into her brother's bowl. Let's go. A real man gulped it down. Let's not think about it for now. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao came to her office. Li Yanhong sat on the sofa, drinking coffee, and writing a proposal. She had her own office, but she usually stayed at Qin Bao Bao's place as a part-time assistant. Qin Bao Bao's assistants were sent away by her. She only brought them along when she went out for work. There were often female celebrities online who needed 2 assistants to help them put on their boots. It felt like an ancient aristocrat. They had maids to serve them when they bathed and undressed. Qin Bao Bao was not used to that kind of lifestyle. Going to dance practice? Yes. At this time, someone came in without knocking. Qin Bao Bao, this is your schedule. There are some changes, take a look. The marketing staff put the new schedule on the glass coffee table. Li Yanhong opened it and looked. The schedule was no different from before. The advertisements and performances were all signed and would not change. The only change was that the concert plan was cancelled. It was changed to a small role in a movie that Star Art Entertainment invested in. Where's the concert? The concert at the end of the month? Li Yanhong angrily asked. It's been adjusted. Su Lu is going to have a concert at the end of the month. The promotion work has already started today. The staff said. What concert? I didn't hear about it before. Li Yanhong said angrily. Go ask the marketing department leader yourself. I'm just a small role. The staff waved his hand and left. Li Yanhong said, what's going on? The concert was cancelled for no reason. What are these people doing? Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. Someone wants to beat me up. Believe it or not, after this month's schedule is over, I'll be rotting at home and have no work to do next month. She was furious. What happened? Li Yanhong looked at her. Qin Bao Bao told her what happened yesterday. Li Yanhong, she didn't know what to say. From the standpoint of a manager, she had to persuade Qin Bao Bao not to be stubborn and not to go against the leader. Although celebrities were glamorous, they were still employees of the management company. From past experience, no celebrity could be alive and kicking after going against the company. But from the perspective of a friend, she agreed with Qin Bao Bao. If she took a step back, with her appearance, there would be more and more messy things in the future. I'll go ask the marketing department. Li Yanhong said. Qin Bao Bao didn't stop her. There wouldn't be any results even if she went. It would just be useless. 10 minutes later, Li Yanhong came back, her face full of unwillingness and frustration. The concert is still going on. Everything is going according to plan, but the singer isn't you, it's Su Lu, Li Yanhong said dejectedly. Su Lu has snatched all your things and those songs. She placed a song list in front of Qin Bao Bao. 1/3 of the songs for Su Lu's concert were Qin Bao Bao's songs: Blue and White Porcelain, Farewell Song, The Most Familiar Stranger, Legend, Time Boils the Rain, and Fairy Tale. This is too much. They didn't leave you any face. What will the company think of you? Are you deliberately letting others know that the company is trying to beat you up? I'll call President Huang. Qin Bao Bao dialed Huang Yitsong's cell phone. It was better to talk to Huang Yitsong than to argue with the company's leader. Bao Bao, what's the matter? Huang Yitsong's voice was a bit tired and weak. President Huang, you're a newlywed. You have to take care of your body. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. In just a few days, the president's voice was so weak. She thought, there's no need to be so crazy. Anyway, they're married. There's still a long way to go. The old driver smiled and didn't care. He said in a weak voice, my body is a bit weak. I'm still lying in the hospital. What's wrong? There are kangaroos everywhere in Australia. Just now, I was playing with a kangaroo and was punched by it. That fellow did not let me off and strangled me tightly, pressing me down on its crotch. It nearly broke my waist. Damn it, I nearly lost my life. Huang Yitsong laughed. Those damned aboriginals. Not only did they not help me, they even laughed at me from the side. Fortunately, my wife was reliable. Without saying anything, she rushed up and punched the kangaroo in the face and saved me. Then how are you now? Qin Bao Bao asked with concern. If you keep looking for trouble, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. I'm fine. My nose isn't broken, but my neck is twisted. I feel like my body has been emptied. Huang Yizong said, You still haven't said what happened. It's about the concert. Qin Bao Bao was angry at the mention of this. She said angrily, Kang Xian cancelled my concert and gave it to Su Lu. He wants me to be an extra in some film crew. That son of a bitch is restless. Huang Yizong sighed, How should I say this? He and I were both appointed by the board of directors. I have more power than him, but I don't have the power to directly order him. If I was in the company, this matter would be settled for you. But I'm overseas and the emperor is far away. He can completely ignore me. Qin Bao Bao was silent. She remembered that Huang Yizong and Kang Xian's father were both shareholders of Star Art. How about this, when I come back, I'll arrange another concert for you. Huang Yizong said. Thank you, CEO Huang. Qin Bao Bao couldn't say anything else. Li Yanhong was listening on the side. When Qin Bao Bao hung up, she sighed, That's the only way. Chapter 256. Qin Bao Bao said in a low voice, This tells me something. What is it? There are no tricks to being the CEO. The biggest shareholder is the king. She muttered, I'll invest some money in him another day. I want to catch up with Teddy Sue in terms of shares. Li Yanhong, 19th floor, Marketing Department. Su Lu came to the marketing manager's office and did not see the argument she expected. Qin Bao Bao didn't come to make a scene. The marketing manager got up and poured a glass of water for this popular vice president. He pointed to the door and said, She came to make a scene, but she knew it was useless. She went back. I wish she wasn't so tactful. Su Lu sounded disappointed. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. He smiled and did not express his opinion. Is it okay if I sing her song? Su Lu asked. It's okay. Have you forgotten? Her songs are all licensed to the company. You just need to pay Qin Zhe a sum of money after the event. The marketing manager crossed his arms and gave an affirmative answer. Su Lu nodded in satisfaction. Start the promotion work as soon as possible. The concert will be brought forward to 13th of November. I still have a brand endorsement contract in the middle of the month. The marketing manager smiled and said no problem. 1 week was enough for promotion and setting up the venue. It was not a national concert tour. It was not that troublesome. Soon, the company knew that Qin Bao Bao's concert was cancelled and Su Lu was going to perform. The gossip of 2 A-list celebrities was the most attractive. Everyone was talking about it. Some said that Qin Bao Bao was too arrogant recently and offended the company's higher-ups. Some said that Qin Bao Bao wanted to jump ship, but the company found out and decided to freeze Qin Bao. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. Therefore, wherever Qin Bao Bao went, there were pairs of meaningful eyes looking at her. Don't you have anything to do? Gossiping. I give you so much free time, and you talk about this? If you have time, you should improve your self-cultivation. Qin Bao Bao, who had just come out of the office, heard Li Yanhong shouting in the next room. That was the office for her manager and assistant. Li Yanhong was teaching Qin Bao Bao's 2 assistants a lesson, while the female assistants straightened their necks and didn't speak. Sisterly, what's wrong? Qin Bao Bao knocked on the door. Let's talk in your office. Li Yanhong turned her head and reprimanded, If I hear you again, you can quit your job. She left with Qin Bao Bao. The 2 female assistants curled their lips and rolled their eyes. They said in disdain, You're about to be frozen, yet you're still so arrogant. In the office, Qin Bao Bao asked, What's going on? Those 2 little b*****s were talking about you behind your back. They said that you were too arrogant and were going to be blacklisted by the company. He said something like, It's just that you're developing too quickly. You're probably starting to be arrogant, so you should keep a low profile. Otherwise, we'll be finished. I'm so angry. You're not bad to them, but they're talking about you behind your back. Li Yanhong gritted her teeth. Those who were talking about Qin Bao Bao and the company were jealous because she was indeed climbing too fast. She finished the journey that others took a few years in a few months. Who wouldn't be jealous? Dismiss them. Qin Bao Bao was very decisive. Let them go back to where they came from. Li Yanhong nodded and went out to deal with it. Time passed, and soon, it was the day before the concert. With the company's strong promotion, the news of Su Lu's concert caused a heated discussion on the internet. Concert tickets were sold on major websites, and entertainment news was constantly promoting the news. Su Lu's fans were excitedly chatting on Tieba and forums. This is Su Lu's first concert, right? After the lip-syncing incident was exposed. After so many years, Su Lu's concert is finally here. I've already bought the tickets. The concert will start tomorrow. I've already bought the high-speed train tickets. I'm in Shanghai, at the Shanyu Stadium. It's not far from my house. I want to go, but it's too far. I envy those who live close. Don't worry. If this concert is successful, there will definitely be a national tour next year. Let's wait for next year. I heard that the concert was originally going to be performed by Qin Bao Bao. Then it was changed to our Su Lu. I heard that too, but it's just gossip. It's not very credible. I heard that Qin Bao Bao was too arrogant and offended the company's executives. Therefore, she might be frozen and the concert was changed to Su Lu. I'm not sure if it's true. Let's see if she's active in the future. Su Lu got lucky. The concert would start tomorrow, and Su Lu practiced even harder. Her manager and assistant accompanied the sound engineer. When Su Lu came out, they hurriedly served her throat-soothing tea. Lulu, your singing is getting better and better. Tomorrow's concert will be no problem, her manager said. Yes. Especially Qin Bao Bao's songs. I feel that she sang better than her, assistant A said. After this concert, there might be people online saying that you sang better than the original singer, assistant B said. Su Lu smiled happily. I'll take a 10-minute break and practice again. I haven't stood on a concert stage for many years. I can't make any mistakes. Her manager immediately said, yes. If you sing well in this concert, you'll most likely rise in the music industry. In Qin Bao Bao's office. Li Yanhong had already received the notice to substitute for the concert. A movie contract had to be signed by Qin Bao Bao. The movie was about the old Shanghai of the Republic of China. The foreign powers separated the old Shanghai and established concessions. At that time, the Republic of China and the Japanese had just signed the Songhu Armistice Agreement. The old Shanghai was in chaos. The male lead was a small fry. He relied on his courage to fight, rape, and fight, easily, to climb from a small fry to the position of a gang leader. In the end, he married the daughter of a rich businessman who was entangled in love and hate. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao played the third female lead. She was a prostitute who was abandoned by the male lead. She took things too hard and threw herself into the Huangpu River. She had 15 minutes of scenes. It's okay that you don't have much time. Otherwise, you don't have any acting foundation. If you have too many scenes, you'll be criticized by the audience, Li Yanhong said. The shooting location is at Songjiang Chendun Film Base. The crew asked us to go this week. Actually, it's also an opportunity. Maybe you can develop in the film industry. Li Yanhong nagged for a long time and was still unwilling to give up. Your path as a singer hasn't reached the peak yet. Those A-list singers, which one of them hasn't held a concert? Bao Bao, you're just going to let it go? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. She thought that you're finally done nagging. I thought you were going to nag until you got off work. Let it go? How is that possible? Qin Bao Bao sneered. Am I so easy to bully? By the way, Su Lu has been practicing her singing quite diligently recently. Humph. Li Yanhong said with a look of displeasure. It's almost time, Qin Bao Bao muttered and said, Sister Li, you go out for a while. Li Yanhong was at a loss and left as she was told. Qin Bao Bao opened the drawer of the glass coffee table. She stored snacks to satisfy her cravings. She picked up a lollipop and licked it happily for a moment. Then, she slowly dialed her phone. The call went through. Qin Zhe said, Sister? A's. Qin Bao Bao's face changed in a second. She wiped her tears and said in a pitiful tone, Sister is being bullied again. It's too much, sob sob sob. Her sister lay on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her two long legs. For a while, there was no sound from the other side. Sister is being bullied again, Qin Bao Bao repeated angrily. Oh, I heard that. Qin Zhe was puzzled. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Did I wear it? Half an hour later, Qin Zhe arrived at Xingyi Entertainment and went straight to his sister's office. The moment he opened the door, he suspected that he had worn it. His sister was sitting on the sofa, munching on a chocolate bar. This scene was so familiar. It seemed to be the same last time. She called and said, Sister is being bullied, sob sob sob. Then, she summoned him. When was that? Was her song stolen? Or was it her guest singer? He couldn't remember. Anyway, she was always making things difficult for her brother. If she wasn't making things difficult for him, then she was on her way to make things difficult for him. What's wrong now? Qin Zhe sat beside her calmly. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and said while eating snacks, Su Lu, that little B***TCH, is playing tricks on me again. I'm going to kill her this time. His sister told him what had happened recently. It's been almost a week, and you're only telling me now. Qin Zhe looked at his sister and was shocked. This didn't make sense. With his sister's personality, she should have said it long ago and asked for comfort. The time isn't right. Qin Bao Bao smiled like a sly little fox. I can't give the enemy a chance to prepare. This time, I'm going to kill that B***TCH. Please start your performance. By the way, let me remind you that I can't help you with this matter. Qin Zhe said. Young man, you must have confidence in yourself. The young lady patted him on the shoulder. Su Lu's original works can be counted with one hand. In this concert's song list, 1/3 of it is your song. Because your songs are of the worst quality, the company made this choice to save costs. When I saw the song list that day, I knew it was a done deal. Her concert starts tomorrow night. Now, it's time for you to perform. You're saying that I have to terminate my contract with Xingyi? Does that mean I have to pay for it? Qin Zhe understood. Don't. Qin Bao Bao had a strategic look on her face. Don't forget, the contract you signed was an authorization contract. It's different from the contract you signed with the internet copyright. The latter requires compensation, but the former doesn't. You're only authorizing Xingyi to help you with the operation. There's a difference between the two. Party A's responsibility. Since the signing of the agreement, Party A is not allowed to transfer the business operation rights to other companies within a year. Qin Zhe didn't understand. The contract was made by his sister and he was only responsible for signing it. But he knew the difference between an authorization contract and a copyright contract. Xingyi was only helping him with a few songs, producing CDs, karaoke services, other variety shows using his songs, etc. The profits were split, but the copyright was still in Qin Zhe's hands. The latter directly sold the internet copyright. If he broke the contract, he would have to pay for it. Then I can't use those songs to make money in the future. Qin Zhe frowned. The commercial value derived from the songs is limited, but there's no problem with using the copyright. Just like how you can still sell the internet copyright. You can also sing in concerts, but you have to make a CD and sell it to karaoke. These channels are not allowed. There are detailed rules. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. Qinze repeated it 3 times in his heart. He got up and strode out of the office. Understood. I'll perform for you now. A few minutes later, Qinze knocked on the door of the marketing manager's office. Chapter 257. The marketing manager was in contact with the venue and reminded them about the concert. He had to go to the stadium personally later to check on the situation. When he heard the office door open, he thought it was an employee reporting to him, but it turned out to be the famous fast shooter. "Io, why is Miss Qin here?" The marketing manager quickly got up to serve him and ran to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water. Qinze took the water and took a sip. "I have something to talk to you guys about." He had seen this marketing manager before. When he came to the company to help his sister make a single, the two of them had met once. With Qinze's status in the entertainment industry and his reputation as a fast shooter, he would be warmly welcomed wherever he went. Especially those outdated and unrated singers who couldn't wait to hug the legs of the big shots and refused to let go. "Go ahead." The marketing manager sat back in his seat. "I heard that my sister was going to hold a concert, but for no reason, it was suspended by the company and replaced by Sulu." Qinze held a disposable paper cup and smiled gently. He always used such a smile to hide his salted fish nature. Over time, he gave people a very gentle and peaceful feeling. The person beside him said, "Your sister is so beautiful." Qinze smiled. "Your sister is so smart." Qinze smiled. "Your sister is so outstanding." Qinze smiled. "You're so useless. You're completely different from your sister." Qinze still had to smile and say, F***ck. As time passed, he developed a different kind of shrewdness. The marketing manager understood in his heart. So it was because of this matter. It was obvious that Vice President Kong wanted to beat Qin Baobao. Anyone with a bit of foresight would know that the reason was still unknown. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. This kind of thing was commonplace. After working in star art for more than 10 years, he had seen a few artists who were once very popular get banned, frozen, or fade out of the entertainment industry. In just 2 or 3 years, they were completely forgotten by the fans. Qin Baobao had good potential and was rising quickly. But in terms of earning money, which of those celebrities who were banned couldn't earn money? Some celebrities were arrogant and offended the leaders. Some were disobedient and couldn't be ordered around. Some wanted to jump ship and were discovered. There were all kinds of them. If you don't want to be banned, then you have to pay the penalty. Hence, the company released him. Generally, those who could afford to pay the penalty were either very experienced big shots or companies that were willing to pay for them. Such celebrities were in the minority. Obviously, Qin Baobao was not. She was famous, but her connections in the entertainment industry were too shallow. She had only been in the industry for 4 months. With such little connections, she would not be able to survive after leaving the company. Therefore, Qin Baobao had no choice but to swallow this loss. "I'm not in charge of that. This is the company's arrangement." As soon as he heard this, the marketing manager's attitude changed. It was an instinctive rejection. Why did he come to the company to denounce them? "You, Qinze, may have fame and status, but I, Xing Yi, am not a nobody. Just because my sister was wronged a little, you ran over to find trouble with us? You have to give me an explanation, don't you think so?" After Qinze finished speaking, the office door was knocked again. It was an employee reporting to him. He hesitated when he saw Qinze in the office. "It's about the concert, right?" "Wait a moment." The marketing manager said, then turned to Qinze and said, "Miss Qin, our company has its own arrangements. If Qin Baobao has any opinions, I suggest you let her talk to the management. You've come to the wrong place." The employee listened with a face full of gossip. It was about Qin Baobao. Recently, the whole company was talking about it. "I still have things to do here. Sulu's concert starts tomorrow. Today, there are still some things at the stadium that have not been settled. The marketing manager did not want to talk too much and directly asked him to leave. I didn't come to the wrong place. Your department is in charge of the concert, right? Yes. Qinze nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to cancel all the songs that I wrote in Sulu's concert. The marketing manager was stunned. Qinze looked at him and crossed his legs. He had an arrogant look on his face. From today onwards, I'm canceling all licensing agreements with Star Art. Star Art can no longer use or operate any of my works. The marketing manager's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? In a moment, I'll send the cancellation agreement to Vice President Kang's office. Don't try to drag it out. If Sulu sings my songs in tomorrow's concert, then Star Art can wait to be sued. I'll make you pay compensation and a public apology. The marketing manager thought for a moment and waved to the employee. You can leave first. I'll talk to him. The staff member turned around and left. The moment he stepped out of the door, his face was filled with the excitement of a paparazzi who had caught some exclusive gossip. He ran back to the office and said excitedly, "Exclusive news, exclusive news. Qinze wants to cancel the licensing agreement with Star Art. He won't let Sulu sing his songs at the concert." What? That exciting? Are you serious? Don't play with us. That's impossible. Qin Bao Bao really dares to do that? The news quickly spread throughout the company. From the marketing department to the planning department, then to the company's internal communication group, the crowd was excited. The conflict intensified. Qin Bao Bao wanted to fight to the death with the company. The situation escalated. Just thinking about it made one want to eat chicken. Miss Qin, don't joke around. The concert will start tomorrow and the publicity is out. It's impossible to ask Sulu to step down and replace her with Qin Bao Bao. The marketing manager was patient. He had to calm him down first. This is a decision made after careful consideration. It's not impulsive at all. Qinze put on a gentle smile, making the marketing manager want to hit him. Qinze, you're too impulsive. If you do this, how will your sister face the company in the future? How will others look at her? Oh, the company has other plans and she's stirring up trouble? She only thinks about herself and doesn't think about the company. Does she still want her reputation? Will the company give her any resources in the future? The marketing manager said angrily. I don't see the company paying much attention to her. Since singer, her songs were all written by me. Why? Because the lyricist was snatched away by Sulu. I was the guest for the grand final. Why? Because the guest was also snatched away by Sulu. And that PR crisis, your company handled it. Aren't you afraid of ruining her future? Qinze shrugged. I think it's necessary to terminate the partnership with you. But you can't deny that the company spent a lot of resources on her. They arranged a lot of work for her. Star Art is also making money, isn't it? Just like what your old leader said, you're happy, I'm happy, everyone is happy. No one owes anyone anything. The marketing manager's face turned green. The concert was about to start. Changing the song at the last minute was very dangerous. On the other side, the sound engineer. Sulu was called out by her assistant. Her manager and assistant looked terrible. They waved at her from outside the soundproof glass. What's wrong? Sulu said unhappily. Her singing was getting better and better. She wanted to experience that feeling more and hold on to it. But she was interrupted. Her manager opened her mouth. She wanted to say something but didn't. She passed the phone over. In the company's artist group. Qinze is 2F** King Ruthless. I didn't expect this. The concert is about to start and he's doing this. This was the latest message. It was from a female singer in the company. Sulu's heart sank. She looked at the chat history. Many artists were tagging her. I heard that Qinze wants to terminate the licensing agreement and let the company sell his songs. Is it true? I'm outside and don't know the situation. Give me a definite answer. There's such a thing? What did I miss? At Sulu, what's going on? It's true. Qin came to the company today. The news came from the marketing department. My assistant just told me. There's indeed such a thing. Is it because of the concert? Su Yunhan, Qin Bao Bao, your brother came to the company? Qin Bao Bao replied concisely, yes. Su Yunhan, Su Lu's vision darkened. Her manager said angrily, what should we do now? The concert is starting tomorrow. Lulu, did you practice all those songs for nothing? It was very troublesome to change songs at the last minute. A concert was not a recording studio. Anyone who had been to a recording studio knew that as long as you didn't sing too badly, you could still produce a heavenly voice. But there was no editing in a concert. It required real skill. In that case, practicing songs was very important. The rhythm and emotions needed to be practiced. A celebrity couldn't just sing well with a microphone. Moreover, Su Lu had learned her lesson from lip-syncing. This time, she didn't dare to do it again. She practiced especially hard, but now, a third of her songs were ruined. Qin Bao Bao. Su Lu gritted her teeth and rushed out of the recording studio. Lulu, where are you going? Her manager shouted. I'm going to settle scores with her, Su Lu said angrily. Chapter 258. How dare Qin Bao Bao do this? She's challenging the company. She's too irrational. This was someone who disagreed with Qin Bao Bao. Yeah. It's just a concert. Is it worth it? We'll cancel all her events later. Let's see how she cries. This was someone who enjoyed the show. I think it's quite. Anyway, no one would be happy if this happened to them. This was someone who agreed with Qin Bao Bao, but it was not appropriate to criticize the company. Very few people agreed with Qin Bao Bao's actions. The company had its own arrangements. If she made a scene just because she was wronged, would she still want to work in the company in the future? The wind did not blow. Previously, no one had thought that Qin Bao Bao would do something like this. If she was unhappy with the company, the one who would suffer was still the artist. She was not a veteran artist with deep connections and experience. Why was she so stubborn? In the words of the workplace, do you still want to work? Qin Bao Bao sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the office, excitedly scrolling through the company's internal chat channels. She twirled a lollipop in one hand, and the candy ball in her mouth made a sound as it collided with her teeth. Almost everyone in the department's chat group, the artists' chat group, the logistics chat group, and so on were discussing. The atmosphere was thick with gossip. If there was a title for this incident, it would probably be, Qin's siblings tear apart Su Lu. Well, the comments were more interesting than the incident. Bao Bao, your brother is so capable. This is so satisfying. Li Yanhong was also in the office. After looking at her phone, she said excitedly. Of course my brother is capable. Qin Bao Bao's tone was a little smug. But this is not good for your reputation. After this incident, even if CEO Huang covers for you and the company won't criticize you publicly, others will definitely leak it and take the opportunity to smear your reputation. Li Yanhong considered the consequences. Don't worry, watch how I perform later. Qin Bao Bao grinned. Quickly write a contract termination and send it to the marketing department. Let the marketing manager sign it, then send it to the finance department to stamp it. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Li Yanhong went to open the door. She thought that Qin Zhe had returned, but when she opened the door, it turned out to be Su Lu. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately gave her a poker face and mocked, Yo, superstar Su, what are you doing here instead of practicing? Of course, Su Lu would not bicker with a small fry. Without Qin Bao Bao, she, Li Yanhong, was nothing. She came to settle accounts with Qin Bao. Her eyes fell on Qin Bao, and she immediately raised a bright smile. Bao Bao, this suddenly happened. Don't you think your brother is too impulsive? Su Lu's jealousy was very strong, and her sense of crisis was very strong. Since Qin Bao Bao stood out in the singer program, she had always been deeply hostile to Qin Bao. Her intuition was right. Qin Bao Bao had been in the industry for 4 months. Her excellent performance in the singer program, as well as her long-term songs that dominated the charts, made her popular all over the country. Then, she released a single that broke the daily, weekly, and monthly sales records, pushing her to the top position. When Su Lu was planning to return to the music industry, Qin Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere. Su Lu had no reason not to be hostile to her. Take this concert for example. If Qin Bao Bao had not been there, this opportunity would have definitely been hers. Of course, the most jealous thing was that she had a fast shooter brother. She was really King lucky. Although envious, jealous, and hateful, Su Lu seemed to have never spoken ill of Qin Bao Bao in front of her. After scheming against her, there was no need to show off in front of others. It was meaningless. Because of the same mentality, Qin Bao Bao would not show off at this time. Qin Bao Bao took out the lollipop and finally took a sip. She smiled helplessly. Sister Su, I'm really sorry. My brother is very stubborn and disobedient. Alas, he has been disobedient since he was a child, and his parents spoil him. I really can't do anything about it. Women were really born actors. Su Lu frowned helplessly. She seemed to be a gentle elder sister who was annoyed by her brother's naughtiness. Su Lu stared at the gorgeous face that she envied. Her heart was full of hatred, but she did not show it on her face. She said softly, Bao Bao, you go and persuade him again. I know that the concert made you unhappy, but this was arranged by the company. Sister Su can't do anything about it. Isn't this reasonable? Of course, she would not come and scold Qin Bao Bao. It was meaningless. She planned to calm Qin Bao Bao first. This concert went wrong. The one who suffered the most was not the company, but Su Lu. She would push the blame to the company and play the victim. Su Lu had already prepared a speech in her mind. She wanted to use emotions to move people. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao was very straightforward. Qin Bao Bao said, Sister Su, don't worry. I will definitely convince him. We will go over now. This little b** tch was so straightforward. Well, she would settle this matter first and then buy news to smear her. While Huang Yitsong was not back yet, she would freeze her for a while. That show-off Huang Yitsong took his wife for their honeymoon. It was said that they would be away for a month and would only be back in December. During this time, Vice President Kang had the final say in the company's affairs. Kang Xian and Huang Yitsong had different positions, but they were not subordinates. Their fathers were shareholders. This was Kang Xian's confidence. It was also Huang Yitsong's helplessness after receiving Qin Bao Bao's call. I am abroad and can't deal with the company's affairs. If I call them, they can ignore me. Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu rushed to the marketing department and were met with a bunch of surprised gazes. Why are Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu together? Shouldn't they be fighting? They are going to the marketing department. I want to follow them. Quick, tell the colleagues in the marketing department to help us do a live broadcast. The onlookers whispered to each other. Qin Bao Bao came to the marketing department and walked into the marketing manager's office under the gossipy gazes of the employees. She purposely left the door open. In the office, the marketing manager was still persuading Qin Zhe. Didn't you go home? You came here secretly to terminate the contract. If someone in the company didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you were acting on your own, Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Qin Zhe and his sister's eyes met. Years of tacit understanding allowed him to instantly understand what his scheming sister was thinking. I have already decided on this matter. You don't have to persuade me, Qin Zhe said in a low voice. His tone was like a martial arts novel where the master of a sect passed the position to a weak disciple and then told the elders that he had already decided on this matter. Su Lu was angry. She was about to say something when Qin Bao Bao's agitated and sad voice suddenly sounded. No, I don't agree. The marketing manager was startled. Her voice was so shrill that it sounded like a helpless wife whose husband was about to take home his mistress. Pa! Qinzhe slammed the table. Shut up. This time, it was Su Lu's turn to be startled. At first, you said that the company's composer didn't have time and I would write songs for you. You said that the company's artists didn't have time and I would be your guest singer. You wanted to release a single and I would write songs for you. You said that the company wanted to sell my songs. Okay, I signed without hesitation. Qinzhe changed from a gentle sheep to a furious lion. It took him 2 seconds to prepare. It was obvious that his acting skills were not as pure as his sister's. In the big office, more than 10 employees stared at the manager's office. They saw Qinzhe jumping up and down inside and heard his voice. But what did you get? The composer was robbed, the guest singer was robbed, and now even the concert was robbed. You have to be more careful. This stupid company is still thinking about them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to sign the agreement today. Qin Bao Bao said, You can't do this. You can't do this. Qinzhe said, I want to do this. Get out of my way. Qin Bao Bao said, I love the company deeply. Qinzhe said, I hate it so much that I go crazy. In the quarrel between the siblings, they exposed the matter, without leaving a trace, and pointed the contradiction at Su Lu. The low-level employees suddenly understood. Oh, so there was such a thing. It turned out that Qin Bao Bao had always been targeted. This time, Qinzhe was angry. Some employees secretly turned on the recording function of their phones. Some typed and broadcasted exclusive news in the group. Qinzhe and Qin Bao Bao quarreled in the marketing department. There were replies, What's the situation? Why did the siblings quarrel? Tell us, tell us. Marketing staff, it turned out that it was Qinzhe's own decision to terminate the agreement. He was angry and wanted to stand up for his sister. It turned out that Qin Bao Bao had always been targeted by Su Lu. This incident was the same, so her brother couldn't stand it anymore. But Qin Bao Bao kept persuading her brother not to be impulsive and not to terminate the agreement. So the two of them quarreled in the marketing department. Onlookers, what? Always targeted? Is it true? You don't say. I heard that Su Lu couldn't stand Qin Bao Bao. Marketing staff, I heard from Qinzhe that when they were at Singer, Su Lu snatched Qin Bao Bao's lyricist. She had no choice but to ask her brother to write songs. It was the same for the guest singer. And this concert, it was suddenly changed to Su Lu. We thought that Qin Bao Bao was arrogant and offended the leader. But it turned out that it was Su Lu who had been causing trouble all along. Onlookers, so that's the case. Wow, there are so many inside stories. Qin Bao Bao was treated unfairly, but she still tried to persuade her brother. If it were me, I would definitely fall out with her. Fall out with her, fall out with her. At this moment, Su Lu looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Her face was green. If she couldn't tell that the siblings were putting on a show, she would be too stupid. The onlookers didn't know, but she knew in her heart that the conflict between her and Qin Bao Bao was tacit. So Qin Bao Bao was putting on an act, but she still pretended to be so magnanimous. There's no need to say any more. I will definitely terminate the agreement. You can tolerate this, but I can't. Qinzhe roared and then left in a huff. Qin Bao Bao chased after him. Brother, wait, don't be rash. They left. The marketing manager closed the door and looked at Su Lu, whose veins were popping out. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but felt that it was unnecessary. He sighed. Then, I will definitely sign this agreement. Our marketing department was in charge of it. We can't get sued. After the marketing manager said that, Su Lu glared at him. Why don't you change to another song to practice? Su Lu was so angry that she cried. Practice? The concert is tomorrow. How do you want me to practice? There are so many songs. Her head was shaking. She really wanted to tear these two B*cheese apart. Chapter 259. Back in the office, Qin Bao closed the door and laughed out loud. She threw herself on the sofa and rolled around. So good, so good. Little B*tch, you dare to fight with me? After enduring for so long, I finally got my revenge. She really thought that I was going to help her. How naive. Su Lu wanted to hit her. Then, she looked at her brother with a smile and said proudly, "Can I be good?" Good, and very capable. Qin Zhe admired his sister's acting skills. In this way, her image was corrected. When people talked about this, they would only say that Su Lu suppressed Qin Bao, and then Qin Zhe broke the agreement out of anger. Su Lu took the blame and Qin Zhe was the bad guy. Qin Bao was an innocent little girl. Your acting just now wasn't good enough. Your voice was too soft. Why did it make you sound angry? You should have slammed the table and shouted at the same time. Your expression wasn't fierce enough. Qin Bao nitpicked. Forget it, it should have been good. I'll reward you with a lollipop. She took out one from the drawer and gave it to her brother. Qin Zhe threw it back. You should eat this. He sat beside his sister and looked at her seriously, licking the lollipop. But it still has an impact on you. The company's higher-ups are definitely unhappy with you. Huang Yitsong doesn't have the final say in Star Art. He's only the CEO appointed by the board of directors. You won't have an easy time. Qin Bao mainly cheated Su Lu, but the company's losses were also quite big. His songs made a lot of money. Last time, when they failed with leverage, his sister donated her own money. In less than 2 months, they had more than 2 million in income. How scary. As they were talking, a leader of Star Art came in. The old man was about 1.6 meters tall. He was full of smiles and sighed. How did it end up like this? Miss Qin, think about it again. Didn't we have a good cooperation? You unilaterally broke the agreement. You're also at a loss, right? Qin Bao immediately agreed. Brother, think about it. She was still biting the lollipop in her mouth. She didn't have time to take it out. Shut up. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Oh. Sister obediently sat on the sofa like a duck. I don't see how it's pleasant. Qin Zhe said impatiently, don't look for me in the future. My songs have nothing to do with your company anymore. After a pause, he gave the other party a disdainful look. You think I'm short of money? Do you know my nickname? He still had to pretend to be angry and domineering. It was really tiring. Quick shooter. The little old man was stunned. God of stocks. Qin Zhe was really angry this time. Star Art is such a bully, I can't work with you anymore. Look at what you're saying. This is a normal job transfer in the company. There's no bullying of Qin Bao. How about this? Next month, no, next week, we'll arrange another concert for her. Qin Zhe sneered in his heart. What AF** king bastard. If I don't get serious, you won't know that Qin Bao has someone above her. When you beat her, why didn't you think that I would fall out with you? Do you think that with the contract, you can bully Qin Bao just because she's inexperienced? In the end, the little old man left unhappily because they couldn't reach an agreement. On the other side, the company's executives had a small meeting. Conference room number 3. It wasn't big and there weren't many people. There were only 6 of them. Other than the CEO and vice CEO, these 6 people were the most powerful leaders. How did it end up like this? This Qin Zhe really doesn't know what's good for him. It's just a small matter and he came to the company to make a scene. He even wants to terminate the contract. One of the leaders slammed the table. Young man, he's too impulsive. He doesn't even think about what Qin Bao will do in the company in the future. Another leader said unhappily. Qin Bao hasn't become a big shot yet. If she leaves the company, she won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. What a pity. These songs are well managed. If they continue to operate in the long run, it will be a very objective income. Some classic and immortal songs could feed the singer for a lifetime. CEO Kong didn't handle this matter well. Why did he beat up Qin Bao for no reason? It's meaningless. Yeah, when CEO Huang comes back, the two of them will quarrel again. The contract hasn't been terminated yet. There's still room for negotiation. Old Chen went over to persuade them. There were also leaders who disagreed with Kong Xian's approach. At this moment, the little old man came over and pushed open the door of the conference room. Old Chen, have you convinced Qin Zhe? Communicate with him? Everyone looked at him. The little old man shook his head. It's hopeless. Damn it. Several people slammed the table. What did CEO Kong say? He suggested that we put Qin Bao on ice for the time being. CEO Huang won't agree, but he won't be back until December. Then, we'll follow CEO Kang's suggestion and put her on ice for a period of time. The leaders began to discuss. If it's not good, then it's not good. Anyway, once CEO Huang comes back, these things won't be a problem. Qin Bao didn't care at all. But even if CEO Huang is protecting you, you still have a grudge in your heart. Qin Zhe said, you must have other plans. With Qin Bao's personality, Star Art had made things difficult for her time and again. She could still hold it in. Now that she was done with Su Lu, she should have the intention to leave. I want to go out on my own. Qin Bao twisted her waist and acted coquettishly. Ayaya, have you figured me out? Don't worry, I haven't figured you out. Qin Zhe said, do you have a detailed plan? No, the contract is a problem. I can't afford the liquidated damages. In the entertainment industry, I don't have many connections either. I only have a few celebrity friends and very few industry insiders. For a celebrity like me who only has fame and no connections, leaving the agency is the end of me. The best choice was to open her own studio. There was no point in jumping ship. Another agency might be even more disgusting than Star Art. At least Star Art had Huang Yitsong's protection. If she went to another agency, a woman like Qin Bao would have a lot of guys who wanted to be above her. I can deal with the liquidated damages. I really can't do anything about the entertainment industry. His sister's previous contract was for newcomers. After becoming an A-lister, the contract naturally changed. That's why sister is quite troubled. Wait a little longer. When I have more money, I can spend money to build a deep network. Qin Zhe said as he patted his chest. Sister didn't dote on you for nothing. Qin Bao hugged her brother's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Let me give you a stamp. That's a financial stamp. Give me a stamp too. Qin Zhe pointed to his mouth. I'm at the office. Qin Bao's face was slightly red. She was a little shy. My Qin dynasty is gone, but your tricks haven't changed. Qin Zhe said, my face is already immune to your rewards. Then just a little. Qin Bao bit her lips and straddled her brother's legs. I'll close my eyes. Qin Zhe was a little scared. Okay. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by him made her feel awkward. Qin Zhe closed his eyes. Just as his sister was about to give him a stamp, the office door was pushed open. Bao, Li Yanhong saw the scene in the office and was shocked. What did she see? Qin Bao was straddling her brother's legs and hugging his neck. Qin Bao, after 0.1 seconds, Qin Zhe finished writing the script. My eyes hurt. There's dust in them. Help me blow it out. Qin Bao also received her brother's script in 0.1 seconds. Don't move. Sister will help you take a look. The sibling started to act again. I have some eye drops. I'll bring them over. Her skillful acting successfully fooled Li Yanhong and successfully diverted her attention. No need. It's much better. Qin Zhe said. No need to go through so much trouble. Qin Bao Bao got down from her brother's legs and pinched his waist hard. Her cheeks were slightly red. Li Yanhong put the termination contract on the table. It's done. The contract is here. The excited middle-aged woman started to nag. Not only did she change Bao Bao's image, but she also took the opportunity to ruin Su Lu's reputation. But the siblings were absent-minded. Neither of them cared about what she said. Chapter 260. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the news of Qin Bao Bao and Xing Yi's discord was written by unscrupulous online media editors. Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu turn against each other in public. For the sake of a concert, two female stars actually did such a thing in public. Qin Zhe wreaks havoc in Xing Yi. Qin Bao Bao will be frozen. Fresh news articles were published one after another, and the contradictions were all directed at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo was flooded with a large number of Su Lu's fans. All kinds of shouting and cursing. I didn't expect Qin Bao Bao to be such a person. She's too arrogant. Just because she has a lot of good songs, she dares to challenge her seniors. Her character is so bad. What a waste of her beauty. For the sake of a concert, she let her brother come to the company to terminate his contract? Haha. This kind of artist should be banned. Then Qin Bao Bao's fans angrily shouted, "Bunch of idiots, get lost." You believe this kind of gossip? Haters? Water Army. The two sides were in a heated argument, and the fans were fiercely attacking each other. At that time, Qin Zhe was taking a taxi to his investment company. When he saw the news on the internet, he immediately called his sister. Yes, how can the news spread so quickly, unless someone took the initiative to pay for the news to defame me? Qin Bao Bao gave her brother an affirmative answer. Needless to say, it's Su Lu who did it, and maybe Kang Xian is behind it. It's the Water Army again. Didn't you say that you're going to start a real name system? Hurry up. Qin Zhe said angrily. Don't worry, I won't fall into the same trap twice. His sister was very confident. What are you going to do? I've already asked Wolf inside to write the article. She'll help me contact the internet media. I can't use the company's channels. Sister is really capable. Then I'm relieved. Qin Zhe was about to hang up when he suddenly froze. What Wolf inside? Beep beep beep, his sister hung up. Hey, hung up on me, you troublesome woman. He had to pay a little more attention to his sister's matter. He could afford the liquidated damages, but if he wanted to set up a studio, he would have to rebuild his team if he wanted to prosper. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, networking was very important. You had to have channels to get jobs. In this aspect, Qin Zhe was completely clueless. He remembered that Sister Pei had set up a management company before, but it failed. He would ask about the situation another day. Baoza investment was no longer what it used to be. The last time he pulled in 300 million, it was all investments from celebrities. The people in the entertainment industry were indeed very rich. These were also connections, but their friendship wasn't deep, so he couldn't count on them for the time being. The number of employees in the company had increased to 30, and there was also a beautiful front desk. She was a coquettish young lady. Every time Qin Zhe came to work, she would coquettishly say, "Good morning, CEO Qin." When Qin Zhe got off work, she said coyly, "Goodbye, CEO Qin." Regarding the position of the front desk, Qin Zhe specifically told Suyu that he must recruit beautiful and capable girls, preferably with more than 2 years of work experience. He remembered that he had read a certain urban novel called 3 Things Between Me and the Front Desk Girl. He read it slightly. Later, he couldn't find it. The front desk of the company was a 7 out of 10 goddess outside. Unfortunately, in Qin Zhe's eyes, 7 out of 10 was just a passing grade. Zhang Ye had 8 out of 10. Suyu gave her a salary of 7,000 a month, which was already very high. The work was also easy. In addition to entertaining customers, it was to help CEO Qin and CEO Su order takeout. Qin Zhe didn't dare to let Su order anymore. Every time he ordered Hunan cuisine, he was almost upgraded from an ambitious youth to a youth with hemorrhoids. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Qin Zhe began to pay attention to his sister's Weibo. On the internet, the fans of both sides were fiercely fighting. You attack my idol's Weibo? Well, let's team up and attack your forum. You attack the forum? Let's attack Tiba. Su Lu's fans had the support of the internet water army and the endorsement of the news content. What they said was reasonable and well-founded. On the other hand, Qin Bao's fans had a lot of empty words and could only curse. However, the direction of public opinion on the internet quickly changed. Qin Bao also began to buy news and began to fight back. There was an article that was written very frequently. Behind the falling out between Qin Bao and Su Lu, is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Such a high-powered title had a magic power that made people unable to help but click on it. Why do Qin Bao and Su Lu repeatedly fall out? Why did Qin Zhe cause trouble in Star Art? Is the termination of the contract true or false? What secrets are hidden behind the concert? Behind all this, is it the arrogance of the newcomers or the suppression of the seniors? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? The article also revealed, according to an anonymous employee of Star Art, the concert at Shanyu Stadium originally belonged to Qin Bao. Later, for some unknown reason, it was changed to Su Lu, Qin Bao's younger brother. After Qin Zhe found out, he went to Star Art and made a big fuss. According to him, baby Qin has been receiving unfair treatment since the start of I Am a Singer. He directly accused Su Lu of suppressing newcomers, including this concert. It was also Su Lu who secretly made things difficult for him. At the end of the article, there was also a video. The video was secretly shot with a phone. In a certain office, Qin Bao and Qin Zhe were arguing, but what did you get? The composer was stolen, the guest was stolen, and now the concert was stolen. You have to be more careful. With this lousy company, you're still thinking for them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to come into contact with the agreement today. You can't do this, you can't do this. I want to do this, get out of my way. I love the company deeply. I hate it to the point of madness. Not long after, various articles exposing Su Lu's dark secrets appeared on the internet and were pushed and spread through the app. Qin Bao's fans' morale soared and they turned from defense to offense. Where's the haters? Continue to scold, please continue to perform. A thief crying thief. It's obviously Su Lu who is suppressing Qin Bao. I didn't expect Su Lu to be such a person. She's the one with a bad character. She used to lip sync, and now she's bullying my goddess. The younger brother is so good, the younger brother is so tall. It's so satisfying. Give me a stack of younger brothers like this. Su Lu's fans, MDZZ. Idiots. They're all paid posters, disgusting. Qin Zhe browsed the news for a while and sent a message to his sister, not bad, a beautiful counterattack. That's right, I used to be a newbie and didn't know the tricks of the entertainment industry. Now I'm a veteran, how can I continue to be tricked by Su Lu? I've long been on guard against this move of hers. Qin Bao sent an emoji of laughing with arms akimbo. She had always been a person who couldn't stand compliments. Once you praised her, she would become arrogant. Veteran, quickly take me flying. Qin Zhe clicked his tongue and said, the article was well written. The paid posters you bought were very good. The title was fresh and refined, breaking away from the shackles of the shock party. It's a clear stream in the editor's circle. You mean the article with the video? Qin Bao chuckled, that was written by Wang Zijin. I laughed for a long time. It was so interesting. A series of snickering emojis. It was actually written by Wang Zijin? The writing was sophisticated, and the killing intent was hidden. The dark was restrained, and the dark was flawless. But it was Sister Ziwei who had sex. I spent a lot of money. I paid for it myself. Qin Bao Bao said with grievance, my heart hurts. I'm poor, not as rich as you. I had no choice but to deduct it from your wife's account. Why did my wife's account have to be used to help you solve this problem? Qin Zhe sent an emoji of 3 feet of anger. Qin Bao Bao, if you don't give your wife's account to me, will it rot? Qin Zhe, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qin Zhe, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals, Qin Bao Bao? I don't understand. This is awkward. My sister was born with a coquettish buff. In fact, her heart was very pure. She had never experienced love before. She didn't visit forums or Chiba. Her knowledge and experience in that area were even worse than JK, who had shaken his bed in high school. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe's brain twitched. He sent a message to Wang Zijin, Sister Ziwei, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qin Zhe, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, wow, Sister Ziwei really understood. This emoji was very in line with Wang Zijin's character. By the way, try Su Yu's reaction again to see if she understood. Qin Zhe, Su Yu, are you there? Su Yu, what's the matter? I'll come to your office to talk. Qin Zhe, no, I'll send you an emoji. You understand it yourself. Qin Zhe, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. There was a long silence over there. Su Yu replied, oh, greater than over equal to V. Oh, Qin Zhe, he couldn't bear to look at it. He couldn't bear to look at it. Qin Zhe suddenly had a bold idea. Why don't he try to see if Sister Pei understood it? The next second, he rejected the idea. Whether it was Su Yu or Wang Zijin, although they didn't have a thorough understanding of his sister, they knew more or less the depth. Nan Man Pei was too deep, and he couldn't grasp that degree for the time being. It was better not to court death. Chapter 261. In a certain online media company, Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat when she saw the instant understanding emoticon on her phone screen. What did he mean by sending this emoticon? A hint? How could there be such a blatant hint? It didn't fit his lazy and cowardly personality. But why did he send this emoticon? A normal man wouldn't send something like this to a normal woman. Wang Zijin panicked. Are you serious? Delete. Are you serious? Delete. Are you at home or at the hotel? Delete. She held her phone and didn't know how to reply. Just then, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. The caller ID showed that it was from Beijing. Wang Zijin changed her phone number after she came to Shanghai. She only told Zhang Ling her number. Her friends and family in Beijing probably didn't know her number. But Zhang Ling might have leaked it. Hello, who is this? Wang Zijin picked up the phone. It's me, Missy. It's your loyal follower. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Go Dai? No. Then it's Qin Shou? Could it be Ji Tsongliang? Wang Zijin's face turned serious. I'm not playing anymore. Sister Ziwei, your mouth is so sarcastic. The man said gloomily. Zhao Taizhu, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm at work. Wang Zijin said in a huff. Zhao Tieju's original name was Zhao Biao. She was Wang Zijin's childhood playmate. When Wang Zijin was very young, before her grandfather retired and her father took up a post outside, she lived with her grandparents in the military district. It was what the outside world called the big courtyard. There were many children in the military district, and Zhao Biao was one of them. There were many children, so there were many hills. 3 or 4 children formed a small group to play marbles and fight with each other with wooden swords. Today, they bullied you, but tomorrow, you came back for revenge. The children's jianghu could be said to be a bloody mess. Wang Zijin, this kind of young lady, was the kind of person who would be teased and bullied by the king of the children when she had nothing better to do. The first child who lifted Wang Zijin's skirt was called Zhao Biao. He had a strong personality and was the devil incarnate in the military district. In Zhao Biao's eyes, all the girls in the military district were part of his harem. He didn't only lift Wang Zijin's skirt. He even lifted the skirts of several girls. But he had kicked an iron plate. Wang Zijin didn't cry like the other girls. She was very calm. But the next day, while Zhao Biao was playing with his friends, she stuffed the fat girl that she had prepared in advance into Zhao Biao's school bag. Then, she ran home, took off her clothes in her room, and cried for her grandfather. He accused Zhao Biao of his evil deeds. Her grandfather lifted his granddaughter's skirt and saw his granddaughter's little butt. He exploded on the spot. He took a red star 54 and went to Zhao Biao's house. Poor Zhao Biao's father. He was beaten up by the old general for no reason. He cried for his parents and begged for mercy. Then, Zhao Biao was miserable. That night, Zhao Biao's screams lasted until midnight. Those who heard it were sad and those who heard it cried. At that time, Wang Zijin was 9 years old. She was in the 3rd grade of primary school. Since then, Zhao Biao was willing to be Wang Zijin's lackey and became the queen's loyal subordinate. After that, Wang Zijin started her great career of ruling the military district. Wang Zijin learned how to kill with a borrowed knife and bully with numbers without a teacher. First, she had the advantage of numbers and swallowed up the scattered soldiers. Then, she used the borrowed knife to kill with a borrowed knife. She used all kinds of methods to frame people and hold on to their weaknesses. She frequently wrote reports and borrowed the hands of their parents to teach a lesson to those who were difficult to deal with. Zhang Ling's brother, Zhang Mingsheng, was captured by Wang Zijin during this process. He and Zhao Biao were known as the Second Tiger General. The old general of the Wang family admired his granddaughter's black-bellied and scheming. He secretly taught her to suppress others with power and tempt them with benefits. It was the art of using virtue to convince people. His smart granddaughter opened a new chapter in her great career of ruling the country. She successfully integrated the 18 warlords of the military district before she was in primary school and successfully ruled the country. If Wang Zijin's childhood were to be written into a book, it would be called How to Become a Female Bad Guy, or The Black-Bellied Lady's Coquettish Style. At that time, the group of children who were more rebellious were all taught a lesson by Wang Zijin. She had all their weaknesses in her hands. Later, many of the children left the courtyard one by one following their father's transfer. However, Wang Zijin left a psychological shadow in their hearts. Many years later, they still couldn't help but scold her for being black-hearted. During Wang Zijin's era, Zhang Ling was still a little girl with 2 lines of snot running down her nose. Even after many years, she still didn't have the courage to challenge Wang Zijin. "I'm in Shanghai on business. Sister Ziwei, come out for a meal. I'll be very grateful." Zhao Biao was 30 years old this year. He had a family and a career long ago. He was currently working in the government. Over the years, they met less often, but they still kept in touch. The henchmen who followed Sister Ziwei in the past were still very loyal. The memories of their childhood, whether it was nightmares or beautiful dreams, were still fresh in their minds. If it's possible, ask your little lover to come too. I really want to see what kind of hero he is to be able to subdue Sister Ziwei and get rid of a big threat for us. I know that Zhang Mingxing has no chance. He liked you since he was young. Back then, he was secretly competing with me. TSK. Actually, the outcome was already decided. How can a henchman marry the boss? It's not realistic. I'm not free. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Let's meet again when I'm back in Beijing. My life is very peaceful now. I don't want to interact with a bunch of second-generation heirs like you. Wang Zijin's life now was like a famous song. I haven't been a boss for many years. Forget it then. I'm meeting a guy in private equity tonight. I want to do some shady business with him. If you agree to have a meal with me, I'll turn him down. Let's meet tomorrow. Zhao Biao said disappointedly. You want to get involved in the stock market? We are also ordinary people. We can't lack money. We have to live. But it's not convenient for me to do such things in public. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Then let's have a meal together tonight. I can talk to you. Zhao Biao, what do you mean? Wang Zijin smiled. Turn down the guy in private equity. I'll introduce you to someone who might do it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Biao asked for a sky-high price. Okay then. But I want a bigger share. No less than 50%. Zhao Taizhu, are you too arrogant? Or am I, Wang Zijin, too weak to do anything? Wang Zijin sneered. I'm taking a big risk. How can I not take a bigger share? Sister Ziwei, you don't have to do this. This is a matter of principle. I won't back down. Zhao Taizhu said firmly. This was the main reason why he had come to Shanghai. Okay. Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Does your sister-in-law know about your affairs outside? There's one in 4th Ring Road and another in 2nd Ring Road. That charming sister of yours is asking for a divorce. She's dead set on being your lover. Does your sister-in-law know about this? If she doesn't know, I'll talk to her later. Zhao Taizhu said everything. Fortunately, Wang Zijin was well versed in the art of carrots and carrots. She said earnestly, Taizhu, don't do too many PY deals. It's not safe. Work hard and serve the country and the people. Listen to me. If you cooperate with him, the risk you have to take is very small. If you give him a tip at a critical moment, you'll have a lot of money. Then ask him to bring the quarterly report. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Wait for my news. I'll call him and ask for his opinion. If he agrees, we'll sit down and talk. If he's not willing, then you can continue with your work. There's no need to eat. It's over. My sister Ziwei is really being taught a lesson. I'm going to write in my diary and send it to my friends in the circle. You don't want to live anymore? Try it. Dinner was booked at a local restaurant in Zhe Province in Suhui. Wang Zijin made the reservation and sent the address to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe took a taxi here after work. Wang Zijin had already told him about it. Qin Zhe was a little hesitant at first, but Wang Zijin said, it's not a big deal. Don't think too much. My friend knows what he's doing. He won't cross the line. At most, he'll make a little money. Qin Zhe thought, the business is getting bigger and bigger, so there must be someone above. This was an inevitable trend. As long as he controlled it, there would be no problem. He agreed to today's dinner. I didn't expect that the first dirty PY deal in my life was facilitated by Sister Ziwei. Led by the waiter, he came to a big private room. There was a big table big enough for 10 people. Wang Zijin and a strange man sat there. Including him, there were 3 people in total. The moment Qin Zhe entered the door, he immediately felt Zhao Tizhu's dignified gaze. It was the gaze of a big shot sizing up a rookie. On the internet, it was the group leader sizing up a little rookie. Chapter 262. These arrogant, disdainful, and aggressive gazes made Qin Zhe recall the first time he had entered a chat group. The big shots had all sent him disdainful expressions. You're Qin Zhe. You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Other than being a little more handsome than me and having a better figure, you don't have much charm. A short-haired man in a casual suit snorted. The first time he entered the group, the bosses also used the same arrogant tone to say, newcomer, quickly dress up as a girl. Hello. Qin Zhe nodded at the boss, but the boss ignored him. Zhao Biao, nicknamed Taizhu, my childhood friend. Wang Zijin considerately warmed up the atmosphere for Qin Zhe and kicked Zhao Taizhu under the table. Zhao Biao took a mouthful of food. I've heard about you. You're good at writing songs. You're a fast shooter, right? I've heard that you're good at trading stocks, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Oh right, you also have a beautiful sister. He was a little handsome and energetic. He had a sharp look between his brows. This was honed in the military. Unfortunately, this guy's heart was not in the military. He liked the outside world. In the end, he went into politics through his family's connections. The first time she heard of Qin Zhe's name was in September. After she came back from a trip to Shanghai, Qin Zhe's big name spread in a small circle in Beijing. Zhao Taizhu did a simple check on Qin Zhe's background. King's man. That was how her friends teased Qin Zhe back then. Wang Zijin was the king of the children in the courtyard, so there was nothing wrong with it. He was the king's man. Actually, strictly speaking, we are love rivals. I was Zijin's boyfriend when she was in elementary school. Now, I'm not. I didn't catch up and was eliminated. But I'm still working hard to be Zijin's boyfriend. Zhao Biao looked at the young man in front of him provocatively. Wang Zijin didn't explain. She gazed at Qin Zhe with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see how he would respond to this matter. Qin Zhe asked curiously, "Do you know a guy called Zhang Mingsheng?" "Yes, he's my childhood friend." "Then can you eliminate Zhang Mingsheng first?" "Why? Am I not handsome? Not as competitive as that guy?" Zhao Taizhu was unconvinced. "Alright, stop messing around." Wang Zijin sighed. Sometimes the little pervert was stupid, but sometimes he was very smart. Zhao Taizhu was still acting. "I'm not messing around. How am I not as good as this guy? Is it because I'm not good at two-finger Diana, or is it because I'm not as good at talking as him?" Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at his glib tongue. "Because of your name." Qin Zhe held back his laughter. "Zhao Taizhu, in Sister Ziwei's heart, this name alone is enough to send you to the 18th level of hell." Wang Zijin was a female hipster. Although she was a bit two-faced, for a female hipster, it didn't matter if your name wasn't Long Outyin. If your name didn't have Shi, Mo, Yi, Bai, and so on, she could make do with it. But if your name was Taizhu, that wouldn't do. Even if you looked like Long Outyin, we could only meet in the next life. He suddenly remembered that according to his mother, if he was named Qin Hao or Qin Xiaofan, in Sister Ziwei's heart, wouldn't he be sent to the death prison? After all, Sister Ziwei had already graduated from the team of network veterans. The word Hao was no longer high and mighty. Instead, it was easy to associate it with teddy bear. Zhao Taizhu, who grew up together, also understood, but he was still unconvinced. "My name is Zhao Biao." Qin Zhe thought to himself, Zhao Biao and Fat Tiger have the same meaning. Zhao Taizhu looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was too embarrassed to be too direct, so she said tactfully, "Your name is actually okay. It gives you a sense of security." Is she saying that I'm like the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right? Is that what she means? Zhao Taizhu understood, painfully understood. According to the rumors about the two of them in a certain circle, they were in the same boat, and he was the outsider. She said that she would cooperate with him, but as soon as her little lover came, her elbow turned to his side. Qin Zhe chatted with Zhao Taizhu. Since he was Sister Ziwei's childhood friend, he must be either the son of an official or a rich man. He understood that Sister Ziwei was introducing him to people. With more friends, he could walk a wider path and go further. Compared to insider information, he was more interested in making friends with rich men. He didn't need insider information to make money. He had the system, and he was proud of it. Cheating was better than cheating, just like how permed hair couldn't beat tattooed hair. If not for the tense situation, he could still dominate the officialdom. If there were immortal cultivators in the world, he could still dominate the immortal realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't become a demon after the founding of the country, and he couldn't ascend after the founding of the Republic. Halfway through the meal and several bottles of wine, Qin Zhe got up to go to the toilet. As soon as he left, Zhao Taizhu stopped smiling and said seriously, "Do you really plan to have an indescribable relationship with him?" "What's indescribable about a proper relationship?" Wang Zijin finished and sighed. "We haven't even started yet." "What do you mean? You two haven't reached the stage yet?" Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin's face was full of resentment. She muttered to herself, "Far from it. There's a jealous lover at home, and there's a flirtatious bitch outside. Both of them are very troublesome. The one at home is nothing to worry about, and he's not a real threat. But the teddy outside is a bit dangerous, and it's quite good-looking. Also, that Nan Man Pei needs to be on guard at all times." Zhao Taizhu listened to her muttering and was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why does my sister Ziwei's love life sound so bumpy? Wait, what do you like about him? He's quite handsome, but if you, Wang Zijin, like handsome guys, you can't even pick them with both hands and legs. If it's not because of his looks, then it's because of his temperament. Please, he has no temperament at all. Can he make money? Does my sister Ziwei lack money? Write songs? Unorthodox methods are not attractive at all. Not to mention Zhang Mingsheng, even I can't take this lying down. Why? Why?" Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. "It's just a feeling," Wang Zijin said softly. "What? What did you say?" Zhao Taizhu was in disbelief. "When I'm with him, I feel very relaxed and happy. I don't know why, but there's always a natural sense of closeness." Wang Zijin said blankly, "I'm also very confused. What do I like about him? Why do I like him? I can't explain it, but I just like him. Maybe it's because we were born together. Isn't this the legendary saying, do you need a reason to like someone? Okay, let's not talk about this topic for now. Later, I'm going to test him. I'll help you check him out." "How are you going to test him?" Wang Zijin frowned. "Let's skip this topic again." Zijin. Taizhu was glared at by Wang Zijin, so he changed his words. "Sister Ziwei, don't you feel that this guy is acting a little cold? I've already extended my strong legs to him, but he's not excited at all. Maybe it's because you're paving the way for him too obviously. You're clearly telling him that your sister is feeding you. Open your mouth." A man's self-esteem is hurt. Now that he said it, it seemed to be true. Qin Zhe wasn't excited at all. He's just a little calmer. In this kind of situation, there's absolutely no such thing as his self-esteem being trampled on. Based on his understanding of Qin Zhe, with his lazy and sometimes cheap personality, he wasn't a straight man. Qin Zhe came back from the toilet. Zhao Taizhu pondered for a moment and said, "Qin Zhe, this time I'm planning to find someone to work with to earn some extra money. If it weren't for Zijin's recommendation, I definitely wouldn't have chosen you. Let's not talk about some things that will die in the light of day. You know the business. Secondly, I can be the person above you. If you run into any trouble with the government, I'll solve it for you. As long as you follow me, I'll take a bite of meat, and you'll take a bite of soup. As a reward, I want 10% of your profits. It's not much. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even want to cry and beg for money." After saying that, Zhao Taizhu looked at him like a big boss looking at a newbie. The meaning of his words was very clear. "Kid, follow the big boss. The big boss is giving you a chance to suck up to him because of Wang Zijin." He gave himself full marks for this wave of ridicule. Zhao Taizhu looked forward to seeing Qin Zhe holding back his anger and forcing a smile. It would be even better if he fell out with him. "Look, Sister Ziwei, this is the man you chose." Speaking of which, Comrade Taizhu and Zhang Mingxing were both capable henchmen who knelt down for Sister Ziwei. They opened up new territories for Sister Ziwei, and they were both men who once wanted to be kings. Who wouldn't like such a fierce girl? He remembered that when he graduated from primary school, Zhao Taizhu made a scene at home and threatened his father to go to the Wang family to propose marriage. If he didn't, he would kill himself and let the Zhao family have no descendants. Zhao Taizhu showed that if he didn't marry Wang Zijin, he would kill himself. But his father, who was born in the military, raised his hand and slapped him left and right, scolding him as he hit him. Is this the reason you lifted her skirt? So many years had passed, and his childhood ambition of marrying no one but Wang Zijin had long been annihilated by time. This feeling could be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. Comrade Tieju's feelings were quite complicated. He wanted to slap this kid to death, but he also hoped that he was a good man. This way, he could barely be worthy of his sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe smiled very sincerely. Thank you, Brother Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, please take care of me in the future. Zhao Taizhu was speechless. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Epsilon, hashtag, Qin Zhe had self-esteem, but he didn't have arrogance. He was used to going through the back door. His father helped him get into the Kaida because his grades were at the bottom. During every final exam, his father also slapped a stack of important content on his desk. It could be said that his father was worried sick for his good-for-nothing son. Therefore, when Wang Zijin opened the back door for him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust and quickly got in. This was the first time Wang Zijin opened the back door for someone. There was a poem that described it very well. The flower path has never been swept by the guest, but the door is now open for the gentleman. Take out the quarterly report for me to see. Since I've promised Zijin, I don't care about your company's current profit situation. If it's a little worse, then it's a little worse. Anyway, just listen to my instructions in the future. Kid, if it weren't for Zijin's face, you wouldn't have the chance to get it, Zhao Taizhu said. Qin Zhe took out a document from his bag. There's no quarterly report. My private equity company has been established for less than a month. This is the summary I asked someone to compile. It's the profit for the past half a month. What? Half a month? What are you doing? A new company, a private equity company that has only been established for half a month. Are you sure you're not a general without an army? How much capital do you have? Even if I take the risk and give you a bunch of PY transactions, how long do you need to accumulate capital to take off? The bull market will be long over by then. Zhao Taizhu felt that he had been tricked. He turned his head to look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin nodded and confirmed Qin Zhe's words. Let's drink, let's drink. Zhao Taizhu sighed and didn't take the report for half a month. Mountains and rivers were still feelings. He would just treat it as doing Zijin a favor. Fine, this trip to Shanghai was a waste. Chapter 263. Qin Zhe felt awkward. Although he didn't refuse to be a freeloader, this brother was not giving him any face. Wasn't this forcing him to be a freeloader? He was about to take back the report when Wang Zijin took it and handed it to Zhao Taizhu. Take a look. If you don't look, how can he act cool? Qin Zhe, it was just a company that had been established for half a month. What was there to look at? There was nothing to see in the report. At most, it would earn a few million. No, a few 100,000 at most. He had checked Qin Zhe's background. His family was very ordinary and he could freeload off his sister. The company's total assets were only 2 to 3 million. To be able to earn a few 100,000 in half a month was already not bad. Young Master Zhao was too lazy to even look at such a small company. But since his childhood friend had said so, Zhao Taizhu couldn't refuse. He looked at the report and his gaze froze. There were more than 10 projects on the report, and the profits were clearly written. Zhao Taizhu naturally wouldn't look at them one by one. He just glanced at the total funds and profits. What did he see? About 500 million in total funds. Half-month profit rate, 63.8%. Half a month, profits of more than 300 million. Zhao Taizhu was stunned for a while. After a long while, he looked at Qin Zhe. You already have someone above you? No, you are the first person above me. And it's because of Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe shook his head. I don't believe it. The report is fake. Zhao Tieju's expression was serious. Wang Zijin took it and looked at it. In half a month, you only earned this much money? Qin Zhe said embarrassedly, it's mainly because I have a lot of things to do recently. I will work hard next month. Wang Zijin said unhappily, the performance has dropped so much. Bastard, treat it seriously. Qin Zhe was embarrassed again. I will try to triple next month. Zhao Taizhu? What were they talking about? He didn't understand at all. They seemed so powerful. Were they sure they weren't bragging? Was this the latest way to act cool? Do you know the popular goal of making 100 million yuan recently? Wang Zijin smiled with satisfaction when she saw the effect. Well, it's all over the circle. This kid is really good at bragging. Zhao Taizhu nodded. He still admired the guy who could create a trending phrase on the internet. I'm not bragging. He had 4 million in capital and 10 times the leverage. He earned 100 million in a month, Wang Zijin said with a smile. It was rare for Zhao Taizhu to feel a sense of helplessness. Is this the man that Wang Zijin likes? He didn't know why, but in his heart, there was always the goddess of his first love, a crush. She would bring her boyfriend to the poor loser of the past, smile and say, how have you been these few years? Oh, this is my boyfriend, 30 years of river flow. Usually, the role of the goddess boyfriend was played by him, young Master Zhao. Zhao Taizhu thought sourly. Although Long Outian is convinced, I, Zhao Ritian, am not. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Tieju's eyes. It's good for a man to be able to earn money. But the thing that can give a woman a sense of security is still developed muscles. He gestured to his biceps. Qin Zhe could guess what he was thinking. So you want to fight him one-on-one? Wang Zijin looked at her childhood friend. After so many years, Zhao Taizhu hadn't changed at all. Although he had been trained in the system to be shrewd enough to hide a dagger behind a smile, as well as the hypocrisy of speaking human language when meeting people and ghosts when meeting ghosts. But when he saw the queen that he used to work for, Zhao Taizhu became the fat tiger of the past, who liked to solve things with his fists. Qin Zhe finally felt the malice from the rich dog. Just like Zhang Ling, but the former made him feel disgusted. Zhao Tieju's displeasure was written all over his face. You stole my primary school girlfriend, so I'm going to give you some trouble. Wang Zijin thought. Taizhu, this idiot, begged me to bring Qin Zhe for a meal just to show his power. Qin Zhe smiled. Brother, I agree. Muscles give a woman a sense of security. Muscles give a woman a sense of happiness. He raised his wine glass. Let me toast to you, brother. Zhao Taizhu didn't raise his glass and looked at him calmly. At this moment, the wine cup suddenly cracked and a spiderweb-like crack appeared on it. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Zhe's face was expressionless. He placed the cracked glass to the side and filled a porcelain teacup with wine. When he raised the cup, there was another crack, and the porcelain teacup cracked. This time, Zhao Taizhu saw it clearly. The teacup didn't crack because of the quality. He clearly saw Qin Zhe's hand holding the teacup suddenly exerting force. His fingers tightened and veins popped out. Then, the teacup cracked. Vibrating essence. Qin Zhe sighed. Looks like we can't drink this wine. Brother Zhao, let's have a few rounds. Zhao Taizhu stood up abruptly, picked up the wine glass, and drank it. He said seriously, a man should be all-powerful at the table. Brother Zhao, you were just joking. He thought about it and drank 3 more glasses. It wasn't safe. That's right. Qin Zhe smiled. He was indeed the king's man. He couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Zijin, the meal lasted until 7:30 p.m. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin hailed a taxi by the roadside. He was a big shot with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. After attending a social event, he actually took a taxi. This made Qin Zhe want to buy a car. As for buying a car, his sister said that she would buy a good car for him as a birthday present. In the end, she only accompanied him to watch the fireworks that day. At that time, Qin was tight on money and couldn't afford to buy a car. Now it was different. He could buy a lot of luxury cars, Ferrari, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Porsche. He could buy whatever he wanted. But he felt that it was too ostentatious to drive a luxury car, and it wasn't cost-effective for him. It was better to put a few million yuan in the stock market. His personal idea was to buy a car worth 100 or 200,000 yuan. He wouldn't go to the entrance of the university to sell drinks. Why would he buy such a good one? He wasn't familiar with cars. If he bought a vehicle, he would be too lazy to go out himself. His sister had experience, but if Qin Bao went to buy it, she would definitely drag him along. This matter could be handed over to Suyu, and the secretary would do it. No problem. Sorry, Zhao Biao's character is like this. He's actually quite loyal. Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe nodded. Better than Zhongling. Speaking of that girl, Wang Zijin's face fell. He hadn't been a big brother for many years, and his majesty was not as good as before. When he returned to the capital, he must teach her a lesson. My friend, maybe, in the future, won't be too kind. Wang Zijin silently added in her heart, if I become your girlfriend. If the two of them really went to that point, the Wang family's attitude was obvious. They definitely wouldn't like this son-in-law. And most of her friends would also silently criticize him. A toad eating a swan's meat. If it was a friend, then it would be fine. Zhao Taizhu, for example, was unhappy. He didn't have the qualifications to break up a couple, but he was afraid that Qin Zhe would be unhappy. Although this man was a little salted fish, he still had self-esteem. Was he really going to fall out with the Wang family? Since ancient times, marriage would be very difficult if the social status was not the same. The most famous example was the cowboy who married the weaver girl who came down to earth. They only had one day a year to do what they wanted to do. Wang Zijin's question was very vague. Qin Zhe shouldn't have understood, but at this time, he didn't know why, but he understood. Maybe his EQ was successful. He whispered, don't be afraid, I will strive to make money in the future and be the man above you. Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, so, the expression you sent in the afternoon, was it serious? Qin Zhe was stunned. The expression he sent in the afternoon was purely on a whim. He wanted to see if other women besides his sister could understand it. Thinking about it, it was indeed rude to the beauty. No, I was playing with Qin Bao Bao. She didn't understand. I think Sister Ziwei must be smarter than her. I also sent Suyu. Probably the amount of recharge was not much, and his EQ was lacking. I also sent Suyu, Wang Zijin, MMP. Don't send random expressions in the future. Those who don't know will think that you and Suyu have some secret relationship. Wang Zijin said faintly. Oh. Chapter 264. Sister Ziwei and his sister didn't seem to like Suyu. His sister didn't mind, but Sister Ziwei didn't like Suyu. Was it because women were jealous of each other? Sister Ziwei was generous and straightforward. She gave people a comfortable feeling. She shouldn't be jealous of each other, even though Suyu was beautiful. I don't understand. I really don't know what's going on. Ding. Qin Zhe waited for a while, but there was no response. He asked, System, what's up? System? Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. It's a message from me. Qin Zhe reacted and changed the message ringtone. Every time he received a message, he would mistake it as a mission from the system. System, you're trying to make my presence known. Well done. The system was so scared that it didn't dare to show up for a few days. It didn't dare to issue missions because it was afraid that a big shot from the system world would come. You can continue to hide. I'll let you know when I'm sure there's no big shot. Qin Zhe opened the message and saw that it was from Zhao Taizhu. They had already exchanged phone numbers at the dining table. When Qin Zhe asked for his phone number in the tone of a big boss, Zhao Taizhu turned into a little newbie. He bowed his head to the big boss while reading out his phone number. The message said, "Qin Zhe, have you practiced martial arts before? I used to be in the military and have seen people like you who have a few strong moves." Although people weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country, Chinese martial arts were real. It wasn't that mysterious. It was just the use of strength and speed, coupled with years of hard work. The military also had a set of special fighting skills. For example, the special forces should have no problem beating up 4 or 5 adults. "I've practiced," Qin Zhe replied. "What was that move just now?" Zhao Taizhu asked. Qin Zhe thought for a while and replied, 23 years of Qilin arm. His original intention was to make a joke. The fame of Qilin arm was something that all veterans had heard of. However, he had forgotten that he and Zhao Taizhu were not from the same world. How could young Master Zhao be proficient in internet memes? While the keyboard warriors were busy conquering the major forums, young Master Zhao was also conquering the bed of one goddess after another. They were from completely different worlds. Iron Pillar believed him and asked, "Do you have a gang?" Qin Zhe's brain twitched. "Yes, I learned from the Exploding Heavens faction." Exploding Heavens faction? Young Master Zhao didn't understand. "Yes, there aren't many of them, but all of them are elites." Impressive, impressive. At this time, Zhao Taizhu was in a pure black BMW sedan, dialing the phone of an old comrade in the army. This comrade in arms was very powerful. He Nan was from the Shaolin Temple. When he was a child, he had learned martial arts for a few years. He could split bricks with his hands and smash tiles with his brain. Fortunately, the call went through and she was not in training. "Hey, old ma, I met a martial arts expert." "A martial arts master? Breaking a rock with his chest or bending a steel bar with his throat? You're just messing around. This friend of mine is too powerful. With one hand, he could break a thick glass." "What kind of concept is that?" "With that grip strength, if he shook hands with me, he could break my palm in minutes." "Impossible." The comrade in arms didn't believe him and said in a firm tone. There were such videos on the internet. An ordinary person could easily break an egg. But if it was a palm grip, even if you used all your strength, the egg would still be intact. Of course, they didn't know that Qin Zhe had cheated. The second set of elementary school gymnastics gifted to him by the system was beginning to show results. If he couldn't even break a cup, how could he be a man comparable to Teddy? "I can swear that this is absolutely true. I just had dinner with him and even provoked him. He broke 2 cups on the spot for me to see." The comrade in arms was silent for a moment. "If that's the case, then congratulations." No, you're mistaken. I didn't accept him as a bodyguard." No, you're mistaken too. I just want to congratulate you for escaping a disaster. If what you said is true, he can slap you to the wall. Young Master Zhao's life as a stallion is over." Zhao Taizhu laughed. "That won't happen." "Oh right, he said he's from the Exploding Heavens faction. Have you heard of it?" Exploding Heavens faction? The comrade in arms thought, which idiot would dare to come up with such a brainless name? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up? Maybe it's some folk sect. I've never heard of it. He hung up the phone. Zhao Biao asked the driver, "Is there a club nearby?" The driver was a local and sighed. "The checks have been strict recently. The world is tough." Zhao Biao laughed. "No cost. No loans. We bring our own equipment for production." The driver said, "Brother Zhao's political awareness is high. Where are we going now?" "Find a bar." "I want to go to the bar." Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin returned to the neighborhood and took the elevator upstairs. Before entering, Wang Zijin suddenly said, "Aze, my leg hurts. I might have sprained it somewhere. Can you carry me?" They were already at the door, and he still wanted to carry her home? Based on his understanding of his sister, she must be sitting on the sofa, waiting for them to come home unhappily. Based on his understanding of Wang Zijin, this was definitely not a simple matter of carrying me home. Qin Zhe charged himself with an intelligence card of 250, then rejected Miss Wang's request and decisively took out the key to open the door. In the living room, his sister sat upright and looked at her black-hearted maggot and the wolf who had broken into her house. Both of them returned home. Qin Zhe was glad that he was quick-witted. If he carried Wang Zijin home, his sister's face would not be expressionless. It would be as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was once when Qin Bao asked Qin Zhe to carry her home in the car. He was too young at the time and thought his sister was just being coquettish. Now Wang Zijin had her revenge. His sister's tricks were as deep as the sea. The little cutie trembled with fear. The air conditioner was on in the living room and it was very warm. "Yo, you're going on a date," Qin Bao said sarcastically. She seemed to have just taken a shower and washed herself clean. She was wearing a loose t-shirt that reached her thighs. She should be wearing a plump bra inside, but with the t-shirt covering it, it made people feel that she was wearing nothing below. Originally, Qin Zhe had a chance to see if his sister was wearing a plump bra. But the moment her brother and best friend came in, Qin Bao changed from her posture to a lady's sitting posture with her legs together. "Yeah, I had a lot of fun. By the way, Bao, have you eaten dinner? If you haven't, order takeout. We didn't bring you any." Wang Zijin smiled. If it were 2 months ago, Qin Bao would definitely have denied it with a red face if she teased her like this. Qin Bao did not throw a tantrum. She hugged the pillow and watched TV. Qin Zhe told her that he was meeting friends and discussing business. Of course, he did not tell his sister that it was a deal. However, there was still a strange atmosphere in the air. Qin Zhe saw the murderous intent between the two sisters when they looked at each other. He felt that he was done for. He did not know when it started, but the quarrels between the two of them became more and more frequent, and their schemes became more and more cunning. She remembered that when Sister Ziwei first came, she was watching from the side while her sister was fooling around with her. Now that the tables had turned. Sigh, this did not seem to be something to be happy about. This damn brother complex, he's jealous even when eating a meal. Wang Zijin thought to herself. This wolf in the house is already known to everyone. The pressure is huge. Qin Bao thought. Qin Zhe pretended as if nothing had happened. He pressed the remote control and randomly chose a period drama. "Have you heard? Little Ling said that Empress Gao is going to be reinstated." "Don't talk nonsense. What if Li Guoran hears it? She is just a noble. If the Empress is really reinstated, you and I will have to change the limelight. How can we care about her? I heard that Li Guoran has some bargaining chips in her hands. Unfortunately, it was a palace drama." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and said with a smile, the food in that restaurant is quite delicious. Let's find a chance to go there next time." She emphasized the words, "find a chance." Qin Bao immediately looked at her brother pitifully. Her soft eyes hid her grievances. "Shamefully cute." Qin Zhe said, "It's just a business deal. Let's eat another day. Let's go together." Wang Zijin, stupid teammate. The elder sister cast a provocative look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin knew that normal methods would not work against this damn brother complex. She had to come up with a killer move. "Sister Ziwei, are we going next week?" Qin Zhe asked. Wang Zijin was expressionless. "Don't call me Sister Ziwei. The Wang Zijin from back then is already dead. Now, I am called Nayukala Zijin." Qin Zhe.